No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment. For this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour. Date in the dark. Midnight. Midnight in the metropolis. Town of 1,000 moods and contrasts. Of wealth and lightness and laughter. Of poverty, heartbreak, and tears. Of shadowy people and dark, dark things. Big city, hard-boiled and tender. Weak and mean and cheap, without dignity. And great and proud and powerful. And the metropolis at midnight, filled with the high spirits of joy seekers, revelers who give way to the goodness of living or try to forget the badness of living. Midnight that is brooding, sinister. The sounds of the big city at midnight, the squeaks and roars of taxicabs, the rumble of trucks, the moan of river boats, and underground, the subway, and under and above, the sounds of the people, shrill, ribald, futile. But there is quiet, too, in the teeming city at midnight. The quiet that is broken by the wail of a child, the rattle of a snore, or, as in the home of Earl Breton, a private detective, and his partner, Owen Bailey, called the Professor. The telephone rings. And the professor answers it.
Hello?
Earl Breton?
No, this is Mr. Bailey, Breton's partner. Who's calling?
This is Bill Henderson. Is Earl there?
Just a moment. It's Bill Henderson, Earl. You want to talk to him?
Bill Henderson? What does that crooked politician want?
Sounds very anxious.
Oh, that's too bad. Tell him I'm very busy. I gotta go to sleep.
Hello, Mr. Henderson.
Yeah?
I'm sorry, but Mr. Breton is not in...
Bailey. If Earl doesn't talk to me, he may be responsible for my death.
I can't possibly see how
All right,
that...
let me have the phone, Professor. Hello, Henderson.
Is you, Earl?
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I gotta see you right away, Earl. Can you meet me down at your office?
Office hours are from 10 to 2, Henderson. You know that. I'll see you tomorrow.
No, wait, Earl, wait. I tell you gotta see me tonight.
Now, look, I can't...
Wait until tomorrow, because I may never get there tomorrow.
How do you figure?
I can't explain it on the phone, but I know what I'm talking about. I gotta see you tonight. Got it.
Where are you now?
I'm at my house.
Okay, give me a few minutes to get a cup of something warm. I'll meet you down at the office.
Oh, thanks a million, Earl.
Never mind the thanks. Bring some money with you.
Don't worry about that, Earl. This is worth anything to me.
Goodbye.
What seems to be his trouble, Earl?
Well, he's probably swindled one guy too many.
Good.
What do you mean, good?
I mean, he picked a good time for it. We can very well use the money, you know.
Well, you can start drawing the bill now, Professor. And remember, after office hours, it's triple the usual.
Here comes the elevator now, Will.
If we ever make enough dough, Professor, remind me to move out of this broken-down building.
All buildings are pretty much alike at this hour of night.
How do they expect one old guy to take care of this whole thing by himself?
He manages if you don't rush him.
Yeah.
What devil has got his finger on it? It's you, Mr. Britton. Faith, you'll never be known as a patient man.
I hate waiting for elevators, old-timer.
Good evening, Mr. Bailey.
Good evening. You've got lots to do around here, haven't you?
Sure. I've got to make the rounds, you know.
How's business?
Oh, very slow, Mr. Britton. You're the only two people I've seen all night.
Hey, it's pitch black out here, isn't it?
You want me to put the hall lights on?
Don't bother, old-timer. We'll make it.
It might help if you throw your flashlight beam down the hall.
Oh, sure thing. How's this?
That's fine. Here. I've got the key, Earl.
Right. Thanks, old-timer. We're okay now.
I'll be seeing you on the way down.
Now, if I can just find the switch. Here.
What's the matter with the light?
Looks like the switch don't work.
It was working all right when I left this evening. Where'd I find the desk lamp?
Find it, Earl?
Yeah. You didn't take the bulb out of this lamp, did you, Professor?
Of course not.
I've got an idea, Professor, that we have company.
You're a very smart chap, Breton.
Who's that?
Just stay where you are, both of you, and don't ask any questions. Mr. Breton knows that those lights are not out by accident, but if either of you makes a false move, there could be one.
What are you looking for?
Information.
And why keep us in the dark?
There's enough light for me from that street lamp shining in your window. I can see you both.
What do you want to know?
I understand, Breton, that you got some new dope on the Kennedy murder. Am I right?
Kennedy murder? Why, the police gave Kennedy up as a suicide 5 years ago. But would I be...
Stay where you are, Breton. I told you I can see.
Yeah, sure. Seems kind of... Yeah, I guess our visit is a little touchy, Professor.
You didn't believe that I could see you. Next time, I won't miss. Now, give it to me straight.
I told you I don't like the smell of a body that's been buried 5 years, and I ain't digging it up. Now, what else do you want?
Mr. Britton, are you in there?
Don't make a move.
Mr. Britton, Mr. Bailey, whatever happened...
Okay, I hope you get a big kick out of beating up a helpless old guy. That was very tough. Very.
That Professor, I've got it. What happened, Earl? Where are you?
Right over here where that voice was coming from, and he's not here.
Maybe he moved over to another corner of the room.
Duck behind something, Professor. I'm going to light a match.
Careful now, Earl.
Well, I'll be there's nobody here.
Who's that lying in the doorway?
Wait a minute. Looks like the old-timer. Here's his flashlight. I'll turn it on.
Here, put him in this chair, Earl.
No, it's too late, Professor. He's dead.
Dead?
That dirty rat killing a sweet, harmless old man.
Wait, what's this here on the floor?
Let me see
Hotel key.
Hotel Markham, room 517.
Think that fell out of the old man's pocket?
No, that's a mobster's hotel. It's full of gamblers and racketmen.
Then that means if we go to room 517, we ought to be able to find out the man who did this.
You don't find anybody in that hotel. You smoke them out. Besides, that key might have been stolen just so somebody could plant it here. Don't you see that?
Then how are we going to know?
The voice, Professor. I'll never forget that voice. I'm promising the old man now that I'll find it.
Well, what do we do, Oil?
You go find Henderson and tell him we won't be able to see him tonight. I'm going to the Hotel Markham. Meet me there as soon as you're through. In front of the hotel.
And what about the old man?
On our way out, we'll ring the night alarm. That'll bring the police.
But aren't we going to tell them what happened?
Right now, Professor, we don't know any more than they do. Come on, let's go.
Anything I can do? Oh, hello, Breton.
How's the hotel business?
Oh, we don't complain.
Who's up in room 517?
Who wants to know?
I understand there's a game going on.
So?
I'd like to get in.
Well, there's a gentleman by the name of Sparrow rented the room. Maybe you know him.
That's all I wanted to hear. You can tell my good friend, Mr. Sparrow, I'm coming right up.
Don't worry. I will.
Oh. By the way, I hear there's a shortage of keys. You still lose many of them?
Certainly we do. Every day.
That's very interesting. Very interesting.
Well, look who's here, fellas. My old pal, Earl Breton.
How are you, Sparrow?
Fine. Come on in.
How's the game?
Pretty good. You want to take a hand?
Yeah, maybe. How long you been playing?
Oh, about 12 hours. Now, meet the boys. All right, fellas. This is Dan Huber. He's new in this town.
Yeah? Didn't take you long to find this place, did it, Dan?
Mary, I got a nose for this stuff.
Yes. And you know Harry Jackson, Earl, don't you?
Sure, I know Harry. How are you, Harry?
Fine.
What did you say, Harry?
I said I'm fine. That's what I said.
Sure.
Now, this is Willie Garvin, and over here...
That's a funny name, Willie.
What's funny about it?
How do you spell it?
Garbin. Why? Does it sound familiar?
No, Willie, no.
And I don't have to introduce you to my partner, Joe Murray, huh?
Hello, Joe.
Hello.
Funny to find you and Sparrow in the same game, Joe.
What's funny about that?
Well, after all, you and Sparrow are partners, aren't you?
Nobody said for you, Breton, and if you don't like what goes on here, you can shove off.
Come on, Earl. When are you going to stop burning up Joe? Anyhow, he just come in a few minutes ago. So we really just started playing together.
Oh, just came in a few minutes ago. Where were you, Joe?
Since when do I report to you?
Well, I'm just curious, that's all.
I told you before, Breton, I don't like coppers, and that still goes. Now, let's get the game going.
Well, Earl, you taking a hand?
Sure, but first I gotta get the professor. He's got my dough. I'll be back in a few
Wait
minutes.
a minute, Breton. What are you trying to pull? Why didn't you bring your dough in the first place?
I just wanted to see who was in the game.
Oh, sure. Joey's got a right to know. Go ahead, Earl. Get your dough. Oh, but don't forget to come back, huh? Otherwise it wouldn't look so good, huh?
Sure, don't worry. I'll be back.
Earl, I'm over here.
How long you been waiting, Professor?
I just got here. Did you find out anything?
No, not a thing. I listened to every voice up there. Not one of them was the right one. How about you? Did you see Henderson?
Yeah, that is, I didn't see him, but I found out about him.
What do you mean, found out about him?
Well, when I got there, Earl, there were a lot of people outside the house, and the police were there.
Police? What happened?
Henderson was murdered.
It was midnight when the phone rang in the home of Earl Breton, a private detective. A man named Henderson was calling. Henderson, a crooked politician who insisted he was in danger of being killed, and that he had to see Breton immediately. Earl agreed to meet him in his office, but when he and his partner, the professor, arrived a few minutes later, they were faced with a peculiar situation. The lights in the office wouldn't work, and before they could investigate, a voice challenged them from the darkness. Their unknown visitor fired at them, purposely missing, in order to warn them that he meant business. The sound of the gun attracted the attention of the night watchman. He came to investigate and was killed by the intruder, who disappeared, leaving Earl with the old man's body and a clue, the key to room 517 at the Hotel Markham. They rang the police alarm, and Earl sent the professor to intercept Henderson, to break the appointment they had with him. Then he went to the hotel, to room 517, where he expected to find the killer. He interrupted a card game, but Sparrow, the gangster who was registered in 517, invited Earl to sit in, much to the displeasure of his partner, Joe Murray. Breton accepted, promising to return soon. He went down to the street where the professor was waiting. The professor had news for him. Henderson had been murdered.
How did you find out he was murdered, Professor?
I overheard two policemen talking to one another.
Did the cops know you were there?
Oh, no. We wouldn't want them to know we was interested, would we?
Good for you, Professor.
But now that I think of it, Earl, shouldn't we tell the police what we know?
Well, that's a good idea, except that we don't know anything they can't find out for themselves.
But they don't know that Henderson called us to meet him at the office. And then when we got there, we met somebody else. And it was that somebody else who killed the night watchman.
I know there's some connection between those two things, Professor. In fact, if I didn't know Henderson's voice so well...
You'd say that it was the man at the office who imitated it?
Sure, that's an old trick. A man disguises his voice to sound like... Hey, just a minute, Professor. Why couldn't it be...
You mean you actually think that the man we met in the office was the one who called us earlier, and he imitated Henderson's voice?
No. That'd be too obvious. The killer's much cleverer than that.
But you do think he had something to do with both of the murders?
Certainly. If he didn't, how would he know that we were coming down to the office at midnight? He was expecting us. So he must have been with Henderson at the time Henderson called us.
If you don't mind my saying so, Earl, it doesn't make sense. Why should this man have bothered to come down to our office just to ask us about some murder case that was over and forgotten 5 years ago?
That's just it, Professor. He didn't want that information at all. That was just to throw us off the track. That was why he left the key there when he slugged the old man and disappeared.
You mean he actually wanted us to follow him here to the Hotel Markham?
Don't you see? He was trying to establish the alibi that he was playing cards in this hotel at the time of the murder. And he could force us to testify as police witnesses that we saw him here.
Then why don't we tell that to the police?
Oh, Professor, you're slipping. You know the police don't want ideas. They've got their own. Besides, if we don't know whose voice we heard, what can we tell them?
Well, at least we can tell them that it was somebody who's up in that hotel room now.
Sure. But can we prove it?
I guess not. Well, then what can we do?
We gotta go upstairs and find out who that phony voice belongs to.
But, life can be very short in a place like this. I mean, I'm not thinking about me.
I know, Professor, I know. But I made a promise to that old watchman that I'd find the guy who killed him, and I like to keep a promise.
But, we ain't got enough money to play cards with those people.
They don't know that.
Well, I don't think it should take them more than one hand to find out.
All right, then you'll have to stall. Now, one of those guys up there has a phony British voice.
So?
Listen.
Stay where you are, Breton. I told you, I can see.
How's that?
If I wasn't looking at you, I'd swear it was the guy in the room.
Good. That's all I wanted to know.
I knew you'd keep your promise to come back, Earl.
Oh, why not? This is my night, Sparrow.
Well, come on, take a chair.
I think I'll let the professor play for me. I do much better when I'm looking over his shoulder.
Suit yourself.
Let's get going. You're holding up the game.
How many chips, Professor?
Well, that's up to Earl.
Chips? Why, what do you say we start off with $10 worth, Professor? I got a hunch.
I guess that's all right.
Wait a minute. Who you kidding, Breton? Since when do you figure you can get in on this game for $10?
That's just a starter, Joe. I always like to play hunches.
But you've got more than that, haven't you, Earl?
You know better than to ask me that, Sparrow.
Yeah? Let's see. Okay, deal 'em out.
Joe, if I didn't know that you just came into this game a little while ago, I'd figure that you were losing plenty.
Why?
You're so touchy.
I open. $5.
Raise your 10.
I'm out.
Well, playing it safe, Professor.
I'd rather not explain my game.
Maybe if Joe played it safer, he wouldn't be so worried all the time.
Oh, Joe. Joe's got lots on his mind.
I don't know, Sparrow. You're Joe's partner. You never seem to worry like he does.
What do you mean, worry? Who says I'm worried? I'm just careful, that's all. I don't trust nobody, see?
Nobody? You mean not even Sparrow, your own partner?
I said nobody.
Oh, Joe thinks maybe I talk too much.
That's right.
I didn't hear you say anything out of place, Sparrow.
He thinks I made a mistake telling you he just came into the game a little while ago.
I told you to shut up, Sparrow.
Oh, come on, Joe. You don't have to be afraid of Earl Breton.
He's a cop, and I told you don't have to know nothing.
He wouldn't repeat anything he heard up here, would you, Earl?
I always play it safe.
I think you're all right, Earl.
Mind if I stand up?
Where you going?
I just want to walk around a little bit, stretch my legs.
Just don't go looking at any hands.
Okay. I'll stand over here by the wall.
You're gonna let the professor play by himself?
Sure. Hey, this is a very interesting electric light switch.
If you guys don't cut the chatter, I'll blow this game off.
Hey, wait a minute.
Who put those lights out? Put the lights on.
What are you getting so crazy about, Joe? You act as if you just murdered someone.
Put up the lights, I said, quick.
I'm sorry, Joe. That was my mistake. I didn't know the light switched off this way.
Shut up. And you, Sparrow. What was the idea of saying I murdered someone?
What are you talking about, Joe? I didn't say anything.
Don't give me that stuff. I heard you. You can't fool me with that phony voice you put on.
I told you I didn't say anything.
Oh, yeah? Well, I happen to know that nobody else but you talks that way.
Cut it, you dope. Did you know that wasn't my voice?
Sparrow, if you're trying to pull anything...
Okay, Joe. Sparrow's right. Now, don't get sore. It was my fault. I didn't know.
That ain't the point, Breton. I want to know what he's trying to pull. And it ain't none of your business, copper.
I just wanted to tell you I'm sorry. It was my voice you heard, Joe.
What? Are you? All right, what's the game, Breton?
No game, Joe. Just a joke, that's all.
Sure, Joe. Just a joke. Very funny, too. Can't you take a joke, Joe?
Nuts. All right, Breton. If you want to stay in this game, get up some real dough or beat it.
Okay, I'll come clean with you. That's all the dough we got with us right now. If you let me go in the next room and make a call, I'll get some sent up here right away.
Why, sure. You want to use the phone, huh? Yes, it's right in the next room.
Thanks, Sparrow.
This is the desk.
Hello. Get me Spring 73100.
Spring 73100.
Right.
Who are you kidding? That's police headquarters. Say, have you got any complaints to make? Hold on there. Hey, wait a minute. What goes on here? It's one of your keys.
Oh, hello, Sparrow. I can't say much for your phone service.
No? What's the matter with it?
They wouldn't get a number for me.
I see. Who you calling is so important.
The police. I guess I can wait.
Yeah. Say, I'm glad you came in here, Breton. I wanted to have a little talk with you. Alone.
You wouldn't use that revolver right here in this room, would you?
Wouldn't I? You know, I can do pretty much as I want to in this hotel. You know that, don't you?
Yeah. But if you killed me now, wouldn't you have to tell Joe why you did it?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, wouldn't you have to tell him that you were tired of being partners with him and Henderson? That you wanted the whole racket for yourself? So that you killed Henderson, trying to make it look as though Joe did it so he could take the rap?
If you're trying to talk loud so Joe will hear you, I might as well tell you he just left.
Ah. Well, at least I found out it was you who slugged the night watchman in my building tonight.
So what?
Just that you killed him, that's all.
You shouldn't have gotten away.
Then you're admitting that you killed Henderson and the watchman.
Only to you, Breton. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to make sure that you'll never be able to tell it to the cops. See?
I don't have to tell them, Sparrow. They know about it already.
Oh, sure. You gave them all this information before you came up here.
No, I didn't tell them. You did.
You know something, Breton? I'm beginning to think you're a little bit nuts.
I suppose you wouldn't believe me if I told you the police are listening to you right now? They heard you admit all this to me?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you hid him in my closet.
No. But they're right outside in that room where we were just playing cards.
You're crazy.
Why don't you take a look?
Because I ain't dumb enough to turn my back on you.
Then that makes it easy for them to come in.
Drop the gun, Sparrow. Give it here.
What? It is the cops. But
we heard the whole thing outside, Breton. Pretty smart.
But how did you get the cops up here?
I didn't get them, Sparrow. You did.
Cut it out, Breton.
It's true. You know the best way to bring the police is to leave a hotel key next to a dead man, and that's what you did.
Yeah, but you picked it up.
Not me. I just made a mental note of it, that's all.
What puzzles me, Earl, is how you know the police were out here when you made Sparrow talk.
Ah, that was easy. When I tried to put through a call before, I heard a voice at the switchboard asking about a key. And I just played a hunch.
I'm glad we got here in time. Come along, Sparrow.
Well, Professor, let's go home.
Yes, Earl.
Oh, and look, if our phone rings again tonight, don't answer it.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley, and it's time again to enter the wonderful world of your imagination through the magic of radio. Do you believe in ghosts? Oh, I don't mean the kind wrapped up in sheets that run around shouting boo. Nobody believes in the spooks we conjure up on Halloween. But sometimes things happen that are so strange we don't know what to believe. The sort of thing that takes place in dreams when we see and hear things that aren't really there. Or are they? Our adventure story, A Different Ghost Town, was written especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Elizabeth Pennell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our adventure takes place in an area where the word ghost has a special meaning. Back in 1848, when gold was discovered in California, people came from everywhere. Towns sprang up overnight, lasted until the gold fever was over, and then disappeared. They became ghost towns. Some have been restored, but there's one... Well, first, let's meet Joan and David. Their parents own adjoining summer homes at Lake Tahoe, right on the border of California and Nevada, near where a lot of the gold mining country used to be. It's school vacation time, and when David is not tinkering with his old car, he's driving around the countryside. This warm summer morning, Joan is with him.
I could have sworn, Joan, that when I was up on that hillside before, I could see the remains of an old town.
Didn't you take some pictures, David?
Sure. And I found out that there had been an old mining town called Discovery.
We certainly didn't discover anything today. And honestly, David, I've had enough. I hope you're heading home.
Sure thing. It's much too warm for any more exploring. I'm all for getting back to the lake for a swim.
Beautiful idea.
Uh-oh.
Don't tell me this jalopy is developing more problems. You've been working on it all week.
Joni, I'm sorry. I've done a terrible thing. You may never forgive me. We're out of gas.
And miles from anywhere.
At least we're at the top of a hill. If I can push us just a little way, we'll be on the downside and we can roll closer to the main highway.
I don't think I'll ever speak to you again.
Okay, but right now you better help me or we'll never get back to civilization.
What do you want me to do?
Sit at the wheel of the car and then be ready to move over in a hurry when I jump in.
I'll try.
Whew. It's hot out here, and it feels like a dust storm coming up.
Hello? David, there's someone behind us.
Oh, what a lucky break. Hey, who's there? Who's there? We need help.
My goodness, Dave. Do you see what I see?
Oh, I'll be. It's an old guy in a covered wagon.
You're going in the wrong direction. Howdy.
Howdy?
Oh, howdy, I guess. Well, who are you?
My name's George. Mostly I'm known as the old-timer.
Well, Mr. Old-Timer, If you came from a farm around here, I'll bet you know where I can get some gas.
Gas?
Yes.
He acts as though he never heard of it.
What do you want it for?
Well, to start my car. I've run out.
Oh, so that's what makes them newfangled things go.
He's unbelievable.
Well, if you don't know where there's a gas pump, maybe you'll take us to the nearest main traveled road.
Oh, would you, Mr. Old-Timer? I think it would be fun to ride in a covered wagon.
You're right, Miss Joan, but we aren't traveling toward the main road.
How did you know my name?
Oh, you and Mr. David were expected. Today's the day. I've been waiting for you up over the last hill. I couldn't understand why you went right by.
We've been looking for what's left of an old town called Discovery.
No town by that name around here.
Then where do you come from?
Well, I'm from Morado. That's where I'm taking you.
Well, if that's the closest town, I guess we'll have to go there for help.
Come along, then. Climb in the wagon.
Oh, just a minute. I want to get my straw hat out of the back of the car.
Okay. Boy, I've done a lot of hitchhiking, but a rig like this, it's a first.
Hurry up, Miss Joan. We mustn't be late.
Oh, help me up, David. That's a high step.
Good. Get up.
Mr. Old-Timer, level with us, will you? What's all this costume bit?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
Well, the wagon and you, dressed in those clothes.
Are you having some kind of fair? Is this an anniversary or celebration?
Oh, it is a special day of the year, if that's what you mean.
How about that, Joan? Our day's not wasted after all. We've picked a winner. Where did you say you were taking us?
My orders are to take you to Morado.
What do you mean, your orders?
Why, you come to help us, both of you. Just as I'm here to help you.
Well, that's fine. But I know this countryside pretty well, and there's no town called Morado.
Oh, it's because you've never been here on this particular day of the year.
The whole town doesn't just spring up overnight.
Down in the valley. Look now. That's Morado.
Weren't we up here before, David? Why is everything so different?
How could we have missed it, Joan? Well, there are houses. Real houses.
It's not a very big town, but... Oh, there must be a restaurant. I'm getting hungry as well as thirsty.
Oh, we got a tavern, a church, a jail.
Well, what's the population?
Well, that depends.
Depends on what?
It depends on which way you're counting. Backwards or forwards or in between.
I'm beginning to feel like Alice in Wonderland.
Get along there, Jezebel.
Look at those old-fashioned signs up ahead and the darling little shop. Of course, David, it must be a movie set.
Well, it's the only logical answer, but where are the cameras?
I don't know what you young people are talking about, but I've done my duty. I brought you to Morado. Oh, there, Jezebel.
Oh, it can't be a movie set. These houses are really old.
Well, then how could we have missed them? And this street, and even this adobe wall, well, they've all been here at least a century.
But where are the people? It's so quiet.
Well, there's no one around this time of day.
It's spooky, David.
Certainly is. Well, then take us to someone who can explain what this is all about.
Well, that was a dusty ride. We'll begin at the town pump.
That's a good beginning.
What a rusty old cup. But I'm so thirsty. I'd drink from anything.
Oh, I don't need a cup. Just let me get my face in that stream of water. How does it taste?
Not nearly cold enough. It has a funny flavor.
Well, it hasn't been pumped up in a long time.
Oh, boy. I feel better. Now, let's get down to business.
Well, I'll show you the chief points of it.
Please, Mr. Old-Timer, we'd like to see your town, but first, isn't there a telephone or a CB or some means of communication?
Oh, I can't help you, miss. Scouts used to take our messages. Although there's no reason to send a message.
There are two very important reasons. First, to let our families know we're all right, and second, to find a way out of here.
Is this some sort of joke?
It's deadly serious.
David, this has gone far enough. Did you plan this whole thing just to fool me?
Joni, are you crazy?
No, but I think you are. I suspect you just pretended to run out of gas, and this has all been planned.
I wish I were clever enough to set up a gag as good as this one.
Now, you listen to me, both of you. This has been planned. And you're going to stay in Morado.
Well, I suppose we'll have to for an hour or two.
You've come home, Joan Shelby.
Stop talking silly, Mr. Oldtimer. Even if you do know my last name as well as my first name.
Well, that goes for you, too, David Harris.
Oh, this is fantastic.
Morado is a place where once you come, you stay forever.
David, there must be someone we can go to.
Take us to the mayor or the police chief. To someone in charge.
You won't find him now. Not a soul until the stroke of noon.
Why not? Someone must live in these houses. Where are all the people?
They're asleep, Joan. They're sound asleep. We've been expecting you. Everybody's anxious to meet you.
I don't believe it. How could we be expected?
That looks like a general store over there. Maybe I can find someone who can...
There's no one there yet, young fella.
Well, I'm going in anyway. Come with me, John.
Yes. Everything's so deathly still. So eerie. Not a sound.
Oh, you'll hear a sound, all right. In the barn across the road. That's where the sound always comes from.
What sort of sound?
Find out for yourselves.
You told us this was a very special day.
And so it is. It's the hottest day of the year.
We don't need you to tell us that.
Who are you?
And how do you know our names?
Predestination. Don't ask me why. All I know is that you're the ones I was told to bring here this time.
I don't get it. What do you mean, the ones?
Why, the ones who were chosen.
What are you talking about?
Chosen for what?
On the hottest day of the year, when the heat haze spreads across the western desert, seeps into the valleys, Morado comes to life and claims two people from the modern world.
How do you explain this situation? It would seem that Morado truly is a ghost town. Is the old-timer an imaginary being? Some sort of hallucination brought on by too much exposure to the sun? Joan and David are really in a fix. They're beginning to feel trapped in this strange, silent town. The old-timer has assured them that he's not alone. And I assure you we'll meet some other ghosts when we continue shortly with Act 2.
And the kilometer connected to the...
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Yeah.
Two young people on vacation are stranded on a lonely road when their car runs out of gas. They're picked up by an old man driving a covered wagon who somehow knows their names. And he takes them to the deserted town of Morado. In vain, they ask him the way to a gas station or telephone. Joan and David are curious about their surroundings, but I think you can understand why they're also becoming a little frightened.
Come along now. I'll show you to your quarters.
I think you said your name is George?
Exactly so.
Well, the time has come to talk seriously, George. Man to man.
Oh, there's plenty of time for that. So, let's look around the tavern.
That hinge could certainly use some oil.
Come on in, Miss Joan.
Well, I don't think I want to.
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. Come along. See? This here is the main dining room.
Oh, what wonderful pewter plates. My mother would lose her mind in here.
And in here is the kitchen. Mrs. Jeffries keeps it spotless.
And what a funny old-fashioned stove.
Oh, in no time at all, the place will be humming. You'll like it here.
I don't aim to be here.
But you will be. We understand you're studying to be a nurse.
Yes, but how...
And David's handy with the mechanical things.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And you'll both be very... Oh, my goodness. It's later than I thought. They'll all be coming.
It's about time. Bring 'em on.
Oh, you'll see them precisely 12 o'clock. Go out on the street. Right now, I have to leave you. I'll be back at high noon.
Well, you haven't answered any of our questions.
The bell at the church steeple will strike the hour, and then at 12 o'clock, it'll all be over.
I'm frightened, David. What time is it?
My watch says 3 minutes to 12.
Thank goodness we don't have long to wait.
I wonder where all these so-called people are hiding. Let's walk up to the top of the hill and see if they're coming.
Listen, David. Don't you hear it?
Hear what?
A baby crying.
The sound is coming from that barn.
Come on. That means someone else must be there. Someone we can talk to.
This barn door is stuck tight.
Bang on it. Someone will let us in.
Hello? Hello in there. Please, let us in.
If they've left that child alone, we'll have to force our way in.
Here, help me open the door. It's very heavy, but if we both pull hard...
I don't think this one's been used in years.
Pull harder.
Dank and musty. What a place for a baby.
The sound comes from over here.
No. The sound is over there.
Well, it's right here. Right here in this corn crib.
No. On this bale of hay in the corner.
Well, you're right. But Joan...
I know. There is no baby.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Somebody has wired this place for sound. I mean, that old-timer may be a good actor, but he can't fool me much longer.
Then please, David, pull at the wires. I can't stand that frightful sound.
The speakers must be over here. No, over here.
David, you did it. Thank goodness.
I didn't touch a thing. The crying just stopped, all by itself.
And now I hear something else. Off in the distance.
It's the clock in the church steeple. It's starting to strike 12.
Now perhaps we'll learn what this is all about.
5, 6.
I'm so scared. But this is exciting.
Oh, let's go back into town.
Look, David. Out on the road.
Hooray!
Oh.
Hooray!
Those two men in the field. Let's talk to them.
Well, there's something wrong with them.
They aren't moving.
Like statues.
Or posing for a picture. Those kids, they look real enough.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing rugby.
Only they're not. They're frozen in position.
That's it. 12 o'clock. And look, 12 is the magic number. Everybody's moving now.
Hey there, kid. Kid, stop the game for a minute, will you?
Hey, he went right by as if he didn't hear you.
Well, they don't hear us. Or see us.
I thought I called hold of a girl's arm, only my hand went right through the air.
Oh. Well, look, there are a couple of solid-looking citizens. Those men over by the pile of logs chopping wood. Sir, would you tell us,
Please, we don't want you to stop your work, but, we need your help.
Hey, come on, you guys. Stop working for a minute.
It's no use. They don't seem to hear or see us.
Oh, this can't be. It's not real.
They're ghosts.
Oh, come on. I don't believe in ghosts. This man is real, and his axe is sharp enough to split this wood.
David, don't. You can't grab his arm. You'll be hurt.
Mister, you drop that axe and listen to me. Oh.
He not only stopped work, he stopped breathing.
I thought he was real. But his eyes. Look at his eyes.
Let go of him.
It can't be. It simply cannot be.
He's gone right back to work again. All have that same look in their eyes. Like they're living somewhere else.
Oh, there has to be some explanation.
It's all too strange. Let's get as far away as we can from these robots.
Oh. Let's sit down in the shade of that tree. Maybe we can figure this thing out.
David?
Huh?
Did I fall asleep?
Oh, well, you may have dozed off a bit. We started out very early this morning, and the sun is hot enough to make anybody drowsy.
I feel so strange.
Lightheaded, I imagine, from lack of food. Personally, I am starving. And that's the first part of my plan. To go down to the tavern and get some food.
What tavern? Honestly, where are we?
We're still right here, in Morado.
Do you really believe there is such a town as Morado?
You can see it from here, just as clearly as I can. Come on.
Where are we going?
Back into town.
Oh, I don't think I can stand any more of those ghostly people.
But it's very important. Look, we'll hire some horses and then we'll ride out to the highway.
Oh, that's the best idea you've had all day.
Oh, everyone's awake now, and they're all so busy.
Well, they may be busy, but they're not exactly awake. You don't hear them talking, do you?
Let's head over there to the blacksmith's. That should be the place to find out about horses.
Why, they're my two young friends. How are you getting along?
It's the old timer.
You and me have to have some straight talk.
Oh, it's all very simple. You heard the clock struck 12?
Yes, we heard the clock, and we can see the people, but...
Well, everything will work out within the hour.
Good. Between now and then, get us something to eat and arrange for us to get back to civilization.
Oh, no, nothing of the sort. You're staying here.
But we don't belong here. Those other people, they're...
I told you time and time again. You've been selected.
You weren't telling the truth. You said we would be welcome.
Oh, that comes later.
How much later?
When we all go away together.
Mr. Oldtimer, I don't want to go anywhere with you. Right now, I want to go home.
I only do what I'm supposed to do for Morado.
There's no such place as Morado.
Right before your eyes, Miss Joan.
I've had enough of this, Joan. Let's go to the blacksmith shop.
David, what beautiful horses. Oh, please let them be real.
Oh, of course they're real. We've come to the right place at last. Excuse me. Please stop for a minute. It's very important.
You'll have to shout louder.
We want to hire 2 horses.
No use talking to old Sam. He's deaf and dumb.
They're all deaf and dumb. Every one of them.
Old-timer, who do we see about hiring a couple of horses?
There's no sense in hiring. You'll be assigned your own horses soon enough. Someone is waiting for you.
You've actually found someone who can help us?
Come on along now. We're going back to the tavern.
That sign in front of the tavern is new. It wasn't there before.
Oh, people have been working. Right this way through the swinging door.
What a difference. It's been completely cleaned up. And it's so crowded.
Mrs. Jeffries? Where's Mrs. Jeffries?
Right here. Welcome back, old-timer.
Good
to see you.
Happy to be back, Marianne.
Well, did you bring them?
Oh, of course I did. They're right here.
David, She's talking about us.
At least she can talk.
The girl. What's she like?
Oh, it's a pretty little thing.
I'm standing right here. Why can't she see me?
And the boy?
A fine, strapping youth.
Ah, I'm so glad they come. I've been aching for the girl. Oh, how nice it'll be to have a daughter in the house and a helper in the dining room. What's her name?
My name is Joan. And please, talk to me. Not about me.
Well, old timer, I've got lots to do and not much time. I must get back to the kitchen.
Oh, David, she's just like all the others. She can't see us or hear us. What are we going to do?
For a moment, it looked as though our young friends might have found an ally. But this Mrs. Jeffries seems to be just as much a puzzlement as all the others. Joan and David are having a most unusual adventure. There are many things about ghost towns which cannot be easily explained. Just think of all the towns which used to be on our maps and are no longer there today. Just ask yourself, where are they? Who knows what spirits may haunt the hills and valleys of our countryside? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Welcome. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
All work.
This town of Morado grows stranger by the moment. At first, the streets were deserted. Then at precisely 12 o'clock, the place came to life. At least in a way it did. People appeared, all of them seeming to have an occupation or destination. But our adventurers, Joan and David, find it quite impossible to communicate. Their escort, the old-timer, is the only one with whom they can have any conversation.
Why didn't that lady back in the tavern answer me?
Oh, there's no use talking to anyone at this stage. They can't hear you.
She didn't have any trouble hearing what you said.
Well, no, that's different.
And why wouldn't you let us have something to eat?
It's not 1 o'clock yet.
We're starved. You see, we got up before 6, and
but that was in the other world. You won't be hungry any longer when the clock strikes 1. Come along now. We're due at the schoolhouse.
Hey, that looks normal enough. A bunch of kids playing ball.
That's right. David, this will be one of your posts.
Oh, old-timer, I'm tired of your jokes.
Oh, I'm not joking. Listen to me, boys. I brought you your new coach.
Hey, what's that kid think he's doing?
Which one, David?
It's the little guy at the plate. He doesn't know the first thing about holding a bat.
Why don't you show him?
Well, I will. Hey, listen, you rookie.
Stop it, David. You're not their coach yet. But you will be.
Old-timer? Hello?
Hello, Miss Marston. How's the school going?
Oh, fine. Have you brought the young people who were promised?
Yes, indeed.
Here we go again.
And the boy will take over all outdoor sports right away?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I believe you said the girl is interested in becoming a nurse?
Yeah, so I understand.
Oh, fine. Because I'm counting on her to help out with our first aid course.
Oh, when the time comes, you can introduce them both to our program.
Oh, well, school's over for the day.
1 o'clock is approaching, and I must get to my station.
Well, you are leaving the new recruits in my care.
Oh, you'll find them right here.
I'll be in the classroom, correcting papers.
Are we supposed to hear that? So we follow her inside?
Well, let's not. Let's just stay right here.
That's all we need. One of those sudden mountain storms. Now we'll have to go into the schoolhouse.
Yeah, well, come on then.
I'm going right up to her desk and demand that she look at us and talk to us.
We've tried that before.
I even remember her name. Miss Marston. That's what the old-timer called her. Miss Marston.
Well, I'll be.
What is it, Dave?
Look. Look what she's taking out of that drawer.
Well, nothing but a ballpoint pen.
That's what I mean. Think about it.
Well, I don't see anything unusual about a ball.
Of course there is. If Morado is a town that goes back to the 1840s...
Oh, of course. Where did she ever get a pen? pen like that.
Uh-huh. And she's not like any of the others.
She doesn't look any different to me.
Her eyes, Joan. I'll swear that she can see us.
Miss Marston? Please, Miss Marston. I'm Joan, and this is David. You were talking to the old-timer about us.
See? She nodded her head.
Say something to us. Say that you see us. That you understand what I'm saying.
Where did you get that pen, Miss Marston?
Is it yours?
Oh, she nodded her head.
And she's writing us a message.
You are in danger. Terrible danger.
Oh, I know it. I know it. But what can we do?
Oh, she's writing more.
What does it say?
Get away from here.
We want to, Miss Marston. We want to. But how?
Run, she says. Go as far away.
As fast as you can. Oh, I believe her, David. We better do what she says.
Oh, just a minute. Miss Marston, if that pen came from...
Oh, my poor young people. I'm desperately sorry, but it's too late.
You can talk.
We can all talk now. It's 1:00. And everyone's on their way to the town hall.
Then we'd better join them.
Do you really want to stay in Mirado?
We want to get back to Lake Tahoe.
Only I need gasoline for my car.
Lake Tahoe, gasoline, car. I won't let them take you.
Oh, then help us. Please help us, Miss Marston.
You must do exactly as I say. It may not yet be too late.
We're listening.
Don't go near the town hall.
We thought we could get horses there.
And I'd like to talk to the mayor.
No, believe me.
Then what should we do?
Go to that barn.
Up on the hill?
Go there and find the stall with a big bale of hay.
That's where we heard the baby crying.
Uh-huh.
Get down on the floor behind that bale of hay, and I pray they'll pass you by.
Who is this they? Why do we have to hide?
Ask no more questions. Just go at once.
Well, why don't you come with us?
Oh, how I wish I could. Here, take this pen. It brings back too many memories.
Can't we stay here till the storm blows over?
Not a moment to lose. Even now it may be too late. Oh, run for your lives.
Well, at least no one's been here. This barn door is as hard to close as it was to open.
I'll help you.
Oh, I don't know why we're doing this. I mean, what is there to hide from?
Listen, David. Do you hear what I hear?
Well, it sounds like an Indian celebration. I bet we're missing all the fun.
But I smell smoke, too. Look, David. The village is on fire.
Oh, I'm glad the wind is blowing in the other direction.
David! Come over in this stall and hide. The Indians are much closer.
Oh, well, this is no celebration. They're on the warpath, and they mean business. No more Indians. No more storm.
Can we leave the barn now?
I should hope so.
Why? It's much cooler than it was. Maybe that nice Miss Marston will tell us where we can get something to eat.
Joan, look. Look!
What? Why, it's gone.
Not a trace of the town of Mirado.
David, in which direction is your car?
Well, I'd say it's that way.
Let's start walking.
But it's still going to be out of gas.
I just want to know that the car is real and that it's there.
All right, let's get moving.
I don't think I'd have been much good as a pioneer.
I think you're doing very well.
Oh, but I'm hot and hungry and thirsty. And, this
Hey, I
sucks.
think I see something up on the road there.
It's a car. Oh, David, we're back in civilization.
All right.
Hello. You belong to the car down the road?
Oh, are we glad to see you.
Here's my badge. I'm Officer Johnson.
This doesn't look like a police car.
Oh, I left that with Sweeney, my partner. Come on, climb in.
You don't happen to have a sandwich, do you?
No, but down by the gas station there's a hamburger joint. Say, why did you youngsters come in this direction to look for help?
Because we got a ride in a covered wagon.
Oh, very funny. We couldn't figure it out when we saw the sign in your car.
What sign?
I left one, David, when I went back to get my hat.
What did it say?
Well, it said you were out of gas and had gone for help. But that's what fooled us. We looked for you on the main road.
Then how come you're back here?
Well, it was lunchtime. I decided to mosey around these back roads in my own car. I'm kind of a ghost town buff.
Ever been to the town of Discovery?
Oh, I've been looking for it for a long time.
So have I. And that's where we were heading today, but we never made it. Oh, we got somewhere all right, but, well, it was a different ghost town.
Yeah? What one?
Did you ever hear of Murado?
Say, you've been reading the same books I have. You know about that legend?
What legend?
Well, the whole town disappeared back in about 1849.
That's what you think.
Well, that's what the book says, and I can quote it. It says that back in August of that year, a band of bloodthirsty Indians swooped into the little town of Murado and killed all but one of its inhabitants.
All but one? Who was left?
The lone survivor was a baby boy who was found asleep in a horse stall in the barn. Afterwards, someone rescued him when they heard him crying.
What year was this?
Well, I think it was Gold Rush year, 1849. But there's more to the story.
Oh, go on.
Well, only this is the part I don't believe.
Tell us anyway.
Well, you see, it's just a legend, like I said, but once a year, the residents of Murado come back to haunt the place. What do you think of that?
It's true. Today's the day.
You put me on.
Look, honestly, we've seen the ghosts. One of them gave me this pen.
A ballpoint? Oh, now I know you're joking. No ghost from back in those days would have anything like that.
Oh, but you see, we were in the schoolhouse, and...
Oh, I'm sure plenty of tourists go poking all around this area looking for souvenirs, hoping to pan some gold.
I'm afraid you'd never believe us if we told you what we've been through today.
Well, I'd sure like to find some evidence that there was a town up over that hill.
Look, if you really want to know, why don't you
The gas lead station and the hamburger stand are just up ahead.
Oh, we're very grateful for the ride. I hope there's a telephone.
Me and Sweeney usually travel that big main highway. It's straight and flat, and you might think it's rather boring. But back about 4 years ago, we found an empty car out there.
Well, didn't you find out who it belonged to?
Oh, we found out that all right, but we never did find the people who'd been riding in it. A hot day, just like today. There was a big dust storm. Looked like smoke coming up behind that hill.
Who are the occupants of that car, Mr. Johnson?
2 ladies.
Do you know their names?
I don't remember now. I think one was a Mrs. Jeffries or something like that. She was a housewife who left a husband and a son and a daughter.
And the other?
Oh, she was a school teacher.
Named Miss Marston?
Why, yeah, that's the name. You read about them, did you?
Never mind. Only take our advice. Just don't go looking for Discovery or Murado on the hottest day of the year.
If you're fond of ghost town stories, you won't settle for a mirage caused by heat haze. That may be what some people say when Joan and David tell of their strange adventure. But our young friends know how lucky they were to return with a story to tell. If they hadn't had help in making an escape just in time, their disappearance would have been as mysterious as that of the 2 ladies, who never did come home. A final word shortly. If you go looking for a ghost town, try not to find Murado. Oh, it's all right to think about it, out there in space. But once a year, when that community settles back in its old place on the map, beware. The old-timer may be out to get you. And if they catch you in Murado, it is said that you'll be there forever. Just remember, the barn's the only safe place to hide. But better still, stay home on the hottest day of the year and keep cool.
Our cast included Corinne Orr, Roger Barron, Court Benson, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
At Big N Garden Shops, everything's...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Ever read this sort of advertisement in the real estate section of the newspaper or the personal columns of a magazine? Young Austrian couple, no children, no pets, would like to exchange their gemütlich Alpine chalet for New York apartment, 2 to 3 months. Please write, etc., etc., etc. If you had read that, would you be tempted to try it? Don't. It could work out nicely, but then again...
What is it?
I don't know, Moira. I think something flew into the room.
Something? What?
A bird. Like a huge gray owl.
We shouldn't have left the window open.
I'm glad we did. It flew right out. Again.
Our mystery drama was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Don Scardino and Jennifer Harmon. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The advertisement I began to read to you was the actual one that Alec and Maura Grant answered. Maura was interested because Alec was exhausted from overwork, and she felt he needed a long vacation. Alec, because they had recently been married, and so far had been denied a honeymoon. Outside of these two small concerns, they had nothing in the world to worry them. They were blissfully happy. The gods were good to them. How fortunate. Except it was Byron who said, "Whom the gods love, die young."
Professor Grant.
You don't have to be formal. It's just me.
Oh, who's me?
Your wife.
Oh, that...
Darling, the most marvelous thing just happened. It came.
Oh, that's nice. What came?
A letter from Frau Gottschalk in Austria. She's charming. There's a picture of her and her husband, and they look like dear people. And the house is a dream, and they want to exchange. Only they don't own a car. But couldn't we just rent one there and...
Hey, honey, slow down, will you?
When are you coming home?
I'm just finishing up. I had to empty the drawers and get all this junk out of poor Murray's way.
Well, you're only going to be away from the university for a year. It's still your office.
Not while I'm on sabbatical leave. But it's all done. I should be home within the hour.
Oh, hurry, darling. I'm just bursting with all the news about Austria.
I'm Dr. Alec Grant, and my sabbatical leave began at the beginning of the summer. I hold a full chair in philosophy at Gotham University, and my intention was to spend my sabbatical year finishing a book. When Murray Sprague got in a bind and asked me to take over a summer course he was teaching in comparative theology, I would have turned him down, except that it was he who was covering my courses while I was on leave. It was a stroke of luck that I said I would. First, because during the course, I learned more than I wanted to know about demonology, but mainly because I met Moira and we got married.
There's only one hitch, Alec, provided you think the house sounds right.
Moira, it sounds too good to be true. I mean, right on its own lake, isolated, but only 10 miles by road from Wintersbad, ski trails everywhere, and enough peace and quiet for me to finish my book. So what's the hitch?
We won't be alone.
I knew it was too good to be true. What are we stuck with? An ancient dachshund?
Oh, no. Just a housekeeper. But we don't have to pay for her.
That's bad?
I think it's good.
What's she like?
She's sort of an old family retainer, but Gretel says she cooks like an angel and disappears right after dinner every night, and you never hear from her till you're ready for breakfast in the morning.
Gretel?
That's Frau Gottschalk's name. Her husband is Hans. Oh, isn't it too much? Hansel and Gretel in this divine gingerbread house waiting for us.
Plus a built-in witch.
Oh, now that's unfair to Frau Zauber. Gretel says she's a dear old thing and will take care of us like we were her own children.
I don't need anyone to take care of me but you.
Oh, and you know how totally I want to possess you, surround you, make you all my own.
Well, you don't have to try. You got me.
So we are off for the Austrian Tyrol?
Well, aren't there arrangements to be made? How do you know they'll like this old dump of ours? Mine.
That's all settled. I've described it and sent pictures.
When do they plan to arrive?
A week from Saturday, the morning of the day we leave. We'll have a whole day to show them everything and help them get settled.
Well, I hope they don't miss their plane.
Oh, stop trying to put the hex on all this, Alex. Anyway, your child bride was smart enough to cover that.
How?
Well, if by any chance things get crossed up and they don't arrive before we leave, Betty Sprague has the keys and she'll settle them in.
And they know about that?
Of course.
I mean, you've heard from them since you wrote them?
Natch, worrywart.
I don't mean to sound that way. It's just that, well, why didn't we just get them on the phone and work out all the last-minute details?
Well, that's the one thing I didn't mention. They don't have a phone.
They don't?
Well, who needs it? We can shut out the rest of the world. Oh, isn't it heaven?
Well, as long as I share it with you. The idea of being that isolated was heaven to me. I couldn't put my finger on what niggling little thought kept sputtering in my brain like a loose electrical connection. And in the face of Moira's enthusiasm and shining expectation of our projected trip, I didn't have the heart to allow anything to spoil it. I never dreamed my random hunch would turn out to be true.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Grant.
Is that the Gottschalks?
Shh. What? A cablegram from Frankfurt, Germany? Right. No, please, read it to me. If you got a pencil, darling.
Right here.
That's correct. Just read the message. Missed connections here. We arrive New York a day late. Sorry we will miss you, but please not to delay your departure. Frau Zauber expects you. We will contact your Mrs. Sprague, and all will be well. Auf Wiedersehen, Hans and Gretel Gottschalk. Yes, thank you, operator. I have it. No, a copy will not be necessary.
They missed the plane?
Or maybe you ought to take up fortune-telling.
I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, I didn't mean to bite at you. I'm just disappointed. I would have liked to have met them.
Well, do you want to cancel our flight?
Are you kidding? That's a special excursion deal that saves us a fortune. Besides, we have to pick up our car in Munich. We don't want anything to go wrong with that.
Okay. And we'll let Betty Sprague handle our German cousins.
Austrian.
Oh, my apologies to the Grand Duke or whoever.
I think it's the Chancellor. Anyway,
We're going on a honeymoon in Austria, darling, and we're going to love every minute of it.
It's so easy to be prophetic in hindsight. But some chill tremor, even then, closed around my shoulders like a shawl. I shrugged it off because Moira was sizzling with delighted anticipation. The plane flight across the Atlantic was uneventful, except for Moira's constant happy chatter about the new life we were headed for. By the time we got to Munich, she had me decked out in rose-colored glasses, too. And all my doubts had evaporated. We picked up the car at Munich in the early morning, and by shortly after lunch, we found ourselves arriving at the end of our journey.
Oh, it's all so green and so beautiful. It's like driving on the floor of a still green lake.
It's breathtakingly lovely. An enchanted forest. Oh, but doesn't it ever end?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Up ahead. See?
Oh, that's the lake. And the trees are starting to thin.
Oh, there it is, Alec. Oh, it is a gingerbread cottage.
Well, it's a bit larger than a cottage, but it's a real Hansel and Gretel house, all right. With a witch waiting for us, broom in hand.
Oh, stop it, Alec. She looks like a dear little old lady.
Willkommen in Schlosshaus. Ich bin Frau Zauber.
Wir sind Herr und Frau Grant, aber wir haben keine Deutsche sprechen.
Ach so, it is no matter. I have English pretty good. Have you come with a nice trip?
Oh, yes. The countryside is gorgeous.
Oh, from Munich, you are arriving?
Yes, we flew in this morning and drove straight here.
Oh, I have been waiting, though. With a broom, I sweep the doorstep again and again, so you will see the house at its best. But you must be tired. Kommen Sie bitte. I show you your house of dreams.
We entered the chalet, our shadows streaming before us from the sun at our backs. Something revived that vague, uneasy feeling I had forgotten during our journey. But the tour of the house was too fascinating to allow me to dwell on it. I might never have thought of it again if it hadn't been for what happened that night. What's that?
Alec!
Hey,
what is it, darling?
Nothing. We shouldn't have left the window so wide open. I think something flew in here.
Something? What?
Oh, a bird. A sort of gray owl. Oh, don't worry. It flew right out again.
Where are you going?
I just want to have a look-see. Sounds like a storm brewing. I think I ought to close the windows.
Oh, yes, it's gotten cold. Oh, hurry back to bed. Come on, darling, close them.
Huh? Oh, yes, right. Oh, here I come.
Oh, you have cold feet.
Warm heart.
Oh, don't I know it. Oh, Alec, I love it here. The house is a dream, and I've never been so happy. I love you. Good night.
And I love you. Good night. She was back to sleep in a second, like a child. I wasn't so lucky. Was it only a wind-driven puff of gray cloud I had just seen crossing the moon? Or could it have been what it seemed to be? A monstrous, ghost gray bat. I put it out of my mind. What nonsense. And then I remembered what it was I had forgotten when we entered this dream house. 3 of us, the sun behind us, our shadows dancing before us. But it didn't seem to me there were 3 shadows. Only 2.
This doesn't appear the pleasant little story it started out to be, does it? Of course, Alec has been working very hard, and he seems prey to strange premonitions, perhaps even delusions. Maybe with morning they will all have passed away, except I wouldn't count on it. ancient legend has it that those who became proficient in the black arts were chased by the devil himself through subterranean halls. If he caught only their shadow, they became first-rate magicians or witches, but lost their shadows forever. The question here, so far, is twofold. Is there a shadow missing at all? And if there is, whose is it? Mora? Frau Zauber? Or Alec himself? Well, it's the following day. Let's see if that question is resolved.
Would you like already some more coffee, Herr Grant?
No, thanks.
Frau Grant?
No. But it was wonderful, Frau Zauber. So was breakfast. And dinner last night was superb.
Dankeschön. It makes me very happy you like it. So, I clear away everything.
Thank you so much, Frau Zauber, for making us feel so much at home.
Aber it is your home while you are here. I go make you a picnic lunch. Don't worry. The mist will burn off, and it will still be a beautiful day.
Oh, isn't she an angel?
Yes. What's this about a picnic lunch, Mora?
Well, it was Frau Zauber's idea. She thought we might like to spend the day exploring. She's told me about a wonderful spot which will give us a view of the whole lake. Oh, doesn't it sound like fun?
I don't know.
What's the matter, darling?
I was just wondering about the Gottschalks. I didn't realize how much I'd miss a phone. I would like to have run down to Wintersbad and given them a ring to see if everything was all right.
Darling, you're forgetting the time difference. It's still the middle of last night at home.
Oh, that's right.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, I didn't hear you, Frau Zauber.
You were talking. I didn't want to interrupt. I have here the picnic, all in the basket. You want it now?
Oh, well, not quite yet. I want to get dressed. I won't be long, Alec. Oh, Frau Zauberg, you're so kind. You're making us very happy.
But of course I must. You are very, I don't know how to say, precious to me.
Frau Zauber, do you have any bats around here?
Bat?
Fledermaus.
Ah, das Fledermaus. Oh, nein, no bats. Nothing like that in this place. Why do you ask?
Well, we were disturbed last night. We had the window wide open, and I woke up thinking a bird was in the room. When I went to close the window, I saw something like a great gray bat flying across the moon.
Oh, and the Liebchen? She saw this too?
Oh, no. Fortunately, Moira was asleep. I didn't tell her what I thought I saw. I didn't want to upset her.
Oh, very wise, mein Herr. This holiday means so much to her. You must not disturb her. Or yourself.
Here I am. Ready to go, Alec?
Ready, willing, and champing at the bit.
Then let's get the picnic started.
It was everything a picnic ought to be. We ate in a meadow floating above the Emerald Lake. The food was sublime, and walking home over the pine needles, we were both floating on a cloud.
Oh, what a day this has been.
I think you're a little high, my pet.
I am. On clear air and the scent of pine and the quiet. Oh, the lovely quiet.
And a bottle of sparkling Rhine wine.
Well, I only finished it because you were being such a teetotaler.
It was making me sleepy. My arm was about her waist, her head on my shoulder. I was tired myself and full of sun and fresh pine-scented wind and peace as heavy as a drug. We floated down the hills back to the chalet to find Frau Zauber waiting for us, fussing over us like children.
Ah, you are both so tired. Oh, I am a foolish old woman to send you so far on your first day.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just, so sleepy. I've got to have a nap before dinner.
I go up right away and turn down the bed. You will join her also, Herr Grant?
No, I'm not that sleepy. I'll see Moira upstairs. Perhaps you'll make a cup of coffee for me?
Yeah, but...
Oh, you don't have to come up, Alec.
Well, I want to see you tucked in. I'll be right down, Frau Zauber. Thanks for the coffee, Frau Zauber.
Max nicht.
I needed it. I'm quite sleepy myself.
You should be resting with the little one.
Nope. This is a good chance to make a quick trip to town and make that phone call.
Why don't you wait till tomorrow?
It's only 10 miles, 15, 16 kilometers to Wintersbad. I'll be back within the hour.
Oh, I think maybe you should not drive. You look very tired.
I'd like to set my mind at rest. You just keep your eye on...
Oh, what is los, mein Herr? Something wrong?
Oh, no, not a thing in the world. Just a flat tire. Wait a minute. Both front tires are flat. I'll be damned.
Oh, is it something bad?
It's not good, Frau Zauber. Until those tires are fixed. One I could handle, but two... Is there a mechanic near here?
In Wintersbad, yeah.
Well, that's great. How do I get in touch with him without a phone?
Oh, Fritz comes with the milk. I could tell him to let the garage know.
When's that? Tomorrow morning?
9. Tomorrow's Thursday. He'll be here again on Friday.
Oh, no.
Pardon. Not even Friday. That's All Saints' Day. It's a holiday. It will not be until Saturday.
I guess that fixes that. Without wheels, I'll just have to use Shank's mirror.
Excuse me?
Walk.
Oh, 15 kilometers?
Well, not tonight, anyway. I guess my phone call to the Gottschalks can keep. Ooh. Maybe I'll join my wife in that nap.
But supper?
Why don't you leave us some sandwiches?
Yeah, I will make a try. On some wine. And the coffee all ready to brew. Will there be anything else?
No. If I want you, where will you be?
I sleep in the cellar. It would be too difficult for you to find me.
Well, it doesn't matter. We both probably will sleep until morning. I went to bed with the sun still high on the horizon, never having felt more tired in my life. Moira was dead to the world, and as soon as I pulled the covers over me, so was I. No! What is it? Moira, what is it?
I thought something was biting my neck.
What? Let me see.
No, it was just a dream. There's nothing there. Oh, Alec, I'm so tired. I've got to sleep. Just sleep. It's all right with you here. With you here.
She was asleep again. I turned the light on, but it didn't disturb her. I examined her carefully, and on the right side of her throat, just under the jawline, I saw 2 marks, side by side, as though they might have been made by a hypodermic. In a sudden panic, I rolled out of bed and shut the windows fast. I came back to Moira. She was breathing as evenly as I was gasping with fright. I went through the house calling for Frau Zauber. I found the door to the cellar and went down into a rabbit warren of halls and compartments with the damp earth under them smelling of decay. All were closed, frozen shut with rusted locks, save one, which gave easily as I thrust against it. I stumbled through, clawing in the dark, down a long, twisting passage, dank and odorous, till suddenly instinct stopped me short. I took out my lighter, thumbing the wheel, and gasped at what the small flicker of its flame revealed. I was on the edge of a vast cave covered with bats. Bats everywhere, hanging upside down, gazing at me inscrutably, accusingly. The most horrible of all was a huge worm-gray one hanging by the hooks on its wing elbows, its unwinking upside-down eyes driving a dreadful hate through me like nails, pinning me against the wall. Then as I raised my lighter, with a sudden powerful swing, it somersaulted upright, and spreading its enormous wings, it launched itself at me with a banshee wail. thing I remembered was waking out of utter blackness to find myself lying on the bed with Moira shaking me gently.
Alec? Alec?
What? Yes?
What are you doing lying outside the bedclothes?
I must have fallen asleep.
Without getting into bed?
Well, I was up because of whatever bit you. I wanted to close the windows and...
Bit me? What do you mean?
Well, don't you remember? You woke up suddenly, and you thought there was something in the room, and...
Alec, darling, I haven't been awake since I went to bed.
Oh, no, Moira. You... Well, just let me take a look at where...
Oh, what is it?
They're gone. The bite marks are gone.
Oh, Alec, my darling, what's wrong? There never were any bite marks. Nothing bit me. Oh, you must have had a bad dream.
Moira, let's get dressed and get out of this place. Now.
I can't leave now. I'm just beginning to relax. I have to sleep.
You can't, Moira. You've been asleep for over 14 hours. It's morning. The sun is up.
I must sleep.
Why? What is it, darling?
I have to be ready.
Ready? For what?
Ready for the moment when...
Moira. Moira. You've got to wake up. Oh, heaven help me. What am I going to do? I've got to have a doctor. And I can't leave her alone.
A terrible dilemma for Alec. What strange sickness is drawing the life from his wife's body? He must find help for her. On the other hand, stark and terrible is the memory of that awful cavern, peopled by the obscene and monstrous bats. Or were they only a figment of his imagination? Does he need a doctor as desperately as his wife? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Laboratory test proved. Digel tops, plain antacids. First, we cut the yellow top off a Digel tablet. Then tested the remaining white portion and proved, with its top layer removed, Digel consumes as much heartburn-producing acid as Tums or Rolaids. What's more, of the three, only Digel, with the yellow top, has the fast gas-calming action of simethicone. Conclusion, when you want more than plain relief, Digel tops, plain antacids. Occasional use only as directed.
Best Western has friendly places to stay wherever you go, and a full-color road atlas and travel guide to help you get there. Turn into the Best Western near you and pick up your free copy of the Best Western Road Atlas and Travel Guide today. Then let us make your reservations for you. So come on, turn in America, turn in
Every day, people face all sorts of tests. Driver's tests, tests at school, and every day, tests on life.
Oh, Mr. Cadwell, you're next.
Ah, Mr. Cadwell, please take a seat.
Thanks.
Are you ready for your test on life?
I guess so.
Well, don't worry. It's only for practice. This time, that is. First question. If your son broke your favorite fishing rod, would you, A, be understanding, or B, yell at him?
Was it really my favorite fishing rod?
Mr. Cadwell, would you stab someone in the back to get a promotion?
How big a promotion?
Come, Mr. Cadwell.
Well, gee, I don't know.
Well, you can find the answers at your local house of worship. That's where you and your family can learn about handling the everyday problems we all face. Religion in American life, Mr. Cadwell. We need it.
A message from Religion in American Life, the Ad Council, and this station.
Yeah. Well, thanks, and see you later.
You can count on it.
If there's anything that makes my blood run cold, it's a bat. Oh, somewhere there may be a bat lovers society who wish to protect the dear little furry things with their two canine teeth as sharp as hypodermic needles. Not me, nor Alec Grant. But But which was the greater danger? Mora's strange and unaccustomed lassitude, or those horrendous bats, which might live only in his imagination? Only he could make the choice.
I listened to Moira's heart. It was steady, far steadier than my own. Her pulse was strong and normal. She breathed easily. But she was in a profound sleep that was dangerously close to coma. I had to get to a doctor.
Guten Morgen, Herr Grant. Did you sleep well?
No, I didn't, Frau Zauber.
Oh, but why?
I thought you told me there were no bats in this part of the country.
Yeah? Why do you think there are?
Because I believe one bit my wife last night.
Oh, poor Liebchen.
I came down to the cellar after my wife was bitten, looking for you. I called, but you didn't hear.
Oh, I am the very sound sleeper.
Yes, I couldn't find your room, but what I did find was one door that could be opened. What do you think I found behind that door, Frau Zauber?
Oh, I have the trouble with the English. I don't...
I found a long corridor, and at the end of it, a cave full of enormous bats. Bats, Frau Zauber.
Herr Grant, I think you are having eine böse Traum, a nightmare. But there's nothing like that in the cellar.
I tell you, I saw it.
Then come. You show me.
There it is. That's the door.
Oh, but that's the door to my room. No, I show you.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Beyond the door was not the twisting, shadowed corridor of the night, but a bright, neat bedroom. The walls covered with pictures, the bed neatly made and covered by a handmade counterpane. The furniture, a comfortable armchair, an inlaid chest of drawers, a huge and magnificent armoire.
Herr Grant, you look so shocked.
I am.
Oh, you should have a doctor.
You say there is one in Wintersbad?
Yeah, the Herr Dr. König. But how can you get to him?
Well, I can walk.
Ach, no, so far. 15 kilometers.
It should take me less than 3 hours.
I will not let you go.
Why not?
You trust the rheumatism in my old bones. We are to have a storm. When the snow comes, driving with the wind, you could lose your way.
I'll have to take my chances. With any luck, I'll get there before it breaks. The 5 kilometers to the main road were a nightmare of slipping, sliding stone under my feet. And above, the sky was becoming ominously black as the temperature dropped. As I reached the main road, I had a piece of luck. A farmer with a load of feed hay in a cart drawn by a small donkey was passing. Hey, Achtung, bitte.
Was wollen Sie?
Do you speak English? Sprechen Sie Englisch?
Nein. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Oh, no. I want to go to Wintersbad.
Wintersbad, ja.
Ich gehen mit eins?
Im Wintersbad?
Ja.
Ja, kommen Sie.
Dankeschön. Ich möchte einen Doktor, Dr. König.
Oh, ja, Herr Dr. König. Zurück. Wir müssen gehen.
I climbed aboard among the sweet-smelling hay. I was shivering and glad to pull its warmth around me. The farmer let me off at the doctor's house. The doctor was out on a house call, but his wife let me in to wait for him. She was also kind enough to let me make a phone call on my credit card.
Hello?
Betty Sprague?
Alec?
Yes.
For heaven's sakes, where are you? In Austria?
Yes.
Oh, isn't this lucky? I've been racking my brains trying to get in touch with you.
Oh, why?
Well, those people, your tenants, you know the Gottschalks?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been on pins and needles, Alec. They haven't arrived yet.
I don't mean to worry you, but...
Well, that's all right, Betty. Matter of fact, that's the reason I called. I had a hunch maybe they wouldn't.
Is something wrong, Alec? What can I do?
Nothing, Betty. I'll have to handle it from this end.
You don't sound like yourself. Are you sick?
I don't know.
Well, is Moira all right?
I have to hang up now, Betty. You'll be seeing us very soon. Tomorrow, if I can arrange it.
Alec, you're scaring me. What is it? What's wrong?
I was scaring myself because once again I was blacking out. That's the way the doctor found me when he returned, and I don't know what garbled story I blurted out. It was only after I found myself gulping some scalding black coffee that I gathered my wits enough to return to normal.
Very well. That is better. The eyes begin to focus now. You know me?
Yes, but...
I am Dr. Franz König. You are in my consulting room.
Have I told you why I'm here?
Oh, you have told me a great deal. You came to me under the influence of drugs, Mr. Grant. Some form of hallucinogen plus deep sedation. And you have told me a most exceptional story.
My wife, Moira. You've got to come and see her, Doctor. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I too am afraid for her. That is why, if you feel well enough now, I suggest we get into my automobile and drive quickly before the storm breaks to bring your wife away from that evil house.
What do you mean?
I'll try to explain that to you as we drive.
You mean that Frau Zauber has been systematically drugging us?
If what you tell me about your wife is true, who else?
But why?
First of all, because she is not Frau Zauber.
Well, who is she then?
I cannot give you the whole answer to that. I can tell you that her real name is Gretel Gottschalk.
But her husband?
Hans has been dead for the last 20 years. I wrote his death certificate myself.
But the Gottschalks were young people, my age, younger.
2 generations ago, yeah. How old do you think Gretel is now?
Gretel? Oh, you mean the woman I know as Frau Zauber?
Yeah.
I don't know. Nearly 80, I would think.
You would be wrong. By the records of my grandfather, who was also a doctor, she was born in 1871.
109? But why would she pretend to be younger? Why all this masquerade about dragging us over here and pretending to exchange homes?
Because she does not want to die. Gretel, or the woman you call Frau Zauber, has been shunned for the last 20 years. People are afraid of her. They believe, at the very least, that she is a witch.
At the very least? What else? A vampire?
There is a legend here that witches possess human bodies. And having lived out the term of the human they invade, must find a new one to violate.
And she wants to invade my wife's body and steal it for her own.
I say the real danger is that she believes she can.
Then for pity's sake, let's get there.
I'm driving as fast as I can in this weather.
What is it?
The motor. I can't believe it.
We're not out of gas. We can't be. If we get stuck in this blizzard, we'll be buried in an hour.
I don't see how it is possible. But we are out of petrol.
Well, now what do we do?
No one will be traveling this road on a night like tonight. We must walk.
What, back to Wintersbach?
It's too far. If we are to save your wife, we go on to the Gottschalk house.
The wind is built up, driving the snow before it into our faces, blinding us. It was an endless journey to the chalet, and by the time we reached it, we were exhausted. Inside the house, there was light, but there was nothing else. No Frau Zauber, or whoever she was. But more important, no Moira. Moira! Moira!
Yeah, you wouldn't find her by calling for her. We must do the finding.
How?
We can start by looking for the witch. Where's her home? Have you the flashlight, Herr Grant?
It's almost burnt out. Wait a minute, there's a light. Here.
Yeah. As you described it. Yet the night before you thought this door led to the tunnel and the cave of bats?
Yes.
This armoire, right opposite the door. Let's see. Just a clothes closet. The back is solid. But wait. There is a mark on the floor. See?
From the casters on the legs. It must be hinged to swing open.
Yeah. There's a hinge on this side.
That means there must be some sort of a catch or a lock on my side. Yes, I have it.
It's opening.
And right behind it is the passage I went down that leads to... Wait. Listen.
So there are bats.
Yes. And that proves she's a witch.
And also you may be right. A vampire.
She's got Moira. Come on. I tore recklessly down the twisting, tortuous passageway. The doctor followed more slowly. As I ran, I could hear words, chanted in Frau Zauber's cracked old voice. Words that chilled my blood.
Oh, thou art my own king and emperor of the northern parts. I call, invoke, and exorcise thee to lend me all your awesome power to enter this young nation, that I may live my new life cycle as a witch of the inner circle.
I had reached the entrance to the cavern. On a slab of stone, like a rough altar, Moira lay, unmoving. Behind her, a step higher, that ghost-gray bat was poised, the words I had heard issuing from its mouth. And behind it, obscenely, a crucifix turned upside down.
I feel your presence. I feel your power.
What is it, Herr Grant?
A filthy, pagan rite. All the forces of evil and the legions of hell.
But the moment
what do we do?
We call on him and ask him to lend us his strength.
In your name, I will be reborn. If I drink her blood, I will be done.
No! Stop!
You are too late, children. He is mine! Mine for all days!
As she bared her fangs and bent to sink them in Moira's throat, I went berserk. Seizing the torch from the shaken doctor's hand, I shone it directly in her face. As she recoiled from the light, I lunged and drove the heavy oaken alpenstock with its steel-tipped end through the loathsome, furry body, driving it back to pin it to that obscene, inverted crucifix. I took Moira up in my arms, rushing through the mist, gasping for breath, dodging flames which were beginning to sprout from the earth. I reached the safety of the passageway none too soon, for suddenly, behind us in the cave, the floor exploded with a roar of flame and hissing steam. Doctor, is Moira all right?
Yeah, she is fine. Oh, she was very heavily drugged, more so than you. But she is young and will shake them off.
What happened last night, Doctor?
Herr Grant, this whole countryside around here sits on a subterranean lake of boiling sulfur springs. It happens now and then. There was an explosion. Too much pressure. It blew off like a volcano.
Did you see everything I saw?
Oh, the light was poor, and my eyes are not what they were. The mist of steam created strange illusions. That cavern is gone forever, buried under tons of earth and stone. You need fear nothing anymore. You are free of her forever.
There's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so, as Hamlet remarked to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Are there such things as witches and vampires? I can only answer with another quote. We are what we believe.
I'm holding a remarkable 35mm camera. You probably don't know the name of it unless you've been to Japan. In Japan, where everyone has an eye for cameras, people have been looking into this name for over 40 years. What's behind it? Technology so advanced, we're about to introduce a camera powered by the sun and an SLR lens that focuses by itself. The name? Ricoh. R-I-C-O-H. You can see one at any fine camera store. Ricoh. It's a name worth looking into.
Morning seemed to start out better. You seem to go much better.
Welcome to the Black Mass. Tonight, a ghost story by Ambrose Bierce. Here is The Moonlit Road.
You haven't touched your tea, Mr. Stephen. Shall I warm it?
Don't fuss, Ellen. Please don't fuss.
Sherry, then.
No, I have it here.
Well, this pillow'll be more comfortable.
Oh, Ellen, stop. I'm not helpless. Yet. What you can do is close the terrace window. There's a draft again.
Oh, Mr. Stephen, but the window's closed. There's no draft, not from here.
Not open? But I felt... Oh, yes, well... Never mind, then.
It's a chill you have, Mr. Stephen. And I'm going to have Billy fetch Dr. Benson.
For God's sake, stop, Ellen. Stop it. Get Billy to stoke up the fire, and that's all. Now, let me alone.
Yes, sir.
No. Not a draft? Well, they'll have the house to themselves now, soon enough. As you can see, I am the most unfortunate of men. I am rich. I am respected and well educated and, until just recently, of sound health. I'm the only child of Joel and Julia Hetman. My father was a well-to-do country gentleman. His wife, my mother, was a beautiful and obedient woman, to whom he was passionately attached with what I now can suspect was a jealous and exacting devotion. The details that I can relate hardly add up to a story, Indeed, they could fit together in any number of ways. I've imagined all sorts, with feelings so opposed that they've worn down finally to no feeling at all. Doesn't matter now. It ought never to have mattered. Briefly, then, I was a student at Yale. One day, I received a telegram from my father of such urgency that in compliance with its unexplained demand, I left at once for home. Father?
Stephen. Stephen, this way. Stephen, it's terrible to have to tell you this way.
Well, tell me, for God's sake, what is it?
Your mother. It's your mother, Stephen.
What's happened? She's ill. Dying. Father, now what's happened?
She's dead, Stephen.
But how?
Murdered. Barbarously murdered.
Murdered? Why? By whom?
We don't know. We don't know. We don't know anything. I had gone to Nashville. I didn't expect to be back before the following afternoon. There was a complication, and I returned home the same night. It was late, nearly dawn. I found I had no latchkey. I didn't want to wake the servant, so I walked around to the back. I don't know why, the doors are always locked. But to my surprise, the back door was open. It was standing open, as if someone had just used it. I entered and went upstairs to your mother's room. In the darkness, I stumbled over her. I'll spare you the details, save to say that she was already dead. Strangulation.
But why? Was anything taken from the house?
Nothing. So far as we could see.
But what about the servants? Hadn't they heard any sound?
No, nothing.
And the assassin? Is there no trace of him?
Nothing. But those terrible finger marks on her throat. Dear God, that I may forget them.
I gave up my studies and remained with my father. He was greatly changed. He had always been of a sedate, taciturn disposition. Now he had fallen into so deep a dejection that nothing could hold his attention. Yet anything could arouse him to a fitful interest. A footfall, a sudden entrance. One might have called it an apprehension.
Hey, who's there? Who is it?
It's only me, Father.
Oh, come in. Well, don't stand there in the dark that way.
Shall we take our walk this evening?
No, the garden's chilly, and I'm tired. I think I'll go to my room directly.
I worry about you, Father. I know that this whole thing has been terrible for you, but you've become too melancholy. Have you taken to sleepwalking as well?
Sleepwalking? Why?
Last night, didn't you enter my room? I heard steps along the hall, and then my door opened. Someone stood there in the doorway. I thought it was you, and I called out. When I turned on the light, you'd gone. Got to the door only soon enough to see your door closing down the hall. Wasn't it you, Father? Can you remember?
No, it wasn't me. It must have been your mother. She worries if you come in. Yes, I remember. She got up during the night and then came back. She couldn't have. Stephen, what are you trying to do?
do.
Isn't it bad enough for me now? Must you make things worse with your fantasies, your imagining?
Well, it might have been a servant.
It must have been Ellen. She's always doting over you.
Well, I only wondered that it... Well, if it wasn't you, it might have been...
What do you mean?
Well, I mean that the assassin might have returned, might still be in the house.
That's nonsense. Nonsense.
Why? He's never been found. He's still somewhere.
Yes, I suppose.
Father, have you told me everything that happened that night?
Of course. What else? Why do you ask?
Because it doesn't make sense. Mother was adored by everyone. She was the kindest woman who ever walked the earth. No sane creature could possibly want to hurt her.
Sane? Why do you say sane?
Father, did she have a lover?
Stephen.
Was that it? Is that who opened the back door that night you came back from Nashville? Are you hiding that from me to save her memory?
Oh, stop!
He might have done it. I could imagine that. Mother loved you. I know that. She was devoted to you. She'd never been unfaithful, but she was kind to everyone. I can imagine his jealousy, his fury at her refusing him.
Stephen, stop this.
Well, what did happen?
She was murdered. Isn't that enough?
Enough? Yes. But is it enough for her? Is she still here in this house? Does she haunt us, searching for her lover or her murderer? Does she blame us, Father?
Stephen, let it alone. For God's sake, let it alone.
I never saw her, but I was convinced that her ghost walked the house. The terrible cold of the presence of the dead was everywhere. Perhaps he saw her. I could not. But there were moments at night.
Stephen. Oh, Stephen.
Mother?
Stephen.
The iciness of the grave. The smell of decay. No. I won't see you. I can't. But I imagined I saw her face hideous, white with hate, rotting. No, go away. I am not your assassin. I am not your assassin. One night, a few months later, my father and I were returning home from our evening's walk. A full moon was high above the horizon, and the road, save for the black shadows of the bordering trees, was a ghostly white. As we approached the gate of our dwelling, my father suddenly stopped. He clutched my arm. Father, what's the matter?
There, what is that?
I see nothing, Father.
There, at the gate, directly ahead.
There's nothing, Father. Come on now, we'd better go in.
No.
You're ill.
No, go away. Oh, go away.
Father, what do you see?
No, Julia, no. No.
I tried to follow him, but for some reason couldn't move from the spot.
Go away.
The chill had touched my face.
Julia.
It was all about me.
Julia.
I couldn't turn my head.
No. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
When I turned to look for my father, he was gone. And in all the years that have passed, no whisper of his fate has reached me. I remained here. My youth of brilliant parts and promise faded. Its life blood drained, sifted into the darkness and the silence of this house. Voices seek me out. I hear them not, but only doubt. Doubt in emptiness.
Drink up. Drink up. Tomorrow. Today, I suppose you'd say I was alive. Alive. And tomorrow, well, there's no tomorrow, no yesterday. There's nothing beyond that forest, those trees. That's all I can remember back to. Forest. 20 years ago, I came out of a forest, made my way across the country, all the way to this place. Well, that was something. That was something. I didn't even know my name. I called myself Casper. Casper. Everyone wants to know, what's your name? What's your name? In this world, everyone must have a name. It prevents confusion, even when it does not establish identity. Casper prevented confusion and spent 20 years trying to find a comfortable way to die. There's some small light, though, of a past. I don't believe it. I can't believe it. That's the only thing that seems like a recollection, even if it's wrong or confused. The only thing I have of that life. Two scenes that play over and over. First, there's a house, a big house, owned by a prosperous planter. And there's a woman, a beautiful woman, like a child. And a boy, their son. He's a vague figure, never clear, usually not there at all. The father loves the wife terribly, but he's tortured by a fear that she doesn't belong to him. He can't seem to believe her devotion, her love. And he's reduced to vulgar and commonplace ways of testing her. One day, he goes to the city. It tells her, I'll be gone till the next afternoon. But I'll come back. I'll come back that night and go to a rear door that I had left unlocked. It's dark all around the house. But as I approach, I hear something. The door is open. And a figure. A man. I thought it was a man. I feared it was a man. Sometimes now I can't even believe it was human. He headed straight for me, then just disappeared in the dark. I didn't know where to chase him. So intensely did my jealousy and rage fill me, I didn't search. I rushed into the house and up the stairs to her room, and I pushed open her door. I saw the bed, vaguely. The covers tossed about. I went to it. Empty. She was gone. Escaped. Or hiding. I looked about in the darkness. I walked straight to a corner where she knelt against the wall. I could see her face, the terror in her eyes. The guilt. My hands were at her throat. I kneeled on her struggling body, and there in the darkness, I strangled her till she was dead. No, it never happened. It never happened. I don't believe it. Oh, I was possessed. Possessed by something or someone. But it's all I have. It's all that comes from me. And I go over it again and again. No. There's another scene. Another dream. Another vision of the night. I stand among shadows along a moonlit road. Someone is with me. I cannot see who. But there's another presence. Head. Where the road ends at a gate. In the shadow of the large house. I catch the gleam of white garments. Then the figure of a woman before me on the road. My wife, Julia, murdered. Death in the face. Marks on the throat. Eyes are fixed on mine with an infinite sadness. Sadness, not hate. Not menace, but the apparition terrifies me. Terrifies me. Still terrifies me. She still reaches out to me here. No. Drink up. Drink up. This does it. Wipes it out. Wipes it out. For a little while. For a little while.
Stephen.
No, go away. I'm not your assassin.
It's no use. And it only confuses me why he's so fearful. He doesn't see me. He never saw me. I can't imagine what he would see now. But fear has no sense at all. It's crazy. Just crazy. It makes horrible things out of those who want only kindness and some peace. I keep wandering among these scenes, these rooms, in search of something that just doesn't matter anymore what really happened. No one seems to know. Joel's gone, and there's only Stephen left for a little while. Stephen's my son. He wasn't here at the time. He was away at college. Joel wasn't here either. He'd gone to Nashville on some business and was staying the night. I'd retired early and fallen into a peaceful sleep, but then I awoke. The house seemed more than usually quiet. I had a strange sense of danger, of something. Well, not that I was afraid of being alone. I was often alone, but this was different. There was a chill, as one waits for a thing long imagined or feared, and the feeling grew as I lay there. I felt as if I were lying straight and cold in my coffin. The white satin around my head, the smell of dried flowers, a little bouquet I held in my hand. I wanted to pull my fingers apart, but couldn't, as in a dream. No. I strained for some sign of life in me. And then... I could feel my heart pounding. It was a dream. I sat up in the dark and listened. My own heart was the only sound at first. I listened, and after a while I wondered if the beating came from inside me or somewhere else. I tried to hear which. And then, as if my own fears had decided, had reached out into the dark house and begun to assemble some figure, something. I heard it first on the stairway from the back entrance just below my room. A soft, irregular sound of footfalls on the stairs. It was slow, hesitant, uncertain, as of something that did not see its way. To my disordered reason, all the more terrifying for that, as the approach of some blind and mindless malevolence to which there is no appeal. I said that fear has no brains, it's an idiot. But this had a growing purpose, taking shape as it approached. It approached my door, and then stood there. I heard the breath. He hesitated, his hand on the door. Then it turned and went away, down the stairs, hurriedly. As if in sudden fear, I rose to call for help. But hardly had my shaking hand found the doorknob when I heard it returning. It ran up the stairs, shaking the house. I fled to a corner of the room and crouched on the floor. I tried to cry out. I tried to call Joel, my husband, but suddenly it was in the room, searching me out. Oh, it had gone to the bed and stopped there and turned and came directly to me. I felt a strangling clutch upon my throat. I beat feebly against something that bombed backward. I felt my tongue thrust itself And then I passed into this life. No, I have no knowledge of what it was. The sum of what we know at death is the measure of what we know afterwards. No new light falls upon any page of it. In memory is written all that we can read. We hide in the dark and peer out into the dim light of the present and the fading past. But there is one more scene. A night. We know when it is night, for then you retire to your houses, and we can venture from our places of concealment to move unafraid about our old home, to look in at the windows, even to enter rooms and gaze upon your faces as you sleep. I could see my husband Joel, then Stephen. How strange they looked, how lone. Had they loved me after all? They were saddened and aged by my departure. I tried so often to make them see me, some way to let them know I was here, and send them my great love and pity. But always if I dared approach or wake them in their sleep, they would turn toward me the terrible eyes of the living, frightening me, and I would hesitate, as if my hand was now upon the door, and turn away. On this night I had searched for them, but they were nowhere in the house. I looked about the moonlit lawn, and then moved in the white light along the path to the gate. Suddenly I saw them on the road. They had stopped walking and were looking toward the house. I heard their voices. They stood in the shadow of a group of trees. They stood near, so near.
Along the path.
Their faces were turned toward me. And Joel's eyes were fixed on mine. He saw me. At last he saw me. All my terror and hesitation was gone. He sees, he will understand. I moved forward, smiling and consciously beautiful, to offer myself to his arms, to comfort him, to speak words that would restore the broken bonds between the living and the dead. Joel.
No.
But his face went white with fear.
Julia.
His eyes were those of a hunted animal.
Away. Leave me alone.
He backed away and ran.
No.
Ran right into the woods.
No.
He never returned. Maybe he died and wanders about some other place as I do here. And Stephen, poor Stephen, is left even more alone.
You haven't touched your teeth.
I've never been able to make him know that I'm here, watching him, longing to care for him as a mother should. But soon he too must pass to this life invisible and be lost to me. Lost.
Oh,
Lost.
Mr. Stephen, but the window's closed. There's no draft, not for
That was The Moonlit Road by Ambrose Bierce. The part of Julia was played by Norma Jean Wanvik. Stefan was Martin Ponch. Ellen was played by Nancy Ponch. And Joel was played by your host of the Black Mass, Eric Bowersfeld. The technical production was by John Whiting. And now, good night.
manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open. So do come in. You'll meet some interesting people, including our creaking door attorneys, Messrs. Shaken, white-lipped, and trembling. And it's no secret how they got that way.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
It is early morning at the big prison on the misty river. From the great gate comes a warder, beating his arms against the cold. He opens the side gate to admit a small, stocky man who smokes a cigar and glances nervously around.
There you are, Mr. Charteris, sir.
Thanks. You all ready?
All ready, sir. This way, the governor's waiting for you.
I know my way.
Yeah, and you ought to know, sir, seeing as how you've been here so often. You may like to know he ate a good breakfast.
Oh, the prisoner?
That's right. Resigned, he seems.
You don't have to come with me.
Sorry, sir, it's regulation. A warder must accompany the hangman at all times. It's really so that you don't get attacked, sir. You see, some of the prisoners are getting a bit angry. Very popular, Harry Morse is, Mr. Charteris. Very popular among the villains. Well, here you are, governor's office. Come in.
Good morning, Major Wills.
Morning, Charteris. You're late.
It was fog in town.
Don't tell me that kept you.
No, perhaps not.
Or are you like the rest of us? Scared?
I've never been too scared to do my duty.
The men think he's innocent.
Major Wills, they aren't men. You aren't in the army now. They're prisoners. He's a murderer. He was found guilty by a jury of his peers, very properly sentenced to death.
The trouble is, I think Morse is innocent. Don't you?
With respect, it isn't our province, sir. You're the prison governor, and I'm the hangman. Respective parts are very simple. Got to play them properly. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I see that all's well in the execution chamber. I'll see you there, Governor. You have to sign the warrant before I can act, remember?
Yes, I'll be there. Much as I hate the idea of hanging an innocent man, our duty is plain. Yes, I shall be there. morning, Morse.
Good morning. Is it time?
No, not yet. Morse, we know what it's like for you, and I'm sorry.
No. Nobody knows what it's like. It's lonely, my friend. Lonelier than outer space.
Only one way to look at it. We all got to go sometime. You might have been spared worse than that. Hanging.
Spared worse?
Would it make you feel any better to confess? Usually does, they say. It's customary.
Confess? Confess to a murder I didn't do. I didn't kill Judge Peters. I wasn't near the house. I was called out by the man I told them about, the tall man. He kept me busy while they did what had to be done. I was framed, I tell you.
Well, it's your business. But the gun was yours and it had your prints on it. You're known as a criminal. The judge had given you 5 years at hard labor, and you thought he'd no right to do it. You escaped from jail, man. How can you be innocent?
It doesn't matter. It's too late now.
Yes, it is too late.
How long have I got?
10 minutes. Brace up, Morse. You're a popular man, and since the days of the old highwaymen, popular villains always made a good end. Yes, we'll all remember you, Morse. Don't worry about that. We'll all remember you.
Major Wills.
Charters, what on earth's wrong, man?
What's wrong? I can't go through with it, that's all. I can't.
Pull yourself together.
I've seen the sign. Sign, I'll tell you. There in the execution shed. No, I can't go through with it. The chap's innocent.
You speak of a sign. What sign?
Oh, when I opened the door of the execution shed, he was there. Morse. Standing on a trap of the gallows. The rope round his neck.
It couldn't have been Morse. Morse is in the condemned cell, and you know it. And he's alive, so it could hardly have been his ghost.
I'll tell you, I see.
Pull yourself together. You're suffering from nerves, that's all.
Me? Me suffering from nerves? Not in your life.
Remember what happened to your father?
Yeah. My father was the best hangman this country ever had. Well, he killed himself, all right, very well. Lots of us go that way. You see, a man's sort of different when he's alone. That's when they come. When they stand round with their heads bent. The ones you turned off. When the daylight comes, it's different. They just vanish away. Whoever heard of a haunted execution shed? Why, the idea's nonsense.
That's exactly what I've been telling you, man. Hang it all, Charters. You can't expect me to ring up the Home Secretary and get him to postpone an execution because you started seeing things.
He was standing on the trap with the rope round his neck. The hood was over his head. He raised a hand to me. Stop. It's like a cop on point duty.
Excuse me, sir. Is the execution postponed?
No, of course not.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, it is.
Because, beg your pardon, sir, that poor fellow waiting in the death cell. The convicts are starting to get out of hand. You know what it's like when there's an execution. They're all on edge. Morse is a very popular man.
Yeah, I'll talk to Morse, then to the men. And Charters, you stay here and try to screw up enough courage to do your job. Water Bates, examine the execution shed and tell me what you discover. We'll meet here in 10 minutes. Morse?
Yes?
There's been what I might describe as a technical hitch. I'm very sorry that your ordeal should be dragged out. The matter's beyond my control.
I understand.
But I can hold out no hope of any kind. You're aware of that. As soon as arrangements can be made...
I know. I understand. What's that noise?
The convicts are demonstrating.
They know I'm innocent.
They're greatly affected by any execution. When one is delayed, well, they tend to break down.
They know I'm innocent. So do you.
I've not studied your case, Morse. It's none of my business. You were properly found guilty by a jury of your peers. That's all that concerns me. You were sentenced to death, and jail delivery was effected at my prison.
I didn't kill Judge Peters. A tall man lured me away from home that night. But there's no use talking to you. Not your fault, I know that.
There was a single fact you could remember about this man. Or if you could explain away one bit of the evidence. Now listen.
No, that's it, you see. I've been cleverly framed. Nothing's been left to chance. The tall chap got me out of my house and away from home. Then I had no alibi. That was when they killed the judge.
Morse, what can you remember about this man? Think hard.
Nothing. I remember nothing.
What did he say?
He said my brother was in trouble, that he'd been arrested. He said his name was Lippy, that's all, just Lippy. He said I had to sign for my brother's bail.
Every thief caught with the goods on him always says a tall man handed them over, or a short man, or a fat man, never a man who can be identified. Try, Morse. You're standing in the very shadow of death. If it can help you. But somehow I've always believed your story.
There's nothing that can be done.
Oh, try, man, try. What kind of a voice had this tall man?
Voice? Like a crook. Like an old lag. Talk from one corner of his mouth without moving his lips, you know.
It's hopeless, isn't it?
Yes, I know that. Nothing short of supernatural aid could save me now. And there's no hope of that.
Isn't there, I wonder?
I'll examine the execution shed, sir. There's nothing there. Nothing at all.
I don't believe it. You're lying, Bates.
I'm not used to being called a liar, even by a hangman who's lost his nerve.
I'll tell you, I've seen it.
That's enough.
I've seen it.
Enough, both of you. I'm going to report a small technical hitch in the execution. Bates, take Charteris here to the execution shed and demonstrate there are no spooks or bogies in it. Then test the gallows with a bag of sand the same weight as the prisoner. The execution will take place immediately afterwards. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Right, go to it.
There. Perfect. Want me to try it again?
No. It worked. They know he's not guilty.
Straighten your spine, you snivelling rat.
All right, I say.
I'm going to get this over with before the men have breakfast, and if you won't pull the lever, I'll do it myself.
Hold there, boss.
Have you anything to say, Morse?
Nothing.
You've received spiritual aid.
Yes.
The sentence of death must now be carried out as per the sentence of the court.
The trap won't work. It won't work. We can't hang him now. We can't.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
How very amusing. One One might call it the case of the haunted hangman, who was in there swinging, but got caught in his own trap. I've heard that if a man resists hanging the first time, he can't be hanged again. But I'm not at all sure this is the case. Let's find out, shall we?
Morse back in his cell? Yes, sir. Convicts are kicking up a row still. They keep the doors closed. You ask me, we'll have a full-size riot on our hands if we try and hang Morse again.
The sentence of the court is clear. As for the fiction that an execution cannot be attempted twice, that's utter rubbish. We must simply persevere, that's all.
Do it yourself. I can't.
Very well, Charteris. I shall. But first, be so good as to help us with that bag of sand. We'll go and test the trap again. There. Now, pull the lever. Now, there's nothing wrong with the mechanism. There's a great deal the matter outside. Come with me, Bates. Open the door.
Quiet, you men! There's no cause for alarm, men. I want silence here. Any prisoner continuing in this fashion will be severely punished. Shall I sound the alarm and arm my men, sir?
Not yet, Bates. Poor devils, I can't blame them. The hangman's got the jitters, and none of us believe Morse is guilty. I'm going to telephone the Home Secretary and ask for a stay of execution. Until the morning, Bates. We have a stay of execution until the morning. I'm ordered to have the gallows working or resign. The scandal will shake the entire country.
He should be reprieved. He's been through enough.
Yes, Bates, but the law is the law. There's nothing we can do. Unless we can show clearly that Morse was not guilty of the judge's murder.
Not much chance of that, sir.
No. And yet, I wonder... You remember the circumstances of the case, don't you?
Not very clearly, sir. I followed it at the time, but so far as I can remember, the evidence was clear.
Morse claimed he'd been wrongly convicted of a robbery. Found guilty and sentenced to 5 years hard labor.
Peters was an hanging judge. He was a man who liked passing sentence to death. Yes, he kept Charteris busy, Judge Peters did.
Morse escaped from prison. And the judge was found shot. And Morse, when he was arrested, could only produce a weak story about a tall man who lured him away from the house. And the rest of the evidence was conclusive.
I must say it seemed so to me, sir.
Bates, if we could find that man...
Plenty of people had it in for Judge Peters. He sent Manor into the gallows and young Eddie Chance. Eddie never deserved to die. It was manslaughter, pure and simple.
Bates, that's your opinion. You didn't hear the case.
Like animals, just like animals behind bars.
I must act soon if they don't stop it. They refused dinner and threw the food about. By the way, where's Charteris?
He's in the duty room, sir.
I want to talk to him.
He's still raving about this ghost or apparition or whatever it was he saw.
Very well, I'll see him there. In the meantime, try to get some sense into the prisoners. This isn't helping anybody. Tell me, is it direct mob action or do they seem to have a leader?
Cockney Harry, a lifer. He leads most of the trouble around here. Pelham Morse, sir. Escaped with him.
Bring him to my office under guard.
Yes, sir. Shall I charge him with a breach of regulations?
I want to talk to him first. If he knows Morse, well, he might be able to help. Now, I'd better go and see Charteris. Charteris?
I'll tell you I saw it. I was standing there in the execution shed, like the ghost of a ghost. You have a drink?
Take it easy, man.
Why didn't the trap work? Tell me that, then.
How do I know? Perhaps the wood had warped or something.
I've inspected it. There's no warp. Put a sack on the trap. Crash, it works. Put Morse on it. It don't work. Why? Forces. Supernatural forces, Major Wills. An apparition. A little apparition.
The execution will take place tomorrow morning at 8. There must be no slip.
You just get a new hangman. You haven't seen him the way I did. You haven't seen him standing round you in the dark. Just a glimmer on up of the lamps outside the house. Look, just as they looked. Just as they looked.
Hold yourself together, Charteris.
Just as they looked.
Now, pull yourself together. You'll drive yourself out of your mind.
I'll get away my dad went. He tied a rope himself. He never did a better job. He calculated the drop exact to the inch. He just stepped off. It's painless, Major. I ought to know.
Stop drinking and stop that gibbering, or I'll have you locked in a cell.
Excuse me, sir. Garrett's in your office.
Garrett? Oh, yes. Cockney Harry. Yeah, I'm coming in a moment.
He's a tall man, Garrett, yeah. He's a very tall man, isn't he?
What do you mean?
I just said he was tall.
The one thing you can do to help the situation, Charteris, sober up. Well, Garrett?
Oh, I feel fine, Governor.
You know the penalty for acting against authority?
Yes. I've got to stand in the corner and get kept in after me sewing class.
Morse is a pal of yours, isn't he?
What if he is?
You don't like what happened this morning, do you?
Makes a change, Governor. This is going to leak out, you know. You can't stop it. Oh, what a jail. The hangman's drunk and the gallows won't work, and you're going to try it on the poor devil again tomorrow.
The law will take its course and justice will prevail.
God, chase my Aunt Fanny round the exercise yard. You smug, bloated, frog-faced son of a...
Take that devil tongue of yours.
Leave him, Bates. Leave him. Let him blow off steam.
You're a fair man. Well, everybody says so. Until now, I reckoned you were decent. For a screw. But you've got no hope, have you? You can't hang Morse. Go on, try. Get creepy Charteris sober and let him have another go. You'll go down in history as the man who couldn't hang Morse. You'll see.
What were you doing in the execution shed today?
Just a morbid interest in such things. I had an old uncle once.
You admit being in the shed. It was you whom Charteris saw.
I don't admit nothing.
Why did you shoot the judge?
Me shoot him?
Yes, you. You escaped and took Morse with you, not the other way about. Why did you escape, Garrett?
Claustrophobia. I had a girlfriend once who couldn't even stay in a room with the door shut. And not with me, she couldn't.
You killed Judge Peters. Why, man?
Me kill him? Oh, don't make me laugh. I'm the only bloke with a perfect alibi. And my alibi is Morse, that's who. Morse himself.
And you were the tall man he met that night. An unfortunate slip of the tongue, wasn't it, Harry? Bates, bring Morse here. We'll save that man whether he likes it or not. Morse, I want the truth.
Yes, Morse. Tell him or you're going to get into trouble.
Shut up, Harry. Morse, was this the tall man who lured you away from the house that night?
Yeah, I've admitted it, boy. It's okay, you can tell him.
Yes. Harry asked me to meet him to discuss getting out of the country. He said there was a ship.
Yeah, so there was. There you are. I was outside the house with Morse at the time. Now do you believe I didn't kill Judge Peters?
We'll see Charteris in the execution room, all of us, now.
Let me inform you, I'm a man in a respectable and important government position. I'm not to be trifled with. And let me tell you this. If I can't hang Morse, nobody can hang him. Morse, I'll see you at 8 sharp tomorrow, my lad. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Stay where you are, Charteris. Have you ever heard of a case before in which a convicted prisoner couldn't be hanged?
Lots of them. My colleagues usually won out, you know. Crime doesn't pay, eh, Morse?
It seems incredible to me, Charteris, that a man in your profession hasn't heard of the most famous case of all, the original case of the man they couldn't hang.
What are you getting at, Major?
Did you plan the escape, Charteris?
What?
Did you get Morse out of jail in order to give you a perfect setup for murder? Did you frame Morse and betray him?
What an idea.
And in the end, you found you couldn't go through with it, didn't you, Charteris?
Don't say anything you can't prove.
You found you couldn't hang Morse in the end, and so you told us the tall story about the ghost in the execution shed and the trap that wouldn't work.
You thought it went with a sack of sand and...
But you weren't standing in place, were you, Charteris?
Huh?
You see, I read that story, too. The man they couldn't hang. And I guarantee that when you stand in place, there's a plank that slides out under the trap and stops it working.
I had to kill the judge. I had to.
But why? That's what I can't understand. Why?
Because he killed my father. Drove him off his head. Men that my dad reckoned was innocent. They had to go. It was the same with me. I've been off my head with it. The hanging judge, they called him. But he didn't have to do the hanging. I did. I did, Doctor. Face it. When it comes to me, my turn, please let my assistant turn me on. Young Sammy. He's got a touch, Sam has. He's an artist. Couldn't be succeeded by a better man.
Interesting lives some people lead, don't you think? And as for poor Charteris, the executioner, he keeps us in fits of laughter with his merry jests. Here, behind the creaking door.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Lights out for the devil and Mr. O. It is later than you think. Turn out your lights now. We bring you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly so that if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now. This is Mr. O. Arch Obler. A writer gets his material, you know, where he can. What he sees, what he reads, what he thinks about, the people he meets. Well, today's story, Cemetery, happened because a friend of mine was fired, or rather, as they like to say, let go, by a very kind corporation 2 years before my friend's company pension was due. Naturally, I got angry at that injustice, and I wrote Cemetery, which begins after a short interlude message or what have you.
Last year, Sea Ventures introduced 16,000 inner-city children to fresh air, learning, and fun in the form of Bear Mountain, Rye Beach, West Point, open-air concerts, swimming, snorkeling, boating, crabbing, and sailing. All of this was done through the use of a floating day campsite, the Bay Bell Steamship. This year, Sea Ventures won't happen without your help. Sea Ventures has been giving a matching grant by the Bureau of Children's Services to offer its program to 1,500 children per day for 50 days at $2 per day per child. However, Sea Ventures still needs the funds to match this grant in order to carry out the program. Won't you please send your dollars to Sea Ventures, Post Office Box 711, Island Heights, New Jersey, 08732. That's Sea Ventures, Post Office Box 711, Island Heights, New Jersey, 08732. And give a kid some fresh air.
And now, if you haven't already done so, turn off your lights now and listen to Cemetery.
Daily Express. City editor, 1 moment. Daily Express. Want ad department, 1 moment, please. There you are. Daily Express. Sport department. Whom do you wish to speak to? 1 moment, please. Daily Express. 1 moment, I'll connect you. Daily Express. Daily Express.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, Jim.
Kind of late today, aren't you, Mr. Roberts?
First time in 40 years. Can't understand what happened to my alarm clock.
Well, maybe it wore out.
Worn out. Maybe that's right. Just worn out.
Hold up a minute, will you, Mr. Roberts? I want to talk to you.
I'm late, Carter, but what can I...
It's about that money, Mr. Roberts. I was wondering if you'd wait to say...
Of course, my boy, of course. How is she?
Oh, doing fine. Mr. Roberts, I want you to know how much Jean and I appreciate what you...
All right. We're all human beings together, aren't we?
Some folks are.
I'm late. Got to hurry. See you later.
Thanks again, Mr. Roberts.
Sam Roberts.
Yes, Harry.
Have you heard the news?
No, was so late, didn't even look at
Late?
the paper.
Why, it's only 2 minutes after.
2 minutes after is 2 minutes late, Harry.
Sam Roberts, you're the... Oh, well. Listen, have you heard about Bridge? He's here.
Eh?
Bridge. Mr. Bridge, the new publisher.
Oh, him. Well, that's nice. He's taking things over.
Sam, you're not in the least bit interested in the fact that there's a new man on top, are you?
Well, I've been here so long, and many have come and gone.
But aren't you afraid of...
Well, finish it, Harry. Afraid of what?
Oh, forget it. That column of yours is all that matters, huh, Sam?
Well, I've been doing it quite a number of years. You know, just this morning, I was thinking how fortunate a man I am. For 40 years, things have happened. Wars, peace conferences, depressions, and prosperity. And in all that time,
Mr. Roberts.
Someone paging you, Sam.
Eh?
Mr. Roberts, you wanted upstairs right away.
Upstairs, Jim? Me?
He said come up right away. New boss, Mr. Bridge.
Mr. Bridge?
Yeah, right away. He's the boss.
That's not so good, Sam.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You'd better get up there.
Sure. Too bad I was late today. Maybe he's been waiting for me.
Take the side steps, Sam. Get up there faster.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Harry. Thanks.
Good luck, Sam.
Luck? Why should I need luck? Funny about that alarm clock.
Yes?
Oh, I've never seen... Oh, you're new here, aren't you, miss?
I'm Miss Ronson, Mr. Bridges' new secretary. What is it, please?
I'm Sam Roberts. Column on the editorial page.
Oh, yes. Mr. Bridge was expecting you. If you'll wait a moment.
Yes.
Yes?
Mr. Roberts is here, Mr. Bridge.
All right, send him in a hurry.
Yes, sir. Very well. You can go in now.
Yes, so I heard.
All right, Roberts, come in.
Yes, sir.
Well, come in.
Yes, sir.
Sit there.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Bridge.
Sit down.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Bridge, I think you're going to like publishing the Daily Express. What I mean to say is, on this paper you'll find a group of men who work together, who actually think that the newspaper is part of their lives, who actually...
Just a moment, Mr. Roberts. I'm a busy man.
I couldn't understand that.
I didn't ask you up here to hear about the esprit de corps of this organization. It's been my personal experience that the average man does what he's paid for. No more, no less.
Oh, now don't say that, Mr. Bridge. Now you take Charlie down at number 1 Linotype. Why, there's a man...
Mr. Roberts.
I'm sorry. I know you're busy, but I thought maybe you'd like to know something.
I've seen the balance sheet. I know all I want to know about this publication. The Daily Express earned 23% less in the 6 months of this fiscal year than it did in a similar period in any year in its history.
Well, I don't know much about that. But after all, things haven't been going too well any place. You can't blame the men.
The men of an organization make money. The men of an organization lose money. And I assure you, Mr. Roberts, that during the next 6 months, this newspaper will make money.
Well, that's fine. I'm sure folks...
Will you keep quiet?
If that's what you want.
Mr. Roberts, there comes a time in every man's life when he ceases to be an asset to the organization which hires him. Might as well be frank and tell you that time has come in your career.
What did you say, Mr. Bridge?
In plain English, what I said was that you're getting just a little too old for this organization.
Old?
In other words, I'm giving you 2 weeks' notice. Sorry, Mr. Roberts, but that's the way things are. Good day, sir.
You mean fired?
The cashier will have your check. Good day.
But my column...
I'm a busy man, Mr. Roberts.
But my column...
I'm replacing that tomorrow with a syndicated column. Big-name Broadway stuff. That's what the public wants.
Mr. Bridge, you don't understand. Thousands of people, they write me. For 40 years I've been...
If you've been doing it for 40 years, that's long enough. Good day, Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Bridge, listen, where should I go? Ever since I was 16, this is my work. I don't know
Must I have you shown out, Mr. Roberts?
No, I don't want to anger you, but my column... 40 years, I tell you.
Will you?
It isn't the money. I'll work for nothing. Yes, I'll work for nothing.
Now, look here, Roberts.
Didn't you hear me, Mr. Bridge? For nothing. Just let me be here.
Get out of here.
No, listen to me. Just a minute more.
I have no time. Get out.
But my 40 years here, since I was a boy...
You've been paid for every day.
Then I don't want any more pay. Just let me stay. My work. A man can't live without his work.
Get out. Miss Ronson.
No. I'll go. I'll go. But before I go, just another word.
Well...
Who wants me to go? The managing editor or you?
Certainly it's my doing. It's my money invested in the paper. It's my right to choose my employees.
Let me stay.
Oh, what are you going to do? Start playing hearts and flowers?
Please.
Once and for all, get out of here. This is a business institution. You've been paid for services rendered. Now get out of here and stop acting like a fool.
All right, Mr. Bridge. All right.
Yes, Mr. Bridge?
Go ahead with the rest of them. Get them up here one at a time.
Yes, Mr. Bridge.
Every man in the organization over 50, understand?
Yes, Mr. Bridge. Do you want me to include...
What? Miss Ronson, what's the matter? Answer me. Crazy little fool screaming like that. Answer me. All right, I'll come out there and see what's the matter. Look here, Miss Ronson. Didn't you hear me? What was the idea of... Miss Ronson, what's the matter with you?
The window. Look.
Window? What about the window?
That old man, Mr. Roberts.
Well...
He just jumped out.
We leave our The Devil in Mr. O's story of Cemetery for a message.
When you've got a family to feed, there are ways to cut high food costs. And we'd like to tell you an economical, tasty way to serve top-quality meat dishes. Today's answer is high protein. Ham. H-A-M. Crackus and Atalanta imported Polish ham. When you buy Crackus or Atalanta Polish ham, There's no waste, no gristle or bone to throw away, and no water added. It's all lean, flavorful ham, down to the last tasty bit. You can even use the small amount of jellied broth to make soups more nourishing, or to create delicious gravies. And warm weather is time for just plain relaxing. Feeding your family can be less work, and entertaining will be more fun if you'll get the Polish ham habit. It's great for all outdoor or indoor dining, for snacks, picnics, and for every good food occasion. And Polish ham may just be the most economical answer to hot or cold meals your family and guests will love. It's the easiest food you can prepare, because Polish ham is fully cooked when you buy it. So if you wish, just zip open the tin, slice, serve, and enjoy from end to end.
And now back to our story of Cemetery.
Jenkins?
Yes, sir?
Why are you taking this road?
Well, I don't quite know,
What do you mean
sir.
you don't know? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it's a shortcut here.
No, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Sorry, sir.
Jenkins.
Yes, sir?
How soon do you think we'll get to Hartville?
About midnight, sir.
Well, that wife of mine, she thinks of the blamedest times to... Jenkins! Jenkins, what are we slowing up for?
I don't know, sir. The engine...
Well, of all the infernal times and places... Jenkins, what's the idea?
It ain't my idea stopping, sir. It's the engine.
This is no time for cleverness. New car like this stalling, I never heard of such a thing. Get it started quickly.
Yes, sir.
Well...
Something's wrong.
No, that's brilliant. Get out, you fool, and fix it.
Okay.
What's that?
I said yes, sir.
Oh, the rattle-brained... Well, what are you doing out there?
Trying to find the trouble.
Well, don't try, find it. No, better go out and see myself what... Well, have you located the trouble?
No, sir.
What do you mean, no, sir? Do you know your business or don't you?
Don't seem to be getting any spark. The distributors don't...
And why doesn't the engine go? What do I pay you for? To stand around lonely roads in the middle of the night holding guessing games?
Doing my best.
Don't you talk back to me. Get this car started, you incompetent good for nothing, or you're fired. You understand me?
Yeah? Okay.
Jenkins, where are you going? Jenkins!
Said I was fired, did you?
Come back here at once.
Yeah, I'll come back long enough to tell you that if I could take about 20 years off you, I'll change your face plenty before walking out on you.
Well, how dare you?
You shoved everybody else around, but you shoved me around for the last time. I'm walking out on you, sourpuss. I'm walking out right now.
You can't leave me here in the middle of nowhere.
Can't I? Well, I'm doing it.
Now, Jenkins, you...
So long, dictator. Have a nice walk.
Jenkins, don't be a fool. Come back here. Jenkins, get this car started. Jenkins! Oh, all right. You haven't heard the last of this. I'll fix you, you hoodlum. Leaving me like this, you'll regret it, Jenkins. Blasted dark. Thinks I'll walk my feet off, huh? Oh, no, I won't. Get in the car. Sit here until someone comes along. Infernal hoodlum.
I beg your pardon.
Huh?
But could I be of assistance?
Well, where? What?
I was walking along. I saw you were stalled here.
Oh, well, that's fine. Yes, you can help me. I'll pay you well, too.
Will you?
Certainly. You know about cars?
I will drive.
Well, that's fine, but you'll have to get it started first. Something about the ignition. I don't know much about machinery, do you?
If you will let me sit behind the steering wheel.
Certainly, but fix the engine first.
If you will let me sit behind the steering wheel.
But I tell you, the engine... Oh, all right. You'll see for yourself the starter doesn't do any good. But... Start.
Yes.
That infernal Jenkins, he stalled me here deliberately.
We will go.
He'll regret this night, believe you me. Nothing wrong with the car at all, was there?
It runs well.
Say, what's the idea of turning down this road? This isn't the way to...
It's a short way.
Huh?
A much shorter way.
You mean to Hartville?
I assure you a much shorter way.
Oh, fine. Pretty clever fella. Hey, how would you like working as my chauffeur? I pay well, treat my help well. Did you hear me? I said, how would you like the job working for me? I'll start you out at... Hey, why do you keep your head turned? What? If I turn the headlights off. Stop the car. The headlights are off. Stop the car. You can't drive in the dark.
I know the road well.
This is no dim-out area. Someone might run into us. Stop the car.
There is no time to wait.
Yes, I'll grant you I'm in a hurry, but if you think I'm going to jeopardize my life driving in the dark like this, you're crazy. Stop the car. Stop it. Well, it's more like it. No use jeopardizing my life. Well, come on, get out. You can fix the lights.
Yes.
Everything happening at once. Blasted automobile. Well, why stand there? Going to fix the lights?
There will be light enough soon.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The moon.
The moon?
In a moment. The moonlight.
Moonlight? Who cares about moonlight? Fix the lights and... What?
You see.
Cemetery. The cemetery.
We went where the road led.
What's the meaning of this?
Come.
Come? Come where? What are you up to? Why did you bring me to this infernal graveyard?
Follow me.
Follow you? Where? Among the tombstones?
This way.
Are you crazy? Get me out of here quickly.
You will follow me.
What are you up to? Your face. I have seen you before. This blasted half-light. I do know you, don't I?
Ask you once more. Come with me.
No violence. My money, it's in my inside pocket. Let me go, but no violence.
With me.
No. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I can't stand pain. I'll go with you. I'll go.
This way.
If you think there's any profit in kidnapping me, let me tell you you're mistaken. Here, take my wallet and show me the way out of here, and we'll forget about the whole thing.
This way.
No. Don't make me walk too fast. I'm not used to walking. It isn't good for me to walk so fast. Now, listen, man, you've got to tell me. Where are you taking me? Where is there to go in the cemetery? I don't like it. I tell you, I don't. If this is your idea of a joke, I tell you, I don't like it. The tombstones shining so white, they're like hands stuck up out of the ground. No, I won't go any further. I don't care what you do. I won't go any... The moonlight, it's gone. Fellow, where are you? It's gotten so dark. Don't leave me here. Those infernal graves and tombstones. Answer me, where are you? All right. On my way up myself. So infernally dark I can't see an inch in front of me. Doorknob. The door here. What? Yes. But how? What steps going down? I wonder what... Door! Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out. Let me out of here.
I'm here.
Huh? Where? Oh. I heard you. You down there?
I am here.
Tell me, is that the way out?
The way out.
Oh. Wait for me. Wait for me. So infernally dark. Just get me out of here. Get me back to my car. Any place but out of this infernal cemetery. I'll pay you well, anything you want. Oh. There you are. What is this place? Where am I? Well, don't stand there in the shadows. Talk up. Where am I?
Look about you.
Infernal candlelight. What can I see? You said this was the way out. Well, lead the way.
Take up the candle.
All right.
Look at the wall alongside of you. Hold the candle high.
What is this place?
You see...
Coffins.
The mausoleum of the family of Bridge. Your family.
No.
Look closely. The brass plate on that one.
Jeremiah Bridge. Born 1802, died 1858. My grandfather.
You never were here before, were you?
Huh? Oh, no, of course not. I can't stand funerals and such things. Why am I here now?
They lived their years. The men of the family called Bridge. They lived their years like robber barons. And then they died, and here in darkness rots their bones.
What are you talking about? Who are you? Why did you bring me here?
I tried to rest, yet found no rest. As long as you were living.
Who are you?
As long as you were living.
Answer me, who are you? Take your arm away from your face and let me see. Roberts.
Yes. I tried to rest. But the thought of all the men, my friends, whose hearts you'd break as you broke mine, that thought kept tearing at the dead bones of me until I thrust up out of the grave and came back for
Robert,
you.
your face.
My coffin was a poor one. Worms and maggots worked quickly.
No.
The dead are dead, they told me.
Stay back.
The dead can't walk, they told me.
No closer.
The dead can't talk, they told me.
Stay back.
And yet I walk, I talk.
Back.
When you took away my work, you took away my life.
Back.
All the years I lived, I was what they call a good man, asking so little. A place to sleep, my work to do.
No, stop. I can't bear to look at you.
When you took my work and with it my life, my goodness and kindness went too. In the grave, I learned the will to kill.
No, not me.
You hear me? Kill. And you, the one to be killed.
No, not me. You can't kill me.
Here in the place where all of your breed lie rotting, this is the place for you.
No, stay back. I can't go any further. The wall.
There's hate in me now. Hate that wants to tear the eyes that saw only profit from your head.
Oh, please, no, I beg of you.
Hate that wants to rip that fat hypocritical tongue from out your head.
Please, not me.
Hate that wants to rip the skin from off your flesh.
No, stop. Dead can't kill the living.
Hate can kill in life or death.
No, I'll get away from you. I will. Dark again. Roberts, where are you? I can't see. No. You're not in front of me. Then where? Gone. Hide. I'll hide till morning. What? Box. Empty coffin on the floor. Yes, hide in it. Climb in. Put the lid down. Yes? Never get me in here. Ghost can't move material things. Never get me. Wait until morning. Get away then. Never happened anyway. Hallucination. Man jumped out of the window. How could he live again? Air. I think air's getting bad. Open the lid and see if he's gone. Can't budge it. He's sitting on it. Roberts holding it tight. Get off. Get off. The air, I'll suffocate. Get off. Robert, get off.
Say, Miss Ranson.
Yes?
Where's Mr. Bridge? Something's come up about the Grosvenor contract. He said he'd have the papers signed.
Just a minute. Mr. Bridge hasn't come in yet this morning.
Morning? Well, it's almost noon.
I know it is, but he isn't here. Had about a dozen appointments, but he just isn't here.
Perhaps he left it on his desk.
You'd better not disturb his papers.
Oh, I won't. Miss Ranson, come here, quick.
What is it? What's the matter?
Look, the proof sheet for tonight's paper. Where did it come from?
Why, I don't know. It wasn't there when I came in this morning.
Look at it. Look at it.
All
Look
right.
what it says.
All right. Scoop. J. Rogers Bridge, publisher of the Daily Express, committed suicide last night in his family mausoleum in the Rosewood Cemetery. Oh, no.
And look at the signature. It's signed Roberts.
Roberts. Oh, but he's the old man who jumped out of the window.
Wait. Look. The message. It's printed on... Oh, no.
Printed on what? Tell me.
Piece of human skin.
This is Mr. O. Arch Obler. Next time, we've got one of the most intriguing plays we've ever done. We know as the result of the pictures those brave astronauts have brought back that the moon has been powed and popped by meteors for many centuries. Well, if one of those meteors should fly through space, a meteor, a small one in relative terms of those that have hit the moon, say a mile in diameter, should hit right on the Empire State Building, 9 million human beings would be gone. Well, that's all part of the play next week, and we'll discuss that further after your station talks to you.
Dr. Campbell Moses, medical director of the American Heart Association, talks about a serious health problem in America today.
Thousands of Americans die unnecessarily each year from heart attack because they don't know the symptoms and delay getting medical care. What are the symptoms? They vary, but they often start with a squeezing pain in the center of the chest behind the breastbone, the pain radiating to the shoulder, arm, neck, or jaw. It's often accompanied by sweating and occasionally by nausea, vomiting, and shortness of breath. If this happens to you, don't delay. Call your doctor and carefully describe your symptoms. If you can't reach your doctor, get to a hospital emergency room as quickly as possible. Remember that frequently the symptoms of heart attack subside completely and then recur. In heart attack, minutes count, so act promptly.
Helping you to feel better and live better longer is just one of the services of your heart association. Just one of the reasons you should give to your heart fund.
This is Mr. O again. Yes, next week's play is titled Speed, and it ties right in with that narrow ledge mankind sits on concept we were talking about. What if instead of moving at 3-4 miles an hour, a man could move at 20-30 times that rate? Supposing he could run 100 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour, 600 miles an hour. What would life be like for him and the people who came in contact with him? Intriguing? Well, that's happening next time. It is later than you think.
The silent herald of life and death, success or failure, the unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
Will you be wanting anything else, ma'am?
No, thank you. That meal was really delicious. It was so kind of you to attend to us after hours.
Oh, it's a pleasure, ma'am.
I don't suppose you know of any hotel in the vicinity that could put us up for the night?
Whoa. There's nothing hereabouts. Nearest is Chiswick, about 15 miles to the north. There's a comfortable hotel there.
15 miles? Oh, dear, the weather's so awful. Is there nothing nearer?
No, ma'am.
Of course, we should have stayed at the other village, but
Carrie, you promised not to say I told you so.
Well, yes, but...
Oh, do keep your promise. It's just unfortunate that the weather took a turn for the worse.
But if you'll remember, Vera, I did warn you...
Golly, it won't take us long to travel 15 miles. I presume the road is good?
Well, yes, providing you're careful, ma'am.
Oh, I'm a very cautious driver.
And providing you take it easy on Churton's Corner.
Churton's Corner?
Yes, ma'am, it's really a joke hereabouts. We call it the Ghost on Churton's Corner.
The ghost on Churton's Corner.
Oh, it's only a joke. You know, superstition. Most villages are haunted. Ours is the ghost on Churton's Corner.
Oh, I see. Superstition. I really thought you were serious for a moment. But then, of course, talk of ghosts is never serious, is it?
Well, ma'am, that depends, doesn't it?
Depends.
On whether you believe or not.
Well, I don't, most definitely. And I won't even talk about it.
But, Vera...
Larry, you frighten yourself and start to imagine all manner of things. My sister's very susceptible to talk of the supernatural.
Yeah, them's the kind that usually does see ghosts, ma'am.
What form does it take?
Oh, well, ma'am...
Clary, for goodness sake, there's a raging storm, and things will be quite difficult enough without you expecting to meet up with a spirit from another world.
Now, come along, darling. We really must go. Thank you so much for helping us. You've been most kind.
Oh, it's a pleasure, ma'am.
About this ghost, that will do, Clary. Come along. We delayed long enough as it is. Oh, dear, if only we hadn't come.
Please, Clary, don't go on and on about this.
I never wanted to come anyway. It would have been much better if we'd stayed at home.
It's been a wonderful holiday.
Everything's gone wrong the whole wretched time. There was that...
Positive thinking, Clary, positive thinking.
Oh, honestly, I don't like driving in the storm. Don't you hope it's in a terrible...
Well, it will be in another 12 miles.
I don't know how you can see in this wretched rain.
I can, but it does need concentration. So please do keep quiet and allow me to attend fully to the road.
Yes, dear. Wait a minute. That sign over there, do you see?
Where?
Accommodation, do you see? And an arrow points up there. Oh, Vera, do stop. This must be the hotel.
But the man said 15 miles.
But he may have made a mistake.
Accommodation.
Oh, we can try, and if we don't like it, we could drive on. But it may be ideal. But positive thinking, Vera. Remember positive thinking?
Oh, well, all right, then. We'll try it.
It's a sharp turn to the left here. That's it. Oh, really, you are a clever driver, Vera.
That must be the accommodation there. It's in a very big hotel.
But it might be very comfortable. There, you see a light in that downstairs room and another. Oh, it does seem quite a charming place.
But rustic.
I prefer them to these brash big hotels.
Oh, well, let's have a look then.
Oh, excellent, Vera. The door's open. There's someone waiting for us. I'll go across and make arrangements about our rooms. I have the feeling that we'll be most happy here.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Have you any accommodation for two, my sister and me? We're on a touring holiday, and this dreadful weather has delayed us.
Yes, I have. For two?
Yes.
Skinner?
Yeah?
Accommodation for two.
Right.
Oh, here's my sister, Miss Vera Stevens.
Oh, good evening.
Darling, there is accommodation. Isn't that a blessing? I'm afraid I don't know what your name is.
Churton.
Churton?
Yes, Mrs. Naomi Churton.
Oh, Churton. Good evening.
Good evening. So pleasant having someone to stay. It's been a long time.
So you don't have many visitors?
No, not since the new road.
Is there a new road?
Yes, quite a new road. Cuts off so much. Still, people do come sometimes.
Rooms are ready, madam.
Oh, thank you, Skinner. I'll take the ladies up. Is the luggage in the car?
Yes, shall I?
No. Let Skinner bring it. Just give him the key.
Thank you very much. There.
No. Skinner's excellent. I couldn't manage without him.
You've been here long?
Oh, yes. We've always been here. We're almost a legend now.
We heard about Churton's Corner even before we met you.
Oh?
From the gentleman at the tea room.
Tea room?
Yes. Didn't you know about the tea room?
I don't get about much these days. Now, let me take you up to your room. It's over this way.
Well, Clary, this is comfort at its best. Nice beds, large room each. We're very fortunate.
Yes, it is comfortable, but what? I don't know. That's just it. I just don't know. There's something wrong.
I know exactly what's on your mind. That ridiculous man at the tea room and his story about the ghost of Churton's Corner. It did come as quite a shock when she told me what her name was, of course.
And she is odd.
Oh, my dear Clary, if you're thinking that this woman here is some psychic phenomenon, you're quite wrong. She's very much of the earth. I mean, I know all about these things. I've studied the subject. This house is perfectly normal.
Well, as long as you're happy, darling.
I am. I'm perfectly happy. Now you mustn't worry.
What we both need is a good night's sleep. We're both tired.
We did need sleep. But sleep didn't come as I lay there on that great feather bed. It was midnight, and suddenly I saw the bedroom door being quietly pushed open. Terror gripped me, and I didn't move. The woman stood there, circled by the watery yellow of candlelight. Then she was gone, so quickly and quietly I thought it was an illusion. Then there was another sound, a sound that jerked me upright with my scalp prickling. It was a scream, a shrill scream of mortal terror. I never remember leaving my bed and rushing through to Clary, who was sleeping peacefully. I only remember shaking her awake. Clary, wake up! Clary, for goodness sake! What's the matter? Vera, someone screamed. It was a ghastly scream. But before that, Mrs. Churton came into my room. She was carrying a candle, and she stared at me. Someone screamed. Vera, I would have woken up, but... Oh, darling, you look white and shocked. Oh, it was quite horrifying. It was a woman's scream, Clary. I'm sure there's been murder. We must go and see if we can help. Are you sure about this? Sure, of course I'm sure. I heard it clearly. Oh, for goodness sake, Clary, we've got to do something. If there has been murder, we'll have to be very careful. Of course, but we've got to find out all we can, and quickly. The rest is a nightmare. We opened the door and stared up and down the long, dark corridor. There was nothing. No movement, no sound. The rain only beat an impatient tattoo against the long windows at the end. Then suddenly Clary grabbed my arm. I felt her fingers shake as she whispered the single word, "Look." It was only then that we saw lying on the floor a crumpled figure, which was no more than a blurred outline in the darkness. There's someone. We'll have to go over. Oh, Vera, I'm frightened. That gave me the courage I needed. Of course Clary was frightened. She was always the timid one. We moved silently forward for what seemed an interminable time. The blurred figure became clearer and clearer. There was a nightdress, a pretty frilly nightdress, blonde hair cascading across the floor, the face of a young girl looking strangely peaceful. But I found my eyes riveted with fascinated horror to her back. The golden hilt of a knife winked evilly up at us. This was the weapon of death which had killed her. I'll never know how long we both stared down at that still figure. Then, suddenly, beside me, I heard Clary. She's dead, Vera. She's dead. Oh, no. Help! Hush! Oh, hush, for goodness sake, Clary. We've got to get help. We must. All right, we will, but don't shout. Let's go back to our room. But, Vera, don't forget she's been murdered, and the murderer must still be at the... Oh, no. That's why it's important that we keep quiet. We'll go back to our rooms, pack our things, and creep away. Oh, poor thing. I wonder what it means. I wonder who she is. Couldn't we use the telephone? We'll rouse the whole house. We must be quiet for our own safety. Oh, Vera, you're always so sensible. Oh, it's like a living nightmare. We retraced our steps, leaving that silent figure lying where we'd found it. Once back in our rooms, we locked the doors and began packing feverishly. Then we both heard the knock. Who is it?
Mrs. Churton, are you all right?
Well, yes. Why do you ask?
I thought I heard you walking down the passage. I was wondering if I could get you anything.
Tell her. All right. I'll open the door. I shan't be a moment. She might have killed the girl. Not that old woman. She isn't strong enough. I'd tell her, get her to phone the police. It might have been that butler of hers. Yes, you're right.
Are you coming, Miss Stevens?
Yes, I'm coming. There's been a murder here, Mrs. Churton. A young girl. She's lying down the passage. There.
A murder? A murder, you say, young girl? Where? Where is she?
I'll show you. We saw her down... Oh! But she's gone.
Gone?
There was a young girl lying just there with a knife in her back. I heard her scream. What's happened to her? Where have you put her?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. I've just walked up that passage. There was no young girl. There was nothing. You can see for yourself.
Both my sister and I saw her. She was young and pretty, and she was wearing a blue frilly nightdress. She was lying almost at the end of the passage.
Well, look for yourself. There's no one.
But we both saw her, the two of us. There was no mistaking it. She'd been stabbed. Where's your butler? What's he doing?
You mean Skinner? I presume he's asleep.
I want to phone up the police and report this to them. Where's your telephone?
Well, use it by all means. But you're being very foolish. There's been no murder here, to my knowledge.
Well, we did see that body. That's for certain.
And what are you going to tell the police?
That there's something strange going on here. Something very strange indeed.
You'll have to produce some evidence.
They can search for it.
You believe they can conjure up this body like a rabbit from a hat?
They've been trained for this sort of thing. Oh. This telephone doesn't seem to be working.
That's right, it isn't. It was the lightning.
Why didn't you tell me?
I don't remember you asking.
Really? In that case, my sister and I will have to leave and get help.
In this rain? Is that wise?
We can't stay here.
Miss Stevens, I suggest to you that all this is imagination. You come here tired. There's been a frightful storm. It all adds up to a nervous strain. I haven't been anywhere near you.
Oh, but you have.
I promise you, Miss Stevens, I did not. This must be imagination on your part. Now, please do as I suggest. Go back to sleep, and let us discuss this in the morning.
Perhaps Mrs. Churton is right, Clara.
Clara.
We can discuss it in the morning.
Oh, well, most wise of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get back to bed as well. Good night.
Clary, do you believe that? Shh. Of course I don't believe it was imagination, but it's no good arguing. We must leave here. Oh, thank heaven you agree with me. This is an affair for the police to handle. Of course there was murder. There's no doubt in my mind at all. It's my belief there's something to do with her. And we'll prove it, Vera. God, I like to hear you talk positively like this. But we must be careful in case they try to stop us. It's quite possible they'll do that. Let's pack our things quickly, and carry them to the car just as soon as we can. There wasn't a sound when we opened the door again. The house seemed to be sleeping. We fearfully passed the spot where we'd seen the body, but there was nothing. The lock on the front door yielded easily to our trembling fingers. No one made any move to stop us. As I eased myself into the driving seat of the car, I chanced to glance back at the dark, almost desolate house. In one of the upper windows, a candle flickered, and in the yellow light I saw two faces staring at us. Then they were gone, and I was left with the uncomfortable feeling that Naomi Churton was laughing. It was Clary's idea that we stop at Ben Lambert's tea room and tell him of the murder. It was in darkness when we stopped, but he soon opened the door to our insistent knocking.
Oh, for gosh sake, what are you doing here at this time of night?
There's been a murder, a ghastly murder. We want to notify the police.
Murder?
Yes, it's the work of Mrs. Churton, Mrs. Naomi Churton and that butler of hers. The police must be notified immediately. We've found the body. A lovely young girl, stabbed.
Wait a minute, ma'am.
Too much time's been wasted already, Mr. Lambert. They've hidden the body, but I'm sure the police will search and they'll find it.
You saw the body?
The two of us did. I'd recognize the girl anywhere.
Oh, you would you? I've got this photograph. I always keep it here. Yeah, that's it. Is this the girl you saw?
Yes. Yes, of course. Oh, there's no mistake at all. That is the unfortunate child.
Oh, my goodness, is she... I mean, do you know her?
Yeah, very well.
Don't you understand? She's been murdered.
You went to Churton's Folly, did you, ma'am? The big house on the hill where it says accommodation.
That's right, yes. Please don't stand there talking about this. The police must be notified. Have you a telephone?
Ma'am, why don't you sit down, eh? Let me do some talking.
Talking at a time like this? With that child lying dead up there.
You see, this picture, miss, it's Barbara. Lovely young girl she was. She had a liking for the gentleman, see, and, well, I should know. She was my sister.
Your sister? But that makes it all the worse.
She worked as a maid at Churton's Folly. Well, she had ideas about Skinner. Well, he had ideas about her. Anyway, Ma Churton found out, and she killed her.
Killed her? But...
Yeah, with a knife. It had a gold hilt, but that's how the police got her. It was her knife. Well, she didn't deny it.
But this is ridiculous. When did it happen?
Come Sunday, it'll be 20 years ago.
But 20 years ago? I don't believe it. Why, we saw her.
You aren't the first man. I dare say you won't be the last, neither.
You mean we witnessed?
It's best not to give it names, miss.
What happened to the woman, Churton? What happened to her?
They hanged her. It was right they did. She was a bad one. Yeah, it wasn't only Barbara. There was another one as well.
Someone else?
Now, this is the strange bit. 2 unaccompanied ladies asked for accommodation. They witnessed what happened, and she...
Killed them?
Well, one of them.
Oh, how ghastly.
It's a long time ago, ma'am. It's best forgotten. I'm only sorry you saw.
Oh, well, we'll have to think about it very carefully. It's just not believable.
That's what most folks say, ma'am.
So, what we saw wasn't real?
Well, it happened 20 years ago, ma'am. You might say that what you saw was ghosts.
I don't ever remember walking back to my car. The man looked at us sympathetically and waved as we drove off. Neither of us spoke. And then Clary whispered, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Don't forget, Clary. But it was so clear, so real. We saw that woman and that man. We saw them and we spoke to them, and the girl, too. Oh, what a pity we ever saw that sign of accommodation. What a great pity. We must never talk of this again, Clary. Not ever. Otherwise it could affect our minds. Yes, of course, of course. The storm had cleared, and a watery moon touched the sky with long, tentative fingers. Once again we drove past that sign and the arrow pointing. I noticed that Clary turned her eyes away. And then, suddenly, a figure stood in the middle of the road. The figure of a woman with her hands outstretched. Watch out, Sarah, there's someone on the road. Even as she spoke, I recognized who it was. Naomi Churton. But I couldn't avoid her.
Miss Stevens.
Oh, what's happened? Oh.
Don't try and move. Just take it easy. The doctor's coming.
Clary. How's Clary? How is Clary?
I'm afraid she's...
dead. Clary's dead. She is dead, isn't she?
I'm afraid so. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I turned my head away. Clary dead. Then I remembered back again. The figure on the road. The violent braking to avoid her. It was reliving the same story over again. Only this time, Naomi Churton had stretched back and claimed another victim.
Time. The silent herald of life and death. Success or failure. The unseen force that measures man's destiny, reaching its most fateful moment as it slowly strikes the 11th hour.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape! Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a lonely lighthouse off the steaming jungle coast of French Guiana, and a nightmare world of terror and violence, as we bring you again, in response to hundreds of requests, 3 Skeleton Key, starring Vincent Price.
Picture this place. A gray tapering cylinder welded by iron rods and concrete to the key itself. A bare black rock, 150 feet long, maybe 40 wide. That's at low tide. At high tide, just the lighthouse. In the base of the light was a watertight bronze door, and in you went. And up. Yes, up and round and round, past the tanks of oil and the coils of rope, casks of wicks, racks of lanterns, sacks of spuds and cartons and cans, and up, round and round. Over the light storeroom was the food storeroom, and over the food storeroom was the bunk room where the three of us slept. And over the bunk room was the living and cooking room, and over the living and cooking room was the light. She was a beauty, big steel and bronze baby with the sun gleaming through the glass walls all about, bouncing blinding little beams off the big shining reflectors, glittering and refracting through her lenses, the whole gigantic bulk of her balanced like a ballerina on the glistening steel axle of her rotary mechanism. She was a sweetheart of a light. And at night she'd lie there on the stone deck of the gallery with her revolving smoothly and quietly over your head, easing her bright white eye 360 degrees around the horizon. You'd lie there watching to see that the feeders kept working, that everything ran right. And it wouldn't be bad, the other two fellows snoring in their sacks 2 levels down. You'd smoke your pipe to kill the stink of the wind, and it wouldn't be bad. About those other two, Louis and Auguste. What a pair. Louis, he was head man, was a big fellow from the Basque country, black beard, little hard black eyes, and a pair of arms that I tell you, those arms were as big around as my legs. Yes, head man he was, and what word he let go was law. A silent fellow, and although I spent my first 2 weeks trying to strike up a real conversation, the most I could ever get out of him was...
Jean, I took up this profession because I don't like people. They want to talk too much. It's quiet work, light tending. Let's keep it that way. You're getting to be as bad as Auguste. I thought maybe for once they'd send me somebody who
That was Louis. When he accused me of becoming like Auguste, I quieted down, because Auguste was the talkingest man I'd ever met. The talkingest and the ugliest. He was hunchbacked, stood 4 feet high, had red hair and big blue eyes. It seems he'd been an actor in Paris.
Yes, indeed. Played in over 200 different productions, dear boy, at the Grand Guignol. Oh, but it was monstrous horrible, the way we used to scare the audiences. I was hated. Yes, they used to throw things and hiss and bare their teeth at me. Finally, it got too bad. I couldn't stand it any longer. I gave up the theater. My nerves, you understand. Yes, gave it up completely. I really did. Couldn't stand it any longer.
It all started one morning at 2:30. I was on watch, lying on the cool stone deck, pulling on my pipe, staring out at the blackness, the phosphorescent combers, and the big yellow stars, when out of the corner of my eye I noticed something show up for a second, something the light had touched, far off. I waited for her to come around again, and when she did, there it was. Three-master, a big one, about a half-mile off, and coming down out of the north-northwest, coming straight for us. You must understand, our light was where it was for a very good reason. Dangerous submerged reefs surrounded us, and ships kept clear. But this one, this sailing vessel, was coming straight on. I went over to the gallery door and yelled, "Louis! Louis!" Couldn't understand it. I waited for the light to come around again.
Quiet there! Ship headed for the reef! Hurry right up!
I had the glasses out now. I couldn't read her name, but I could see her quite plainly. All sails set, the foam creaming away under her bow, her beautiful lines. A Dutch ship, I guessed her. But why didn't she turn? Every time it passed, our light hit her with the glare of day.
Ship? Where?
Northwest. The light will touch her in a moment.
Can't they see?
Look at her. She just keeps coming on.
Yeah, the squareheads.
What is it? What is it?
Watch north-northwest.
I know what it is.
Huh? What?
The Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman. We did a play about her once. Oh, what a performance. You ghastly galleon, hag-ridden, curse-driven, must on...
Shut up, will you? She's luffing.
Yes.
Sloppy way to come about. She's derelict, that's it.
Derelict?
Abandoned. The crew left her for some reason or other. But instead of sinking, she's gone on, running before every wind.
She'll not run long. Not with these reefs to break her up.
A beautiful ship. Now, why would men leave a beautiful ship like that?
She didn't ram us, although we all expected it. But as we waited for the crash, she luffed again, caught some odd gust, and went about. We watched her the rest of those black hours, heeling and rocking, pushed and pulled by every stray wind, every freak current. Watched her until the dawn came, till the sea turned from black to a pearly gray. And on she came again, heading for us. We all had our glasses trained on her now.
August, you can kill the light.
Right, Chief?
She doesn't look so good by daylight. Think she'll ground this time?
What?
I say, do you think she'll ground this time? Huh?
This is impossible. Absolutely impossible.
What?
Here, take my glasses. They're better than yours.
All right. And what is it you're... I had to focus, and then my breath froze in my throat. The decks were swarming with a dark brown carpet that looked like a gigantic fungus, but undulating. And on the masts and yards, the guys and all were hundreds, no thousands, I don't know, an endless number of enormous rats.
See them?
Yes, I see them.
Now we know why she's derelict.
Yes, now we know.
What are you two doing? Here, give me a look.
Yes, give him the glasses. Take a good look, chatterbox. Give you something to talk about.
She's still heading for us.
Yes.
She's going to turn. She'd better turn soon.
Suppose she doesn't.
You mean suppose she piles up on the quay?
It's low tide.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where's all the conversation, August, huh? Here, want the glasses again? Want another look?
No.
She's still coming on.
Go away! Go away!
Turn! Will you turn, I say? I pray you! Turn!
She's climbing up.
The rats! Look! On the water! Like a carpet!
They're swimming.
Sure, they're swimming. Those are ship's rats.
But they're swimming for the rocks.
The door below! It's open!
Come on. Down we went, racing down the stone stairs, taking them 3 and 4 at a time. Scared? You bet we were scared.
August, you get the windows. Maybe they can climb. We don't know.
Right, Chief. But hurry!
Look. See them?
No. Oh, yes, I do. Up at the other end of the rock.
Look at the millions. They smell us. Here they come. Close the door.
Can't it?
Here. Let me...
Oh, move. You move.
Heave.
Made it.
Holy. That was close.
One guy in. Look, there.
Get it!
Watch it. He's kicking. He was as big as a ton. Bigger. And his eyes were wild and red, his teeth long and sharp and yellow. He went for us, starving, ravenous, and we fought him, fought that one rat all over the room. It was, oh, believe me, I do not exaggerate, it was like fighting a panther.
Got him.
We better get aloft. As we ran up the winding staircase, we passed the tiny windows of the various levels, and at every one was a thick, wriggling, screaming curtain of brown fur. I was ahead of Louis, and I dreaded each successive level. Suppose they had found a way in.
Look at them! Will you look at them?
It's a nightmare.
Will you look at them?
The air of the gallery was thick and fetid with the stink of them. The light was dim, brown. filtered through the crawling mass that swarmed over the glass all about us. We could not see the sky. Nothing but them. Their red eyes, their claws, their wriggling, hairy snouts, and their teeth. The rats. They screamed and howled and threw themselves against the glass. They were starving. And we three, we stood very quietly. Oh, very quietly in the center of the glass room under our beautiful light. And we waited.
What can we do? What can we do, Chief?
Take it easy, old man. Take it easy.
I just can't.
It won't do. Won't do any good to stand here and shake.
That's right. Anybody who want a cigarette?
Yes, I'll have one, thank you.
Good boy. We've got to keep calm about this thing. Here's a light.
They don't light the fire, do they?
Guess not.
Give me another match. You don't like that much, do you?
Don't rile them, August.
Give me some more matches. I'll strike them until they get scared and go away.
They won't go away. Not until...
Finish it, Chief. Not until what?
Not until they've been fed.
You can take just so much horror and then you get used to it. And they were interesting to watch, you know. They couldn't understand the glass. They could see us and they could rush at us, but that thin, invisible barrier held them off, stopped them. From time to time, we caught a glimpse of the rocks below. More rats down there, swarming brown velvet in the bright tropical sunlight. And then the tide began to rise. If only it had drowned some of them.
Ship's rats don't drown. No, sir, you cannot drown one of them. They're all climbing up the tower.
This bunch around us is getting thicker.
Say, what's the time?
6:15.
You've got first watch, John.
Right.
Wake me at 10.
I will.
Come along, August.
It was getting dark. One side of the room was lit a soft, filtered red. Sunset through the rats. Oh, very pretty. I set the wicks, checked my fuel, and then lit the lamps. It caught them. Lit them in their gigantic wriggling web of pale, hairless bellies, twitching red tails, bright eyes. Then I started the rotary motor. Light drove them mad as she swung slowly and smoothly about. She blinded them in the fierce stabbing bar of light, moving continually about of a turning, of a touching, of a moving around and around, and they twitching and shuddering, eyes flaming when they were struck by the light. The bright light moving, and behind on the dark side of the room, so close, I dared not turn my back, but you cannot help turning your back when you're in a room made of glass. On the dark side of the room, you could not see them, but only their eyes. Thousands of points of blank red light, blinking and twinkling like the stars of hell. Louis relieved me at 10, but I didn't get much sleep that night, and when I came up into the gallery early next morning, there stood August, his back to me. He was bowing to the rats, waving his arms and making a speech.
I am going to play once again that magnificent role which made me the toast of the Paris Theatre. Prelate, the evil genius of the medieval underworld. I am he who did guide the dark soul of the Maréchal into the nether path. Do not be frightened, little children. I will not hurt you.
I stood staring at him, horror-struck, but he didn't notice me. The man had gone mad. He kept turning, telling his stories to all the rats, leaving no one out. August!
Another one. A latecomer. Take a seat on the aisle, dear patron.
August,
move
stop
over
it,
there.
stop it.
Let the gentleman be
But
seated.
he didn't stop.
Come.
He went on, bowing and scraping to the rats, his big blue eyes rolling and winking, his wild red hair waving about him. I grabbed him by the arm and slapped his face. He looked at me like a child. And then his face screwed up. He looked as though he were about to cry. Go below, go on.
Oh, very well then. Later, my dear audience, later. Matinee today.
Sure, he was crazy. But I guess we all were. A few hours later, he came back up and caught Louie and me teasing the rats. Yes, sounds horrible. It was fun. We could get right up against the glass and make faces at them. It drove them crazy. They would scratch away trying to get at our eyes. Louis was even cuter about it. He'd pull a piece of bread out of his pocket and press it against the glass. The rats would scramble into a solid ball, biting each other, clustering like grapes. From time to time, a whole knot of them would slip and fall 110 feet to the surf below.
Look at the sharks.
They're eating them.
The sharks are our friends. Here, I'll get another bunch together. Here, my beauties. That's it. Pile of kill each other. There they go.
Auguste joined in, too. Oh, very ingenious Auguste. He learned that if he spread-eagled himself against the glass, they'd bunch and bundle against his figure. Then he'd leap back.
Look! My portrait in rats.
It went on all day. And then I was lying in bed. It was about midnight. I was very tired, and I was just beginning to fall off to sleep when I became conscious of a new sound. Couldn't figure it at first. I got up, lit the lamp, and went to the window. Even as I looked at it, I saw one of the panes begin to sag in. They had eaten the wood away. Louis, come quick!
What is it?
They found a way in. I held the glass with my hand. Now they were all going crazy, and assured of the success of this maneuver, were all nibbling away at the wood. Louis ran below and then returned with a large sheet of tin. We spread it against the window and hammered it into place. Even as we did so, we felt the heavy body thudding against the other side as the window gave way.
That ought to hold. If it doesn't, we're done for.
Rats can't eat tin.
No, they can't. So what was that?
I don't know.
It came from below.
The storeroom window.
They're in. They're swarming up the stairs.
Drop the trap.
Right.
Two of them got in.
Let's go after them.
We didn't have to go after them. They came at us. I leaped to one side and grabbed a marlin spike, swung, and smashed one in midair.
No!
I whirled to see Louis with the other. It had ripped his hand open, and the blood was pouring all over the place. He held his hand aloft and kicked at the snarling rat. I stepped and swung and got him.
My hand! He got my hand!
That's both of them, Louis. I'll get you something to tie that up.
Blood! Look at it! My blood! I'm bleeding!
Now, don't worry about it, Louis. Here, look. I'll wind this kerchief around it. It'll be okay.
Blood!
There, now. It's not bad, just the flesh. Then I became conscious of another new sound. They were gnawing their way through the wooden trap door. I watched the wood fascinated. Even as I did, it began to give way, and a bristling, whiskery nose showed through. Louis, we've got to go up. Next level was the living quarters and kitchen. I slammed the trap door there, too, but it, too, was wood.
My blood. What are we going to do?
I don't know. We'll be through this one in a moment.
The gallery. The trap door in the gallery is metal.
Good. Come on. We made it. We lay across the trap door exhausted. While below us, the rats took over the entire tower. I could hear them howling and fighting over our food supply, our water, our leather. And all about us, the others screamed and glared in at us, swayed in a tangled mass, hypnotized by the ever-turning light. By morning, the air in the little room was horrible. Until now, we'd been getting air from the tower below. Now that was sealed off, and so was all our food and water. We lay exhausted, panting, waiting. The hours crawled on. I was almost dozing from fatigue when I saw a sight that brought me too fast.
Would you like to come in, my beauties? Would you? I hold the powers of life and death, and I can let you in, you know.
August was standing by the glass, and in one hand he held a wrench. He was tapping the glass gently, not quite hard enough to break it. I eased myself to my feet and very slowly, tiptoed toward him.
All I have to do is tap just a little harder.
I found a coil of wire in the toolkit, and I trussed him up, fastened him to a stanchion in the center of the room. Louis was of no help. He lay on his side, looking at his bloody hand, weak and sick as a baby. So there I was, a lunatic and a coward for company, and all about watching our little drama, the rats. The day dragged by. The supply boat wasn't due for another 12 days. I don't know what they could have done if they had come. We had only one way of summoning them, and that was to shoot off distress rockets, but the rockets were 4 floors below. And even if they'd been right there in the gallery, I couldn't have opened a window to fire them. That night I tended the light, but its flame was devouring our oxygen. The following day we lay, thirst-tormented, starving, waiting, and the following night I again tended the light, but the small supply of spare wicking we kept in the gallery had become exhausted, and quite suddenly, about midnight, the light went out. There was nothing I could do. Wicks were stored 3 levels below. Nothing I could do. Nothing. From time to time, I'd strike a match to see the clock. When I did, it lit up the million red eyes about us. All about us. Watching. Waiting. Below, it had grown quiet. They'd cleaned us out, and now they, too, were waiting. All waiting. And then, the rats, quite suddenly, were silent. And then I heard it. And then I saw the sky and the stars. The rats were gone. I went to the glass. Out there on the water, a small freighter, a banana boat, showing a few lights, came softly and innocently at us. The light was out. They didn't know. I wanted to open the windows, to call out to them, to warn them somehow, but I was afraid. What if the rats were hiding from me, tricking me? So I waited. She grounded very softly on a reef not 200 yards from the quay. Grounded so gently that the man playing the cornet, was he a passenger or crewman off watch, didn't even stop playing. They tried washing her back off. I could have told them to save their fuel. The tide was rising, would have floated her free. And I waited. That's all. That's the story. The sun came up and there wasn't a rat on the whole quay. Every last one of that terrible army had left us, gone back to sea on their new ship. Auguste, insane asylum, he never recovered. And Louis, they took him into Cayenne where he died of blood poisoning from his bite. Oh, yes. Well, that's the whole of it. And if you'll excuse me now, I must go set my traps. No mouse traps. No rats in this lighthouse, I should say not. Life in the lights isn't bad, but sometimes when I see a strange vessel approaching, I get a little nervous, sure. Somewhere on the seas, there's a little banana boat without a crew. That is, without a human crew.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Three Skeleton Key by George Tadouse, adapted for radio by James Poe and starring Vincent Price as John. Supporting Mr. Price were Harry Bartell as August and Jeff Corey as Louis. Sound effects on Three Skeleton Key, created by Cliff Thorsness and executed today by Mr. Thorsness, Gus Bays, and Jack Sixsmith, have been awarded the Best of the Year by Radio and Television Life magazine. Harry Essman was at the control panel, and special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder, and there can be no escape.
Next week, we escape with an exciting tale of temptation and death on the Gulf Coast of Florida, as John and Gwen Bagney tell it in Danger at Matagumba. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. A patch of weeds, a boxer's biography, and a mild, lukewarm bath. They're all clues that lead the police of Jackson, Michigan, to a killer in the gangbuster story on CBS this Saturday night. It's the case of the double push, to be heard on most of these same CBS stations this Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Shadow of Fu Manchu. Based on the stories by Sax Roma. In an antique dealer's shop where Dr. Petrie believes he has seen Caramé, Nayland Smith and the doctor are trapped by Fu Manchu. Handcuffed to iron rings in the wall of Dr. Fu's laboratory, for which the antique shop is a blind, they are released by Caramé during Fu Manchu's absence. As Manchu and his dacoits return and enter the laboratory, Smith and Dr. Petrie swing across the street at the end of a rope to a window in the building opposite. Leaving the building by a rear door, they find themselves in a high-walled court. Preceded by the wailing cry of the dacoit, yellow forms rush toward them from the house.
The wall, Petrie. Run for your life.
We can't make it, Nayland. It's too high.
We must make it. Hurry.
Well, they'll have us before we...
Here, quick. On my shoulders. Pull off your coat. Hold on to one end and let it down to me. Hurry, man.
All right, here you are. Catch hold.
Hold fast.
All right. Quick, they're right behind you.
Down, Petrie. On the other side, quick.
There's a door across the court.
Oh, thank heaven it was unlocked. This corridor should lead us to a street door. Come on.
Jove, that was close, Nayland. Another second at that wall and Hassan would have had you.
Wait. I'll see if the coast's clear. All right. Come on. Our first job is to get in touch with Weymouth. He must raid that place at once. Oh, taxi! Here! Number 15, Baker Street, driver.
Well, Smith, we raided the place in less than an hour after your call and found our birds flown.
You found nothing at all?
Oh, the stock of Nishiko Incorporated was intact, but upstairs, nothing. Instruments, drugs, books, and the things you described, everything gone, and not a human being in the place. Even the rope swing you escaped by was gone.
And no clue of Fu Manchu?
Not the ghost of one. The man's as elusive as one of his dacoits. He and his entire group seem to have vanished into thin air.
And this business you're engaged in now, this Gables case, how does it enter your province?
Well, the house is called the Gables. But I knew from the first it was a wild goose chase.
Oh, how so?
Because I was there 6 months ago and knew what to expect. It's supposed to be haunted, ghosts and all that.
Oh, I didn't know that cleaning up haunted houses came within the jurisdiction of the yard.
In the ordinary way, it doesn't. But a sudden death is always a bit suspicious.
Sudden death? You mean the ghost has killed someone?
Well, I'll explain. This dead end, with not the shadow of a clue to the whereabouts of Fu Manchu, is beginning to get on my nerves.
And mine.
Well, after the raid on the Museum Street place, I volunteered to run up to Hampstead and look into this Gables matter.
And you found what?
A queer business, more in the Psychical Research Society's line than mine. Still, if there were no such person as Fu Manchu, it might interest you, and you, Dr. Petrie. Because it illustrates the fact that, given the right subject, death can be brought about without any elaborate mechanism, such as our Oriental friend uses.
Very interesting. Go on.
Well, 2 people have died at the Gables within the last 6 months. 2 men, both in good health, have died without anyone laying a finger on them. They weren't poisoned or bitten by snakes or strangled, nothing like that.
Well, sounds as though Fu Manchu could learn something from the Gables.
Well, every other case seems stale alongside the Fu Manchu business. But when the Gables came on the books of the yard the second time, I began to wonder.
Wonder? What about?
I thought there might be some tangible clue, some link connecting the 2 victims. Robbery, revenge, some motive. I hoped to find evidence of a human agency at work, but I was disappointed.
It's really a legitimate case of a haunted house, then?
Yes. We run across them occasionally where there seems to be something harmful to human life, but something you cannot arrest.
Oh, I suppose so. There are historic instances, such as Glamis Castle and Spedlin's Tower in Scotland, the Grey Lady of Raynham Hall, and so on. But I've never come in personal contact with such a case.
No, nor I.
If I did, I'd feel humiliated to have to confess that there was any agency which could produce the physical result of death, but which was immune from physical retaliation. But tell me about the Gables.
Well, I'll have to admit it's an uncanny house. It was built for a wealthy Quaker family in 1870. They lived there for many years. Then it was sold to a man named Madison. He died there 6 months ago.
Madison? Who was he? Where was he from?
He was a retired tea planter from Colombo.
Ceylon, eh?
Yes, a link with the East, Doctor, if that's what you mean. And it was that which interested me at the time, but there was no connection between Madison and Fu Manchu. Of that, I'm certain.
How did Madison die?
He died in his chair one evening in the library. His household consisted of a cook, a housemaid, and a man. He was a bachelor. And the cook and the maid resigned because they said the house was haunted.
In what way?
Well, they told me absurd tales about dark figures wandering through the corridors and bending over them in bed at night. Their chief trouble was the continuous ringing of bells. The man Stevens confirmed it.
How did they describe the ringing?
Oh, sort of jangling, sometimes near the ceiling and again under the floor, like the shaking of small silver bells.
Well, this Gables thing seems to resemble the cases of astral bells, such as we sometimes hear of in India.
Yes, it was Stevens who found his master. Madison was sitting bolt upright in his chair with a look of horror on his face. A doctor found no trace of violence and pronounced death induced by fright.
Anything else?
Only this. Stevens himself swore to the fact that he had seen one of these apparitions before, which took form of a sort of luminous hand clutching a curved knife.
Luminous hand?
Well, anyway, I examined the Gables pretty closely. Spent a night in the empty house with another Scotland Yard man. We saw nothing, but we heard the bells.
What? You can swear to that?
I can. Well, following the death of Madison, the place was empty again until a short time back, a French gentleman leased it. He came a week ago. Last Friday night at midnight, his servant ran into a neighboring house screaming the fiery hand.
And the French gentleman?
Was found dead in the drive, sitting bolt upright near the steps just outside the hall door. And he had the same look of horror on his face.
Gad. Well, gentlemen, this is interesting. I'm going to rent that house at once. This is the first time, Petrie, I've used a disguise since the incident of the false pigtail.
And what possible reason can there be for a disguise tonight?
Every reason, old chap. Now, I've leased the place in the name of Professor Maxton. You and my very good friend, Mr. Pierce.
But why should you interest yourself in the Gables?
Does no explanation occur to you, Petrie?
None, but since you've assured me that my presence is necessary to your safety, well, I'm here.
I'll explain presently, old chap. If an explanation is necessary after tonight. Oh, here we are. I'll unlock the gate. Come along.
Well, where is the house?
Up the drive behind those trees.
Ah.
There should be refreshments and a fire in the library if the charwoman has followed instructions.
What an eerie place. Looks haunted even from the outside.
Ideally located for its purpose. No other houses up the road until you reach the heath. Oh, good. There's a light in the hall. Now, remember, I'm Professor Maxton. You are Pierce. Oh, come in, Pierce. Come in. We'll have a whiskey and soda in the library, then we'll look around.
Ah, excellent, Professor. Oh, cheery fire, refreshments. I see one of your bags has already arrived.
Books, Pierce, books. Come, draw up your chair. Those sandwiches look interesting. Do you know that if...
By Jove, listen.
The spirits waste no time, Petrie. My word. My dear Pierce, did you hear the ringing of bells?
Distinctly, Professor, distinctly. Eh?
Finish your drink, old chap. I'm going to have a look. Hand me that bag and don't leave the room until I come back. Nothing, Pierce. But I believe the house is haunted. However, no ghost ever frightened me. Now, come on, we'll look at our rooms. We'll have the lights on as we go. By Jove, I'm afraid we'll never get any servants to stay here. Let's have a look at these bedrooms.
Ah, well and comfortably furnished, Professor.
Yes, very comfortable. The house seems ideal, Pierce, for our purpose.
Well, it may be, but the place has a cold, repellent feel about it, Neil. Something evil seems to hover over these bedrooms.
Steady, old man. We'll soon find out. Great Scott, what was that? Very strange, Pierce. I think we'd better spend the night in a hotel. Come on, let's go back to the library.
Yes, that's a very good suggestion, Professor. I should much prefer to examine the house in daylight.
After all, there may be a natural explanation for what we've heard. We haven't actually seen anything. It might even be possible to get used to that ringing and wailing after time.
But I feel...
Very well, Pierce. I see you don't share my views. But for my part, I shall return tomorrow and devote further attention to this phenomenon.
The bag of books, Professor, we're leaving them?
No, I'll take the bag with me. Now, if you're ready.
Oh, quite ready, Professor, I can assure you.
I'll put out the light here, then. Go on to the front door, Pierce. I'll follow as soon as I've turned out the hall light. We can see our way well enough without light. Good heavens, Petrie. Look, directly behind you.
Good Lord! The fiery hand!
The shadow of Fu Manchu.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment. For this is a time of mystery. A time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour. A corpse there was.
Will you listen to me? I've got to tell it to someone, and, well, I guess you've heard a lot of strange stories. I'm Catherine Holland. It all started about a year after I'd come to work for Martin Reed and Stephen Corey as their housekeeper. Oh, we'd have such fun, the three of us. And Martin was forever making me promise that I'd be with them always. Always. I didn't know how long that could be.
You're only joking, huh, Kathy? You wouldn't leave us. You'll stay with us always, won't you?
Not if you keep doing that, Martin.
Oh, you'll get used to it, Kathy.
Oh, but cutting your own name on a tombstone, it's positively morbid.
I don't see that. If a cobbler can make his own shoes, then surely a stonecutter can make his own monument.
Well, that's true.
After all, a man must do something with his spare time. And you, Stephen, of all people, have no right to scoff at me. Imagine a cemetery caretaker who wanders through the graveyard day and night, talking to the dead.
If the people I met outside the cemetery, my dear Martin, were as interesting as the people I meet inside, perhaps I wouldn't. Since they're our only neighbors along this godforsaken road, and since I must get away from you occasionally...
Now, look here, enough is enough.
Are we going to let her boss us around, Martin? You nearly 60 and me twice her age?
That's right. You're 42, aren't you, Stephen?
Yep.
You know, I think for your next birthday, I'll start on a nice marble headstone for you.
Okay, I quit. I resign.
Oh, no, don't say that, Kathy. We need you, Stephen and I. Always before, our housekeepers were stout and rheumatic. You're so young. It was like all at once having the shades pulled up and the windows opened when you came. You won't leave us, will you, Kathy?
No, I won't leave you, Martin.
You promise?
I do. If you promise to take your medicine.
No, I told you, Kathy. I don't believe in that quack doctor. There's nothing wrong with my heart.
Oh, Martin, don't be stubborn.
It's not a matter of being stubborn. I know I'm perfectly all right.
How about those attacks you've had?
They were indigestion.
You don't want to take that medicine because you and the doc have been enemies for years. You won't give him the satisfaction of treating you, even if it means...
Please, Kathy. Don't you think I'm old enough to know my own mind?
But Kathy's right, Martin. You should take your medicine.
Oh, now you start. I'm going for a walk.
I'll go with you.
I don't want company.
Now he's mad.
Oh, don't take it to heart. He'll get over it.
I wish he hadn't gone out in this weather.
Yeah. I think it's getting worse. I'll go call him back.
Stephen, what's that noise?
I don't know. It was just outside the house. It's our cedar tree. That last flash of lightning struck it. There seems to be... Kathy!
What? Move away from the door so I can see too.
No, Kathy, please. Stay in here a minute. I'll go out.
Oh, I'll go with you.
I think I see something beside the cedar. Come on, Kathy.
Stephen, it can't be.
Yes, Kathy. It's Martin. He's dead.
The tree?
It didn't touch him. He died from the shock of it falling so close. It was heartbreaking.
Strange, isn't it? The last tombstone he ever carved was his own. We buried Martin the next evening. There weren't many mourners. We lived too far from town to be well acquainted. At last, the few who'd come went away and left Stephen and me alone at the grave. They've all gone.
Your eyes are all red, Kathy.
Do you suppose he likes where we buried him? Right across the road from the house?
I'm sure he does. He can sort of watch us from here if he gets lonely.
It won't be us much longer, Stephen.
What do you mean?
Well, I can't stay here with just you. It isn't proper.
Kathy, you know I wouldn't...
Oh, I know, but what'll people think?
I don't care about people. They're not important.
Well, they are to me. I have a good reputation, Stephen, and I don't
Kathy, don't leave me.
Oh, but I must.
Losing Martin was unbearable, but if I lost you, I'd have nothing left.
I'm sorry, Stephen.
There'd be no one to care if I live or die. If you go, I'll be all alone.
You'll find another housekeeper.
Housekeeper? Oh, Kathy, dearest, don't be such a little fool.
I'm not a fool.
You are if you can't see how much I love you.
You love me? Oh, no.
How could I help it? You're sweet and fresh and lovely. And I never knew before what joy it was to watch a woman. Anything you do, the way you walk and laugh, even the way you get angry. It's beautiful.
Oh, keep away from me. I don't know what's come over you.
I was content just having you about the house, being near you, but now... Oh, my darling, you mustn't go away.
Oh, please don't look at me like that. Please, Stephen.
Dearest, let's get married. I'll make you happy.
No, I don't love you. Don't touch me. Oh, I like you a lot. I'm very fond of you, but, well, it's not love. I could never love you.
Why, Kathy? I'll make you a good husband.
Oh, no, Stephen, no. You're twice my age.
But I'd worship you, Kathy, dearest.
Oh, will you quit bawling Kathy, dearest, at me like a lost lamb? I'm going to the house and pack my things.
I won't let you go. You belong to me.
I don't belong to anyone. If you don't get out of my way, I'll throw this rock at you.
There's someone else. You love someone else.
No, Stephen, I just don't love you. Don't come near me. I'll throw it, I swear.
Kathy, no!
I told you I would, didn't I? Why couldn't you believe me? Well, get up. Stephen. He was lying on his back, motionless. I bent over him and... his face, the rock had caught him between the eyes. I couldn't think. I was terrified. I only knew that Stephen was dead, that I had killed him. A murderess, that's what everybody would say. They'd put me on trial, all those faces gaping at me like I wasn't human, and then they'd... No. Had to get out of here. The road past the graveyard. If I followed it, I'd reach the main highway. I'd run. I'd run so fast no one would catch me. Oh, it was dark. The body wouldn't be found till morning. By then I'd be far away. Had to keep moving. Had to. Where could I go? Where could I hide? Flying down the road for hours and hours, till my legs were numb and my heart tearing at my chest, deafening me with its thunder. No, that wasn't my heart. It was a car. They were looking for me. Somehow they'd found Stephen already. Oh, it was getting nearer and nearer. I slipped behind a tree. Not police. Not police at all. Picnickers. Oh, the only ones who might have seen me. They'll forget they even passed this way once they're safe at home. Safe at home. Suddenly I realized what a fool I'd been. I couldn't escape a police dragnet by running away. They'd never stop looking for me. The best place to hide was at home. Why, of course. I'd gone back to the house from the funeral and straight to bed. Stephen had decided to stay at the grave a while longer. Everyone in town knew he liked to wander through the cemetery, and especially tonight, with Martin just buried. He must have caught a prowler, and the man had thrown a rock at him. That's how it happened. I felt perfectly calm. I turned around and started back. The sky had been cloudy all evening, but as I walked up the road toward home, it cleared. I remember how lovely the moonlight looked, spilling down the steps of the house. I started to climb them. Suddenly, I had an impelling desire to see Stephen's body. Oh, I tried to fight it, but the thought of him, cold and crumpled, lying like some cast-off doll in an attic, hypnotized me. I went down the stairs and started across the road. He had been lying at the foot of Martin's grave, I remembered. From where I was, I couldn't make out the body. Oh, that wasn't right. The old man was buried directly across from the house. I should be able to see Stephen. I slipped through the gate, hurried to where the corpse had lain. It was gone. There wasn't a trace of it. I dropped to my hands and knees, searching about the new mound of earth for some proof that it hadn't all been a nightmare, that I'd really killed Stephen. There wasn't anything. No matted grass where the blood should have dried, nothing fallen from his pockets, not even the stone with which I'd struck him. And it was so quiet, so deathly quiet, with the moon whitewashing Martin's headstone, and the one next to it. The one next to it. But there hadn't been any grave there before. And this one was fresh. As fresh as Martin's. I slowly raised my eyes and looked at the tombstone.
Stephen Corey, born May 9th, 1901. Died April 20th, 1944.
Why, I'd know that carving anywhere. Martin was dead. But Martin had made that gravestone.
Dorothy stands in the moonlight, staring at the grave plaque of Stephen Corey, a plaque identical with the one Martin had made for himself before he died.
And yet, how could Martin have carved that headstone? He had not made one for Stephen before he died. I knew that. Still, Stephen had been buried, and the date on the monument was right. I felt the answer, but I pushed it back away from my mind. It couldn't be true that Martin had kept his promise even now and had carved the stone. That these dead who were Stephen's friends had buried him. Had he loved me so, he wouldn't make me pay for what I'd done. Did he plead with them to cover him so I'd not be found out? I didn't know. I was paralyzed with fright. I had to get out of here back to the house before I lost my sanity. I don't know how long I lay there, cowering in my bed. At last, the darkness of the night closed in about me, and I slept. But then, out of the darkness, the doorbell rang. Sharp sounds sent a streak of fear over my flesh. The police had come. Stephen's grave had been discovered. I had to go to the door.
Are you Catherine Holland? I'm Estelle Bailey, Martin's sister.
Oh, yes, I should have known. Come in, Mrs. Bailey.
Stephen sent me a telegram this afternoon about Martin's death, and I took the first train out here. I'm sorry if I woke you.
Oh, that's quite all right. Come in. I know it's been a long trip. Perhaps I can fix you a bite to eat.
No, thank you. I'd like you to take me to see the grave right away.
Martin's grave? Now?
Miss Holland, I hadn't seen Martin for 9 years. I'm ashamed of that, and I want to rectify it now as soon as I can. If you won't take me, perhaps Mr. Corey will.
Oh, he's not here. He's in town.
Well, I'll wait up till he comes in.
Oh, you'll wait a long time.
I don't understand.
Oh, Stephen was quite shocked by your brother's death, you know, and, well, he felt he had to get away from this house, so, well, he mightn't be back tonight.
But if he went into town, why didn't he meet me at the station as he wrote he would?
Well, I don't know. Every moment she sat there, she'd think more and more about Stephen's absence. I had to distract her the only way I could. I had to take the chance that she wouldn't notice that other headstone. But if she did notice it, I would have to kill her too. But just then something happened to spare us both.
Oh, good heavens. Oh, look, it's raining again.
Yes, the moon's gone in. It's pitch black outside.
Then there's no use going into the cemetery, I suppose.
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Bailey. What a shame. Finally, she went upstairs. I waited until I knew she slept. Then I took a spade and crept across to the cemetery. It was wet and cold, but I didn't notice the weather. For I had a scheme. A very clever scheme. I was going to dig up someone else's headstone as well as Stephen's and switch the two. I couldn't disguise his new-made grave, but at least I'd conceal who was buried there. It was just before dawn when I slipped back to the house. Mrs. Bailey woke me about 8, and together we went into the cemetery. I came up level with the graves, and... Oh, no. No, it couldn't be. Why, I'd switched them last night.
Stephen Corey, born May 9th, 1901. Died April 20th, 1944.
His headstone. Exactly where it had been before. But I had dug it up. There were blisters on my hands to prove it. Mrs. Bailey, had she noticed? No. She'd gone right to her brother's grave and stood staring at it, wiping away the tears.
I'm very glad of one thing, Miss Holland, that Martin is buried a little apart from everyone else. He liked to be alone most of the time, you know. Even in death, he would prefer solitude and being isolated from all the others.
Solitude? Isolated from all the others? But Stephen was lying right by his side. She couldn't see Stephen's headstone. It was incredible, but it was true.
Come, Miss Holland, it's raining. We might as well go now. I'll take the early train back to the city.
After she'd gone, the house was empty, yet full of a screaming silence. and I sat looking out at the grayness of the lonesome day. Had there really been a grave at all? Growing inside me was a grim fascination to see. The mud sucked at my shoes. Through the dusk, I walked determinedly toward that spot where the headstone stood. I slipped through the fence. Then I was standing beside the tree, leaning against it. For I couldn't believe what I saw. There, beside the others, stood a third headstone, and stretching almost at my feet, a freshly dug grave. Even before I crept forward to see, I knew what the plaque would say. Catherine Holland, born June 7th, 1923, dead April 21st, 1945. Tonight, April 21st, that was tonight, and I was still alive. Martin, listen to me wherever you are. I said I'd be with you always, but you can't force me to follow you. You can't force me to follow you. Tears filled my eyes. I took hold of the hateful stone and tried to flatten it into the ground, Then through the tears, I saw the dark bruises on my hands. Bruises on my hands, but it wasn't possible to... I touched one of the dark splotches. It rubbed away. Then the truth went through my mind. I fell to my knees. The letters I thought were carved into the stone. They too were blurred. I drew my finger along my name. It was lettered in black crayon. Thick, archaic lettering, darker toward the middle than at the edges, giving the illusion of depth. Giving the illusion of being cut into the stone. Then that's how Stephen's headstone was made. That's how. I stood up. Fear fell over me like a cold, wet sheet. Behind this adventure was a human being. A being like myself. Then I saw the thing in the grass, sending a tiny sparkle toward the dust-filled sky, and greedily I picked it up. A copper-colored metal cap from an eyebrow pencil. So that was how the letters had been drawn. That was how this thing had happened. Then I knew who had done it. And even before I turned to look, I knew she was standing there, staring at me, unmoving, a thin smile on her lips, her eyebrows thin, too, penciled on with surety and deftness.
Turn around, Miss Holland. I see you have guessed the truth.
It was you. You killed him.
But do you think my conscience will hurt me as yours does? Would it make your death any easier to know you didn't kill Stephen Corey?
I don't understand you.
I'm telling you the truth. I came into the cemetery just as the last visitor left, and I saw you throw the rock at Corey. I saw you run for the road. You hadn't killed him, Miss Holland. He was only unconscious. But I made sure he was dead before I buried him.
Then you dug the grave here. That spade in your hand.
Will serve a double purpose. I shall kill you with it.
Just as you murdered Corey. Why? Why did you kill him?
Because Martin had willed all the family property to Corey, with the provision that when he died, it would return to me. I knew if his body weren't discovered, they'd think you and he had run away together. Then I'd have to wait for him to be declared legally dead.
And so you put up the plaque?
I felt sure I could persuade the county coroner to file a death certificate quietly. Then I'd show my lawyer the grave, show him that Corey, too, was dead. But you came back, so I have to kill you, too. Now you know the truth. Your time has come.
That spade, Mrs. Bailey.
Is for you, Miss Holland.
Stay back from me. Stay back.
I'm going to kill you.
I'm not afraid, Mrs. Bailey. You're real. I can fight you.
This will be your grave, and I shall bury you in it.
Give me that spade. Give it to me. Go here. I said that spade. Mrs. Bailey. My eyes were crowded with flashes of blackness. I lay on the ground, feeling the cold, wet earth against my cheek. Without warning, it had happened. One wall of the grave gave way, and she lost her balance and fell forward into the gaping hole. from the mound began rolling down, clods of it covering the edges of her long skirt. And she lay still, silenced, at the bottom of the grave. A few wet clods of earth were still slowly tumbling down, as if they had an intelligence of their own, an intelligence that told them to bury the dead. Bury the dead. For she was dead, and she had died instantly. Her neck twisted beneath her loosened, flowing hair that hid the hideous sight of her eyebrows, thin and long. Her neck was broken, and she lay in the grave she had meant for me. Perhaps, now I've told it, I can forget the horror of what's happened. But not soon. Not soon. One way Martin was right. In my brain, he and Stephen will be with me always.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
Our second tale of ghosts and the supernatural is told by Hayden Jones. It's The Babysitter by Alison Prince.
Nigel's mother came into his bedroom to kiss him good night. "You will be good, won't you?" she said. "Mr. Pope is a dear old man. It was so sweet of him to offer to babysit." "Well, I don't like him much. Why couldn't Auntie Betty come?" asked Nigel, frowning. "I told you," said his mother patiently. "Auntie Betty's ill, and Mr. Pope has offered to babysit ever so many times." She bent and kissed Nigel. "Be good." "Well, tell him I want a story," Nigel shouted after her. Doors banged, and Nigel heard the car start and drive away. Suddenly, he felt very lonely. The sitting room door opened. Mr. Pope came out and started to climb the stairs, his footsteps as slow and measured as they were when he plodded down the garden path. Mr. Pope opened the bedroom door. "Your mother tells me you want a story," he announced. Nigel sniffed. "Yes, please," he said. Mr. Pope smiled slowly. "Well, I'm glad about that," he said, "because I've been thinking for a long time about a story I'd like to tell you." He brought a chair to Nigel's bedside and sat down. Nigel stared up at him, fascinated and slightly afraid. Mr. Pope's face never quite seemed to go with the big, rough hands. It was a hollow face, Nigel thought. But the strangest thing about him was his eyes. Mr. Pope's eyes were very pale blue, and he never seemed to blink. He gazed ahead of him with an unwavering, pink-rimmed stare, which never quite fixed on the thing he was looking at. Tonight, Mr. Pope's eyes were as unblinking as ever, and as Nigel stared up at him, he could see the tiny network of veins which threaded the whites of the eyes, surrounding the sky-blue circles of the irises with wriggly red lines. "Now, this is a true story, boy, every word of it. Afterwards, you must never think to yourself that I made it up. This is the first time I've ever told this story, and I shall never tell it again, not to a living soul. This is your story, boy. Just for you." "Oh, thank you," said Nigel. "Yes," Mr. Pope went on. "I've waited for years for this, to find the right person." "And it's me?" asked Nigel, pleased. "It's you," agreed Mr. Pope. "What's it called?" asked Nigel. Mr. Pope thought. I never gave it a name, he said, but I suppose I'd call it Hacky Basham's glass eye. Hacky Basham, he said, got his name because he coughed. Terrible hacking cough it was. That's why we called him Hacky. Hacky seemed an old man to us kids, Mr. Pope continued, though I dare say he wasn't much above 40. He'd been gassed in the First World War, you see, boy, and that had ruined him. His hair turned white, and he never hardly worked again through having such a cough. And he lost his eye. How awful, said Nigel. Did he just have a hole? He did, said Mr. Pope. But he had a glass eye that fitted in it. Except that it didn't move, you'd never have known it wasn't real. What colour was it? Inquired Nigel. Blue, said Mr. Pope. The same as the other one, just like mine. And yours, boy. In those days, Mr. Pope went on, people didn't go in so much for babysitters, but my mum and dad were the careful sort, and if they went to the pictures, they'd ask Hacky Basham to keep an eye on me. But just how he kept an eye on me, they never knew. How did he? Asked Nigel. Well, when I was tucked up in bed, said Mr. Pope, like you are now, boy, Hacky had come upstairs, coughing fit to bust, and he'd come into the room and stand there, wheezing, and he'd say, I'm going to keep an eye on you, boy. And he'd take out his glass eye and put it on the mantelpiece, right on the edge, so it was looking at me. If you're naughty, he'd say, my eye'll tell me. It always does. And he'd go off downstairs laughing and coughing, and the eye would look at me. Even in the dark I could see it, because there was a street lamp outside. How awful, said Nigel. Well, that was just the beginning, went on Mr. Pope. One night my cousin Jack had come to stay. He was sleeping in my room on a camp bed, and I was glad of his company because my mum and dad were going out that night. Did Hacky Basham come? Asked Nigel. He did, said Mr. Pope grimly. And he put his eye on the mantelpiece and went downstairs, laughing and coughing like always. Now, Jack was older than me, and he said, here, he said, we'll give the old boy a dose of his own medicine. Frighten him for a change. Well, I did. And he made me put the bedclothes over my head so I wouldn't see where he put it. What happened? Breathed Nigel. I lay there with a sheet over my head, said Mr. Pope, and I listened to Jack moving about, looking for a good hiding place. I heard him open drawers and shut them again. Then he pulled the door of the wardrobe open. Then he shut that, and then he opened the window and shut it again. You can come out now, he said to me, and he was grinning all over his face. You haven't thrown it out in the street, have you? I asked him. And he just laughed, and he wouldn't tell me. Anyway, Mr. Pope went on, Jack went to sleep. I kept thinking about the eye, hidden somewhere and still looking at me from wherever it was, and I couldn't go to sleep. Then Hacky came upstairs. When he stopped coughing, he looked on the mantelpiece, and then he came over to my bed. Where is it? He whispered. I told him I didn't know. He bent over my bed with his mouth right close to my ear. Whoever took it, he said, will come to a bad end very soon. But you, my boy, I'll keep an eye on you forever. Next morning, Jack looked outside for the eye. There was a window box on our sill, and Jack had put the eye in there, wedged in the earth among the petunias. But it had gone. Oh, how odd, said Nigel. Mr. Pope ignored him. When my cousin Jack was going home that morning, he went on, he slipped on the wet road and fell under a tram. Killed him stone dead. No, gasped Nigel. And that night, when I went to bed, the eye was on my mantelpiece. He held up his hand as if to ward off any questions. Hacky Basham hadn't been to the house. He never came again. An infection set in that very day in the eye socket, went through to his brain and killed him. Mr. Pope stared through Nigel again with his pale blue eyes. I was haunted, boy. I've been haunted from that day to this. What do you mean? Asked Nigel nervously. Hackey Basham's glass eye never left me from that day onwards, said Mr. Pope. It was always there looking at me. I never knew where it would be. If I took out my sandwiches when I went fishing, there it was in the package looking like a hard-boiled egg until it rolled over and stared up at me. If I got in a bus and felt in my pocket for the fare, the eye would be there among the pennies waiting for me to put my hand on it. But how did it get there? Asked Nigel. I wish I knew, said Mr. Pope. It was no good hiding it. I put it in my drawer along with me socks once when I'd asked a girl to come to the pictures with me. I bought her a packet of peanuts in the interval, and when she opened them, there with the eye staring up at her, she screamed the place down. She dropped the eye on the floor before she ran out of the cinema. And that night, it was back on my mantelpiece. I don't think it's a very nice story, said Nigel. But it's a very special story, Nigel, said Mr. Pope, gazing at him with the fish-cold blue eyes. Oh, yes, the eye ruined my life. I never married, frightened off every girl I met, and it lost me job after job by turning up at the wrong moment. Well, I'd have told my mother, said Nigel stoutly. She'd know what to do. Oh, I tried that, said Mr. Pope. I held it out to her on the palm of my hand and said, Mum, this is Mr. Basham's glass eye. And she looked straight at it and said, oh, don't be silly, dear, there's nothing there. And Dad couldn't see it either. They went to a doctor about me after a bit, thought I was nuts. I had to pretend I couldn't see it anymore. They'd have put me in the madhouse. Nigel gulped. What happened? He asked. In the end, I mean. Oh, I don't know yet, said Mr. Pope. That's up to you. He felt in his pocket and brought something out in his closed fist. Nigel stared at the scarred knuckles and knew what they hid. Oh, don't, he said. Mr. Pope turned his hand over and opened the fingers. There on the palm lay the glass eye, the pale blue iris pointing directly at Nigel, staring at him with a hard, wide-open, black-centered stare. Tiny veins of red threaded the china-white ball, exactly like those in Mr. Pope's own eyes. Nigel couldn't look away. You can see it, can't you, boy? Said Mr. Pope. Nigel nodded, speechless. Mr. Pope got up slowly and put the eye on the mantelpiece. There, he said with a dry chuckle. Now it'll keep an eye on you. And then he sighed, a small, happy sigh. Peace at last, he said, after a haunted lifetime. I'm grateful to you, boy. Grateful. And suddenly a spasm of violent coughing shook him. Nigel had never heard Mr. Pope cough like that before. He'd never heard him cough at all. It sounded as if the man's lungs were being torn into shreds, so destructive was the fit. Mr. Pope lurched out of the room, and Nigel lay back in relief. He heard Mr. Pope stagger down the stairs, still coughing. Then the coughing gave way to a burst of wild, harsh laughter. After that, there was a tumbling crash, as though the man had fallen down the last few steps of the stairs. Then there was silence. Nigel cowered in his bed, and the glass eye on the mantelpiece stared down at him with an implacable blue gaze. It seemed a lifetime before Nigel heard the car come into the garage. A key scratched in the front door. Nigel's mother gave a shriek of horror as she came into the hall. Nigel heard his father say, oh, my God, poor old boy. And then his mother came running up the stairs. Mummy! Screamed Nigel. Mummy! His mother rushed in and hugged him in trembling arms. The eye, Mummy, begged Nigel. Take the eye away! Nigel, dear, said his mother. It's all right. Mr. Pope is... well, he's had a little accident. But everything's all right now. No need to worry. Mummy's here. It was quite obvious that Mr. Pope was dead. But that wasn't what mattered. Nigel took a deep breath. Mummy, he said carefully, Listen. Please, take that eye away. Hacky Basham's glass eye. It's on the mantelpiece. Look. Nigel's mother turned her head to follow the direction of his pointing hand. Nigel glanced again at the round white eye that stared at him with its blue triumphant gaze from the mantelpiece and said irritably, "Why don't you take it away?" "Nigel," said his mother gently. "Darling, there's nothing there."
The Babysitter was read by Hayden Jones and produced by Dan Garrett.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Sit down. Anywhere you like. I have a small confession to make. I am crazy about ghosts, and I cannot for the life of me comprehend why anyone should be afraid of them. What, after all, what do ghosts do? They haunt, that's all. To haunt means to visit, to frequent. In short, to hang around. What's so scary about that? A hopeful lover hangs around a lot. If an inspiring lover or a wistful compatriot can hang around without inspiring fear, why not an anxious ghost?
Is it really you, Paul?
Yes, Melba. It is I.
Oh, Paul.
Don't cry, Melba.
I can't help it.
All right, dearest. Go ahead and cry.
Oh. Paul, tell me something.
What?
Are you happy? Where you are?
I'm really sorry you asked me that, Melba.
Our mystery drama, Ghost Talk, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Lenka Peterson and Elliot Reed. Yes, ghosts haunt places. Traditionally, they haunt large, decrepit mansions with long halls, extensive staircases, and musty attics. But these big old edifices have all disappeared from our landscape, and it is more than likely that the ghost of today has to restrict himself to one-bedroom apartments with bath, kitchenette, and dining area. Poor ghosts. Will they give up haunting altogether, or will they do what we have done? Adjust.
Melba? You have my number?
Yes, Leonard.
Both at home and at the office? If there's anything I can do, Melba, anything at all.
I'll call you.
Bless you, my dear.
Oh, Paul. Where are you? Where? Oh, Irene, it's me. They've all gone. Leonard Whipple was the last to leave. I'm all alone. No, I'm not crying. I'm trying to be brave and calm and remember everything you told me. Leonard said to call him if I needed anything, but what does that mean? I need my husband. I need Paul. Oh, no, Irene, I couldn't go to the movies. No. I'll just sit here and think about Paul. All the beautiful memories. 22 years of beautiful memories. You know, Irene, I keep thinking all the time of what you said to me after the funeral. You said Paul will never be really dead as long as he's remembered. I keep saying that over and over. Paul isn't really dead as long as he's remembered. I want to thank you, Irene, for that beautiful thought. It means everything to me.
Oh, Melba. Melba.
How goes it, Paul?
Hello. It's Bruce, isn't it? I'm new here. I haven't got everybody straight yet.
You never will. It doesn't matter. Yes, I am Bruce. Mind if I join you?
I wish you would.
You had a particularly beatific expression on your face just now as I was floating by.
I was thinking of my wife. My wife, Melba.
Yeah, why?
Why? Well, actually, because she was thinking of me. Remembering our wedding day. I was touched.
You're really very new here, aren't you?
Oh, yes, very.
At the start, everybody is either touched that they're remembered, apprehensive that they won't be, or furious that they're not.
Melba feels that no one is really dead as long as he's remembered.
Is that what you want to be? Not really dead?
It sounds nice.
Well, it isn't.
I don't know how you can say that.
Because I happen to know. From bitter personal experience. My sainted mother remembered me every day of her life after I died, till the day she died and joined me here. Since her arrival, I'm happy to say, we've exchanged precisely 6 words. A while back, she had the grace to apologize. I'm sorry, son, I didn't understand. Those were the 6 words.
Sorry for what?
For remembering me.
What was she supposed to do?
Well, forget, for goodness sakes. I wouldn't expect her to forget immediately, of course. That would be unreasonable. But as soon as possible, put me out of her mind. My life on earth was over.
I'm sure she meant well, your mother.
After you're here a while, you'll realize that everybody doesn't mean well, and quite often does a lot of harm.
But your mother loved you.
Then why not leave me alone to enjoy myself? Why wake up in the middle of the night to remember how handsome I looked the day I graduated from dental college? So inconsiderate.
Why was it inconsiderate?
Because, my dear fellow, if she kept it up long enough, I'd have to stop whatever I was doing and go visit her.
Visit her? How could you do that?
How? Well, the way it's always done. As a ghost, of course.
Irene? It's me. Oh, all right, I guess. Leonard was here. We sent out for Chinese food. He left about an hour ago. Oh, I'm just sitting here and remembering. I got out the old picture album to show Leonard. I don't think Leonard cares too much for travel. I wasn't sorry when he left. Looking at the snapshots and remembering the beautiful life I had with Paul, it seemed to bring him closer. Oh, I mean it, Irene. A couple of times, I felt as though he was right here in the room with me. Honestly.
Bruce. Oh, Bruce.
That you, Paul?
I had a terrible time finding you.
Well, now you have.
I asked everybody where you were, and nobody knew, and then Salome said, oh, he's probably out strolling among the stars. That's his favorite pastime. But I had no idea how many stars there are.
You still haven't any idea. Actually, neither have I, and I've been here heaven knows how long. So far, this is my favorite galaxy. But of course I haven't seen them all.
Has anyone, do you think?
Oh, I suppose he has.
He must have seen everything. Since the beginning of time.
And before that?
Yes.
What made you come looking for me? Something special?
Bruce, I can't get a moment to myself on account of Melba.
Your wife?
You know what she did? She got out an old snapshot album and started looking over all the pictures we took on our vacations, birthdays, Christmases.
Typical. They all do it.
The worst part is she showed all these pictures to a friend of mine. Of hers. Ours. Leonard Whipple. He couldn't have cared less.
She's really hanging on to you, isn't she?
It's very nice of her and all that, but it's terribly exciting for me being here. Everything's so completely different.
Oh,
There she goes again. Hear her?
Oh, Paul, dear. Dear Paul.
Hear that?
Vaguely.
She just keeps after me and keeps after me.
Well, what about this Leonard Whipple?
Well, he's a very nice guy, but he's not going to hang around much longer if she makes him look at pictures of our honeymoon in the Grand Canyon.
You couldn't just ignore her, I suppose.
Well, she's my wife, and I love her. I mean, she was my wife, and I did love her. But now, things are different.
I'd say so. Well, for goodness sake, look there. If it isn't him.
Him? You mean it? Really? Him?
I haven't seen him in eons.
I never have.
Sir, please.
Oh, yes, it's Bruce.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, sir. And this is Paul. He's new.
I know. Hello, Paul.
I'm really thrilled to meet you, sir.
The galaxy is looking well, don't you think?
I love this galaxy, sir. You set it out so neatly.
There's one star I've been concerned about. I think it's beginning to twinkle out.
Sir, as long as we were so fortunate as to run into you like this, could we have your advice about something?
You know I dislike giving advice.
It's for me, sir. I don't know what to do about my wife.
Is she here?
Oh, no. She's with the living. On Earth.
Oh. And she's grieving. Well, that's to be expected. She'll stop after a while.
She doesn't show any signs of stopping. I was wondering if I shouldn't, appear to her. Bruce says it's a simple procedure.
Well, you could do that, of course. I never thought very highly of that ghost business, so theatrical.
But if it'll make her feel better?
I suppose we do owe a measure of responsibility to the living.
You think I could go back for a short visit?
Well, you're free to do as you like. If I were to tell you what to do, you wouldn't be free anymore, would you?
Well, if you just tell me what you think.
No, I really can't do that. That would be tantamount to telling you what to do because of me being who I am. You see, you think I have all the answers. Everybody thinks so. Well, I don't. There are countless things I haven't found answers to. However, like everyone else, I keep trying. Now, I really have to go to see if that poor star is feeling any pain. You'll both excuse me?
He wasn't much help.
Well, that's his way.
Oh, dearest.
Oh, there she goes again.
Dearest Paul.
Bruce, I'm going to turn ghost and visit her.
At least you've made a decision.
How do I go about it?
Well, there are no hard and fast rules. Actually, not many of us do it. It's considered kind of freaky.
Freaky?
Look how many of us there are and how few of them. If we all took to ghost walking, we'd have them outnumbered trillions to one.
I don't care. I want to do it. I just need to know how.
Well, you can do it in the old-fashioned way. Clanking chains, winds whistling through the trees, moon behind black clouds and all that.
I don't think Melba would go for that.
Well, then there's the crying, sobbing type of ghost. Inconsolable weeping.
Since I don't feel particularly inconsolable.
Well, then there's the ghost that flits through the halls, appearing and disappearing. Now you see it, now you don't.
We don't have a hall, just a rather small foyer. Can't I just appear? In some simple, straightforward way. Just say, here I am, dear.
You wouldn't want to start with one weird, uncanny shriek.
I wouldn't know how.
Or a sardonic laugh?
Well, what would I be laughing at?
Oh, life, death, anything in between. Well, if you don't want to do any of those things which he calls theatrical, then just appear.
That's more my style, I think.
But wrap a bit of vapor around you. After all, they need something to identify you by. And don't stay too long. And above all, don't let it depress you.
Why should it depress me?
You'll find out, my friend. You'll find out.
It never occurred to me that a visitation by a ghost could be depressing. Take now that well-known ghost of Hamlet's father, speaking spookily from the battlements at Elsinore. Of course, he didn't sound happy. How could he when his own brother had just killed him and promptly married his widow? He sounded angry, yes. Vengeful, yes. But depressed? No. And certainly not depressing. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Our moribund hero, Paul, has decided to return to Earth as a ghost and haunt the 3-room apartment where he once lived with his wife, Melba. He has simply draped what remains of him in a shred of celestial vapor, and now, as he gazes through the living room window of what used to be his own 10th-floor apartment, he can scarcely be distinguished from the melting moonlight that floods the room inside.
Nothing's changed. She hasn't changed a thing.
Let's take our coffee into the living room, Leonard.
Good idea.
I think I picked the wrong time.
Bring in that plate of cookies, will you?
Right.
Not those same old oatmeal things.
I've always been crazy about oatmeal cookies.
They were Paul's favorites. Set them down there. Cream in your coffee? Sugar?
Black, please. No sugar.
That's the way Paul took his. His after-dinner coffee. In the morning, cream and sugar, yes, but after dinner, nothing.
Is that so?
And milk in his tea.
You don't say.
That's the English way, you know. Milk and tea.
I didn't know Paul was English.
He wasn't.
Oh, I see.
Oh, way back, 5-6 generations, he was English, but...
I myself was born in Wales.
Is that so? Oh, well, that's near England.
Richard Burton is Welsh, you know.
For goodness sakes.
Well, didn't you know that?
The last movie Paul and I saw together had Richard Burton in it. I wanted to show you something fascinating. Paul's World War II uniform. I've saved it all these years.
No, I don't. Not tonight.
And his captain's bars.
Some other time. I've really got to be moving on.
Oh, if you really have to.
Such a beautiful night. I think I'll walk home.
Yes, a beautiful night. Oh, just look at the moonlight streaming through that window.
Care to walk a ways with me? In the moonlight?
Oh, no, I don't think so, Leonard. I have a lot of things to do here.
Yeah, well, if there's anything you need, you have my number.
Yes.
At home and at the office. Good night, Melba. Thanks for dinner.
Thank you for bringing all that fried chicken.
Oh, it was nothing, really. Good night.
Good night, Leonard. Oh, Paul. Dear Paul. I need you, Paul.
Melba.
Oh, I need you so.
I'm right here.
What was that?
I said, I'm here.
Paul?
Yes. Me. Paul.
But where?
By the window, dear.
I can't see you.
I'll step inside. That'll be better.
Oh, I see. I see something.
You see me. I dare say I've changed somewhat.
Paul. Can that be you?
It is. I.
Really you?
Well, fairly really. Everything considered, as real as I can get.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Believe it, Melba.
Oh, Paul.
How are you?
Oh, never mind about me. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
Really? All right?
Everything considered. Everything considered, I'm better than all right.
Paul, tell me, are you happy?
Happy?
I must know. Are you happy?
I'm sorry you asked me that question.
Why should you be sorry?
Happy just isn't a word we use.
Why not?
Because it doesn't mean much once you've died.
Oh, Paul, you're not saying you're unhappy.
No, I'm not saying that.
Then what are you saying?
Look, Melba, I didn't really come here to talk about me. What about you?
Well, naturally, I'm not happy.
Why not?
Without you?
What about Leonard Whipple?
Oh, Him.
What's the matter with Leonard?
Well, nothing's the matter with him. He's just not you.
Well, I'm not me either. Not the way I was before I...
Oh, but I remember you the way you were. And as long as I remember...
Melba, honey, I don't even remember me the way I was.
You don't?
Not very well.
You remember me, don't you?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Well, you were my wife.
I'm still your wife.
Not exactly.
There'll never be anyone for me but you. Never, I swear it.
Please, Melba.
We are man and wife forever, for eternity. And now that I know you can return to me, not in the flesh perhaps, but even like this. It's strange. It's weird, but it's enough for me. I can live on as your wife and on till I join you.
Melba, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, I knew you could never really die as long as I remembered you. And you see, here you are, living on. Hello, Irene. Me. Guess what? You'll never guess. Paul was here. Yes. Yes. Right here in this living room. All right, then his ghost, whatever. Well, he looked different. Yes, sort of steamy. Kind of like a street light on a foggy night. But I knew it was Paul, all right. His voice and the things he said and the way he called me Melba, dear. Well, he didn't say too much. I asked him, was he happy? Because naturally I wanted to know, but he wouldn't say. He wouldn't say he wasn't unhappy either. Isn't that weird? He wanted to know about me. Am I happy? Isn't that sweet? And he asked about Leonard Whipple. Imagine him knowing I've been seeing Leonard off and on. Of course, I told him Leonard doesn't mean a thing to me, that there could never be anyone else for me. I said, Paul, we are man and wife for eternity. I said, you can never truly die, Paul, as long as I remember you. And then, you know what, Irene? There was this great big noise, a crash sort of. No, not like thunder, more like music, like a chord out of Beethoven or somebody. And all of a sudden, he was gone. But he'll be back. Like you said, no one is really dead as long as he's remembered.
Sir. Oh, sir. May I speak with you?
No. Oh, it's Paul, isn't it?
Sir, could I have just a moment of your time?
I have all the time in the world. I have all the time there is. Well, I don't quite know how much time there is, but I do know I have all of it. Does that star look all right to you?
Well, I wouldn't know. I don't quite know how a star is supposed to look. Please, sir.
Yes, of course. You want to talk to me. What about?
I've been back to the Earth. My wife kept calling me. You said we owed some responsibility to the living,
Did
so
I say that?
Yes, sir, you did.
I wonder if I was right about that. These Earth trips can be very upsetting.
Mine was. My wife wanted to know, am I happy?
They're all so preoccupied with happiness, aren't they?
I didn't know what to say to her. I couldn't answer her. This woman I'd been married to for half my life, I couldn't talk to her. It was as though we were living in two different worlds.
Well?
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Still, shouldn't I have been able to answer her?
Well, what could you have said?
Well, that happy is a word that doesn't mean anything anymore. Happy is nothing without unhappy. The way pleasure is nothing without pain. The way health is nothing without illness. Euphoria is nothing without depression. Oh, you know what I mean, sir.
I do know, yes.
It's ridiculous to say I'm happy when I'm never unhappy. What I am is...
What you are is... what?
What I am is... free.
Yes.
I'm free. I'm Paul, and I'm free. And I'm free to be Paul. No more, no less than me. Me, Paul. Sir, why couldn't I be free like that before?
Oh, dear, I ask myself that same question all the time. The only answer is that I miscalculated somewhere. And I did give those people the power to think, to reason, to figure out the sensible way to do things. Oh, why don't they use what I gave them? Why leave everything up to me? Theirs isn't the only planet in the universe, you know. I do have other things to look after, but the way they call out to me, they want me to do everything. But it's not right. It really is not right.
No, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, what's done is done. They'll just have to muddle through the best way they can. Now, about your wife. Melba, is it?
Yes, sir.
Tell you what. Why don't you talk to Bruce about it? You two seem to get along so well. Yes. Talk to Bruce. Now, excuse me, will you? I really do have to go take a look at that poor star.
Bruce, he just wasn't any help at all.
Now, you listen, Paul. Suppose you had invented the greatest machine imaginable. One that would do, practically anything you can think of. How would you like it if somebody came running to you every time a bolt got loose and asked you to tighten it?
But, Bruce, Melba says she's going to go on remembering me forever. We'll be man and wife forever, till she joins me here, and then we'll still be man and wife.
Maybe once she gets here, she'll change her mind.
But she's only 42. She'll be remembering me for years and years and calling for me, and I'll have to put on that vapor stuff and haunt the apartment. And Bruce, it's so hard to carry on a conversation with her now. Didn't used to be, but now...
Well, you couldn't just ignore her.
I love her, Bruce.
Do you?
Well, I did. For a very long time, right up to the moment I died. My last words were, I love you, Melba. At least, that's what I meant to say. I know I had it in my mind to say that, but I'm not positive I ever got around to saying it. Anyway, I can't just brush her off.
My. You do have a conscience, don't you?
Well, I hope so.
It's a very fine thing to have, of course, but sometimes... Look, there's only one thing you can do.
What?
Get married.
Married? To Melba?
No, not to Melba, you idiot. How could you marry Melba? She's there and you're here. Some marriage that would be.
But then whom would I marry?
Oh, heavens to Betsy, Paul. The place is full of women. Have you ever seen Helen?
Helen who?
Helen of Troy, they call her. Actually, I've never met her myself, but from what they tell me...
Marriages are made in heaven, so it's been said. There are those who consider this a profoundly true observation, while others think it one of the silliest statements ever made. I myself have no opinion, at least none that I care to express here. But no one, so far as I know, has ever claimed that people actually get married in heaven. Melba was a wonderful wife to Paul. But as his widow, she leaves something to be desired. Two things. She won't stop desiring him, and she won't leave him alone. In his desperation, Paul has gone to his kindred spirit, Bruce, for help. The only advice Bruce could offer was for Paul to marry again. Not his earthly wife, Melba, but one of the heavenly creatures who, like Paul, expect to live on forever in whatever place it is they live on forever in.
You've definitely burned yourself out, little one. Too bad.
Sir? Oh, sir.
Oh, look, Paul. This dear little star has burned itself out. Well, I knew it wouldn't be long.
Sir, I did what you told me to. I talked to Bruce about my problem, and you know what he said? He said, get married.
Married?
He says the only way to make Melba forget me is for me to get married to someone else. Someone here.
Where else?
What do you think of the idea?
Why do you keep asking me what I think? Can't you ever think for yourself?
Well, I just thought...
No, you didn't. You came running to me like all the others. I'm getting tired of it.
Well, if you could give me a little advice...
I gave you a little advice. I said talk to Bruce. You talked to Bruce, and he told you what he thought you should do. Now, either do it or don't do it.
Is it all right?
Is what all right?
To get married. Here.
Paul, the essence of this place is perfect freedom to do as you choose. It might work out, it might not. But that's true of everything, isn't it? It's certainly true of everything I do.
Do many people get married here?
Well, I don't know. I do know they don't come running to me to ask, is it all right?
Bruce mentioned someone called Helen. Helen of Troy?
Are you asking me to pick a wife for you? Now, what else do you want me to do? Tie your shoelaces? Help you with your arithmetic? Don't you people ever grow up?
I'm sorry, sir.
I don't care about your being sorry. That's too easy. I care about your achieving some measure of maturity. A bit of independence, a little simple sense. Is that asking too much? Tell me, is that really asking too much?
Oh, sir,
Sometimes I feel like giving up on the whole human race.
You're not going to cry, are you, sir?
Why not? Who has better reason to cry than I have?
Nobody, I guess.
However, we must all carry on, mustn't we? Never give up. That's my motto. Because if I gave up...
Don't say it, sir. Please, don't say it.
No, I won't say it. I wouldn't be so cruel, no matter how provoked. Now, Paul, I really must go to tend to that poor little star who, believe me, needs my help more than you do.
Irene, it's me. Oh, just sitting around. Leonard asked me to go to that new steak place with him, but I said no. I didn't feel like it, that's why. Don't be silly. I like Leonard. He's a very nice man, but... Well, there's a beautiful moon out tonight, and I thought maybe... Oh, for heaven's sakes, what's that? Well, there was a terrible clanking noise just now. It scared me to death. Oh, how could it be the radiator? The heat's not turned on yet. Is there a storm coming up or something? What's that whistling sound? Can't you hear it? Like a terrible wind. Or maybe a hurricane. What do you mean you don't hear anything? What? There goes the moon. It must be a hurricane. I mean, the moonlight just stopped shining. How can it be shining where you are and not here? Oh, now it's shining here, too. Irene, are you there? Are you crying about something? Oh, I thought you were. Well, no reason. I just thought I heard... Well, I heard somebody crying. More than crying, really sobbing. Oh, my goodness. Something just ran through the room. How do I know what? It disappeared into the kitchen. Irene, there's something here in the kitchen. It's laughing, terrible laughing. It couldn't be Paul because it couldn't be. Paul doesn't behave that way. He just comes to the window and says, "Here I am, Melba dear." It couldn't be Paul.
Here I am, Melba dear.
He just said it. Here I am, Melba dear.
Melba, I'm here.
Irene, I'm going to hang up. I've got to find out if it's Paul. And if it is Paul, I've got to know why he's behaving so peculiarly. No, don't come over. You might scare him away. I mean, after all, I'm used to these things and you're not. Bye, Irene.
Hello, Melba.
Paul, is it you?
No, it's not Paul. Oh, don't be frightened. I'm Bruce.
Bruce? Who? I don't know any Bruce.
I'm Paul's new friend. His best friend, actually.
Why are you here? Why isn't Paul here?
He couldn't make it tonight.
Why not? Nothing's happened to him, has it?
What could happen?
Well, nothing, I suppose. Everything's already happened.
Precisely.
Well, then why isn't he here? I've thought about him every single day, and every time I woke up during the night. I've been over every moment of every day of every year we had together.
That's just it.
And I'm just about to start over at the beginning.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Why not? He's not really dead as long as I remember him.
He's not really alive either, is he?
Well, no, but...
Melba, you're wearing him out with all this remembering.
Wearing him out?
Yeah, back and forth, back and forth. It's very tiring, Melba.
You mean he'd rather just stay where he is?
I think so.
Oh, nobody wants to be dead and forgotten.
Wait till it's your turn.
I certainly don't want to be.
Wait, you'll find out.
Nobody wants to be dead and forgotten.
That's because they haven't tried it yet.
You mean to tell me that Paul wants to be forgotten? By me?
If you think you could manage it.
Forget 22 beautiful years? Oh, I couldn't. I couldn't possibly.
What about having 22 more beautiful years with somebody else?
Like who?
Well, I've heard nice things about a certain Leonard Whipple.
Leonard Whipple?
I've heard he's very devoted to you.
But Leonard's not Paul. I mean, Leonard could never be Paul.
But he could be Leonard, couldn't he? If you'd let him.
Well, Paul is the only man for me. Always was, always will be, and that is that.
Oh, Melba, Melba.
Why do you say, oh, Melba, Melba, like that?
Because you forced me to tell you something I really have no right to tell you.
What? What is it?
Hardly anybody knows about it. Just me. And Paul, of course.
What is it?
I shouldn't repeat it. No. My lips are sealed. It's too private.
Does it concern Paul? Is it about Paul?
You won't mention it to a living soul?
I won't mention it to anybody. What is it?
Paul is getting married again.
Paul is getting married again?
Yes.
Who to?
I think her name is Helen.
Is she pretty?
I've never met her, but I hear she's very pretty.
Young?
I believe so.
Oh, how could he? How could he?
That's life, Melba.
Life? Paul's not alive.
No, but you are, Melba.
Yes, I am.
Make the most of it. That's my advice to you.
Thank you, Bruce, for telling me what you told me. I really appreciate it.
You're quite welcome.
I don't suppose Paul would ever have told me himself.
Oh, eventually he would have.
Maybe. Maybe not. Well, if you see him, tell him I hope he's very happy with his Helen.
I'll tell him. Nice to have met you, Melba.
It's very nice to have met you, too, Bruce. Are you still sitting down or standing up? I can't quite tell.
Does it really matter?
Well, I'd just like to, I don't know, shake your hand or something.
Not necessary. Not necessary at all.
I could see you to the door.
No, let's just part this way. A fond adieu to you, Melba.
A fond... Oh. He's gone. Just disappeared. Well, that's the way with ghosts. Who needs ghosts anyway? With all their comings and goings and the way they talk. Who can understand them? Hello, Irene? Irene, you are absolutely not going to believe what I'm about to tell you. You simply will not believe it.
Bruce, where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. Even Salome didn't know where you were. Where were you?
I went to see your wife.
Melba? What for?
To tell her you were getting married.
Bruce, you had no right to do that.
Here we do as we choose. He told you that.
How did she take it?
Shocked, of course. Hurt. What you'd expect.
You told me you were going to tell her.
I knew you wouldn't let me.
I wouldn't have. For one very good reason. It's not true.
What's not true?
That I'm getting married.
You changed your mind?
Not exactly. I asked Helen.
Yes?
She said absolutely not. She says she's not the marrying type.
But you didn't stop right there, did you? There are others.
I asked Catherine. I can't pronounce her last name. She used to be an empress in Russia. She laughed, fit to kill. And so did Amy and Louise and Marie. Even Salome laughed at me.
Are you upset?
Well, nobody likes to be laughed at. Yes, I'm upset. But on the other hand, I'm relieved, too. Bruce, I really don't want to get married.
I never thought you did.
Everything's so nice here, so free and sort of uninhibited. So peaceful.
Leonard, it's Melba. You don't mind my calling you at your office, do you? Oh, that's good. How was the new steak place? You didn't go? On account of me, you didn't go? Well, I must say, Leonard, I spent the evening doing various things. Things that really needed to be done. Like, I got all Paul's clothes together and packed them in boxes. Tomorrow I'll send them to some deserving charity. Listen, Leonard, I was thinking, as long as you didn't go to that steak place, why don't you come over here tonight and I'll cook you the best steak you ever tasted. And hash brown potatoes. Would you like that? Oh, good. We'll come early, and we'll have a martini first.
Well, good for Melba. Good for Leonard. And good for Bruce. And for Paul, too. Good for everybody who faces up to a problem and solves it the best way possible. The solution may not be a perfect one. Solutions seldom are. But at the very least, they are an attempt to use the sense we were born with. And that's all God asks of any of us. I'll be back shortly. You do realize, don't you, that the story I've just brought you was all pure fantasy. I don't know any more than you do what happens to us once we have resigned this terrestrial life, and you know as little as I do. Unless, of course, you are a ghost. Oh, if you are, I wish you'd get in touch with me. I have gobs and gobs of things I'm dying to ask you, well, for one thing, are you happy? Our cast included Lenka Peterson, Elliot Reed, Robert Dryden, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is the House of Mystery. Good evening. This is Roger Elliott, otherwise known as the Mystery Man, welcoming you to another storytelling session here at the House of Mystery. Today, we continue with the reading of Edward Bulwer Lytton's famous ghost story, The Haunters and the Haunted. As Ruth told us yesterday, Mr. Bulwer Lytton was not only a writer of ghost stories, but the author of The Last Days of Pompeii and a distinguished member of the British Parliament.
Why did he write The Haunters and the Haunted?
Why, Johnny?
Uh-huh.
Well, I should say for the same reason that I spend a good deal of time investigating rumors of supernatural manifestations to prove, if possible, that ghosts and phantoms exist only in the imagination.
Does he prove it in the story?
Well, let's find out, shall we?
Yeah.
Down with the lights, Johnny. That's fine. As you know, this story is about a haunted house in the very heart of the city of London. A house no human being would occupy because of the weird and frightening creatures who were said to inhabit it. However, the man who tells the story decided to investigate the house. He and his secretary, Frank Carter, moved in. The first thing they noticed were mysterious footprints on the damp stones of the yard at the rear of the house. Footprints that formed before their very eyes. Then inside the house they saw a mysterious light fashioned in human shape. A light that ran up the stairway to the attic and disappeared. They decided to retire for the night and search the house in the morning. But no sooner was the man who tells the story in bed when a cold wind passed over his face, and an invisible hand reached out and took his watch from the table beside the bed. Well, that's where I stopped yesterday. Now I'll continue from page 271, chapter 3 of The Haunters and the Haunted. I sprang out of bed, seizing my revolver in one hand and my dagger in the other. I was going to make sure that fiendishly invisible hand didn't get them, too. Then I started to search the floor for the watch. It was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly I heard 3 loud, distinct knocks at the head of my bed. Frank heard them, too, and called out from his room. I warned him to be on guard. All my courage was disappearing fast. Now my bull terrier, sleeping in front of the fireplace, roused himself and sat up on his haunches, his ears twitching. What had he heard? My attention was entirely directed toward him. I saw him get up slowly, his short hair bristling, and stand perfectly rigid. A few seconds later, Frank came into the room. And if I ever saw stark horror in a human face, I saw it then. I wouldn't have recognized him had I met him on the street. He rushed over to me, and when he spoke, his voice was a ghastly whisper. "Run! Run!" he said. "It's after me!" In a moment, he was at the door of the landing. He pulled it open and went bounding down the stairs, unheeding my cries to stop. I heard where I stood the street door open. Then I heard it slam. I was alone in the haunted house. I struggled with myself for a moment. Should I follow Frank? I decided against it. Yes, I was somewhat frightened. But at the same time, my mind refused to believe the incredible things my eyes had witnessed. If I could only keep my wits about me, I was certain nothing could go wrong. I went immediately to Frank's room. In spite of careful searching, I could find no door or even crack in the wall by which the invisible thing could have entered. My own room was the only possibility. I decided to return to my own chamber and wait for the thing to appear again. Once inside, I shut and locked the door to the hall. Then I stood by the fireplace, expectant and prepared. It was then I missed my dog. Horror seized me, for he was my only companion now. Looking around, I saw him slunk into an angle in the wall, as if literally trying to force his way through it. I went over and spoke to him. The poor beast was beside himself with terror. His teeth were bared, foam dripped from his lips. And my favorite pet would certainly have bitten me had I dared touch him. And so, though I wanted badly to comfort him, and in fact needed comfort myself, I left him alone. Taking a deep breath, I put my weapons, gun and dagger, back on the table, lit my pipe, and seating myself near the fire, began to read. It was only a few minutes before I became aware of something standing between the page and the light. I had heard nothing, I'd seen nothing, only a deep shadow on the printed page. I looked up and saw, how can I describe the horrible sight? It was a darkness shaping itself out of the air in an undefined outline. I cannot say it was a human form, and yet it looked more like a human form than anything else, except that it was gigantic, stretching from the floor to the ceiling. While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. I couldn't have been chilled more by an iceberg. And to this I will swear. The cold I felt was not only the freezing chill of fear. At one moment, I thought I saw 2 eyes staring at me from that great height. I tried to speak, but my voice failed me. I could only think to myself, it is from fear like this that men die. I tried to get up, but I was held down by some invisible force. An immense and overpowering will was pitted against mine, a will that was as superior to mine as the strength of storm, fire, and flood are superior to man's. And now, as this impression grew on me, came horror. Horror to a degree impossible to convey in words. I knew if I surrendered to it now, I was lost. With a violent effort, I succeeded at last in stretching out my hand to the revolver on the table. As I did so, a heavy blow fell on my wrist and another on my shoulder. My arm fell to my side, powerless. Now, to my added horror, the flames of the candle suddenly flickered violently and went out. I was in total darkness. This was too much. I must break through this horror. With a supreme effort of will, I steeled myself and found voice. Yes, I found voice, though that voice was but a scream of wingless terror. Yet it was enough to break the spell. I rushed to one of the windows, and tearing the curtains aside, I flung the shutters open. When I saw the moon, high, clear, and calm, some part of my fright vanished. I turned to look back into the room. The dark thing, whatever it was, had disappeared, except that I could still see a faint shadow against the opposite wall. My eye next rested on the table. Then it was that horror returned, as I saw from under the table a hand rising, a hand seemingly cut off at the wrist. It was a human hand, an old woman's hand with skin that was parched and wrinkled. Slowly, the hand closed over the 2 letters that lay on the table, and in a flash, hand and letters vanished. Then once again, I heard on the headboard of my bed the 3 loud knocks. As these sounds ceased, I felt the whole room vibrate, and at the far end, sparks suddenly began to rise from the floor, green, yellow, blue, and red sparks. A chair then moved itself away from the wall and placed itself at one end of the table. I blinked my eyes. This must be a delusion. When I opened them again, I'd see nothing. But I was wrong. The next time I looked at that chair, I saw, as if growing out of it, a woman's shape, ghastly as the shape of death. The face was that of a young girl, a girl with a strange, mournful beauty. Her throat and shoulders were bare. The rest of her form was enveloped in a gown of cloudy white. The figure began combing its long yellow hair, which fell over its shoulders. Its eyes weren't turned toward me, but toward the door. It seemed listening, watching, waiting. The shadow in the background grew darker. I thought I saw eyes gleaming from the top of it, eyes that were now fixed on the shape of what had once been a girl. My ordeal of horror wasn't yet over. Coming through the locked door, I saw another shape take form, a shape equally distinct as the girl's and equally ghastly. It was the shape of a young man dressed in a costume of the 1700s. There was something terribly incongruous, grotesque, yes, even frightening in the contrast between the elaborate finery of his dress, with its ruffles and lace and buckles, and the corpse-like look and ghost-like stillness of the creature who wore it. Just as the shape of the young man approached the shape of the girl, the shadow suddenly darted from the wall, and for a moment all 3 were enveloped in darkness. When the pale light returned, the 2 phantoms were in the grasp of the shadow which towered above them and kept them separated. And there was a dark stain on the cloudy white garments of the girl, just where her heart might have been. The young man was leaning on his sword. Only a moment was given me to see this horrible sight. Then the shadow descended again, and they were gone. The closet door to the right of the fireplace now opened, and from it came the form of an old woman. In her hand she held letters, the very letters over which I'd seen the hand close, and behind her I heard a footstep. She turned as if to listen. Then she opened the letters and seemed to read, and over her shoulder I saw a livid face, the face of a man long drowned, with seaweed tangled in his dripping hair, and at her feet there was a child, a weeping child. Even as I stared with unbelieving eyes at this fantastic tableau, the wrinkles and lines in the old woman's face disappeared, and it became the face of a young girl. Then once more the gigantic shadow darted from the wall and blotted out the whole mad scene. Nothing now was left but the dark shadow, and on that my eyes remained fixed. Suddenly, bubbles of light began to dance once more, shooting from the floor, bubbles of every color and shape imaginable. Sometimes I felt myself touched, but not by them. Invisible hands touched me. Once I felt the clutch of cold, soft fingers at my throat. I was still conscious that if I gave way to fear, I might never emerge from that house alive. I knew that there was a will working against me, a will of intense evil, which could easily crush my own. I determined not to surrender. Marshaling all my strength, I started to concentrate on fighting it out. But it was an unequal struggle. As the dark shadows started moving toward me, and a great burst of colored flame shot its terrifying bolt, I fell senseless to the floor. All right, Johnny, turn up the lights.
Hey, this isn't a true story, is it, Mystery Man?
Of course not, Johnny.
But you said that Mr. Bulwer Lytton had explanations for all the supernatural things that happened.
Well, I didn't quite say that, Ruth. What I did say, or at least what I meant to say, was that Bulwer Lytton tries to explain why the storyteller saw the ghostly manifestations.
Well, how can there be any explanation for people appearing and disappearing and hands reaching out for things in black shadows?
You haven't a very good memory, Johnny. Remember the story of the haunted lighthouse?
Sure.
Remember how there seemed to be no logical explanation for the voice that said, "You'll die too"?
Oh, yeah, but that was the wind. How's he going to explain the things he saw?
Well, suppose we wait and see. Tomorrow we'll continue with Chapter 4 of The Haunters and the Haunted. Same time, and for our radio listeners, the same station. I'll be waiting for you at the House of Mystery. This is Roger Elliott, your mystery man, saying good night.
Strange Adventure. Wakefield raised himself on his elbows and glanced across the room at the sick and delirious man in the other hospital bed. He listened to his almost incoherent mumblings about a stream bed filled with gold, a laughing mountain, and a treasure map. Harry Purston was indeed a sick man, lingering in that half-world between life and death. Even in his delirium, some grave responsibility seemed to weigh upon the man, and he repeatedly muttered two words, "The letter. The letter." At last he fell again into a coma. Wakefield walked quietly across the room and lifted a piece of paper from the table beside the sick man's bed and read.
Ted Williams and I left Phoenix. Found deep canyon with steep walls. Lowered ourselves. Bottom covered with nuggets. Ted died. Fever. Made rough map. Locate Laughing Mountain.
Then he went through Purston's effects, and in a billfold located the object of his search, a soiled map of the Lost Canyon. He hid the map and letter among his personal effects and looked anxiously for tomorrow when he would leave the hospital. It was almost a week after Wakefield had left before Purston recovered sufficiently to ask the doctor about his missing letter and map. No one had seen it. Then the doctor had an idea.
Say, that fellow Wakefield that was in this room. It wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't the man who got your map and letter.
As soon as Purston left the hospital, he looked up some of his prospector friends and told them the story. Old Dad Caldwell outlined a plan.
Now, look, if it's as easy to find this Laughing Mountain of yours as you say it is, we should have no trouble finding the Box Canyon. We'll go out there after that thief.
With Purston leading, the men made their way across the wild country in the direction of the Laughing Mountain. Early in the morning of the third day, they came to a camp near the edge of a deep canyon, but there was no one around, and Purston was puzzled to find no rope leading down into the canyon. The men had rope ladders and descended the steep walls. They began to search the floor of the canyon, but could find no sign of life. Then Dad called out and pointed toward the huddled form of a man at the bottom of the cliff. The dead man was Wakefield. Nearby, the men found a little pile of gold nuggets. A crumpled bit of paper stuck out of the top of the pile. Thurston picked up the note and read the scribbled words that solved the mystery of Wakefield's death. Thurston's face was grave as he read the note.
I took the map to this place from a dying man. By now, he is dead. One day, as I was climbing out, my rope snapped and I fell. Now I am trapped to die, for I can find no other way out. And always I can see the laughing face of the mountain mocking me. Beware of this gold. It's cursed.
Thurston finished reading and looked down at the man who had paid with his life for a bit of canyon gold. This is Pat McGeehan in Hollywood, California, saying goodbye from my writer Charles Crowder and inviting you to listen again to another tale of strange adventure.
Good evening, creeps. Tonight, your Mystery Playhouse presents Miss Leslie Woods in An Inner Sanctum Mystery. The title, A Ghost in the Garden. Now we're at your door, Mr. Host, so open it, won't you?
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come on in. Come in, join our happy little community. And if you're not very careful, maybe you can stay. It's happened to some of our nicest people, and believe me, they've never regretted it. As they always say, it's a place to rest your bones. Remember, ours is the only community that has no taxes, no housing problems, no inflation, and no politicians. Of course, it might seem a little dead to you, but that's the idea, isn't it? Suppose we get down to brass tacks. And I do mean the ones that go around the edge of a coffin. Huh? Oh, don't sneer. I've heard better jokes myself, but remember, he who laughs last laughs best. And, brother, when we in the inner sanctum laugh, we're laughing last. Meet Laura, a nice girl in her 30s who had an uncle and worried about it.
It was a pleasant life at Green Tower. It was pleasant being mistress of the huge, time-worn house and the fertile acres that surrounded it, and the money that came in regularly. Always. It was pleasant being married to Tony, who was very handsome and very gay, and who, they said, had married me for my money. Well, perhaps he had, but he was fond of me anyway. I'm sure he was, even though he was younger than I. But only a very little younger. It was a pleasant life. Until Uncle Edward came home. Tony had gone out to the village, I think, to pick up something or other. I was alone. Tony, the door's open, darling. You know I never lock it. Do you have a nice time buying things, Tony?
And who, my dear Laura, is Tony?
Oh, Uncle Edward.
Yes, but I haven't returned from the grave, my sweet.
I didn't think you had. Hello, Uncle.
That welcome could very easily be warmer and still not be overwhelming. I've been away a long time, and for a change, Green Tower seems attractive.
Does it?
Which is rather a pity.
What do you mean?
Selling it.
You're not going to sell Green Towers.
Oh, yes. Yes, I need the money.
Uncle, you can't sell Green Towers.
Well, it's mine. Of course I can sell it.
But...
And who is this Tony?
Tony is my husband.
Oh, really? Well, my congratulations. And I take it he thinks you own Green Towers.
Yes.
And thinks you have money as well.
Yes. Uncle,
I thought I saw someone in the garden.
Uncle, please.
Be still. infernally dark out there. I can't see. Might be some burglar fellow.
He was standing with his back to the room, peering out into the garden. Uncle Edward, who had been away a long time and who had come back at last to shatter my life. He was not a very big man, my uncle. And when I came close to him, I realized that he was barely as tall as I. Uncle.
I can't make out a thing. Those blasted shadows.
He was looking out into the garden for an imaginary burglar, while I stood behind him with the old French paper knife my mother had left me. I tried again. Uncle, please.
Now, it's no use, my dear. No use. Go away and stop bothering me.
He didn't even turn around when he said that to me, which made it quite easy when I... The knife went in smoothly. It kept on going into his back until I thought it would never stop. But the handle balked. Uncle Edward's body stiffened for a moment and leaned back intolerably against the knife. He groaned, and he fell. After a moment, I bent over him. He was very silent. As silent as the dark garden. As silent as death. My uncle had come home more than he knew. He wasn't very heavy. And he didn't bleed at all, which was nice. As I dragged him through the French doors into the softness and darkness of the garden. I hurried, because Tony would be coming home. The ground would be softest, I knew, under the rosebuds that I loved so. It was there that I dug a grave for Uncle. And it was there that I buried him. Under the lovely roses that would bloom again and again, not knowing or caring who lay beneath them. There was the sound of our car pulling up at the front door, but I was finished. Uncle was under the roses, with the paper knife still in his back. And I was in the drawing room, at the piano, when my darling came in.
Oh, my love?
Oh, Tony, my dear.
Anything exciting happened while I was away?
No, Tony. No. Nothing ever happens here. Nothing. Oh, it's pleasant having breakfast in the garden, isn't it, Tony?
Mm-hmm. Except for, look.
Oh, dear. Mr. Stokes.
Mm-hmm. Or windbag.
Well, he's a very nice old gentleman, but he does talk a lot, and...
Good morning, good morning, good morning. My, what a lovely sight you two make. Charming.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes.
Well, Laura, your roses are almost as lovely as you are.
They're much lovelier, you know that.
And where is your Uncle Edward this fine morning?
My Uncle Edward...
Oh, Laura, you upset your coffee.
Oh, yes, I did, didn't I? That was very careless of me. Well, Mr. Stokes, I suppose Uncle Edward is still abroad.
Oh, my dear, my dear, I saw him last night, here.
Here?
Well, on his way here, at any rate. I was driving. It was quite late. I saw him coming down the road.
Oh, it wasn't Uncle Edward.
No? No, well, isn't that funny? Well, I thought I could have recognized him anywhere.
It wasn't Uncle Edward.
Well, yes, of course. You know better than I, of course. Well, I must be getting old, eh? Well, that reminds me. Mrs. Stokes will have my head if I don't hurry back home. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who's, Uncle Edward, Laura?
My uncle.
Well, I could have guessed that.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, my mother's brother.
A poor relative?
Why do you ask that?
Well, you seemed so upset when Stokes mentioned his name.
Oh, well, he is a bit. He sponges.
I wouldn't have liked him.
No, I don't think you would. So, isn't it lucky it wasn't Uncle Edward? That you, Tony? Tony?
Yeah, I'm going down the road to the Carters. You want to come along?
No, dear. I better go through this mail.
Ah, good old mail. Lots of checks coming in, huh?
Lots of them, darling.
Say, Laura.
Yes?
Well, why aren't you using your paper knife?
My pet... Oh, it needed cleaning, and I sent it away to have it cleaned.
Oh, it was a pretty thing. Glad you haven't lost it. But I thought I noticed it around last night.
No, I sent it away a few days ago, when I went into town.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye, until later. And please, Tony, please forget about my paper knife. Please, Tony, forget about it. Oh, hello.
Hello. You'd be the niece, huh?
The niece?
Mind if I come in?
Well, no, not at all.
Very nice. Very nice.
We like it.
Bet you do. Now, where's Ed Cheney?
Ed Cheney?
You can tell him his old pal Trail is here and waiting.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
What kind of mistake?
There's no Mr. Cheney here.
Look here, my girl. This is Green Towers, isn't it?
Yes?
You're Laura?
Yes?
And tell your Uncle Ed I'm here and waiting.
Well, he isn't here.
He got here sometime yesterday. Asked me to come here today. But I'm here.
I'm terribly sorry, but he's away. He's abroad. He is not here.
Oh. Owes me some money.
Oh, he does.
Yes, 5,000.
I see.
I don't care what I say. Why not? All I care about is the money.
But
I'll wait for him.
Well, you
You
can't.
told me he was coming here yesterday. Today hasn't come. All right, I'll wait.
Oh, well, it might be very awkward. Suppose...
Yeah?
Suppose I gave you the money.
Yeah, it'll be all right.
Then you would go away? You wouldn't wait for Uncle Edward?
I'd go away.
All right, I think I may have it here. I always keep quite a bit of cash around. Expenses, you know. Yes, I do have it. And here you are, Mr. Thrale.
Thanks.
Well, you didn't count the money.
I trust you.
Thank you.
You know, I like this part of the country.
Do you?
Yes. And I've just changed my mind.
What about?
Going away. I'm getting on in years. Maybe I'll spend the rest of them here.
You said you'd go away.
I did, didn't I? That was before you gave me the money.
Well, you can't live very long on that.
There'll be more, won't there, Laura? Well, I'd better be running along. Find myself a nice place to live, near the village.
But, Mr.
You see, I know
Thrale...
your Uncle Edward did come here last night. And he didn't owe me any money. I was trying to get a job from him.
Oh.
But this way is even better. Au revoir.
Oh, no. No. Oh, no.
Gents, it's getting late. I'll be going to my new little gray home in the west, eh? Nighty night.
Good night.
Old man Thrale will be back, though. Buy all the drinks you can stand. Hey. I didn't see you. You're dark. What you want? I said, what? Don't just stand there looking at... Hey, that knife. What are you doing with that? No! Don't! I can't.
Well, you're all here waiting, eh? What's the matter? You brave or something? Oh, you are. Then suppose you crawl out from under that sofa and listen to the tale of Laura, who planted her Uncle Edward under the rose bushes in the garden. with her favorite paper knife in his back. A Mr. Thrale tried to blackmail her, but one dark night, Mr. Thrale lost interest in worldly matters, lying down in the street with a knife in his heart. The next morning at Green Towers.
Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, darling. Started business already?
Too hungry to wait. Pull up a chair and go to work.
All right, I will.
What's the matter, Laura? You're a bit pale.
I'm all right. Tony, who put those roses on the table?
I did. They're blooming. I know how you love them.
Oh, thank you, darling.
Hey, terrible thing in the papers this morning.
Oh? What?
Man stabbed to death in the village.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Stranger hereabouts. He was at the village bar, throwing a lot of money around. Walked out. Somebody evidently wanted the rest of his money, so he got a knife stuck into him.
Oh, how dreadful. What was his name, Tony?
It was a funny name. Hard to remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Thrale. Yeah, that's what it was. Laura, what's wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. I do think, though, that those roses have given me a headache. Their odor's so strong.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, I'll get rid of them.
Will you? Thank you. I'll go and lie down for a while. Maybe my head will feel better.
Yeah, you do that.
Yes, I may even be able to sleep again.
Laura,
yes, sir.
stop wandering about the room.
Oh, I'm just a bit restless.
Get your paper knife back from the cleaners yet?
Paper? Oh, no, not yet.
It's taken him an awful long time, isn't it? Hope you haven't lost it.
I hope not. Tony.
What?
There are no roses in this room, are there?
No.
Well, then why is the odor of roses so strong?
Laura, I'm worried.
Why?
Because there is no odor of roses in this room.
Good night, Tony, darling.
Laura, are you sure you don't want me to stay with you at night?
No. Run along to your own bedroom.
You're not looking well.
I'll be all right.
Well, yell if you want me. Good night.
Good night, Tony. Good night. I'll be all right, if only the roses will go away. The heavy, sweet odor of roses always in my nostrils. The deadly, decaying odor of roses always in my nostrils. For goodness sake, I was asleep. And it was nothing. No. Oh, no, I don't hear anything. The voice is coming from the garden. I've got to get out of bed and see. Just see. Now, there's nobody in the garden. Nobody at all. There's the plum tree, just as it always is. And the vegetable patch. And the lawn where we play croquet. And there are the rose bushes, too. The rose bushes. And out of the rose bushes, a man is standing up, and it's my uncle! No! Tony, what did that doctor say? The consultant, I mean.
I don't know. He's stopping by in a little while.
He seemed a very strange man.
Oh, psychiatrist often. I
knew he was a psychiatrist, darling. Tony, do you think
Of course not.
Because it's only that I smell roses when they're on.
You're not crazy, Laura, and for heaven's sake. That must be the doctor now. Now, you'll be a good girl. I'll see him, and I'll be back very soon. You try to sleep?
Yes, darling. But I couldn't sleep. The odor of roses was so terribly strong. I thought, perhaps if I got out of bed
and lay down on the floor where the fresh air in the air conditioning machine was strongest. Perhaps there I'd be more comfortable. But... And for a moment I thought it was funny as I crawled about a bit on the floor on my hands and knees until I found the place where the fresh air was supposed to come from. Then I began to laugh. And I laughed and I laughed. That night I waited till he slept. And I went downstairs into the cellar. And straight to the air conditioning machine which kept the house so fresh. And there, in front of the blower which drove the air through the pipes into my bedroom, I found a little bottle. It was a lovely little bottle with a crest on its little fat belly and the words, Attar of Roses on it. The bottle, you see, was open. And then I knew that I wasn't mad. And I also knew that the time had come for me to find my paper knife again.
I'm awake, Tony.
Brought you your breakfast.
Thank you, darling. Put it down. I won't eat it just yet.
All right. Hey, you had a good night?
I had a wonderful night. Tony, I think I'm going to be well again.
Good.
Help me out of bed, darling, will you?
Sure, all right.
Just put your arms around me.
All right.
There, I'm up. Oh, don't be in such a hurry to take your arms away, darling. Hold me close.
Oh, Laura, you...
Whew. Darling, I forgot to tell you.
What?
My paper knife came back.
It what?
Yes, I have it now in my hand. The hand that's behind your back, Tony.
Laura.
Yes, Tony, here is my paper knife. You can take your arms away from me now, Tony. It was quick as Uncle Edward, but I think you'll die anyway, Tony.
Yeah. Good doctor. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe.
Oh, no, doctor.
Why?
I found the bottle of perfume you placed in the air conditioner that you were using to drive me mad.
Bad. Bad luck.
Very bad luck, darling. You saw me kill Uncle Edward, didn't you? You were the one in the garden, weren't you?
Yeah, saw you.
And then when Thrale came, you knew about him and you killed him, didn't you?
Of course. Couldn't afford to have you give him money. Money. It was going to be mine.
Oh, Tony. Oh, Tony, didn't you know it was yours anyway? Everything I had was yours. Why did you have to torture me and try to drive me crazy?
You would have cracked it. Then the money would have gone to... Yes. Uncle Edward. I played it safe.
But you didn't, Tony, did you? Play it safe. Because now you're dying. And when you're dead, I'm going to bury you with Uncle Edward. Right in the garden under the rose bushes. I've already told everyone that you're going away, and you are. But not very far. Although it's far enough, isn't it, Tony?
You've won.
Thank you, darling.
And you've lost. Listen. You know what that is? It's an ambulance. For you.
Why?
You're mad. Yesterday, 2 doctors signed certificates of lunacy. I authorized.
I am not insane. I can prove it. The odor of roses was a fake. I can show them the perfume. I can explain it to them.
But how will you explain me or Uncle Edward? That's it, Laura. How will you explain us?
Tony! Tony. Tony! Wait! Wait! What am I going to do? If I prove I'm sane, they'll hang me. And I don't want to be hanged.
If I say nothing, they'll think I'm insane and they'll send me to the asylum, and I don't want to go to the asylum. And they won't go away. They won't go away.
Well, that's the end of poor Laura, who was a handy girl with a paper knife, but who didn't do so well with her spring planting. Oh, and while I amble down to Green Towers to find out whether Laura's spending the winter in a padded cell or at the morgue, let me give you a bit of earnest advice. Never plant your uncle in the rose bushes if you're allergic to pollen. You might get a bad case of sleigh fever.
Sanctum has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, voice of information and education.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Lights Out, a summer revival of some of the best stories from the series which many of our listeners will remember. Tonight's story is entitled The Haunted Cell.
Lights out. Everybody. This is the witching hour. It is the hour when dogs howl and evil things are let loose on a sleeping world. Sit in the dark now and listen to Lights Out.
So you don't believe in ghosts, huh? Let me tell you something, friend. Guys that don't believe in ghosts is guys that ain't never seen none, ain't that right? Listen, I can tell you a ghost story that'll make your hair curl. I'll say it'll make your hair curl. Listen. Last August I was nabbed by a couple of coppers. Never mind the details. It just so happened that they'd come up on me when I was sticking up a filling station and, well, they drugged me in. It was a tough rap to beat, since they got me standing there flat-footed holding a gun on one of the filling station guys and, well, the coppers didn't like me anyway. Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. 'Cause I'd had to bump off a copper a week or two before. And wouldn't it be my luck to be picked up by this guy's partner? Well, they took me in, and they decided to show me the goldfish. You don't know what that is, huh? Well, I'll tell you.
You're a liar.
Yeah? So what, copper?
You rat. I know you knocked off Ambrose Hogan, and you're gonna fry for it.
You gotta prove it first, Miller.
Pull the light over this way a little more, John.
Okay.
Right in his eyes. I'll prove it, rat.
Go ahead.
Hand me the hose, John.
Now, look here. Don't you go ahead.
Now, what do you say?
I'm not gonna rat to no fact.
You ain't, huh?
You'll wait till I get to a mouthpiece, Miller. You'll be walking a beat out in Circleville where the out.
It won't make no difference to you, punk, where I'm walking a beat. Not when you're burned.
Yeah? Who's gonna burn me?
You knocked off Ambrose Hogan.
I was in Omaha the night he got knocked off.
Listen, Maxie. Get this now. Ambrose Hogan was a white guy. when I seen him laying on a slab downstairs. I took a solemn oath I'd get the rat that done it if it took me 15
You ought to hire a... I'll get you for this, copper.
I don't think you're going to get anything out of him, Miller.
There's a smart copper, Miller.
Yeah? Listen, I got a way to get things out of smart guys like you, Maxie. Come on over here, John. Now, listen.
What are you going to do? Listen, Miller.
Shut up.
I want a lawyer. You got to let me have a lawyer. You can't get away.
You want to sing, Maxie? Or do you want to spend a few hours in the haunted cell upstairs?
Do what? Oh, another gag, huh?
Think so? Listen, I bet you $8 you change your mind, baby. Get up.
What are you going...
Get going. Go ahead, John. Open the door.
Okay.
What are you going to do to me? You can't get away.
Ever know Skeeter Dempsey, Maxie? Come on, this way.
What about him? They burned him last winter.
Yeah, that's right. Friend of yours?
I knowed him.
Well, that's just fine, Maxie. Yes, sir, that'll be just dandy.
What you asking about Skeeter Dempsey for, Miller?
Skeeter killed a copper, too.
So what?
It's bad business to kill coppers, Max. All ready, John?
All ready, yeah.
Right this way, Maxie, my boy.
What you up to?
I'll tell you. Right in there, baby. Get in there, you. Now, listen. This here's the cell that Skeeter Dempsey was locked up in when he first came here. He liked the cell, Maxie. He still likes it.
What do you mean?
He'll probably be around to see you before the night's over.
Oh, yeah? Another one of your gags, huh? Well, you won't kid me, copper.
This whole corridor, Maxie. You're the only guy in it. Except Skeeter Dempsey. We'll see what a night here with him will do to you, huh, John?
Yeah.
If you get scared, Maxie, just call. Just yell. Nobody will pay any attention to you. Nobody at all. Except maybe Skeeter Dempsey. Good night, Max. Come on, John.
Hey, listen now.
Pleasant dreams, you rat.
You can't scare me, Miller. I know your gags. You can't scare me.
No, we'll see about that.
Ghosts. Hey, I want a lawyer.
Good night, Maxie.
Hey, you can't turn the lights out on me. Miller, turn the lights back on, Miller. You can't leave me here in the dark.
Can't, huh?
Miller, why, you flat-footed... Miller, come back here. Miller, I'm scared. Turn the lights on, Miller. For the love of Mike, I'm scared of the dark. Go on. Turn the lights on, Miller. Please. Miller, listen. Take me out of here and...
Cut out the yelling. Sit and sit down.
Who are you?
Don't you know me, Maxie? I'm Skeeter Dempsey.
You can't be. It's a gag. Listen, copper.
I'm no copper, Max. Sit down. Let's talk about things.
Where are you?
Right here.
Wait till I light a match. I want to see what you look like.
You'll be surprised, Max.
There ain't nobody here.
Oh, yes, there is, Maxie. I'm right here beside you, kid.
Yeah? It was Skeeter Dempsey, all right. I recognized his voice right away. When I lit the match and couldn't see nobody there, I guess I fainted. I remember trying to yell, only my voice wouldn't work, and when I come to, I was laying on the cell floor. For a minute, I couldn't figure out what happened, and then it all come back to me. You know how it is when you're really scared? Or maybe you've never been real scared, huh? Well, I'll tell you. My mouth was so dry I couldn't hardly breathe. All I could hear was my heart pumping away as loud as an old flivver engine. I was too scared to say a word. I just crawled up onto the bunk and laid there, listening.
So I scared you, huh, Maxie?
Listen, go away now. Whoever you are, go away, go away.
Oh, shut up. I ain't gonna hurt you.
I could pray you away.
No, you couldn't, Maxie. You couldn't pray me away. What they got you in here for?
Bumping off. Hey. Nothing.
You knocked off that Hogan guy, didn't you? Well, it's too bad for you, Max.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still here?
Sure.
You ain't Skeeter Dempsey.
Yes, I am.
Listen, Skeeter Dempsey was burned last winter. I know a reporter that seen him set in a chair.
That's right.
Well, then you ain't Skeeter Dempsey.
Yes, I am.
I know. I know you're Skeeter. I know.
Stop jittering. I ain't gonna hurt you.
But you're a ghost.
Well, what if I am?
I wish you'd go away.
Why should I? This is my cell, after all.
Oh, Skeeter, please.
Oh, Kenneth. Listen, let's talk. I haven't had nobody to talk to for 2 months.
Who'd you talk to then?
George Brown. You remember him?
Yeah, ice guy, yeah. Hey, George Brown hung himself in a cell here.
Yeah. This cell.
This cell?
Uh-huh. Him and me sat up and talked all night. And he hung himself next day.
What'd he hang himself for?
Oh, he'd have got burned anyway. They had him for 2 jobs. One knocking off an old lady for $70, and the other shooting that bank guy down in Springfield.
Did you see him hang himself, Skeeter?
No, I wasn't here at the time.
Where was you?
Oh, I was away.
Skeeter?
Yeah?
What does it feel like to be dead?
All right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
Well, what about hell and all that?
You get used to it.
My old lady used to make me go to Sunday school, and they used to talk about hell there. Fire and everything.
There ain't no fire.
Ain't they?
No. It's worse than that.
What's it like?
You'll find out.
If I get out of this rap, I think I'll go straight.
You're too late, Max.
No, I ain't. I'll beat it.
No, you won't. You gotta croak.
Sometime, yeah.
You'll croak on this rap.
How do you know?
I know. There's one way you could get out of some of the hell, though, Max.
How?
Bump yourself off.
What do you mean?
Well, if you wait for the law to punish you, that's one thing. If you take the law in your own hands and, well, kind of punish yourself, it'll make a difference.
Is it pretty tough, Skeeter?
What, hell?
Dying.
It hurts awful. The chair, I mean. You go in feeling pretty cocky and figuring you can take it and you're going to be a tough guy and all. And then...
What then, Skeeter?
All of a sudden you find you can't take it. You don't want to yell and scream, but... Well, it's awful.
God. What then, Skeeter?
You ain't never had no pain in all your life, Max. Can begin to compare with the chair.
Yeah?
You'll find out.
Do you really think I will, Skeeter?
What do you think?
I wonder how it feels to bump yourself off.
George Brown said it was all right. Kind of made him feel better, he said.
He said?
Yeah, I seen him the day after.
Oh, huh?
If I was you, Max, I think I'd do it.
Yeah. I'm not going to bump myself off. I won't do it. These lousy coppers ain't going to make me. Who's that?
Miller, I guess.
Is that you, Miller?
Who was you talking to, Maxie? Skeeter Dempsey?
Listen, Miller, let me out of here. No kidding, let me out. Put me any place you want to, but listen, Miller.
Scared, Maxie? Who was you talking to, Maxie? Skeeter Dempsey?
Miller, for the love of... Listen, Miller, turn on the lights. Will you turn them on, Miller, just for a minute?
Dark's got you down now.
Miller, please, turn on the lights.
Well, why not? It'll be darker still when I turn them off again. What's the matter now?
Miller, there ain't anybody here.
That's right. Was Skeeter in here with you, kid?
I thought... There ain't anybody here.
Oh, yes, there is, Max.
I would worry about
I'm
it, Max.
right here beside you. And I'm gonna stay.
They kept me in that cell there for 4 weeks. Every once in a while, Miller'd come in and stand there in front of the door and laugh at me. Gonna sign a confession, Maxie? He'd say. Well, I wasn't gonna give him nothing. But that place got me. Just as soon as it was dark, I'd hear Skeeter Dempsey's footsteps, and he'd come and sit down with me. I was awful scared at first. It's kind of hard to get used to practically living with a ghost. But then I kind of get used to him. He was always telling me how I was going to burn and how I'd be better off to hang myself like George Brown done. I guess I was a little bit nuts. Miller wouldn't let me have no lawyers either. They was keeping me in there without knowing anything about it so as they could hand me the rap when the time come. Well, the time come. Someplace or other, Miller dug up the evidence that I wouldn't give them, and they had me. And how they had me. So one morning, a few weeks later, I'm sitting in the courtroom. The jury's been out 20 minutes.
Everybody rise. Sit down.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will you pass the verdict to the bailiff, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant, Max Young, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Mr. Foreman, is this your verdict?
It is, Your Honor.
The defendant will rise.
Get up, Maxie.
Max Young, have you anything to say before sentence is passed on you?
Well, no, Your Honor.
You realize that in a verdict of guilty of first-degree murder, the death penalty is mandatory?
Yeah. Yeah, Your Honor.
Very well, then. It is the sentence of this court
that you are to be taken from this place and between the 21st and the 30th of December, shocked to death by electricity. And may God have mercy on your soul.
All right, Maxie. Come on this way. Well, Max, that's that.
Yeah. What'd you say?
I didn't say nothing.
It was me, Maxie. I said there's only one way out now.
Well, so that was that. They wasn't ready to send me down to the state prison where they bump off guys, so they kept me in this here wing of the county jail where they had me, in Skeeter Dempsey's old cell. I guess this guy Miller must have liked his pal Ambrose Hogan quite a lot, the guy I knocked off. Huh? Sure, I knocked him off. What's the use of kidding around? Yeah, I guess he must have thought a lot of him, 'cause he kept me in there where it was dark, where I'd be scared to death all the time. Really getting even. But I kind of fooled him. I wasn't so scared of Skeeter by this time. I got so I'd sit in the dark there and be waiting for him. And we'd talk about everything in the world. It was funny. People out of history and funny places and stuff and a lot of things. Skeeter told me he saw a lot of the guys we talked about. Nero and Judas Iscariot. But why not? He was dead, wasn't he? And so was they. Oh, but I gotta hurry up with my ghost story, ain't I? That's right. What I was gonna say was, I was sitting there one night, the 23rd it was, day before Christmas Eve, sitting in the dark, and I heard Skeeter coming. Hello, Skeeter.
Hello, Max. How you feel?
Not so hot.
Still thinking about the hot squad, huh?
What else you expect me to think about? I wish they'd hurry up and get it over with. That's what I wish.
It's tomorrow night.
What is?
They burned you.
On Christmas Eve?
Yep.
Honest, Skeeter. How do you know?
I found out.
Oh, God.
Well, don't take it so hard. I'll walk in with you when I take you to the chair. I'll stand right there alongside you.
Will you, Skeeter? Will you, honest?
Sure. Won't do you much good, though.
Why?
I can't keep it from hurting you.
Honest, Skeeter, does it hurt a lot? Or is it all over with pretty quick?
It seemed to me to last 100 years.
Oh, I'm a sucker for pain, Skeeter.
Are you?
Sure. I cut my finger once. I put in there croaked with the pain.
You ain't felt nothing yet.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Gee, I remember, too, when I busted my leg. My old lady sat up all night holding my hand and me bawling.
This'll feel like 1,000,000 busted legs.
Listen, Skeeter.
What?
Didn't you say George Brown told you it didn't hurt much bumping yourself off?
That's what he said. What?
I was wondering.
Well, I know what I'd do if I was in your place.
Yeah? Would you bump yourself off?
Yeah.
I don't think I got the guts to do it, Skeeter.
It ain't hard. You got a belt. You could get it around your neck and climb up on the bunk and fasten the belt to the bars up above. Then all you gotta do is jump off.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it would help you out if you did.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I told you.
Kind of punishing yourself, see?
I know. But I can't, Skeeter. I can't. I don't want to die.
Well, it's all right with me. I was just telling you. Believe me, lad, I know what I'm talking about.
Do you, honest, Skeeter? Do you?
Yeah.
I wish I had the guts to do it.
Well, I don't care what you do, Maxie. Only you're going to get burned tomorrow night anyway. And if you want to get out of the most awful pain you ever had, and do yourself a good turn at the same time, well...
I wonder what it feels like.
George Brown said it only hurt for a minute.
He never had much guts. That I remember.
No. Here comes Miller. Gonna tell you, I guess.
Yeah.
He don't look very happy.
He what? Can you see in the dark?
Yeah.
Hello, Max.
Hello, Miller.
Want me to turn on the lights?
I don't care.
You getting used to the dark?
Yeah.
Well, I'll turn them on anyway. Well, Max, it's about the end of the string, huh?
Tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that makes you and me even.
Listen, Max. I wanted to see you knocked off on account of Ambrose Hogan. Well...
I ain't sore, Miller.
You know.
Yeah. No hard feelings, Miller. It's your job being a copper and mine being a hood.
Yeah. Well, is there anything you want, Maxie?
No, I guess not.
You ain't got no folks?
No.
I could get you a bottle of bourbon if you wanted it.
Nah, what's the use?
Well, we gotta get ready to go down to the state prison in a little while. They got the... Well, I mean, that's where you gotta go.
Do I have to go today?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, kind of hate to leave this place at that.
Do you?
Yeah. Scared me quite a lot at first, but I guess it's taught me a lot. Being here in the dark all alone.
Except for me, Max.
Yeah.
Well, Max, listen. Try to take it standing up, will you? You know.
I'll try, Miller. But it's going to be awful tough.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll be back in a little bit, and we'll go. Sure there ain't anything you want me to get, Maxie?
No.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Max.
Huh? It's okay, Miller. Forget it.
I told you, Max.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta be going. So long, Maxie.
You going, Skeeter?
Yeah. I'll, see you tomorrow night.
But listen, Skeeter, don't go away now.
I have to. And just in case you decide to do what George Brown did, there's an extra piece of rope under the mattress. You won't have to use your belt. So long.
Well, there you are. That's your ghost story. You believe in ghosts now? You don't? Well, you oughta. You see, I took Skeeter's advice. I hung myself. I've been dead 6 months.
All right. You can turn them on now.
You have just heard the third in the summer series of Lights Out. Tonight's story featured Norman Gottschalk as Maxie, Stanley Shule as Skeeter Dempsey, and Roy Engel as Miller. Boris Aplon was heard as the judge, and Nathan Davis as Johnny. Next Saturday night, come 9 o'clock, we've got a story cooked up for you that ought to give you a chill in the hottest weather. Two master magicians, both in the inner cult of Haitian voodooism, lock horns in a titanic struggle which comes to a climax over the Chicago airport. So you'd better make a mental note to be near your radio next Saturday evening. Lights Out is produced and directed by Albert Cruz. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Chicago, WMAQ.
Transcribed.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring one of radio's foremost actors, James Stevens, in The Haunted Trailer.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we take a little cross-country trip in The Haunted Trailer. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Do you believe in ghosts? No? That's good. Then my story won't bother you in the least. So let me introduce Melvin McGraw, as nice a young man as you'll ever meet, in this world or the next. Melvin is very unhappy. He has a story he wants to get off his chest. All right, Melvin, tell us all about it. Maybe it'll buck up your spirits.
Spirits. Don't mention that word to me. What I could tell you about spirits. In fact, I'm going to. You are now listening to a desperate man. And yet, just 2 months ago, I was sitting on top of the world. I was heading for California in my coupe, pulling a brand new trailer. In California, I had a girl waiting for me. Her name was Louise, and we were going to be married. We were going to take a 2-week honeymoon trip in the trailer, then settle down in a little vine-covered cottage. But I haven't the heart to go into details. Just say that as I drove through the Catskills, I was happier than a lark. I'd made a late start, so I drove until well after dark. Then I found myself on an empty stretch of road in the mountains with a bad storm coming up. I didn't want to drive through a storm, so when I came to a tiny, dark railroad station, I pulled off the road beside it and made myself comfortable in my own trailer. In no time at all, I was asleep. But about midnight, a terrific clap of thunder woke me up. I sat up, bumped my head, and blinked. The storm was raging outside, and the trailer door had blown open. It was banging back and forth. I got up to close it, but before I reached it, it shut itself, firmly. I was about to get back into my bunk when somewhere in the darkness a voice spoke.
Ah, now this is something like.
It was an odd, unearthly sort of voice, and at first I thought I'd just imagined it. Then it spoke again.
A house on wheels. Furniture and everything. Some fun, eh, chum? They never had nothing like this when I was alive.
Then I realized what must have happened. I'd left the radio on, and I was hearing some late program. I reached over to click it off, but it was already off. Puzzled, I found the light switch and turned it. The trailer was empty, except for me. I was staring around in perplexity when I heard it again, that strange voice.
Over here, chum. In the easy chair. That's right. Now, can you see me?
Can I see him? I rubbed my eyes, then rubbed them again. There was something white and misty sitting in my easy chair. Something that grew more and more solid as I stared at it, until I could see it quite plainly. Like looking at a disreputable old man carved out of a chunk of London fog. It was... the only thing it could be was...
That's right, chum. I'm a ghost. My name is Spike Higgins. Pleased to meet you.
What do you mean you're a ghost? There's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, no? Then listen to this. Oh! Did you ever hear a more ghostly groan than that? Or maybe you'd like to hear a banshee scream. You like it, chum? Every ghost can do it. Here, now I'll give you another demonstration. We call this one number 3B, the fatal warning. Are you ready? It'll curl your hair. Are you prepared to meet your fate? Beware. Beware.
Stop. Stop.
Well, I ain't even begun yet. I got a whole bag of ghostly tricks to try out. Why, it's years since I had a chance to use a single one of them. Hey, what about some invisible footsteps, eh? Hey, you see, I can do that without even stirring from this chair. And then there's the hollow knock on the front door. I'll demonstrate that, too. There. And now the door creaks open. Now, listen. Hey, see? Now, just suppose you was alone in a deserted house at night and you heard all them noises. What would you do, eh? I'm asking you, chum.
I'd run like the dickens.
Yeah, I bet you would. Anybody would. And now do you believe I'm a ghost, or should I give you some more of my repertoire?
No. I'm convinced. You're a ghost.
Well, that's better. Now that we're acquainted, you can call me Spike. That's my name, Spike Higgins. Born March 28, 1888. Died April 15, 1930. Well done, now good and faithful servant.
Oh, I certainly wish I could wake up. This dream I'm having is ghastly.
Not ghastly, ghostly. And you're not asleep. Hey, but speaking of sleeping, it's after midnight, and this is the first time I've been near a bed in more than 20 years. What do you say we turn in, huh?
You mean you're suggesting you're going to sleep in my trailer?
Well, why not? That's what a trailer's for. A home away from home.
No. I won't stand for it. Now, get out. Why did you ever come in here in the first place?
Well, why did you stop at my territory? Answer me that, chum.
Don't call me chum. My name is Melvin.
If my name was Melvin, I'd rather be called chum. Okay, Melvin, you invited me in.
I did no such thing. I deny it.
Well, you stopped beside my railroad station, didn't you?
What do you mean, your railroad station?
That old station outside, I haunted.
A haunted railroad station? I never heard of such a thing.
Well, there's plenty you never heard of. Well, back in 1930, I was a bum, see. I rode the boxcars. Well, one night I was trying to get away from a railroad bull. Toughest railroad dick in the business, name of Dan Badger. Well, I slipped off the top of a boxcar just as we was passing his station, see? Well, so I got appointed resident ghost for 7 Pine Station. A real lousy break. Hasn't been anybody in the station after dark for 10 years. And then tonight you come along and park. Well, naturally, I invited myself in. Oh, that's some layout you got here.
Well, why did you stay if you disliked it so?
Had to. I was doomed never to leave. Punishment, you see.
You were doomed to stay here forever?
Like I said, never to leave. Why?
I'll show you, Spike. This is where you and I part company. I know you think I was dreaming, but I wasn't. I was sitting there in my trailer talking to the ghost of a very disreputable-looking hobo. And I saw that I had to take drastic action. Spike had said he was doomed to stay there forever. But I wasn't. I hurried out of my trailer, climbed into my coupe, started the motor, and pulled away from there. I didn't stop until I'd gone 20 miles and left Spike Higgins' ghost safely behind me. Then I found a spot off the road, stopped, and went back to my trailer, completely bushed. Oh, boy, now for some sleep. Oh, I'm dead.
Watch your language, Melvin. I'm dead, not you.
Spike.
Here I am, Melvin, in the other bunk.
No, you can't be. You said you were doomed to stay forever back at the railroad station.
Well, I said I was forbidden to leave. I didn't leave. You hauled me away in your trailer. So now the curse is broken. I can go any place I want.
Then go. Any place. I don't care where. As long as it's someplace else.
Oh, but I like it here, Melvin. Nice and cozy, good company, plenty of scenery. I'll tell you what I'll do. If looking at me bothers you, I'll merge. Then you won't be able to see me.
Merge with what?
Merge with the other way. So long, chum. I mean, Melvin. So long.
He was gone. Except for me, the trailer was empty. Then I knew it had just been a dream. I took a stiff drink of scotch and tumbled into my bunk. Next morning, the sun was shining. I thought about Louise and cheered up. I made myself a cup of coffee and started out happy as a lark again. I stayed happy almost all day. Then, as it was getting on towards evening, a cold, clammy draft chilled the back of my neck, and...
Hello, Melvin. It's me, your old chum, Spike.
You're not my old chum, and where are you? I can't see you.
Well, give me time, Melvin, give me time. I've been merged with the other wear all night. I can't materialize again too fast or I'll strain my protoplasm. There, how's that?
You transparent monstrosity. I thought you were just a dream.
Oh, have I got to convince you all over again? Okay, I'll run through my repertory for you. The ghostly groan, the dying scream, the scream of the banshee, the hollow footsteps, the squeaking door.
No, anything but that. I couldn't stand it again.
Well, okay then. Oh, but I left one out last night. The mournful howl of a dog. You know, in every ghost story, there's always a dog howling someplace. Well, that ain't a real dog. It's just a standard ghost sound effect. You like this, see?
Oh, no. My nerves can't stand anymore.
Melvin, chum, you're going to have to toughen up. You're going to be hearing a lot of them ghostly noises, and you just got to get used to them.
What do you mean?
Well, you and me are going to be seeing a lot of each other. I am now the resident ghost of this here trailer. Congratulations, Melvin. You own the first haunted trailer.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Nobody ever heard of a haunted trailer.
Well, they're going to hear of this one. You'll be famous all over America.
Oh, that's absurd. A haunted trailer. Why not a haunted ferry boat, a haunted boxcar, or a haunted Pullman?
What, do you think there ain't? Why, there's a haunted ferry boat, makes the crossing at 125th Street every stormy night. And then there's a haunted boxcar. Never gets where it's going. Pal of mine rides it, name of Boxcar Benson. And speaking of trains, didn't you never hear the Phantom Express?
The Phantom Express?
Yeah, it's an all-Pullman car job, and nobody rides it but hobos who've been given a reward, see? It only travels by twilight, and it goes 1,000 miles an hour. Always traveling, never stopping. That's heaven for us poor restless hobos.
Indeed.
Yeah, so what's so funny about a haunted trailer? Now I ask you.
Well, as I got underway again, I was worried. The idea of taking Louise for a honeymoon in a haunted trailer didn't appeal to me. I didn't think it would appeal to Louise either, especially since Spike Higgins seemed to be a ghost completely lacking in all delicate sensibilities. But I didn't have any idea of what to do about it. Not even the ghost of an idea. Presently, Spike oozed himself back into the trailer, and I kept on driving until almost 9 o'clock. Then I turned into a little motel and arranged to park overnight. I had some supper at a diner nearby and then went back to my trailer, hoping against hope that Spike would be gone. But he wasn't. The trailer was full of cigar smoke and the smell of whiskey. There was Spike sprawled out on my bunk, inhaling the smoke of a cigar that burned in the ashtray, and from time to time leaning over to sniff at an open bottle of scotch. And to make it worse, another phantasmal character, long and thin and disreputable looking, occupied the other bunk. They were two thoroughly intoxicated spirits.
Oh, many brave hearts lie asleep in the deep. So beware,
Spike, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, hello, Melvin. Hey, Melvin, I want you to meet an old pal of mine, Nitro Nuff.
Pleased to meet you, Melvin. I'd shake hands if I had any hands.
Spike, I asked you a question. What is the meaning of this?
Why, Melvin, we're just celebrating, that's all. I ain't seen Nitro for pretty near 25 years, so we're having a little fun. We're just a couple of high spirits. You get it? Huh?
Very funny. Well, get this Nitro ghost out of here at once. This is my trailer, and I don't want him here.
Yeah, sure, Melvin. It's your trailer, only I'm the resident ghost, see? I got full rights to extend hospitality to any other ghost, ghoul, phantasm, spirit, spook, boogeyman, werewolf, vampire, or poltergeist I want to. Look it up, the Spirit's Handbook, Section 7, Paragraph B.
Besides, Melvin, there's a lot worse things than me that Spike could have invited. You know, some of them werewolves now. Brother.
All right. Let's not talk about it. Just thinking of such things makes me nervous. But you'll have to stop singing. Suppose somebody heard you and came to investigate.
Oh, well, okay. And anyway, it's time to turn on the radio.
Turn on the radio? For what?
But to hear it, stupid. Let's see. Yeah, this ought to be the right station.
May I ask, merely out of morbid curiosity, what program a ghost would listen to?
Well, you don't have to ask. You'll hear it.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable if you can.
Mysterious Traveler. Oh, that's a pimperoo of a program.
Oh, no. Turn it off.
What's the matter? You don't like the Mysterious Traveler? All us ghosts listen to it.
Oh, I like it all right, but you don't expect me to listen to it with two ghosts right in the same room with me, do you?
Sometimes he even scares us. Okay, we'll turn it off.
Look, Spike.
Yeah, Melvin.
Well, what'll you take to go away and leave me alone, both of you?
Oh, Melvin, you don't understand. I've took up my abode in this here trailer. I'm your ghost now. Your family ghost. Where thou ghost, I will ghost. You get it?
Then am I to understand you refuse to clear out?
And the answer to that, Melvin, is absolutely.
In that case, I'm going to rent a cabin for the night. I couldn't possibly sleep in this trailer with you two hunks of animated fog.
Suit yourself, Melvin. Anyway, me and Spike got some practice in the dope. Okay, Spike, let's go. First, the mournful dog howl.
That night, I slept in a rented cabin. The next morning, I drove on westward with my two phantom passengers and tried to pretend they weren't there. I almost got used to them. I suppose a man can get used to anything, even to having a permanent cold chill running down his backbone. When we passed through Denver, Nitro Nelson dropped off, saying he wanted to haunt up some old pals of his, leaving me with Spike Higgins.
Well, Melvin, it's just you and me together now, just the two of us. Until you get married, that is, then there'll be the three of us.
I don't think Louise is going to like that.
Oh, sure she will. Anyway, I'm sticking around.
I hate to think what Louise will say when I tell her about it.
Hey, where are we going on our honeymoon? The three of us, I mean.
I figured on driving up to Oregon to see the mountains.
Oh, that's good. Just as long as we get away from California.
What have you got against California?
Oh, just that Dan Basher lives there now.
Dan Basher?
Yeah, you remember that tough railroad dick who was chasing me when I fell off that freight? Oh, he's the toughest bull in the business.
Hey, you're not afraid of him now, are you?
No, of course not. Only the grapevine says he's kind of sick, see, and he might be entering the spirit world any time now. I wouldn't want to run into him again if he did. He's got a grudge against me. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
Well, right at first, Louise probably won't be able to see me or to hear me, see? On account of a family ghost is only visible to the household. You get me?
Yes, but I don't understand
Well, as soon as you're married, she'll be part of the household, and then she can see me. Until then, no. Wake me up as soon as it gets dark, huh, chum?
3 days ago, we reached Santa Monica. I rented parking space in an auto cab and immediately phoned Louise.
Melvin, darling, I'm so glad you're here. I've been worried not hearing from you.
Oh, I'll explain all about that. When can I come and see you?
Well, I'd better come see you first, Melvin. You see, my uncle isn't well, and the doctor said he must have quiet. I'll be there in an hour.
I hurried back to the trailer and tried to clean it up. Spike Higgins' ghost lay on a bunk and watched me cynically.
Hey, take it easy, Melvin. You're no good at housework. This place needs a woman's touch.
Now listen, you. You've got to promise not to frighten Louise.
I told you, Melvin. She won't even know I'm here.
I certainly hope not. That would ruin everything. Here she comes now. Coming, darling.
Melvin.
Louise. Oh, here, let me help you in.
Oh, thank you, Melvin. So this is it. The trailer you wrote me about.
Darling. Look, here's the stove, and an icebox, and a built-in bar.
A bar?
Uh-huh.
Oh, now, Melvin, you know I disapprove of spirits.
I resent that.
Be quiet.
Why, Melvin?
Oh, excuse me, darling. I wasn't talking to you.
Well, then who were you talking to?
Oh, it's hard to explain. Oh, look, Louise, here's a writing desk that folds into the wall, and a regular easy chair.
Well, it's very nice, Melvin, but all the same, we're not taking any spirits along on our honeymoon, bar or no bar.
Oh, she got a surprise coming to her.
I said to be quiet.
Melvin, how can you talk to me like that?
Come on, show her who's boss, Melvin.
I told you to shut up.
Melvin! I won't stay here and be insulted. You can telephone me when you're ready to apologize.
With that, Louise stormed out. That evening, I had to plead with her on the telephone for half an hour before she would consent to let me drive out and see her at her home.
Oh, really, Melvin, you were very rude this afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I'm overwrought. I apologize.
Well, you do look rather haggard, Melvin. And the way your hair stands on end, you really should do something about it.
I wish I could. Louise, how soon can we get married?
Well, I don't know. It depends on Uncle Dan.
Uncle Dan?
Uncle Dan Basher, my mother's brother. He's very ill. The doctor just gives him a few more days.
Your uncle is Dan Basher, who used to be a railroad detective?
Why, yes.
And he's dying?
I'm afraid so, Melvin. But you needn't look so pleased about it.
Oh, sorry, darling. Look, I must talk to him now.
Oh, but the doctor said he can't.
Just for a minute, darling. It's very important.
Well, maybe just for a minute. Come this way. This is his door. Uncle Dan?
Yeah?
Do you feel strong enough to talk?
What about?
Well, it's Melvin, my fiancé. He wants to meet you.
Send him in.
Come in, Melvin.
Oh, thank you, Louise. Look, I must speak to your uncle in private.
Oh, but Melvin...
I'll explain later. That's a good girl. Thank you, Louise.
Good work. I can never get rid of her. What do you want to marry Louise for, anyway?
Oh, I love her.
It's a pretty poor excuse for getting married. She's like her mother, my sister. The reason I spent all my life on the railroad.
Well, that's what I want to talk about, sir. Do you remember a certain Spike Higgins?
Do I remember him? If I could ever get my hands on him. You know him?
I know his ghost. He's haunting my trailer.
He is, huh? I'd certainly like to meet up with him.
Well, I'd certainly like you to. He's outside now. My trailer is parked at the curb.
Well, in that case, I was figuring on postponing the event for a few days.
but for the privilege of meeting up with Spike Higgins' ghost.
Yes?
Lad, go outside and wait. I'll be out in a couple of minutes. In the spirit.
I made some excuse to Louise and hurried out to the trailer. Spike Higgins' ghost was lolling on my bunk.
Oh, out so soon, Melvin? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Spike. Nothing.
You're up to something. What is it?
Nothing, I tell you. Oh, relax, Spike. Relax.
I got a funny feeling. Uh-oh, someone's coming.
What do you mean, someone?
Another spook. He's coming in here.
Hello, Spike.
Dan Basher.
In the spirit, Spike. I've been waiting for this meeting for a long time.
Oh, no, Melvin, you double-crossed.
After him. Quick, Mr. Basher.
Right, you are, lad.
I rushed outside. 3 blocks away, I saw a long freight train puffing away. Spike Higgins' ghost was racing forward with Dan Basher's spirit gaining on him. For the first time in a week, I felt happy again.
Melvin.
Louise.
Melvin. Uncle Dan. He's gone.
Yes, I know he is.
You know? Well, what do you mean?
Well, I just saw him running for that freight train.
You saw Uncle Dan running for a freight train?
I certainly did. Wonderful fellow, your uncle.
Well, Melvin, are you mad?
Mad? Not a bit. I am as happy as a lark.
Well, you must be out of your mind. Your poor Uncle Dan has... Oh, Melvin, and you just stand there laughing about it. Laughing!
But Louise, you don't understand.
Oh, I understand all too well. You want to break our engagement.
Hiya, Melvin. So you want to get rid of me, do you?
I certainly do.
There, I knew it. I just knew it.
Louise, darling.
Oh, just like a dame. Always weeping.
Will you shut up? Isn't there any way to get rid of you?
Well, there certainly is. Goodbye, Melvin McGraw, forever.
Louise.
Oh, never mind, Melvin. You've always got me.
Well, that's my story. I'm a desperate man. Louise sent me back my ring, and I'm stuck with Spike Higgins' ghost. I should have known he'd outsmart Dan Basher. He left Dan's spirit hunting the freight train for him and came straight back to me. Now I'll never get rid of him. I'm just a shadow of my former self. I can't get a job. Oh, look. Do any of the radio stations carrying my story need a good sound effects man for mystery programs? Oh, with me and Spike Higgins' ghost working together, we can guarantee authentic effects. Here, look, we'll give you a demonstration. Spike, let's have the creaking door. Now, the fatal warning.
Are you prepared to meet your maker?
Now, the dog howling in the cemetery.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Dear me, what an odd story Meldrin had to tell. Really, I don't know whether to take it seriously or not. A haunted train. It would be just the thing for my summer vacation. I do know a haunted telephone booth where I make all my calls. Oh, but I'm just joking. There are no such things as ghosts. Are there, Spike?
Oh, of course there ain't. Well, the whole idea is ridiculous.
You see? Oh, you have to get off here? I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. And now you can also enjoy other tense and dramatic stories of The Mysterious Traveler in the June issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine. In our cast were James Stevens, Larry Haynes, Bill Zugert, and Shirley Blank, with Maurice Tarplin starred in the title role. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley and was composed by Richard DuPage. This program came from New York. The dramatized stories of crime and the events leading up to the capture of the perpetrator are the order of the day on True Detective Mysteries. These stories are based on actual police file cases and have an air of authenticity seldom captured by a crime program. So, for the best in mystery listening, make a date to tune in True Detective Mysteries every Sunday over most of these stations.
This program was transcribed especially for presentation to the West Coast audience at this hour. Listen again next week at this same time for Mysterious Traveler. And stay tuned now for Let George Do It, heard over most of these same stations. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This week's Nightfall will tell you everything you need to know about urban transportation and more. The play by Marjorie Stewart is called Cemetery Stuff.
Oh, damn, here he comes.
Now look here, Mortland. You're late again. More than 5 minutes. What the hell are you trying to pull?
Look, Ben, I had a few tie-ups back there, that's all.
Tie-ups, eh? Such as Bolly in the coffee shop here before you started out? Eh? That's some tie-up. And I suppose you stopped at the other end, too.
Let up on me, will you? Take it out on somebody else for a change.
Now, look, I've had a lot of complaints about you, Mortland. You're pulling away from stops too quickly, leaving passengers stranded, missing stops purposely when you're running late.
Look, Ben, I'll see it doesn't happen again, okay?
Your promises don't count. Not anymore. You've only got one thing going for you, Mortland.
Yeah, what's that?
We're, taking into consideration the fact that you've been through a lot in the last month and...
Thanks, Ben.
Okay. Well, get going. Let's see you back here on schedule.
Goddamn company man. He and his whole transportation system can go straight to hell.
Hey, Mortland.
What? Oh, Frankie. Yeah. What, you shift over? Now, what are you on these days, anyway? You got a Sinclair car?
Yep. Having some hassles with Ben?
Oh, he's just trying to throw his weight around. This your stop?
Next one. No, Mortland. You sure don't look like the kind of guy who'd get bothered.
You got it, Frankie. Anyway, I don't need this lousy job.
How come? Got a few million socked away?
I don't know. But I don't mind telling you, I got a few other irons in the fire. My lawyer clears up a few entanglements, then I'm heading out.
Can't take the Toronto ride.
What? Oh, I don't mind Toronto. It's been a city of opportunities, as far as I'm concerned. And I just don't like anyone pushing me around. So, I prefer to do the pushing myself. Now, Take this route, for instance. I did a bit of pushing to get a hold of this one.
Yeah, I bet you did. It's a real easy route, isn't it?
Well, it's not too bad. This stretch here, for example, no problem at all. There's no evening stop, so after 5:30, it's clear sailing right through. Frank? Yeah, to hell with him. Well, damn it, spoke too soon.
Driver, stop.
What? No, you made a mistake, man. There's no point in you getting off here.
This is my stop, driver.
No, there's nothing here, ma'am.
Driver, this is my stop.
You want the next stop, ma'am. You've made a mistake.
Driver, this is my stop.
Okay, have it your way. Must have been planning on going into the cemetery. Dressed all in black like that. Everybody knows after 5:30 it's closed.
Yeah, what'll it be? Oh, hi. The regular?
Yeah, easy on the sugar.
So, how's it going?
Look, Molly, I'm running late.
Great. Well, there you are. Listen, call me sometime, will you?
Thanks.
Hey, Mortland, could you wait just a minute?
What? Oh, it's you. Look, Pete, I'll pay you that 10 I owe you next week, okay?
No, it's not that, George. Look, you and I, we've had our differences in the past, you know, but I just wanted to say how sorry I was to hear about Marion. Well, you know, we were kids together. Us two. A real shock it was. Especially the way it happened. She was such a good swimmer.
Yeah, look, I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. I gotta get going.
Oh, sure. I won't keep you waiting. See you around, George.
Yeah, okay then. I hope not. I sure hope not. Nosy bastard.
I ran almost half the block. Thought I'd miss you. Does this bus go right into the St. Clair station?
Yeah. You got it.
Treating yourself to a late night snack, eh, driver?
That's right.
That coffee sure smells good on a cold night like this.
You gotta do something to keep yourself awake. Thank God this is my last run tonight.
Yes, sir. I figured it was. How long does it take to get down to St. Clair?
Oh, about 5 minutes. It's a straight run from here. No stops until we get ready to turn off Mount Pleasant. From the corner on, it's just a short run into the subway loop. God damn it. Why the hell would anybody be getting out here? The cemetery stuff. Damn it, anyway.
Driver, will this bus take me to the end?
What do you mean? The end?
Driver, will this bus take me to the end?
Well, yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, it goes right to the end.
I sure wish I could get a job driving a bus. Looks like fun to me.
Yeah, it's hard work, kid, just like everything else.
I like this stretch. You can really open her up, huh?
What?
You never have to stop along here.
Damn.
Driver, this is my stop. Driver, this is my stop.
All right, I can hear you. Damn it, she got off here the same time last night.
What'd you stop for, driver? There wasn't anyone waiting to get off.
It's windy out there, driver. And cold. I'll be glad to get home to my apartment.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'll be glad to get home myself. Well, it won't be long now. This is the last half of my final run for the night.
Well, I'm glad I caught you then.
Damn it, there she is again. What's she doing out there this time of night? I'm gonna find out.
Driver, does this bus take me to the end?
What?
Driver, does this bus take me to the end?
Ben? Say, Ben. Did you see that woman getting off the bus just now?
What woman?
Well, you couldn't miss her. She was all in black. She was dressed in black.
No, I guess I missed her.
You couldn't have. She brushed right past you.
No, I don't remember her.
This, trouble, I don't know. It must have started night before last. Well, yeah, Monday night it was.
What sort of trouble? Hey, look, if you're having trouble with that route again, Mortland, I want to know about it.
No, it's not the sort of trouble you're thinking about. I don't even know yet if it is trouble. Maybe it's just sort of weird.
You'd better tell me about it.
On my last run, night before last, as I was going north, a woman got off at the cemetery stop. There was something about her. I can't really describe her.
Go on.
Well, she rang the bell. I argued with her a bit, but then I had to let her off the bus. And I went on up to the top, up to Eglinton, same as I always do. Then I turned around to head back here.
Yeah?
As I came back down toward the cemetery again, I was sort of looking for her, figuring she'd made a mistake, gotten off at the wrong stop. But I didn't see her again. Instead, an old woman got on, right across the street from where the first woman had gotten off.
So what? You're not trying to tell me that you think there's some kind of connection that...
But doesn't it seem odd to you?
Now, look, you got nothing to worry about. Just as long as they pay their fare and don't make any commotion.
For God's sake, Ben!
Forget about it, Mortland. Do you hear me? Forget about it. There's an explanation for everything if you want to dig deep enough.
What? What do you mean by that?
Like I told you, forget about it. Your nerves are getting the better of you, George, and I'm not surprised. What with the shock of your wife drowning like that. Now, look, go home, George. Get yourself a good night's sleep. You'll see you'll feel better tomorrow.
Look, I am not trying to pick a fight with you, Molly. Just thought we could spend some time together. I don't want to be alone tonight.
Well, yeah, but I can't leave early. Betty has that awful sore throat, so she called in sick, and, well, Mike says...
Forget. I don't want to hear what Mike says. Look, I'm going to try to get some sleep for a change.
But what are you so uptight about?
This job is starting to get to me. I'll be glad to wash my hands of the whole thing.
What do you mean, George? Are you thinking of quitting?
I got plans.
What do you mean, plans?
Oh, never mind. Just never mind.
It's a real easy route, isn't it?
You're late, Martin. You're late.
Driving a bus must be easy. Easy.
Such a good swimmer. Such a good swimmer.
This is my stop, driver. My. Take me to the end. The end, driver. Stop, driver. My. Take me to the end, driver. The end. The end. The end.
Marion, it was an accident. I swear it was an accident. Ben, look, can you get someone to take my last run for me?
What's the matter with you? What are you talking about?
I can't do this last run. I got a funny feeling. Ben, just get somebody else to do it.
Come on, George. You know damn well I can't get another man on this much notice.
I won't do it, I tell you. I can't.
Get hold of yourself, George.
You come with me, Ben.
What? Well, okay. But let's get going.
George?
What's going on, Molly?
Oh, hi. Well, Mike let me off early, and I thought I'd ride up with George and kill some time.
Kill some time?
Hi, Molly.
Look, you don't have to kid me.
Hi, George. Hey, you look kind of pale. You feeling okay?
I'm okay.
Look, what's going on with you two?
What?
But nothing. Anymore. Right, George? I mean, if you really got to know, Ben, there hasn't been anything since...
Oh, I didn't mean that. Look, I'm riding with him, too.
The more the merrier.
Thanks.
You know about...
Yeah. Well, I've never been on this route before.
Actually, it's a pretty good one. Easy. George is lucky he's got it.
Yeah. I used to think that myself.
See? That's the last stop. Before the cemetery. She's not on the bus yet. If she isn't on the bus, she sure as hell can't get off it. And if you can't see her, she's not there.
There you are, George. You'll see. Everything's going to be just fine.
You don't understand. The fact that I can't see her doesn't mean anything. I never pick her out until I hear the bell.
But there hasn't been a bell, George. And we're almost at the cemetery.
Driver, this is my stop.
Did you see her?
What's the matter with you, George? Why did you stop the bus?
Why did you open the door?
I don't know. I had to. My hand. It went right to the lever. I couldn't stop it.
What are you talking about, George? That doesn't make sense.
Look. She's still out there. Can't you see her? She's waving at me, calling me to go out there. I'll be back in a minute.
George,
Where the hell are you going?
Don't go out there, George!
No.
George!
No, hold it, Molly. He's got to get to the bottom of this by himself.
Where is she? I should have known. Hey, you there?
See, he knows right where to go. But he's only been here once, hasn't he?
But he does know. Over here, George.
This is your stop, George.
This is the end of the line.
You don't have to go anywhere anymore.
There's nowhere to go now.
There isn't?
No, there isn't. Is there?
Where are they? It's so dark here. I can't see. It's grass here. It's getting soft. Wet. This isn't grass. It's earth. Oh, my God. It's an open grave. Hey, it was an accident. I swear it was an accident.
You could have helped her, George, but you didn't.
He could.
Sure he could. He's a good boy. He can be very helpful.
I didn't know that. How could George know how to help?
Oh, he just knows.
What do you want? What do you want to know?
Nothing. We finally know now.
We know all about you and Molly, George.
But Marion didn't know, did she?
Even Molly didn't know, did she?
She couldn't understand after all, could she?
But we understand, George, don't we?
We know all about it, don't we, George?
So it's all right, isn't it, George?
Even if Marion didn't know.
Even if Molly doesn't know.
Even if nobody knows but us.
Yes. Nobody knows but us.
I don't think we should be doing this. He's got to work it out for himself.
For God's sake, Ben, he's been wandering around in here for an hour. We've got to help him.
What's that? Over there.
Oh, my God. Come on.
They don't leave them open like that, do they?
How the hell should... Oh, God. You got any matches or anything?
Yeah.
George? Oh, my God. Look at the headstone. It's
Marion's grave. Molly.
What?
Don't look down in there.
You have just heard Cemetery Stop by Marjorie Stewart. Featured in tonight's cast were Neil Monroe as George Mortland, Jane Eastwood as Molly, and Murray Westgate as Ben. You also heard Alan Fawcett as Frankie, Frank Perry as the elderly passenger, and Alan Levson as the young boy. The voices of the two women from the graveyard were played by Elva Mae Hoover and Marion Waldman. Our recording engineer is Brian Pape, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott, and the production assistance of Nina Callahan. Nightfall is produced and directed.
Superstition, a god whose converts cover the earth and seas. My reign knows no limitations. It has no boundaries. My power extends even beyond the graves of men and ships. You don't believe? Listen to this yarn of the sea.
Of course, I know nothing of the ways of ships or the men that sail them, but it seems absurd that a boat as trim-looking as the Beta, riding so placidly there to her boys on the bay, will never sail again.
But I'm telling you.
Yeah, just so, but I simply don't get it. What's wrong with her?
Nothing. She's complete in every detail, a perfectly equipped steam freighter.
I'll bite. Why won't she go out again, then?
She'll never be able to get a crew.
Oh, come now.
You may go along the entire waterfront, and if you as much as mention wanting to hire men for the Beta, the seamen will suddenly shy off and look at you with scared suspicion and edge away without a word. It's a fact. No pilot will take the Beta out. No captain navigate her. No sailor man her. The Beta is suspect. She has seen a ghost.
Oh, a belief in ghosts is a silly superstition.
Not as silly as you think. The belief in ghosts dates back to primitive man and had its origin probably in his dreams, where his departed kin, friend, or foe again appeared to him. The belief in the return of the dead is as prevalent today as it has been centuries ago. It has played an important part in early religious beliefs, which survive to the present day. Why, the superstitious fears of ghosts among sailors is well known.
Well, all right, but how and where did that ship encounter a ghost?
Perhaps you will not believe that ships can come up from the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, of course, if they happen to be submarines.
The ghost that the Beta encountered was no submarine. It was a ship which came up from the bottom of the sea where it had been buried for centuries. Well, would you like to hear the story?
Here, you can start right now.
Very well, but part of the story I will have to leave out, because we have yet hopes of finding another boat and trying our luck again. By we, I mean Scotty, Riley, and myself. On our last trip on the Beta, we were already within a few miles of our goal.
When the ghost showed up?
Yes, that's it.
You know, what were you after? Buried treasure on some far-flung island?
Well, that's part of the story I can't divulge. I will say, however, that it was a promising venture on which we had embarked, and our destination a far-flung island, as you put it. While I had only gone along for scientific research, Scotty and Riley had greater interests.
Well, where did you start from?
San Francisco. Besides ourselves, there was a captain, a chief engineer, a scant crew of stokers, and a Chinese cook. We had stood well off from shore for day after day, shaping our course far from the track of navigation and bearing up against our island by a circuitous route. It was on the 13th day out. We had passed the equator long since, and had come to that region of the great seas where no ship ever goes. The skipper and I were on the bridge talking.
Look out! 6 bells, and the sun has just set. Lot of room to turn around in without stepping on anybody's toes, Mr. Morton.
Yeah, what space, what immensity. It seems we are beyond all land, all world of men, alone and forgotten.
We're clean out of all charted navigation.
It seems like everything leads to nowhere.
Oh, but it does. We're not so very far now from our island, Mr. Morton. But do you know, sir, I'd just as lief raise that point of land as soon as convenient.
Well, why, Captain? Expecting some weather?
The sea is a queer proposition, Mr. Morton. Now look around you. All is calm. The boat's as steady and sound as you'd want it. But just the same, I wish we were in port right now.
Why do you wish that, Captain?
I don't know. I can't put it into words. It's just a feeling that I've got, that there's something that ain't just what it seems.
Oh, but that's nonsense, Captain.
Yeah, I guess so. But just the same, I've got a sort of a hunch, or whatever you might call it, that something or another is going to bump up pretty blame soon. There's your dinner call, Mr. Morton.
Well, I'm ready for it. Aren't you coming too, Captain?
No, not this evening. I'll eat on the bridge.
Well, excuse me then, Captain. I'll go down and join my friend.
Certainly.
Well, gentlemen, this will very likely be our last night on this confounded lonesome ocean. At least for a while. According to our skipper, we should sight our island before morning.
And how did you enjoy the trip so far, Martini Boy?
Well, your island will certainly be a great relief.
It certainly is kind of lonesome out here. But think how much more lonesome that island must feel, having had no ship cast anchor off its shores for centuries. You haven't forgotten the story I told you, Morty, have you?
No, indeed, Scotty. I often think of it. And of the fate which befell the ship that called there some 200 years ago.
Those poor devils, all set to sail home after having gotten all they went after, only to be overtaken by such a horrible death.
The record they left is too vague. Nevertheless, if any plague still exists on that island after these centuries, we at least come prepared.
Well, let's finish our drinks on deck, gentlemen. Phew, there doesn't seem to be any air at all stirring down here.
Righto, let's go. 'Tis unusually sizzling and clammy this evening.
Yes, we call it earthquake weather in San Francisco.
You would bring that up, Morty.
Put the drinks down here, cook. And fetch another bottle.
Yeah. All right. You sit, I bring 'em.
How quick the night comes along in these waters. The sun had only just set when I left the skipper, and now the moon is already out, making it almost as light as dusk. And the stars seem nearer here than I've ever seen them. Oh, look! Oh, what's that? See! There! Why, the circle of light burning about the top of the mast.
I'll be jiggered. St. Elmo's fire. A corpuscent, as the sailors call it.
Now, that's funny. These electrical displays are common enough in the southern waters, but I've never seen them except during a storm.
There, it's gone. Maybe it was a foreboding.
That's the second crack from you. For a landsman, you have all the superstitious instincts of a sailor. Another remark like that, Martini Boy, and we'll chuck you to the porpoises.
I guess I'll say no more then. The water is too fiery to shoot me. There's sulfur enough in there to make you think of hell.
What was that? It seemed to me as if the boat trembled like.
It felt for all the world as though we'd scraped over a shoal of rocks.
That's either a whale sliding along our keel, or the earthquake that Morty predicted.
Now, don't you blame me.
Get a cast to the left!
We stopped! Grounded, I bet!
Sail ho!
A ship!
Where?
Come on the bridge!
There, you see her? Not a half a mile away.
Shades of Columbus! What kind of ship is this?
It's an illusion.
It's a derelict. Look, her masts are lighted.
Tis the bloomin' corpusent again.
What ship is this, Captain?
I don't know. She rolls up out of the sea on that last blast, like a pillar of fire, suddenly.
The corpusent are seen.
What are the stokers doing on deck?
They're frightened. The captain's gone.
Broke?
Yes, sir. We're grounded.
Look, that dreadful apparition is coming toward us.
No mistake about it. The current sets her towards us.
She's coming fast. We'll have to rig the sails, Captain.
And where might your wind be, mister?
She's almost upon us.
Good God.
Man alive
to the boat. The ghost. The ghost ship.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't stop. You've got me all worked into a sweat of excitement. The fact that you are here and the beta's riding her boys proves that you weren't run down. What happened?
I'm no coward, but this thing was too much for me. It was positively creepy. There in the silence of that empty ocean and the queer half-light of the tropic night was this soulless, blind, dead ship coming toward us. Was upon us like an avenging spirit. I saw her plainly, saw her rotten planks, the crumbling rigging. She was covered with coral and rock and seaweed that clung to her like a shroud. She made no sound, no single thing stirred aboard her, but she moved steadily and swiftly directly toward us who were helpless to get out of the way. Stumbling and swearing in a hysteria of hurry, we made for the lifeboats. But before we could get ready to lower them, she was upon us. Her keel struck violently against the rocks that made the reef echo like a hollow bell. Then she sank so quickly that she made me think of someone falling suddenly to their knees.
Well, how did your boat get off the reef?
Well, this will sound strange. The same volcanic convulsion which brought the old wreck to the surface also produced the reef on which we had grounded. And that reef also sank again when the old hull smashed against it. And our boat was free.
But you didn't find your treasure island?
No. We repaired our shaft, but no persuasion or threads could induce the superstitious sailors to proceed with the trip. They got out of hand, and rather than a mutinous crew, we limped back to port. A few hours after we had cast anchor off the front and discharged our crew, the legend of the ghost ship was in every sailor's boarding house, in every seaman's dial. And that is why no pilot will take the beta out, no stoker feed her boilers, no sailor walk her deck. The beta will never smell the sea again. She has seen a ghost. I am Superstition. You don't believe, do you?
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Room Where the Ghosts Live.
No. No, I won't let you take me out of the house. No, I'm going to stay right here. I'm sorry, Doctor.
But, Lawrence, we've got to get you to a hospital. Now stop being a fool.
I won't. I'm going to die anyway, and I don't want to die in an ambulance somewhere out on an icy road between here and town. I'm sorry, that's final.
I can't do anything for you here, Lawrence.
Maybe I don't want you to do anything for me, Doctor.
I'm going to call the ambulance.
How?
By telephone, of course.
The telephone isn't working.
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
That's funny, isn't it?
What?
What a couple of days of snow can do. No lights, no heat, no water. Just like the days when they lived here.
When who lived here?
The ghosts.
Open your mouth.
What for?
Thermometer.
I'm not raving, Doctor.
Well, let's see anyway. Feel any pain?
Sure.
Worse than it was?
Little.
A little morphia won't hurt. It's a good thing I decided to stop in for a cup of coffee. You might have died here all by yourself.
I'm going to die anyway.
Not if I can help it.
Can't help.
Oh, stop that nonsense. May I have your ball? All right, now. That'll relieve the pain in a minute or two.
Okay.
I could take you to the hospital in my car.
No.
And I think I will.
No.
Lawrence, what got into you? What do you want to die for?
Take some hours.
No, not yet. There's nothing wrong with you. You've been the happiest. You've got everything to live for.
No.
And you go and shoot yourself.
Yep.
Where did you get this pistol, anyway?
Gift.
Didn't you know it was loaded?
Sure.
That powder and ball have probably been in there for 50 years.
Longer than that.
What?
Longer than that.
Well, there's no telling what kind of infection you can get from that bullet.
No. Don't die, asshole.
Let's see that thermometer.
High temperature, huh?
Yeah, it's just really high. I guess you're not going to the hospital after all, though.
I told you that, Doctor.
I couldn't move you with that higher temperature.
That's fine. But I told you I wasn't going to be moved anyway. So you see...
Who gave you this pistol?
A British colonel.
What British colonel?
His name's on the lock plate.
Lieutenant Colonel Robert Charles Graves, 17th Regiment of Foot, 1774. Ancestor of the fellow that gave it to you?
No. He gave it to me himself. Yesterday.
Lawrence, how could he?
He's one of the ghosts.
I see.
No, you don't. I'm not delirious, Doctor. He really is.
No. Just relax, Lawrence.
Of course. I'm going to die anyway. Isn't that so?
I'm afraid it is.
Good.
Lawrence.
What?
Why did you do it?
Well, I'm not sure whether I did it on purpose or not. I wanted to, but maybe it was an accident. Or maybe
what?
Maybe one of the ghosts. No, I don't think so. I guess it was an accident. I'm glad, though.
But why?
Well, on account of Melanie.
Melanie? Melanie who? Who's Melanie?
Melanie is a girl who lived here 170 years ago.
What?
And who still lives here. It bit, Doctor.
You want me to give you some more morphine?
I guess not. No. I want to tell you things.
Well...
You won't believe me, of course. You think my mind's wandering. Don't you?
Well, What difference does it make?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing makes any difference now. A fella takes a long time dying, doesn't he? After a while, we the time, huh? Pretty soon, I'll be a ghost, too. See, Melanie. I'd like a little drink of brandy.
Oh, just a second. Here, now take it easy.
Thanks. Good brandy. Wish I could take some along. It's good.
I wish I could do something for you, Lawrence.
Nothing snowed in, aren't we? Sure. We mustn't leave. I couldn't come back, you know. I have to stay here.
I don't understand that.
I have to stay here, I said. My house. What was I talking about?
The ghosts.
Oh, yes. So I tried to keep the house like it was in the old days, see, all by myself. Been fun. And then noises. Heard noises.
What kind of noises?
People beating on door, rattling the latch. Every night. I'm not afraid, Doctor.
I know, Lawrence.
Well, I got up, went all over the house. Noises stopped after a while.
It wasn't a dream?
No dream. Beating on a door someplace. Always sounded like it came from right over there. You see?
Well, there isn't any door there, Lawrence.
That's what I thought. My hands are cold.
I'll build up the fire.
No. I know what it is. I haven't got much time, huh? Have I?
No, Lawrence, you haven't got much time, old man.
I'll have to hurry. Shut your eyes so you can see what I saw. I mean, I didn't see it, because it was dark. So, when you shut your eyes, you feel the way I felt. Huh?
All right, Lawrence.
I walked all over the house, lights on. No sound, no hammering on door. No door. I turn off the lights, it starts again. From right over there. I turn on the lights, no door, no noise. And then I get an idea. I turn off the lights again. I walk over where the sound comes from. And there is a door. And I think I hear a woman crying. And footsteps and furniture being shoved around. I said I wasn't scared, didn't I? Well, I was then. You'd be scared, too. Finding a door where there isn't any door and there's somebody on the other side.
But that's the outside wall of the house, Lawrence.
No.
What?
There's a room there. The room where the ghosts lived. You see?
No, I don't.
I didn't know it, too. You got your eyes shut?
Yes.
If you could hear the noise, like I heard it. Frantic pounding. People pushing their shoulders against the locked door. And I could smell smoke. You see, I didn't know about the ghosts then.
Well, how do you know now?
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm sorry.
Keep your eyes shut. I want you to feel the way I felt. And believe. I reached for the lights again. I turned them on. Nothing happens, just nothing. Except pounding on the door. Slower now. And the woman crying. And I hear her scream. Oh, screw her, she said. It's French. It means help, help. And I heard her voice again. Frightened. Ouvre la porte, she said. That's French, too. Means open the door. So I tried to open it, and it was locked. And they were pounding, and she was coughing. And at last I found the key. And I yanked the door open. And the ghosts came out. And the lights came back on. There wasn't any door. There wasn't anybody in the room but me. But then I heard something. Somebody walking across the floor down the hall. So I turned and went down the hall after the footsteps, down toward my room. Then I stopped dead. Because the door to my room closed and somebody locked it.
You dreamed that?
No. It was locked from the inside. So was every other door in the house.
Well, that couldn't be.
Try the doors. Open your eyes and try the doors. Go ahead.
Lawrence,
No, go ahead. I'll keep on talking. You have to believe me. Go ahead. So, what did I do? I lay down here on the davenport with the lights on, and I tried to think, but nothing made any sense. I got up and I tried the outside door. It was unlocked. So I went outside. I had some crazy idea maybe there was a room there. There wasn't, of course. But there were footprints in the snow. Some men's footprints. And a girl's. This last nose covered them all up again, I guess. Well, what about the doors, Doctor?
They're locked. From the inside.
You see? Did you hear anything? Did you?
Well, I thought I heard someone moving. As if I'd awakened somebody. But it was probably my imagination.
No, it wasn't. Well, then sit down. Oh, I'm getting so tired.
Would you?
No, Randy. No. So I came back in, and I sat down. And I hardly noticed that the lights were off again, and then I heard something else. And I said, "Who's that?" And a woman's voice answered me in the dark.
I'm Melanie.
Well, who's Melanie?
Once I was a maid in this house in the time of the war, when the soldiers were captured on Christmas night at Trenton. And these escaped and came here to be hidden by Monsieur Maurice. For he was no patriot, and they were kept...
And you'd think I'd be surprised, but I wasn't very. I didn't interrupt her. She went right on telling me how Morris was a loyalist, and how he hid the officers, and how the neighbors suspected him and spied on him.
Then Monsieur Maurice must go away, you see. And I was left alone to bring food to the poor soldiers. And there was a night when I took their food to them. And when I would go from the room, I found the door to be locked from the other side. But soon we smelled the smoke of the fire, where someone had set fire to the house to destroy these men. And we beat upon the door, but it did not avail us. And so we perished in the fire, I and the British officers. And there was none to know our fate. And for our sins, we are bound forever to this house. Although I have not sinned so very greatly. And I would thank you for releasing us from that room. For so many times we have cried out, yet no one would open the door.
And I opened the door, but now all my doors are locked against me.
Yes. They say it is their house now. And no man can open the doors again.
I think we'll see about that.
They say you must go away.
Well, I'm not going away.
I should be sorry when you go away.
You would?
You have released us. I am grateful.
Thanks. I think they'd be grateful, too.
They are soldiers, monsieur, and they have not forgotten the manner of their death. This is their revenge, that no man shall live in this house.
Well, that's fine. I'm to be chased out of my house by a bunch of ghosts.
It is so, monsieur.
How do you feel about it?
I could wish you could always be here, monsieur.
So?
Yes, monsieur. But it cannot be. Unless...
Unless what?
It cannot be.
If I turned on the lights, could I see you?
No, monsieur. The eyes of the living cannot see us.
What did you look like?
I did have blue eyes, monsieur. And my hair was black. And I was not very tall. And my feet were very small.
And your clothes?
Once I had a gown of taffety. And it was blue, like my eyes, I remember. And there was a cap of lace for my grande mère in Brittany.
And I was struck with a sudden impulse to see this girl with the black hair and the taffety dress that matched her eyes. And I jumped up and snapped the lights on. And the room was empty. And so I knew I'd been dreaming.
Oh, cool.
But I wasn't dreaming, my friend. She came to me the next night. And the next. Oh, it's so cold. Am I dying now? Is this what it feels like?
Here, take a little sip of this.
Oh. Better? How much longer? Well, see, friend, I found myself in love with a ghost. Yes, Melanie. And she loves me, Doctor. And we talked about it so much. There must be a way out. But there couldn't be a way out. And the others kept telling her I must go on, and I asked her to go to them. I'm sorry. Go to them and beg them to let me stay. It was the only way. But she told me they said no, they made a pact between themselves and they'd not alter it. And the time was getting short. They were sorry, they said, but... And then, last night, she came to me again. When the snow was piling deeper and deeper around the windows, and I said, Melanie, I can't go now. Can't they see that? And she said...
I have spoken again with the colonel.
And what did he say?
He will come to you, he said.
And what?
He will not speak to the living.
But what good?
I do not know. He said he will come to you.
When?
Tonight. Do not speak. Say, Monsieur le Colonel. I have the honor to present Monsieur the Lieutenant Colonel Robert Charles Graves of His Majesty's 17th Regiment of Foot. Monsieur the Colonel wishes me to present his compliments to you and to say to you that he has taken counsel with his fellow officers. No, do not speak. Monsieur le Colonel wishes me also to say that he and his fellow officers have come to a decision in the matter of yourself. They honor you for your devotion to me, and they beg leave to supply you with the means of assuring you permanent residence in this house. This year, the Colonel begs you to accept, as a token of his esteem, this
I turned on the lights. It was there on the floor. Flintlock pistol loaded, good issue black flint. Personal gift from Robert Charles Graves, 17th foot. Well, I thought a long time. Turned off the lights. Called her. No answer. Talked to her. Told her I loved her. Wasn't brave enough to. Said I loved her. Couldn't do it. Tried. No, I didn't do it. No, I didn't. Long toward morning, heard footsteps again. Boots, sword, spurs clicking. Knew who it was. Said, "Hello, Colonel." Said, "Colonel, thanks, only haven't got courage enough." "Always love her, Colonel," I said. Said, "Here's your pistol." I'm a coward. Oh. Drink, please. And then I wake up here. Daylight. See? If Colonel Graves, good enough fella, show me way out. Good enough fella, pull trigger for me. Hello. Melanie, in your blue taffety dress, and your blue eyes, and your black.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Lawrence, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Melanie was Claudia Morgan. The doctor was played by James Van Dyke. Our sound effects by Albert April. Music for Quiet Please, except for our theme, which is from the Allegretto movement of the César Franck Symphony in D minor, is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Baker's Dozen is the title of next week's story, the story of One Man, Two Men.
This is the National Broadcasting System.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept the great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds, strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of two scoundrels who would stop at nothing for money. A tale called The Ghost Makers. Here is the tale, The Ghost Makers, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. It is an autumn afternoon in the ancient New England village of Wilton. In an old stone house a mile from the town, Agatha Wainwright is serving tea to her nephew Ned, and a little man Ned has introduced as Professor Piedmont, a friend who has come to spend a few weeks with them while he works on a book to be called Old Graveyards of New England.
So this is your graveyard, friend Ned. He looks like a man who'd be happy staring at tombstones.
They make a fascinating study, Miss Wainwright.
Well, I'll take your word for it, Professor Piedmont. For myself, I'd rather read about them in a book.
The professor not only writes books, Auntie, but he's also an expert on psychic phenomena.
Psychic phenomena, eh? Oh, you mean ghosts. Foolish fiddle-faddle dreamed up by silly people without the brains to know better.
Ah, but Miss Wainwright, I assure you, you are wrong.
Oh, nonsense. When a person's dead, he's dead. When I see anything I'm willing to call a ghost, I'll know I'm crazy and I'll admit it.
Why, Auntie, this very house is supposed to be haunted. You know that.
Oh, rubbish. This is a perfectly normal house. I've lived here a month, and I haven't heard so much as a board squeak.
Ah, but Miss Wainwright, that may be only because you're new to the house and not yet sensitized. It takes time to become aware of occult influences.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. Who started all this talk about ghosts, anyway? Here, now let's have some tea, and no more talk about ghosts.
Well, Ned, now that we're alone, suppose you tell me a little more than you put in your letter. I'm still not sure why you sent for me.
All right, Professor. This is the gist of it. 3 months ago, Aunt Agatha's brother died, leaving her an estate of $400,000. And I'm Auntie's only living relative.
I see. Yes, light begins to dawn.
No, wait. My uncle arranged his will so that Aunt Agatha gets only the interest, about $20,000 a year, and this house to live in. On her death, the entire estate goes to charity. I'm cut off without a penny.
I see your uncle didn't like you, Ned. A shrewd man. Very shrewd.
Yes, he was making sure I couldn't get my hands on any of it. But that's where you come in. If Aunt Agatha were to become, shall we say, ill, mentally ill...
So that she was incompetent to administer the estate, you mean?
Exactly. If Aunt Agatha were to lose her mind through shock or fright... Who but me, her only relative, would be the logical one to administer the estate for her.
You would, then. Then you'd have the whole income for as long as she lived.
Yes, and part of the principal, too. I know ways to manage it. But I've got to get my hands on some of it before the end of the year, or I'm sunk. I owe a little money, about $25,000. If I don't get it quickly, well, the people I owe it to are rather short-tempered.
I understand. Yes, Ned, I remember when I knew you in Chicago. You liked to gamble, didn't you? But that's your affair. Personally, I prefer to stick to my own profession, creating ghosts.
Yes, I've heard of some of your jobs, Professor, and some of the ghosts you've created to order.
Yes, I pride myself on having a unique occupation, Ned. I believe I'm the only ghost maker there is. And the ghosts I've created have been effective, too.
So I understand. Now, what I want you to do is this. I want Auntie frightened to the point where she...
Yes, I understand. Well, Ned, it's going to be difficult. She's a tough-minded woman. Hard to scare. Hard to drive insane.
It's got to be done. Got to get my hands on the estate. If you succeed, Professor, there's $5,000 in it for you.
All right, Ned. I'll try. It won't be easy, but she may crack suddenly when the time comes. That type does, you know.
Good. That's settled then. You brought everything you're apt to need?
All my apparatus and gadgets are in my trunk. They'll be here tomorrow. I'm not altogether sure I like this job, Ned.
I hope you're not going to turn moral on me, Professor.
No. There's something about this place that disturbs me, though. You know, I am psychic at times. Not altogether a faker.
Next you'll be scaring yourself with your own stories.
As we were driving past that old cemetery this afternoon, I suddenly felt a premonition and a chill. The kind of chill you're supposed to feel when you go near the place you'll someday be buried.
Oh, it was just the wind. We'll have to get you some red flannels. Here. Here's something that'll give you your courage back. Drink it down.
Yeah, that does me good. Of all the different kinds of spirits, I prefer those in bottles.
I thought you'd like it. Now let's go downstairs again. We won't talk about ghosts anymore tonight. But tomorrow night, who knows what may come knocking at Aunt Agatha's door.
And now to continue the story, as it is written in the sealed book. The following evening, Ned and the professor joined Aunt Agatha by the fireplace, where she sat knitting. Outside, a cold winter wind blew.
Oh, listen to that wind. We may be in for a storm.
We're in for an early winter, that's what. The first snow will fall any day now.
Yeah, it's good to have a fireplace to sit by when the wind blows like that.
Here's the cider and donuts, ma'am.
Very well, Emmy. Bring it right in.
Cider and donuts. Just what we need on a night like this.
Will you have a glass, Mr. Ned?
Oh, yes, thank you, Emmy.
Will you have some cider, Professor Piedmont?
Professor, Emmy's trying to give you some cider.
Excuse me. I was listening. Thought I heard someone knocking on the front door.
Someone knocking?
Well, there is someone there.
Well, they can't be very anxious to get in, if that's all the noise they can make.
Shall I go see who it is, Miss Agatha?
Yes, girl, go see, though I can't imagine who'd be calling at this hour of the night.
Sounded like someone who didn't expect to get in anyway. A timid child, or maybe a ghost.
Yes? Yes, who is it? Why, Miss Agatha.
Well,
There wasn't anyone there.
No one there? Of course there was. Someone knocked, didn't they?
But I opened the door and there wasn't anyone there.
Then who was knocking? Answer me that.
I don't know. But it wasn't anyone you can see.
Emmy, I'll stand for no foolishness now.
No, ma'am. But just the same, there's nobody at the door.
Someone's playing tricks on us, and I'm going to see who it is.
I'll come with you.
You won't find anybody there.
Well, we'll see. Well, what is it? What do you...
There isn't anyone here.
No, but there was. They slipped away into the bushes. That's what they did.
Yes, of course. Some small boys playing tricks, I suppose.
If I catch them, I'll tan their hides.
Who was it, Miss Wainwright?
Just some boys playing tricks, Professor. That's all it could have been. Come on, Professor. Drink your cider.
What? Oh, yes, of course.
Professor, you look like a man who was listening to something then. What was it?
Oh, no, I assure you.
I'm too old not to know when a man is lying, Professor Piedmont. What were you listening to?
To tell the truth, I thought I heard voices.
What kind of voices?
Far away voices, crying something I couldn't make out. I bet it was just the flames in the fireplace. I'm sure it was.
Of course, that's all it was. Well, what do you say we all turn in? This New England air makes me sleepy.
Knocks at the door when there's nobody there. And voices. Yes, it's high time we were all in bed instead of sitting around here imagining such nonsensical things.
Highly pleased with their first effort in creating ghosts that didn't exist, Ned and Professor Piedmont went to bed. But before they retired, they held a brief, low-voiced conference in Ned's room.
Well, Professor, that door-knocking act was all right. You did it very nicely.
Yes, Ned. An ordinary lengths of black thread run through a crack in the window sash and attached to the door knocker can create a very satisfactory ghost indeed.
Now tell me, what comes next on the program?
Well, we can't work too fast. Tomorrow the hired girl, Emmy, will spread the story of tonight's happenings. The whole town will start talking about it.
Good. And then?
And tomorrow night, nothing happens. Your Aunt Emmy is reassured. But tomorrow, I'll be busy. I noticed today there's an old hollowed tree in the woods about 100 feet from the house.
What about it?
I'll run wires to it, hiding them under the leaves, and install a small loudspeaker in it. I'll conceal the microphone and batteries behind the drapes in the living room.
I see. So 2 nights from now, we'll hear ghostly voices, eh?
Exactly. They'll accompany the ghostly knocks on the door. But that won't be all. There'll be other surprises on the program.
Professor, remind me to tell you sometime that you're about as unpleasant an old rascal as I've ever met.
The next evening, Agatha Wainwright listened nervously for a repetition of the ghostly knocks. But nothing happened, and she regained her composure. The evening following that, however, as she and Ned and the professor sat in the living room around the fire...
9 o'clock. The evening may just be starting in New York, but here in Wilton, it's bedtime. Seems to be someone at the door.
So there is.
Shall I go?
No, Emmy can answer the door. She does little enough to earn her money. Emmy? Emmy?
Yes, Miss Agatha?
There's someone at the door. See who it is, please.
Must I, Miss Agatha?
Must you indeed? Answer the door, Emmy.
I'd rather not, ma'am.
Emmy, see who is at the door.
Yes, Miss Agatha. I'm going. Who is it? There's no one there. There's no one there again.
Emmy, get control of yourself.
But I tell you, there's no one there.
Then it's someone playing tricks. That's all you hear, Emmy.
Yes. Yes, Miss Agatha, I hear. But I don't believe it.
Go to your room.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Miss Agatha. But there wasn't anyone there.
I hope I'm not going to have to discharge that girl.
Shall I go this time, Auntie?
No, Ned. If the rascals play their tricks, whoever they are, they'll soon stop when they see we pay no attention.
I wonder if I could see them from the window.
Maybe we could trap them if we were to go quietly out the back door and slip around to the front.
What was that? Someone calling.
Really? I don't hear anyone.
It's someone calling to us to let him in.
Strange. I can't hear it.
Oh, you must have heard it, Ned. It was perfectly plain.
There are some voices certain people can hear and others can't. If there's someone calling, we better take a look.
Come on, Eddie. We'll see what goes on. Who's there? Show yourself, whoever you are.
The yard's perfectly empty.
No, there isn't a soul in sight.
Both the knocking and the voices seem to have stopped.
Perhaps we ought to search the yard and... And Agatha, look.
Huh?
Down at the edge of the trees.
Lights. 3 balls of light moving around just above the ground.
Really? 3 spheres of light? Dear me, luminous spheres are common manifestations of spiritual presences.
Oh, nonsense. They're just will-o'-the-wisps, that's all.
Well, whatever they are, we're going to see. Come on, Professor. If it's a trick, we'll soon know.
Yes, Ned. Wait for me. Don't scare them away. I want to see what they look like.
Ned, they're rising. They're floating away above the trees.
And Agatha. Annie, are you all right? Shall I get a doctor for you?
What do I want with a doctor? I'm all right. I'm an old fool carrying on like that. Just because of some will-o'-the-wisps or whatever it was. I shan't do it again, I promise you.
You need not be ashamed, Miss Wainwright. Unless I'm much mistaken, we've witnessed a psychic visitation of a kind unsurpassed in my experience.
Oh, stuff and nonsense, Professor. You may believe in spirits, but I don't. I never have believed in ghosts, and I'm not going to stop now. It was just that it was, well, unexpected.
In the days that followed, Ned Wainwright and Professor Piedmont found it impossible to shake Agatha Wainwright's iron nerves. Emmy, the hired girl, resigned in terror, but Agatha remained seemingly unmoved. Resolutely, she ignored the ghostly knocks, voices, and footsteps that Professor Piedmont's ingenuity devised. The whole town buzzed with tales of her haunted house, but she refused to pay any attention to them. After a month had gone by, Ned was ready to admit defeat.
Well, Professor, you're a washout. And Agatha hasn't turned a hair at your ghost.
No, Ned, I told you it might take a long time. She's a very strong-minded woman. Believe me, anyone else would have cracked by now.
Well, she hasn't, and she's not going to.
I still say it may happen all at once. She's nervous and distraught. She doesn't sleep well. Every evening she sits listening for ghostly voices, though she won't admit it. But she's made up her mind not to believe in ghosts, and I'm afraid she never will.
Well, what do you suggest? It's the middle of December. I've got to get my hands on her money by the end of the year, and I'm sunk.
We must play our last card. You.
Me? What do you mean?
She's fond of you. You're her only relative.
What are you getting at?
How would she feel if you, her only relative, were to die and come back here as a ghost?
I don't follow you.
My plan is simple. We'll say goodbye to your aunt and drive off as if we were going away. Then, secretly, in the night, we'll return to the house.
Yes? And then what?
We'll see to it that she receives a phone call from a friend of mine in Boston. He'll announce to your aunt that you and I have been in an automobile accident, that we've been killed.
Oh, I see. Yes, I begin to understand.
Immediately after the phone call, we'll knock. She'll come to the door and see us standing there.
And having just heard that we're both dead...
Exactly. And if that doesn't work, Ned, we are defeated. But it'll be a strong mind indeed that can withstand such a shock. A strong mind indeed.
And now to continue the story, as it is written in the sealed book. 2 days later, Ned and Professor Piedmont said goodbye to Agatha and drove away. It was starting to snow as they left, so they made their way by a roundabout route to an isolated roadhouse, and there they spent the day waiting. After darkness had fallen, they started back towards Aunt Agatha's house. By now, there was snow feet deep on the road, and the cold blast of the north wind made even the heated interior of the car uncomfortable.
I'll be dead when this is over, Ned. The thermometer must be down to 0.
Yes, at least. Well, we're almost there. We'll drive up to within 100 yards of the house and wait in the car with the heater on. What time did you arrange to have that phone call made from Boston?
At 9 o'clock exactly. We want to knock the instant after she gets it.
Right. Isn't that our turn there?
I think so. The snow makes it so hard to see that...
Professor, look out. We're going up the road.
Ned! Ned! Are you hurt?
My ankle. Help me out of here.
Come on. Hurry, Ned. I smell gasoline. The car may catch on fire.
All right. Help me onto the road.
Yes.
What happened?
We skidded down a 10-foot bank and turned completely over.
Well, if you'd watched where you were going, it wouldn't have happened.
I couldn't tell there was ice under the snow. No, but never mind that. We've got to get to shelter.
And I think my ankle's broken. Yes, I can't step on it.
Yes. You can lean on me. But where are we?
A quarter of a mile from Aunt Agatha's. There isn't another house within a mile.
Then come on. We've got to get there quick. Lean on me. Help all you can. If we don't get there soon, we'll freeze to death.
Half an hour later, numb with cold and scarcely able to struggle on, Ned and Professor Piedmont staggered up to Agatha Wainwright's house. The windows all had heavy wooden shutters over them, shutters they themselves had helped Agatha put in place to keep out anything that might come knocking at the door in the night. But through the small pane of glass in the front door, light showed as they stumbled thankfully up the steps.
Thank heaven we're here. Couldn't have gone another 100 yards.
Oh, no, I'm almost frozen. We've got to get inside.
Yes. Here, help me.
All right. One more step. There. Ned, the phone call from Boston. What time is it now?
Time? It's 9. 9 o'clock exactly.
Then knock quickly. We've got to get inside before that phone call comes.
Inside, Agatha Wainwright heard the knocking. But before she could go to the door, the telephone rang and she answered it first.
Hello? Yes, this is Wilton 317. Boston, calling long distance? Yes, I'll hold on. Just a minute. Hello? Yes, this is Miss Wainwright speaking. The Boston General Hospital. My nephew Ned. What is it? What's happened to him? Oh, dead. An automobile accident. Both of them killed? No. Oh, no. Yes, I'm all right. Thank you for letting me know. I'll come in the morning. Ned killed? Oh, no. No, he can't be.
It's Ned. Let me in. Let me in.
Ned's dead. He's been killed.
Let me in, please, Aunt Agatha. It's Ned. Let me in.
No, Ned's dead. Ned's dead.
Let us in.
No, you can't be Ned. Ned was killed. He's dead.
Aunt Agatha, please.
It must be Ned's ghost. The professor was right. There are ghosts. It's Ned's ghost out there.
Aunt Agatha, we're freezing to death out here. Please let us in.
No, you can't come in. You're a ghost. You're Ned's ghost. You can't come in. I won't let a ghost in here. I won't.
The next morning, Ned and Professor Piedmont were found frozen to death beside the house, where they made a vain effort to pry open the heavy wooden shutters that covered the window. You see, Agatha never did let them in. She knew better than to open the door to ghosts. Keeper of the book, before you close the great book, show us the tale we tell next time. This one? Ah, yes. Why, this is amazing. It's a tale of murder. Queer, unexpected, fiendish murder. Murder of a very different and unusual kind. A tale such as you've never heard before. Be sure to be with us again next time, when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from the Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.
Story by Joan Aiken, read by Miriam Margulies. She was afraid of upstairs.
My cousin Tessie, that was. Bright as a button she was, neat as ninepence, and clever too. Read anything she would, time she was 5. Delicate little thing, pinky, not pretty at all. Good she mainly was, though, not a bit of harm in her. But upstairs she would not go. Been like that from a tiny baby she had, just as soon as she could notice anything. When my Aunt Sarah would try to carry her up, she'd shriek and carry on the way you'd think she was being taken to the slaughterhouse. At first they thought it was on account she didn't want to go to bed. You know, maybe afraid of the dark, but that weren't it at all. For she'd settle to bed anywhere they put her, in the back kitchen, the broom closet under the stairs, the lean-to with a copper, even the coal shed. My Aunt Sarah was fair put about with this awkward way of Tessie's, for they'd only the one downstairs room, and evenings, oh, you want the kids out the way. One that won't go upstairs at night is a fair old problem. But when Tessie was 3, Uncle Fred and Aunt Sarah moved to Birmingham, where they had a back kitchen and a little bit of a garden. And in the garden, my Uncle Fred built Tessie a tiny cabin. Not much bigger than a packing case it wasn't, by the back kitchen wall. And there she had her cot, and there she slept come rain, come snow. Of course, the neighbours used to come and shove their oar in. Neighbours always will. Have a child that won't go upstairs? I'd not allow it if she were mine, said Mrs. Oakley that lived over the way. It's fair daft if you ask me. I'd soon leather her out of it. For in other people's houses, Tessie was just the same. When she got old enough to be taken out to tea, upstairs she would not go. Anything but that. Of course, they used to try and reason with her when she was old enough to express herself. Why don't you go, Tessie? What's the matter with upstairs? There's nothing bad up there, only the beds and the chests of drawers. What's wrong with that?
And Aunt Sarah used to say, laughing, "You're nearer to heaven up there." But no, Tessie'd say, it's bad, something's bad up there. When she was very little, she'd say, dark woods, and Grandfather Moon, I'm frightened. Well, funny thing that, because of the old moon itself is sailing in the sky, she wasn't scared a bit, loved it dearly, and used to catch the silvery light in her hands if she went out at night and say it was like tinsel falling from the sky. A doctor got to hear of her notions, for Tessie had the diphtheria one time, quite bad, with a thing in her throat, and he had to come ever so many times. This isn't a proper place to have her, he says, for her bed was in the kitchen. It was winter then. They couldn't expect the doctor to go out to Tessie's little cubbyhole in the garden. So Aunt Sarah began to cry and carry on and told him how it was. I'll soon make an end of that nonsense, says he. For now she's ill, she won't notice where she is. And then when she's better, she'll wake up and find herself upstairs and her phobia'll be gone. That's what he called it, a phobia. So he took Tessie out her cot and carried her upstairs. And my word, didn't she create? You'd have thought she was being skinned alive. Heads was poking out of windows all down the street. He had to bring her down again fast. Well, she's got a good strength in her. She's not going to die of the diphtheria at all events, says he. But he was very put out, you could see that. Well, doctors don't like to be crossed. So things stood when Tessie was 6 or thereabouts. And then one day the news came. The whole street where they lived was going to be pulled down. Redevelopment, rehousing. All the little 2 up, 2 downs were to go, and everybody was to be shifted to high-rise blocks. And Sarah, Uncle Fred and Tessie were offered a flat on the 16th floor of a block that was already built. Aunt Sarah was that upset. She loved her little house. And as for Tessie, it'll kill her for sure, Aunt Sarah said. At that Uncle Fred got riled. He was a slow man, but obstinate. We can't arrange our whole life to suit a child, he said. We've been offered a council flat, very good, we'll take it. The kid'll have to learn she can't have her own way always. Besides, he said, there's lifts in them blocks. Maybe when she finds she can go up in a lift, she won't take on as much as if it was only stairs. And maybe the 16th floor won't seem so bad as the 1st or 2nd. After all, we'll all be on one level. There's no stairs in a flat. Well, Aunt Sarah saw the sense in that. And the only thing she could think of was to take Tessie to one of the high-rise blocks and see what she made of it. Her cousin Ada, that's my mum, had already moved into one of the tower blocks. So Aunt Sarah took Tessie out in her pushchair one afternoon and fetched her over to see us. All was fine to start with. The kid was looking about her, interested and not too bothered, till the pushchair was wheeled into the lift and the doors closed. What's this? Says Tessie then. It's a lift, says Aunt Sarah, and we're going to see her Auntie Ada and Winnie and Dorry. Well, when the lift started going up, Aunt Sarah told us Tessie went white as a dishclout, and time it got up to the 10th, that was where we lived, she was flat on the floor. Fainted. A real bad faint it was. She didn't come out of it for ever so long, and Aunt Sarah was in a terrible way over it. What have I done? What have I done to her? She kept saying. We all helped her get Tessie home again. But after that, the kid was very poorly. Brain fever, they'd have called it in the old days, Mum said. Tossing and turning hot as fire and delirious with it, wailing and calling out about dark woods and Grandfather Moon. For a long time they was too worried about it to make any plans at all. But when she began to mend, Aunt Sarah says to Uncle Fred, "Now what are we going to do?" Well, he was very put out, natural. But he took his name off the council list and began to look for another job, somewhere else where they could live on ground level. And at last he found work in a little seaside town, Topness, it's about 100 miles off. Got a house and all, so they was set to move. They didn't want to shift before Tessie was middling better, but the council was pushing and pestering them to get out of their house, because the whole street was coming down. So they packed up all their bits and sticks and they started off. Sam Whitelaw lent them his grocery van for the move, and he drove it too. It was a long drive, over 100 miles, and most of it through wild, bare country. Tessie liked it all right at first. She stared at the green fields and the sheep. She sat on Aunt Sarah's lap and looked out the window. But after a few hours, when they were on the moor, she began to get very poorly. Her head was as hot as fire, and her hands too. She didn't complain, but she began to whimper with pain and weakness. Big tears rolled down, and Aunt Sarah was bothered to death about her. The child wasn't well enough to shift yet. She ought to be in her bed. Oh, what'll we do?
We're only halfway, if that, says Mr. Whitelaw. Do you want to stop somewhere, missus?
Ahead of them, it was glimmery by then, after sunset of a wintry day. They saw a light and came to a little old house all by itself, set a piece back off the road against a wooded scarp of hill. The two men went and tapped at the door, and somebody opened it. Uncle Fred explained about the sick child, and the owner of the house, an old white-haired fellow, Aunt Sarah said he was, told him,
I don't have a phone, Lucky. I live here all on my own. But you're kindly welcome to come in and put the poor little mother in my bed.
So they all carried Tessie in among them. By that time she was hardly sensible.
Up here,
says the old man, and shows them a flight of stone steps by the wall. Well, there was nothing for it. Up they had to go. The old fellow had 2 rooms, fitted up as bedroom and kitchen, with an iron cooking stove, curtains at the windows, and a bed covered with old blankets, all felted up. Tessie was almost too ill to notice where she'd got to. Uncle Fred and Mr. Whitelaw said they'd drive on in the van and fetch a doctor, if the old man could tell them where to find one.
Surely, says he. There's a doctor in the village, Wotton under Edge, 5 miles along. Dr. Hasty. Oh, he's a real good one. He'll come fast enough.
Where is this place? Says Uncle Fred.
Where should we tell him to come?
He'll know where it is, says the old man. Tell him Darkwoods Farm. Off they went, and the old man came back to where Aunt Sarah was trying to make poor Tessie comfortable. The child was tossing and fretting, whimpering and crying that she felt so ill, her head felt so bad. She'll take a cup of my tansy tea. That'll soothe her, said the old man, and he went to his kitchen and brewed up some green drink in an old blue and white jug.
Here, missus, said he, coming back. Try her with a little of this.
A sip or two did seem to soothe poor Tessie, bring her to herself a bit, and for the first time she opened her eyes and took a look at the old man. Where is this place? She asked. She was so weak, her voice was no more than a thread.
Why, you're in my house,
said the old man.
And very welcome you are, my dear.
And who are you? She asked next.
Why, lovey, I'm old Tom Moon, the shepherd, old Grandfather Moon. I lay you never expected you'd be sleeping in the Moon's house tonight.
But at that, Tessie gave one screech and fainted dead away. Well, poor Aunt Sarah was that upset with trying to bring Tessie round, but she tried to explain to Mr. Moon about Tessie's trouble and all her fears and the cause of the sickness. He listened, quiet and thinking, taking it all in. Then he went and sat down by Tessie's bed, gripping hold of her hand. She was just coming round by then. She looked at him with big eyes full of fright as Aunt Sarah kneeled down by her other side.
Now, my dearie, said Mr. Moon, you know I'm a shepherd. I never hurt a sheep or a lamb in my life. My job is to look after them, see? And I'm certainly not going to hurt you. So don't you be frit now. There's nothing to be frightened of. Not from old Grandfather Moon.
But he could see that she was trembling all over.
You've been scared all your life, haven't you, child?
Said he gently, and she nodded, yes. He studied her then very close, looked into her eyes, felt her head, and held her hands. And he said, Now, my dearie, I'm not going to tell you no lies.
I've never told a lie yet. You can't be lying to sheep or lambs. Do you believe that I'm your friend and wish you well?
Again she gave a nod, even weaker.
He said, Then, Tessie, my dear, I have to tell you that you're a-going to die. And that's what's been scaring you all along. But you were wrong to be in such a fret over it, lovey, for there's naught to be scared of. There'll be no hurt, there'll be no pain. It'll be just like stepping through a door. And I should know, he said, for I've seen many, many sheep and lambs taken off by weakness and the cold. It's no more than going to sleep in one life and waking up in another. Now, do you believe me, Tessie?
Yes, she nodded, with just a hint of a smile, and she turned her eyes to Aunt Sarah on the other side of the bed. And with that, she took and died.
Tomorrow, at the same time, you can hear the last of our 5 haunting tales.
Strange Adventure. Dr. Sanders, the noted explorer, sat at the bedside of his sick friend, Cecil Prodgers. Outside, the rain beat down upon the little hospital that nestled high in the Bolivian mountains. The Englishman handed Sanders a faded and worn document.
Beastly weather for you to take over the job I started 3 years ago and failed. Perhaps you'll have better luck at finding the haunted treasure. The Indians who were with me warned that I would be a victim of the curse of the monks that buried the treasure. Perhaps they were right. This document describes the scene of the treasure.
Sanders studied the document carefully before organizing the expedition to the wild country that lay far up the Sacambaya River. According to the document, the treasure consisted of gold, silver, and precious stones the monks had collected during the Spanish conquest and hidden in a cave near the monastery of Plazuela. The expedition, guided by a Bolivian Indian, Miguel, at last reached the site of the old monastery. Miguel signaled for a halt and gave orders for the Indian porters to set up camp near the riverbank.
Senor Sanders, we now across river from Sacred Hill.
He pointed toward a tall, tree-covered hill that loomed out of the forest depths.
Good. Tomorrow we'll cross and look for the cave. According to our directions, it should be near the top of the hill.
The other Indians are afraid of this place. They have heard of the spirit of the monk that guards the sacred treasure.
Are you afraid?
Si, senor, a little. But I will go with you.
The next morning, Sanders and Miguel discovered the mouth of a large tunnel. The explorer lighted a torch and pushed aside the debris and vegetation that almost filled the opening. He had hardly entered the tunnel before he came to a small stone box containing a rolled bit of parchment. Sanders read the scrawled and faded message.
You who reach this place, withdraw. A terrible death awaits him who dares to violate this place dedicated to our God and Master. Withdraw, and you will live long and in peace. Heed this warning before it is too late.
Hardly had Sanders finished reading the manuscript when Miguel uttered a frightened cry and ran toward the tunnel mouth.
Senor, hurry! In the cave behind us is the ghost of the Spanish monk.
A low, rumbling noise echoed from the dark recesses of the cave. It grew louder, reverberating through the long tunnel. Sanders looked back in time to see a section of the roof of the tunnel crash to the floor as if pulled down by an invisible hand. He raced out of the cave, stumbling over rocks and tangled vines that tried to trap him. Behind him, the cave filled with thunder and the earth trembled under his feet. A tree that clung to the hillside near the cave crashed to earth across the entrance, and a small landslide followed, sealing the mouth of the treasure cave. Miguel looked upon the scene with fear-filled eyes.
The ghost of the Spanish monk has closed the cave. The place is truly cursed.
Dr. Sanders' face was grim as he made his way back to camp, thwarted in his treasure quest by an earthquake. This is Pat McGeehan in Hollywood, California, saying goodbye for my writer Charles Crowder and inviting you to listen to Mail Order Mate, our next tale of Strange Adventure.
Down in the willow garden, where me and my love did meet, Oh, there we sat a-courting, my love dropped off to sleep.
This is Tall Tales Time. Legends of long ago. Stories from the day before yesterday. Settle back in your chair and listen as we spin for you Tall Tales. The story tonight is The Innkeeper's Ghost.
I stabbed her with a dagger, which was a bloody knife. I threw her in the river, which was a dreadful sight.
Dead men tell no tales, and dead men don't go galloping horses down a road at midnight. And yet, who are we to doubt Will Freeman's story about the horseman in black galloping toward him that night in the year 1890?
There ain't a man been born more skeptical of haints than I am. Beg pardon, than I was. It's not in me to make up a tale out of whole cloth. Take it or leave it. I don't much care. I saw what I saw, heard what I heard.
What makes that blood on the point of your knife? My son, now tell to me.
There was bloody doings around here in the old days. Travelers got warning even before they crossed the line from Kentucky to Tennessee. Watch out, the folks up there'd say. Watch out at the tavern where the front door steps a big flat rock. More than one man has walked in that door and never come out again. But there weren't many taverns along the way, and Nashville was a day's journey and more. So many's the traveler chanced it, and stopped at Flat Rock Tavern.
What makes that blood on the point of your knife? My son, now tell to me. It is the blood of my old gray mare, who plowed the fields for me, who plowed the fields for me.
All this was near 100 years before my time, and yet I reckon a dead man'll wait any number of centuries to tell you how he met his fate. I was digging one day, chipping at the stone floor of the cave below Flat Rock Farm where the old tavern used to be. Confound this rock. I need a pick and a shovel to make headway. What in the world they want the floor of this old cave level for anyway? I'm a farmer, not a stonemason. If they hire a man to farm, won't they let him farm? No, it's take the spade to the old cave and widen the... Hey, what's this? Well, I'll be dogged. Teeth. Human teeth. And bones. All mixed up in the shell and rock. Hey, them's coins. Gold coins. Hey, what's been going on here? Human teeth and bones and gold coins. All buried in this cave. What in tarnation's been going on?
Would you like to know, Will Freeman? And if I tell you, will you listen?
What's that? I heard a voice. I heard it speak my name.
Sure you did. I spoke it.
Oh, it's somebody trying to joke with me. Come on out of them shadows, whoever you are. Hey, you come on out. I'll go after you and I'll give you the licking of your life.
I mean you no harm, Will Freeman. You asked a question and I'm prepared to answer it. But there'll be no fighting betwixt us. You get naught but dust on your fists, for I've been dead these many years.
I give you your chance to speak up like a man. Now I'm going to drag you out of this cave into the sunlight and give you a regular hiding. Where's that lantern? Got to get it lit. There. Now we'll see who's playing tricks on Will Freeman. Come on out wherever you are. Don't be a plumb darn fool. I'll follow you to the end of the passage. I've been over every foot of this hole. Nobody's here but me. I'll swear somebody called my name. Well, that's enough digging in this cave for one day. The damp's entered in my bones. Sunlight's the place for a man. Time enough after he's dead for a man to stay underground.
Come back, man. I can tell you about the bones and the gold coins. Come back. Listen to me. Come back. Listen to me.
What makes that blood on the point of your knife? My son, now tell to me. It is the blood of my brother John, who hoed the corn for me, me. Who hoed the corn for me. What will you say when your father comes home? When he comes home from town? I'll set my foot in yonder boat, and I'll sail the ocean round, round, round. I'll sail the ocean round.
Will Freeman! Will Freeman!
I'm in the barn, ma'am. I'll be along directly.
I'll be in the kitchen wing.
Miss Craighead, it's me, Will Freeman.
Come in, Will.
You wanted to see me?
Mr. Craighead does. Wants to ask after the farm and all. It's a real comfort to him, Will, to have you on the place since he's been so sick.
I'm glad to be a help, ma'am. I'll go on in and see him. How is he?
Not much change, I'm afraid. Oh, Will, did you finish up down at the cave? I'll be using it again to store milk, soon as the cows come fresh.
Well, I meant to say something about that, Miss Craighead. I didn't finish the job.
Well, that's all right, I guess. Tomorrow will do as well.
Miss Craighead, you ever notice anything, well, strange about that cave?
What do you mean, Will? Something strange.
Well, now, you're going to think I've slipped a cog, Miss Craighead.
Will!
In the first place, there's human bones in the floor of that cave. Mixed up with them are what I take to be old coins. They glitter under the dirt, see?
Oh, Will, is this really true?
True as I'm standing here. Here, see for yourself. Here's one of the coins.
Must be very old.
But there's another thing about that cave. Voices talking there. And they don't belong to nobody real.
The old stories all over again.
Ma'am?
Many years ago, I heard the old people talking. It was about a man who operated a tavern on this very site. They called him just Elisha. Old Elisha. He must have been very brutal.
What did they say about this fella?
Oh, it was all whispers, hints, rumors.
No proof, huh? But folks just didn't like him.
Well, the worst of the whispers about him was murder.
Phew, murder?
It was rumored that more than one traveler went into the Flat Rock Tavern and never walked out again.
Well, golly, didn't the law ever catch up with him?
Oh, this was a country without much law, Will. Miles from any settlement. Just a tavern in a clearing on the trail from Cincinnati to New Orleans.
Well, this fella, Elijah, did anybody ever accuse him to his face?
Well, there was a Scotsman, a world traveler. He was an ornithologist.
What's that?
Oh, a bird expert. He was in the States to write a book about North American birds. His name was Alexander Wilson, and he came past this way.
Did you say a Scotsman? A man with a brogue?
I guess so. Why?
Oh, nothing. No reason. But you say this Wilson accused Elisha to his face?
He did. I've heard the story time and again. Let's see, how did it go?
There was 3 of us entered the cave. The innkeeper, the man they call Elisha, and a neighbor, and me, Alexander Wilson. I'd heard of the cave, I told my host, and could I see it? He was a surly man, swarthy of face and rough in speech.
They do say that Mr. Wilson took his life in his hands and went into the cave with old Elisha. You've seen the door of the cave? Of course you have. Well, it creaked open, and Mr. Wilson, with his hand on a pistol in his pocket, advanced into the gloom
My host, big and stout and slightly lame, opened the door to the cave and in we went. The roof and sides were solid rock, dripping wet. Pots of milk were on the floor of the cave, cooling. You lead the way, I told my host. I kept my hand on the pistol in my pocket. We advanced deeper into the damp darkness. Suddenly I realized that Elisha and I were alone in the gloom. The third man in the party dropped behind. At that moment, I fixed this dark man in his evil eyes, and I spoke bluntly to him. You cannot be ignorant of the rumors about you, I said. This cave, I've heard it said, is the grave of innocent travelers. It was an outrageous thing to say, I know, but I couldn't restrain my curiosity.
And there he was, face to face with this man Elisha, and the two of them in that cave alone. And Mr. Wilson had the nerve to say that to such a man.
Well, what was the answer? What happened?
Exactly nothing.
What? Nothing? Well, I'd have thought this Elisha fellow would have done a man in who said such a thing.
I stood there expecting the worst, but old Elisha's voice rumbled at me out of the gloom. I understand you, he said. It's all a blasted lie.
He denied everything, Mr. Wilson reported. But, Will, a strange thing happened after that encounter in the cave. Elisha became like a man obsessed. He cornered every man who came to the tavern, asking him, "Do you believe those lies about me?" And from that time on, he never rested. Some terrible force seized upon him, the way a burden of sin weighs on a man until he cannot bear it and goes out of his head. And now that you've told me about what you found in the cave, I believe old Elisha's sins have found him out.
I talked with Mr. Craig here and then went away. The story his wife told me seemed to explain the things I'd found in the cave, the gold pieces and the bones. I went to bed that night pondering on old Elijah's burdens of sin, and then in the middle of the night I heard a voice calling me.
Will Freeman! Will Freeman, come quickly! The mistress took a turn for the worse.
I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and raced for the house.
Go for the doctor, Will. Mr. Craighead's bad off, I'm afraid. Saddle old Tige and ride!
Me and the horse went larping down the road to the doctor's. In the misty moonlight, I marked a grove of cedars ahead, the churchyard. And then I heard something that made the hair stand up on my head. Another horseman was riding after me. I pulled aside to let him pass. I strained my eyes in the darkness. Who was it? Who was following me? The horse was black as night, and the rider's face was all in the shadow. A big man he was. I opened my mouth to yell at him. And suddenly there was nobody there. Horse and rider had vanished. And now what do you make of that? Was it the ghost of Alexander Wilson riding to tell me to beware of old Elisha? Or was it the ghost of the innkeeper himself, unable to rest these many years after the burden of his guilty conscience? I wonder. I've wondered all my life.
What makes the blood on the point of your knife, my son, now tell to me? It is the blood of my brother John, who hoed the corn for me.
You've been listening to Tall Tales. Tonight you heard the story of the innkeeper's ghost.
What will you say when your father comes home, when he comes home from town?
Tall Tales is written by Bill Woolsey and comes to you every Tuesday evening at this same time. In tonight's cast were Catherine Ferguson, Charles Galbraith, and Bob Weiner. The ballad singer was George Grice. Tall Tales, produced by Marjorie Cooney, is a presentation of the Department of Special Program Services and comes to you from WSM, the broadcasting service of the National Life and Accident Insurance Company in Nashville, Tennessee.
Well, sir, in all the years that I've been stage doorkeeper in San Francisco, I reckon I'm one of the few things that hasn't changed. Excepting that I haven't much hair anymore. But the plays have changed and the acting has changed. The old days when Nance O'Neill played Martyr of the Lowlands with plenty of ranting and screaming, and the days when Mrs. Leslie Carter played Zaza, those days are gone. And Olga Nethersole and the second Mrs. Tancred. I guess not many of you remember that. And the days of the Central Theater when the Marie Corelli melodramas were popular. You young folks would just laugh if you saw one of them today. Plays like Thelma. But there's one kind of play you never do seem to get tired of. And that's the kind of play, so to speak, that we have for you tonight in our radio playhouse. A mystery thriller. Now, the idea of our play isn't a new one. It's been told in different ways by some of the finest writers. The setting is in a beautiful, sort of faded old California estate in the hills back of Carmel, out beyond the Carmel Valley. The kind of place Mr. John Steinbeck likes to write about. In a room of the big old house, an old man is talking to a young aviation captain. He's got sort of a tired face, the young fella has, but a strong face. And while he's listening to the old man talk, you can see he's got a steady hand. And he's sort of laughing at the rattling of the shutters and the noise of the wind.
Gloomy place, isn't it?
The curtains are always drawn, Captain Craig. The sun never comes into the room.
Well, let's have a little light. It gives me the shivers.
Yes, sir, Captain Craig. But I'm afraid there's not much sun today. It's a gloomy day, sir. I'll open the curtains.
Good.
That'll be a little better, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I don't like gloom.
No, sir. I dare say you saw all the gloom you wanted down in those Pacific Islands. And noise. There's worse noise than the rattling of shutters.
We won't talk about that. Do the shutters always rattle?
When the wind blows, Captain Craig, the house is in need of repair.
What's that?
Just a door swinging on its hinges, sir.
No wonder they call it a haunted house. Do you think it's haunted, Dawson?
I do not believe in ghosts, Captain Craig.
Neither do I. Why do they say it's haunted?
Legends get about, sir. Shadows in the windows at night, strange sounds and whisperings. All things that could be explained, no doubt, by natural causes. But, yes, sir?
That moaning, it gets me.
One gets used to it, sir.
No doubt.
Will you sit down, sir? The workmen will be here in a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks.
If I might offer you a glass of sherry while you're waiting.
Oh, don't bother.
I have it here, sir. Just a small glass and a biscuit.
Thanks, Dawson.
There you are, sir.
So you have some too, Dawson?
If you don't mind, sir.
Oh, don't stand on ceremony.
Thank you, sir. Now, while we're waiting, I'd better explain, sir, why it was necessary for me to request you to come today. Your father was Mr. Engar's attorney, and it was natural that I should think of you when a witness was required. It's just 20 years ago today, Captain Craig, since I have seen Mr. Engar. January 19, 1925. He left orders that on January 19, 1945, that is today, I should call in workmen and have that brick wall torn down.
Mm-hmm. Looks like it'd been built right into the wall of the room.
It seals up a closet that was formerly in use, sir.
Crazy ideas men get. Tell me something about Engar while we're waiting.
He was a Scandinavian, sir, a Norwegian. He was a very quiet man, Mr. Craig. He didn't talk. He was a scholar. He thought a great deal. I came to work for him just after he came to America. That was 25 years ago.
He was married, wasn't he?
He didn't marry for 4 years. Then he married Miss Mary.
She was Norwegian, too?
Her parents were, sir. She was born in California. She was much younger than Mr. Engar.
Oh?
Yes, sir. He was past 50 when he married her. She was 20.
It wasn't a love match, then?
I believe he loved her very much, sir, in his way. Mr. Engar spoke so little. One didn't know what he was thinking.
And he brought his bride to this huge old barn.
Yes, sir. It was lonely. Miss Mary used to walk in the rose garden. She'd talk to the flowers and the birds. You see, there was nobody her own age. It was lonely for a young girl, but she was very cheerful, sir. And if I may say so, we all loved her. There had been little youth in the house.
The pruners must be pruned. I'll tell Dawson. And the Marshall Neals need more sun. They're like little tiny babies. When they don't get sun, they weaken and grow pale. Oh, who are you?
I didn't know there was anyone here.
You see, this is a private garden.
Yes, I know. I've come to work for Mr. Nils Engar. I'm going to work in his library. I'm going to catalog his...
I did not know.
Do you live here?
I am Mary Engar.
Oh,
Mr. Engar is my husband.
I see.
You look at me so strangely.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
Does Mr. Engar know you have come?
Oh, yes. Yes, he had shown me to my room. He said I might walk in the gardens. You don't mind?
No.
He said we would not... That is... He said...
You started to say...
Yes, that we would not commence work until tomorrow.
Then I will show you the gardens. I'll show you the roses.
If you would. You're so young.
I am young?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
I am different than you had expected.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it.
Of course. You had come only to catalog the books.
Yes, the books.
Mr. Engar has a very wonderful library.
Very wonderful.
You mustn't look at me that way, as if I was not there at all.
I was thinking of the books.
As if your eyes were looking through me.
It was his library that I was thinking of.
You are no.
You were going to say?
You are a strange young man.
Oh, I'm just...
I do not know your name.
My name is Ronald Bruce.
Ronald Bruce?
Yes.
Your hand is shaking.
Or shiver. A ghost walking on my grave.
Oh, it is foolish to think such thoughts. Come, I'll show you the roses. I'll show you the gardens. The pool where the frogs make such a noise at night. There are water lilies in the frog pool. Coral pink.
Everything is beautiful here.
It is very peaceful and lonely.
The quiet.
One can almost hear the flowers opening. Sometimes I almost think they will talk to me.
You would understand them.
I think I would understand. Here is my husband. Nils, I have been meeting your young man.
I sent him into the gardens. He will be with us a considerable time.
I hope he will be comfortable while he is here.
I hope you will make him feel at home. I do not wish him to feel he is tied to his task.
I will leave you now, Nils. You will want to talk.
We will walk together. We will look at the roses. My wife makes flowers grow where not even weeds would grow before.
Yes.
I know so little.
There is an instinct, more than a knowledge, that guides one in making beautiful things grow. You will agree with me, Mr. Bruce?
I'm afraid I didn't hear what you said.
Quickly the roses fade, Ronald. When you came here, they were just beginning to bloom. Now they are almost gone.
6 months is a long time.
It has been a very happy 6 months.
Has it?
You have been happy, Ronald?
Oh, I have felt I would go mad at times.
You should be out in the sun more. You are pale and you've lost weight.
Perhaps one does need more sunlight. You, too. You are not well.
I am not well.
If you went away...
I cannot go away. I belong here. You must not say that, Ronald.
Mary,
I know, Ronald. Perhaps if you went away.
Well, there is no place I could go now.
The world is big and you are free.
Yes, I am free. Oh, your hair is so soft against the green of the trees.
The world is so beautiful. Why can't life be beautiful, too?
I try not to think of you. I try to think of you as Mrs. Nils Ingar.
I am the wife of Nils Ingar. Forever.
You're not his wife. You're a flower he has picked. He has put you in a vase and left you there, just as lightly as I pick this rose.
Nils loves me.
As an artist creates his art and says, I have created this, and it is mine to please me whenever I desire.
You must not be bitter.
No, I haven't even that right. Mary, you're trembling.
My poor Ronald, I am sorry.
You are sick.
I am not sick. And yet I think so much of death.
You are young, like a rosebud.
The roses fade.
What will become of us, Mary?
We will go on. Everything must go on as it always has gone on. Nothing changes.
Life would not be endurable.
I can't look at you when you gaze into my eyes that way.
They're soft and gray, like cold flames.
Look away, Ronald.
One looks at the flowers in the garden and doesn't harm them.
This was so foolish, Ronald.
I've never spoken.
You must never speak.
The things that are in us, we know they're there. Must we close our hearts to them and close our eyes to them?
Our hearts and our eyes are closed. Always. Forever. You wish to talk to me, Nils?
Yes. I brought you a wrap. You shouldn't be in the garden on winter nights.
I am warm.
You have been ill. The color is gone from your cheeks.
I am sorry, Nils.
I wish you to take care of yourself. You must be strong. Someday, I hope you will give me a strong son, Mary.
Is that what you wish to speak to me about, Nils?
That and other things.
I am listening, Nils. If you wish me to go away, Nils.
I do not wish you to go away. There is no thought of your going away. Why should you speak of going away?
I only wish to please you.
But that would give me no pleasure. You are so quick to seize on words I say and give them another meaning.
I am sorry.
It is the same with Ronald Bruce.
Oh.
Why do you start?
You were saying of Ronald Bruce.
He asks me a question. I answer him. He twists my answer into a meaning I had never intended, then grows irritable in his talk, ready to flare, as though he were the employer and I the employee.
I am sure he means no harm, Nils.
Why are you sure he means no harm?
He is young.
He's old enough to play the man, not a petulant schoolboy.
You must try to understand him.
Do I understand that you are siding with him against your husband?
You know I wouldn't.
I know nothing. It's as if you were all conspiring against me.
Nils, don't.
My desire is to be a good husband and a good master.
Please.
I will not have my home disrupted by schemers.
Ronald is not a schemer.
So, you see, you do give him right and your husband wrong.
I only try to be fair.
What is Ronald Bruce to you?
Nils.
That you should make it your concern to be fair.
I am first and always your wife.
It would be well for you to remember that.
Have I forgotten, Nils?
I was wrong to let you marry me. I was old, and you were young.
You loved me, and do love me.
I shall always love you.
Then, Nils...
That is why I cannot let your young head be turned by this man.
Ronald Bruce has never forgotten that I am your wife.
Any man would forget. You are cursed with beauty.
If you feel he is this way because of me, you should speak to him. You should send him away.
And there is reason that he should go.
Only if you are dissatisfied.
If there is no cause, I will not need to send him away. If there is cause, I will not send him away.
Yes, Niels.
You will remember always, that you are my wife. That is all.
Yes.
And now, come in. The night is damp.
I will follow you. Oh.
Barry, you mustn't.
You heard.
Only a few words.
Ronald, you must go away.
He wants me to go away?
No. I want you to go away. I want you to go while I still have strength to send you.
There'll be nothing left in life.
Life went on before you came here.
A year has changed all that. Your voice, your eyes, the touch of your foot on the gravel walks is a part of life now.
And that is why you must go away.
If I go, will it mean nothing to you?
You have no right to ask that.
Then I ask without the right. Will it mean nothing?
Heaven forgive me. Life will be ended.
And still, you want me to go?
You must go. Oh, Ronald, we must not spoil a beautiful thing. Go tonight, without a word to anyone. Go, I beg you. Go.
Dawson.
Yes, Mr. Ingar.
You walking through the halls?
No, sir.
I was in my room. I thought I heard someone walking through the halls.
Yes, sir.
No doubt it was my wife. She is ill. Does not sleep well. No doubt it was she.
Yes, sir.
I will see. You may go, Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Mary! Mary!
Yes, Niels?
I knocked 3 times.
I'm sorry, Niels. I did not hear.
Were you alone?
Alone? Yes. I was alone.
Why do you tremble?
I did not know I was trembling, Niels.
Close the door.
Yes, Niels.
Sit down.
Yes.
I told you to come in when I left you in the garden.
Yes.
I demand obedience from my wife at all times.
Yes.
Bruce joined you.
He was in the garden. He stopped to speak to me.
What was there he needed to discuss with you?
But Niels, living as we do, it is as though he were a part of the family.
He is employed by me to catalogue my library.
I know.
He never made love to you?
You shall not say that to me.
Answer me! Did he make love to you?
No, never.
I do not believe you. He'd be a fool if he didn't try to make love to you.
Niels, he's going away.
Oh. He's going away.
I told him to go away.
Why should you tell him to go away?
Because I am your wife.
Then he did make love to you.
Never, I say.
What was that?
What, Niels?
Something moved.
I heard nothing.
Stand aside.
Niels, what are you doing?
There is someone in that closet.
You are mad.
I saw you watching the door all the time you were talking. I heard something move. There is someone in that closet, and I'm going to open the door.
Niels, don't open that door.
Why shouldn't I open the door?
Because I am your wife, and because I've said there is no one in the closet, and so you must believe me and not open the door.
I am master here.
I beg of you, Niels, if you love me and believe that I love you, do not open that door.
Aren't you making too much of it? If there is nothing, no one to hide?
When you open it, you will tell me your faith in me is dead.
Mary, you are sure there is no one in that closet?
There is no one.
You swear it?
I swear it by my faith.
Very well.
What are you going to do?
I shall remain here tonight. I shall be comfortable in this chair. You will sleep. And tomorrow we will talk further.
But I cannot sleep when you doubt me.
You have sworn by your faith.
I have sworn.
Then I must not doubt you. is there?
Dawson, sir.
Come in.
The man is here, Mr. Engar.
He has the necessary materials?
He has everything, sir.
Wait outside the door with him until I call you.
Yes, sir.
Mary?
Yes, Niels. What are you going to do?
I asked you last night if there was anyone in that closet.
I swore there was no one.
So, there can be no one. But strangely enough, as you have heard, when I sent Dawson to find Ronald Bruce this morning, he was not to be found.
He said he would go away.
He has taken nothing, neither his clothes nor his possessions. His bed has not been slept in.
And so you still think...
I think what?
That he came here. That I hid him. That he is in there.
He couldn't be in there. You swore he was not in there.
What are you doing, Niels?
I am giving you one last chance to say you did not tell the truth. If you did not tell the truth.
I swore to you by my faith that there is no one in that closet.
Very well. Bring the man in, Dawson. Help him with his things.
Yes, sir.
I am afraid, my dear, this will upset your room. Mrs. Engar is not feeling well, Dawson.
I'm sorry, sir.
She will remain in bed while the work is being done. She wishes, Dawson, to have that closet door walled up. A wall of bricks, Dawson. Then cement and plaster over it. So it will not disfigure the room. You can do that, my man?
Yes, sir.
You can start at once. I wish the work to be carefully done. You see, Mary, it will not disfigure the walls. Mary, I am speaking to you. I say it will not disfigure the walls.
Niels.
I hope you're feeling better this morning.
Yes, Niels.
But you must have some nourishment. Dawson, when the work is finished, prepare something tasty for Mrs. Engar.
Yes, sir.
Bricks and mortar. That'll make a strong wall. Probably it will stand when the rest of the house begins to decay. Eh, Dawson?
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear something moving in the closet. Did I, Dawson?
Perhaps a mouse in the wall, sir.
Yes. Probably a mouse in the wall. Mary, Dawson thinks there may be mice in the walls. It's just as well we're sealing up the closet. What is it, Mary?
Niels, come close to me.
Yes?
Niels, I can't stand it. I'm choking. I'll make him stop, Niels.
You mean make him stop sealing the closet?
I'm choking. I can't stand it.
Oh, now that's absurd, Mary. If you were in the closet and the door was being sealed, then you might have reason to choke. But you're here, and there's no one in the closet. You're sure there's no one in the closet.
I'll make him stop. I've sworn.
Having sworn was all that's necessary. There can be no one in the closet. But it's a closet of unpleasant memories. It would always haunt us. It's best that it should be sealed up.
You're torturing me. Trying to torture me. Cruel.
And you're acting like a child, my dear. Go right ahead with your work, my man. Mrs. Engar is just suffering from a bad headache. I say you're acting like a child, Mary. You swear and maintain there's no one in the closet. But it chokes you to see the closet being sealed up. Sealed up quite airtight with bricks and mortar. What can it matter to you, since your conscience is clear?
You're sealing our lives. You're sealing our hope of happiness behind that wall. Niels, you're sealing up our faith.
Our faith.
Our trust.
Trust.
You're killing my soul and my body.
You are hysterical. You need sleep. But of course you can't sleep with all this noise. The work will be finished very soon now. Just see how quickly the wall grows. Like magic. Almost finished, isn't it, Dawson?
Yes, sir.
And, of course, with the plaster on it, it will hardly show, will it, Dawson?
No, sir.
It's just as I told Mrs. Engar. I said to her...
Mr. Engar.
Well, Dawson?
The mistress. She's fainted.
Fainted? Oh, no, Dawson, you must be mistaken. She's just dozing. Dawson!
Sir!
Do something! Quickly, do something!
Sir, she's dead.
Well, go ahead, Dawson. Go on with the story.
That's all, Captain Craig. He buried the young mistress in the rose garden. And the day he laid her away, he, too, went away. And before he went away, he ordered me to take charge of the house.
And you've been here ever since?
20 years, sir.
20 years? And I thought 6 months on Guadalcanal was a long time.
And now, sir, if you're ready, I'll have the workmen tear down the wall.
Yes. Yes, the wall's got to be torn down. Let them get going.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Start in.
Yes, sir.
Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Tell them to stop.
To stop?
I tell you to have them stop.
Stop the work, men. They've stopped, sir.
Send them away.
But the wall has to be torn down, Captain Craig. It was your father's orders, and Mr. Engar's orders.
Dawson, Niels Engar is dead. My father is dead. It looks like it's up to me from now on out. Dawson, I've had to be very realistic. War doesn't leave much softness in a man. But I hope I've got a little bit left. For the memory of Mary Egnar, we will never tear down that wall.
You have just heard the radio drama, The Ghost of the House of Engar, written and directed by Samuel Dixon in the KPO drama repertoire tonight at 9:30. The cast included Robert Fasson as Dawson, Ray Lewis as Captain Craig, Everett Glass as Nils Engar, Julie Ferris as Mary Engar, James Garthwaite as Ronald, and Earl Lee as the old stage doorkeeper. Be listening next Friday night at 9:30 for Dad, the old stage doorkeeper, with his memories of the theater in San Francisco and his radio dramas tonight at 9:30, coming to you from San Francisco's Radio City.
Again the immortal tale, The Ghost's Touch.
Is it true that when you are very close to death, the dead are really able to reach out to protect you? I don't know, but Ralph Zant and I had been married only a few months when he died. We had been so completely and deeply in love that the memory of the happiness we had found is a thing which will always dominate my life. Well, John Stevens, one of Ralph's best friends, had invited me to spend some time with him on the coast where he had a large house. It was in the town where I had first met Ralph. Mrs. Stewart, my housekeeper and companion, went with me, and Paul Weston, another of Ralph's closest friends, was also there. But he lived in his own house nearby. I had been enjoying my stay there immensely. John had not been with us much, but Mrs. Stewart and I enjoyed the park and the beach. John had been particularly careful about my food, a fact which greatly pleased me. One morning, Mrs. Stewart and I had just returned from the beach. We were standing in the great front hall of the house when she brought up something I know had been on both our minds ever since we'd arrived.
My, it's quiet in this big old house.
Hasn't it been quiet, Mrs. Stewart? You know, I can remember when this was one of the liveliest houses in St. Anne's. And John was one of the jolliest men alive.
Sort of gives me the willies, Mrs. Zant. Something kind of brooding here. No one ever around this part of the house. The servants are all way off in the back there.
Does that seem strange to you? You know, I thought that maybe I was just disappointed, comparing it with the way I remembered it when Ralph and I were here together.
Oh, no, ma'am. There's something funny here. You mark my words. I didn't want to say nothing, hoping not to worry you. But Mr. John has acted so strange, too.
He's a lot more thoughtful than he ever was before.
And then there's that funny smell.
Yes, I've smelled that, too. But I thought it was just my imagination.
And the strange way Mr. John looks at you after breakfast, when he gets up so solemn-like and goes up into that room at the head of the stairs. He never comes out again till dinner. So what's in that room anyway, Mrs. Zant?
Oh, I don't know. It's a study of some sort, I guess, where John's doing some work.
You know, yesterday I got hunting for that smell, and I traced it right to that door. I sniffed all around there and tried to decide what it was. I heard something in there, too.
What?
Mr. John was in there. I could hear him muttering to himself. No words, mind you, just muttering. And every once in a while, it sounded as though he was stirring something in the glass. Finally, guess what he said?
Oh, Mrs. Stewart, I think you've been imagining things. We're letting ourselves get nervous over something that's probably nothing at all.
Well, he said, at last. Now I'm certain this'll work. And just then he came toward the door, so I ran back to my room and shut the door.
Well, I don't think he'd mind if we went and paid him a visit. Then we can see what he's doing. I wonder if he's up there now.
Oh, my goodness, that startled me.
Just the front door.
Why, it's Mr. Paul. I can see him through the glass in the door. I'll just let him in. It takes these servants here so long to get from way back where they are.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Stewart. Is Mrs. Zant here?
Hello, Paul. Come on in.
Oh, why, Dorothy. What are you standing there like that for? You look worried, and as though you're just about to do something about it.
Well, Paul, as a matter of fact, we were just going up to pay John a visit in his study. There at the head of the stairs.
Study? Why, Dorothy, didn't he tell you what that is?
No.
That's a laboratory, and he's forbidden everyone to come in there, practically on pain of death.
Well, he hasn't forbidden me, and I'm going to find out what goes on in there. I think that was a little mean of him.
Oh, Mrs. Zant, do you think you'd better?
Certainly I do. And I'm going up now.
Well, I might as well get hung for a sheep as a lamb. I'll come along, too. Come on, Mrs. Stewart.
Well, you aren't frightened, are you, Mrs. Stewart?
There's no telling what we may find.
Well, it can't be too awful. John's no demon, anyway.
No answer? Maybe he's gone out. I'm going to look and see.
Be careful, Mrs. Zant.
Get out. I told you. Oh, Dorothy, come in. I didn't realize it was you.
Well, we're all here, John. We came up to pay you a little visit.
Fine. Come on in, but shut the door. Hello, Paul. When did you arrive?
Just came in. Dorothy said she wanted to come up here. I told her we'd all been forbidden, but she insisted, so my curiosity got the better of me, too.
Well, that's fine. I'm really glad you did. This is a good day for me.
This is really magnificent.
Yes, Dorothy. What do you think of my private domain?
Well, it's big enough, I'll say that for it. It's a little frightening.
Yeah, don't smell so good to me either.
Mrs. Stewart doesn't understand experiments the way we do, does she, Dorothy?
No, I don't, Mr. John. And after seeing Mrs. Zant fooling with them dangerous chemicals, I don't know as I want to either.
Oh.
What's that, Dorothy? You?
Why, yes, Paul. I've been doing some experiments. Just for fun, mostly, but it does take up my time since I'm alone so much. That's why I think it was so unfair of John not to tell me he had such a wonderful laboratory here.
Well, Dorothy, I've been saving that for later, until this experiment is well underway. I've been hoping we might work together very soon.
John, what are those tables over there? They look like...
They're dissecting tables? Yes, that's what they are.
Well, of course, if you're going in for anatomy on the side, I'm afraid you'll leave me way behind.
Why, no, my dear, quite the contrary. I had hoped you'd follow right along. I'm sure you will with this new experiment.
Well, you've got to tell us now what this experiment is. You've certainly got our curiosity aroused.
Now, I'll tell you, of course. I have finally developed a new formula. This is the chemical part, which will eventually make a subject absolutely impervious to pain. That is, I will be able to operate without the use of anesthetics. Perform any sort of operation I wish.
How does it work?
I feed small doses of a certain formula, a very dangerous one, by the way, to the patient in his food. Dangerous because while he's taking them, the patient occasionally falls into semi-conscious states in which he is very close to death. Then, when a certain stage is reached, there is one more dose which the patient must drink straight, without any other food. Then the subject becomes unconscious of any pain whatever.
But what's the purpose of that? Surely the development of anesthetics.
But this, you see, leaves the scientists free to operate on conscious living animals without the stopping of some functions brought on by anesthetics. And this never wears off.
Have you ever tried it?
Several times, my dear, and with success. I am just waiting now to try my greatest experiment of the lot. To use my formula on the most complicated of living organisms, the human.
But, John, you're not going to go on with this, are you?
Well, certainly. Why should I stop now? Especially when I'm so near the final experiment.
Do you mind, John, if Mrs. Stewart and I go down to the beach? I'm afraid the air in here has made me a little dizzy.
That's a good idea, Dorothy. We'll come right along to walk with you.
By all means, go ahead. Do get plenty of fresh air, my dear. I hope you'll see more of the laboratory later. Much more.
I wondered then what it was in John's look that startled me. Or was it something in his voice? A chill of apprehension made me turn and hurry ahead of Mrs. Stewart out into the cool seashore air. I was sure that John was telling me something, saying something to me alone. And I was afraid even then to let myself believe what I thought it was. Mrs. Stewart and I walked through the little park that lay between the house and the beach. It was a place of many wonderful memories to me, the place where Ralph had first kissed me. We passed the tree where Ralph and I had stood that day, and Mrs. Stewart, bless her, knew what I felt as we came to the spot. She looked at me.
These memories aren't going to spoil your visit now, are they, Mrs. Ant? You know, there's a lot of things a person has to live with all her life.
Oh, no, Mrs. Stewart. My memories of him wouldn't spoil anything. They're too beautiful.
Well, I just thought from the way you were looking over at that tree, the one...
You know, I'm going over and touch that tree. Just for luck. I feel as though I need some luck right now.
Mrs. Ant. Mrs. Ant. Mrs. Ant, what's wrong? What are you looking like that for? As though you'd seen a ghost.
Oh, Mrs. Stewart,
Where are you? Mrs. Ant, can't you see me here? Well, you're looking at me as though you've gone blind. Mrs. Ant. Mrs. Ant. Mrs. Ant.
No, I'm not blind. I can see everything. The tree, the grass, the whole park. But you've gone. I can't hear you anymore. I can't see you. Mrs. Stewart! Mrs. Stewart!
You remembered, didn't you, Dorothy? You're not afraid.
Oh, Ralph. You're here. But I can't see you. It seems as though I can feel your hand on mine. But I can't see you.
I'm right here beside you, darling. Always beside you.
You've been gone so long, Ralph.
I'm always beside you.
But I haven't seen you. I haven't been with you before.
Dorothy, darling. It can't be for long this time either. They're coming soon. They're on their way now.
Who, my dearest?
All of them. Don't forget the others. They'll be here. Don't forget the others.
Why can't I see you, Ralph, when I want to so much? I can still feel you. It seems as though you have your arm around me. Oh, Ralph. Oh, Ralph.
I'm here, though. Right here with you, my darling.
Why didn't you let me know before that we were so near to each other?
Because you had to come a long way to me first. And now it's time for you to know it certainly. You already know why.
Are you here to protect me? You are. You are, I know it. But from what, Ralph? From what?
Dorothy! Dorothy!
Mrs. Sand! Oh, thank heavens, Mrs. Sand! You are, aren't you, Ralph? You will protect me. I'll come back to see you here, Ralph. I'll come back. Ralph! Where are you? Why don't you answer? Oh, Ralph, where are you?
Dorothy, it's all right. Dorothy, can't you hear me? Can't you see me?
Oh, Paul. Paul, it's you.
Yes, Dorothy. Do you feel all right? Mrs. Stewart.
Oh, Mrs. Sand, I ran and found Mr. Paul as fast as I could. You stood there looking straight at me and you wouldn't answer me. You didn't even see me when I put my hand up in front of your face. Oh, you gave me an awful fright.
Mrs. Stewart came running for us. She said you seemed to have gone into a trance.
I came as soon as I could. She's all right now, isn't she?
Yes, now she is. But it certainly is strange.
Not strange at all. In fact, rather to be expected.
Why, Mr. John, Mrs. Zant hasn't ever had anything like that before. You didn't even see how she was. Mr. Paul here can tell you.
Why expected, John?
Oh, perhaps the air in the laboratory upset her. Perhaps something she ate. Who knows? The shock of Ralph's passing away hasn't really left her yet, has it, my dear?
I think we're imagining things.
I'm afraid that perhaps the food my cook has been serving has been a bit rich these past few days. I spoke to her about it this morning.
You all right now, Mrs. Zant?
Oh, quite all right, thank you. I think we'd better go down to the beach.
I'll come along with you, Dorothy.
If you'll excuse me, I must get back to the laboratory. My dog has been acting rather strangely in the last few minutes. Something very interesting may develop. Will you excuse me?
Certainly, John. We'll be back shortly.
Don't hurry. Dinner won't be ready for a while, and that's all you need to be back for. I'll see you later.
Dorothy, I don't like this at all.
Are you afraid of something, Paul?
Mr. Paul needs this funny spell you just had, and I agree with him.
It was very strange, but it was very wonderful.
Tell me, Dorothy, you know something about chemistry. Would it be possible for John actually to do what he says he has done?
Well, there are a great many strange things that can be done with chemistry, Paul. And I believe, yes, that a mind bent on such an insane purpose could probably develop such a combination.
But wouldn't it be very dangerous?
You're thinking of that spell I just had in connection with it, aren't you?
Well, he did say some strange things there in the laboratory.
And you may be very right, too, Paul, in suspecting him. I may already have been...
Dorothy!
Oh, Mrs. Sand, no. Please, let's go home today.
But, Dorothy, if you think...
No, Paul. Something happened when I was standing under that tree. I talked to Ralph.
But, Dorothy...
And I promised to go back to talk to him again tomorrow. You see, I have to stay here now, because I must talk to him again.
It isn't possible.
I may be in great danger, Paul. Even this minute, here with you on this sunny beach, I may be very near to death. But I want to see whether what I believe is true. Because perhaps I am so close to death that the spirit of the man who loves me can reach across the narrow space that divides us and protect me. If that is so, I will have discovered more than 1,000 insane experiments can prove. You see, I have to stay now.
But, Dorothy, hasn't he protected you already? Hasn't he warned you?
No, Paul. He's waiting for something. Something else. I think I know what.
Didn't he say?
No, but there will be more. He told me to come back. He wouldn't have done that if there weren't more, would he?
Shall I have the main dish brought in? Are you both ready? I think you'll find the dinner very good tonight. Since I spoke to the cook this morning, she... Oh, here it is now.
Are you sure you feel well enough to eat, Dorothy?
Yes, thank you, Paul. I feel very well now.
The afternoon must... Oh, Rogers, I believe you've mixed the plates. That one is for Mrs. Zant.
That's all right, John. I don't believe I'll have much dinner anyway. I'm not very hungry. Give Dorothy mine.
But I insist. Dorothy's is really quite special.
Listen. Oh, listen.
Is something wrong, my dear?
No, it was nothing.
But, John, does it really matter that much?
Perhaps John has had something special prepared for me, Paul. That's very nice of him, and it will be quite all right.
Thank you, Dorothy. We scientists seem to understand each other, don't we?
Dorothy.
It's all right, Paul.
This dinner and going to bed early tonight will fix Dorothy up splendidly, Paul. Wait and see.
Suddenly I had felt Ralph close to me again. It gave me a new confidence, a knowledge that whatever happened now, I was protected. I tasted nothing strange about the food, but I hadn't noticed anything in the meals before either. Ralph was waiting, I was sure now, until John became bold enough to spell his own destruction. The next afternoon, nothing could have kept me in the house. John had been in the laboratory all morning. And when I looked in, I noticed with a shudder that one of the operating tables was covered with clean white sheets. I went quickly out to the tree where I had been with Ralph the day before. It seemed a long time before I again felt that strange, numb feeling, as though my life had almost left my body. But...
Dorothy, my darling, you are here, under our tree.
How could I help coming, Ralph, when you promised that we'd be together again today?
I didn't promise, my dear. I couldn't promise that much. But remember, my darling, I am always near you.
Ralph! Ralph, where are you? You aren't here anymore. What was that? I'm frightened, Ralph. Look. The grass is all beginning to burn and turn brown. Our tree is withering. Ralph! What was that? That great black mass coming toward me.
Dorothy!
John, where did you come from? I can only see your face staring at me out of that awful darkness.
It's all right, isn't it, Dorothy? You're going to be all right. You said so last night. And you know it's true, don't you?
What's true? I don't know anything now. Where's Ralph? Oh, John, why are you frightening me this way? Ralph! Ralph!
You're going to be all right now. Aren't you, Dorothy? All right now. You're all right now, aren't you, Dorothy?
Oh, it's one of those spells again, Mrs. Zant. I'm frightened.
Mrs. Stewart and I came out to walk with you, Dorothy. We found you here again, just standing here, not seeing anything.
I'm going to call Mr. Paul. I don't like this. It frightens me. Mr. Paul will know what to do.
Shall we go back to the house, Dorothy? You'll feel better in a minute.
No, John. Let's just wait here a minute. Mrs. Stewart will be back with Paul.
But everything is ready at the house. I have some work waiting.
But, John, that darkness all around you. I can't see anything but your face again.
You will follow me back to the house, won't you, Dorothy? That's it. Of course you will.
Yes, John. Of course. I'll come with you. Everything here is brown and burnt. Park has grown so withered. It's horrible here now.
Come on, Dorothy. We'll go slowly. Come along with me. One step. One step. That's it. Come along with me.
Look at those birds over there. They're such big black birds. And they're falling.
dropping right into the sea. What's the matter with them, John? Why don't they come up again?
Don't be afraid of them, Dorothy. Just come with me. One step. One step.
And look, those awful things. Snakes. Huge ones. And they're not moving. John, they're dead. Nothing here ever stays alive anymore. Oh, it's hard. It's hard. It's burning hot.
It doesn't matter now, Dorothy. Nothing will hurt anymore. One step. One step. Here's the door. The door to the house. Wait while I open it.
But John, it's open. It's open and it's all dark in there. So dark I can't even see your face anymore. John, where are you?
Right here, Dorothy. Come up the stairs. One step. One step.
But everything is so confused. I can't find the stairs. I can't find anything. It isn't real. Everything is mixed up. I've lost something. I've lost something I can't remember.
We're almost there, Dorothy. One step. One step.
I can't remember. It was... Ralph! Ralph! Ralph, where are you? I'm afraid. I'm alone here in the darkness. There's no one here. Even John has gone away now, and there isn't any light. Ralph! Oh, Ralph. Oh, Ralph, you are near me. I can feel you here now. I'm not alone.
It's near now. It's almost time, my darling. Here, let me hold your hand.
I can feel your hand on mine, Ralph, but I still can't see you. It's so dark in here.
Come on, Dorothy. The stairs are there. One step. One step.
Oh, Ralph, your hand is helping me along. Hold me tight.
In here, Dorothy. Right in here. This is where we'll work, isn't it?
It's the laboratory, Ralph. This horrible, evil-smelling laboratory. Ralph, I'm afraid. Why don't you speak to me?
Now we're all right, Dorothy. Now we'll work together, won't we?
I'm thirsty. I'm so terribly thirsty. That heat. The park is so hot. It's all burned up. I'm thirsty.
Here, drink this, Dorothy. Oh. This will cure your thirst. You'll be all right. Nothing will hurt anymore.
I'm not afraid now, Ralph. I'm thirsty. Why can't I have a drink? It'll be all right.
That's right, Dorothy. Drink this. Let me hold it up to your lips.
I'm so thirsty. I'm going to... Don't let go of me, Ralph! What is it, Mrs. Hands, look there.
Lord, what's got him?
He's choking to death. Something's strangling him.
John. He's dead.
Oh!
He was just holding that glass to your lips, Dorothy, when we came in, and suddenly it shook out of his hand as though someone had grabbed hold of his wrist. A powerful hand.
It was like as if a ghost had reached out and knocked that glass out of his hand. Someone did, Paul. Ralph.
But no one was here. It couldn't have been...
Oh, Mrs. Sam. I was protected. I knew I would be. Ralph was able to reach across and save me, Paul. I know it.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you The Ghost's Touch. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Building a candle, there was gaslight only in the living room downstairs. He went into the bathroom, locked the door, and ran the bath, conscious and that in spite of his good resolutions, he still felt uneasy. As he undressed, the tension increased. He started violently when he heard a noise behind him, coming apparently from the empty grate. But although he examined it carefully, there was nothing there to account for the noise. It was just as he turned to go back to the bath that he slipped and fell heavily to the floor. Half stunned, he lay there, and before he could summon up enough energy to get to his feet, his candle flickered and went out. In the impenetrable blackness which surrounded him, his fears naturally increased, and he was just trying to remember in which direction the door was when he was paralyzed by a new noise. Someone was in the bath he had just run. He could hear the splash of water and the quite unmistakable sounds of someone soaping his body. He could even hear the rather heavy breathing. Just when he had summoned up enough courage to call out, he heard the creak of the cupboard door opening. Rigid with renewed fear, he listened to the soft rustle of silken underskirts, to the sound of light approaching footsteps, and then a chill, weightless shoe was placed on his chest. Silken garments swept over him as though he did not exist, and continued to the edge of the bath, where the occupants still washed, splashed, and breathed heavily. Suddenly the noises changed. There was a loud splash, followed by a terrible choking gasp, and the ineffectual drumming of heels on the bottom of the bath. Terror-stricken, Mr. Graham listened as the sounds in the bath grew fainter and fainter, and the noise of breathing stopped altogether. For a time, all he could hear was the monotonous drip, drip of water from one of the taps. And then there was the rustle of long skirts again as the wearer turned and made for the fireplace and the cupboard beside it. Suddenly, a pallid light glowed in the blackness of the room by the cupboard, a light which revealed a woman's face. That she was beautiful, Mr. Graham had no doubt. But he glimpsed more than beauty in that face. He saw there an evil and a hatred which made him turn away in sick disgust. When he looked again, the face had gone, and once more the room was in total darkness. Now he had endured as much as his nerves would stand. Groping his way to the door, he unlocked it, stumbled out and along the passage. He told his wife all that had happened, only to be met with blank incredulity. Who ever heard of a ghost taking a bath? You did say it was a ghost, didn't you?
What else could it have been? I'll swear I was alone in that bathroom when I locked the door.
Oh, really, dear? We all use that room every day, and no one else has ever seen anything strange in it. You imagined it, dear, because your candle went out when you slipped and fell.
It went out after I had fallen, not when I was falling.
And I told you before we bought this place that I didn't like that room. You did. And now you're letting your imagination run away with you to provide you with a reason for your dislike. All I ask of you is not to let the children know of these foolish fantasies.
I tell you they're not fantasies. There were two other beings in that room with me, and one, the woman, murdered the other.
Very well, his wife said with a patient sigh. Let's go and investigate. They lit 2 candles and returned to the bathroom. There was no one there. No one in the cupboard. The bath itself was half full of clear, lukewarm water. No one could possibly have washed in it without leaving some trace. Neither of the new taps dripped.
All right, Mr. Graham said in a defeated tone. I panicked in the darkness and imagined it all.
The Grahams agreed to forget about the matter. Certainly nothing was ever hinted at in front of the children. And then one morning, the eldest son announced that he was going up to have a bath. His parents heard him leap up the stairs, turn on the taps, and whistle cheerfully. They heard him turn off the taps, and then the whistling stopped abruptly. A shriek after shriek of terror rang out. They both ran from the sitting room to the hall in time to see their son dash wildly from the bathroom into his bedroom and slam the door shut.
Whatever is the matter? Mrs. Graham demanded, hurrying up and looking in the bathroom. She tried the water, but the child couldn't possibly have scalded himself as she first feared. I can't find anything the matter, she said, looking over the banister at her husband. Don't you think you ought to come up and look for yourself? Nothing now will get me into that bathroom, her husband answered. Go and comfort the boy and see what he has to say, and then you come down and tell me. Mrs. Graham remained with her wildly sobbing child for some time, calming him down, assuring him that he was perfectly safe. It was horrible, Mama, the boy shuddered. Horrible. I just run my bath and was going to step in, and then I saw... Oh, I know you won't believe this, but it's true, Mama. I promise you it's true. There was someone else lying in the bath, an old man with grey hair. His face, oh, it was all purple and swollen, and his eyes were wide and staring. Oh, Mama, those dreadful, dreadful eyes. And the boy began to cry again. Once more his mother calmed him down and called to her husband to come upstairs, determined that the three of them would see for themselves, but she knew already that the bathroom was absolutely empty. Reluctantly, her husband mounted the stairs. Together, mother, father, and son left the bedroom and crossed the landing and stopped. They were not alone on that first floor. A beautiful young woman, dressed in expensive clothes and wearing costly jewelry, walked past them as though she owned the house and they did not exist, and disappeared into the cupboard in the bathroom. Mrs. Graham stood stock still for several seconds and then turned to her husband. I'm sorry, she said. This place is evil, but the evil is none of our making. We shall move into an hotel tomorrow and look for a new home. Oh, tell the agent to sell this place as quickly as possible. But Mrs. Graham was curious as well as practical. She wanted to know just why their house was haunted, and she had discreet inquiries made in the neighborhood. Naturally, people were reluctant to talk. It was a well-to-do neighborhood of respectable middle-class citizens. Gossip could only cause distress and bring crowds of sightseers to stare and disturb everyone. It was all over and done with, and people with influence had managed to keep the incident away from the headlines, even though it might have involved murder. Murder? Although Mrs. Graham was prepared for this, she was still shocked. Yes, that was what some people said. It appeared some time previously the house had been owned by a very rich old man. One day he brought home a bride. Some said she was Spanish, but everyone agreed that she was extremely beautiful. Her husband showered her with gifts of expensive clothes and even more expensive jewelry. Anything she wanted was hers. But he was old, and she was young. It wasn't long before she discovered that money doesn't buy happiness. The splendid house became a prison, her husband an old and ugly jailer. The servants heard them quarreling more and more frequently. They noticed how the girl's once beautiful face was becoming distorted with anger and hatred. One day the old man was found dead in his bath. His young widow wept and was inconsolable. She had loved her husband dearly and had frequently warned him against his habit of indulging in long, hot baths. It was obvious to her what had happened. He had disregarded her advice, fainted, falling back into the water, had been drowned. It was all a terrible accident. Of course, there was an inquest, very discreet. Sympathy was with the beautiful young widow dressed so becomingly in black. And the doctor affirmed that there was no evidence of any violence. The verdict was accidental death. The Grahams knew it was no accident. Mr. Graham had heard exactly how it had happened. His wife and son had seen the young bride and the old husband. But none of them could prove anything. They just knew.
Whispering Streets.
And here is Betty Davis.
Hello. Lorraine Winthrop and her husband Gil had been married for 11 years when their baby was born. The baby had been the answer to all of their prayers. Lorraine was the most contented woman in the state when she came home from the hospital, and Gil was the proudest man. He carried the basket with its blue quilted sateen lining and its precious contents as if he were carrying the hope of the world.
He's, sort of special, darling, isn't he?
Oh, he's so beautiful.
Well, then he takes after his mother. You know, I'm sort of hoping that he'd look a little bit like his ugly old dad.
He doesn't look like anybody yet.
He does, too. Looks like himself. Say, you know, he has a chest like an athlete, dear.
When he's old enough, he'll play football. He'll make the All-American team. I hope we'll be all through with wars by the time he's grown.
Amen to that. Although, of course, if there were a war, he'd be a general before he came home.
Poor little thing. Only 6 pounds and a half, and he's got to be a general.
President of the United States will come next, or I miss my guess, darling.
That goes without saying. Oh, see the way his lashes lie on his cheeks, Gil.
Mm-hmm.
They're incredibly long and thick. And his hands are all crumpled up like rose petals. If I tickle him a little bit, do you think he'd wake up?
Well, go on, try it, dear. I wish he'd wake up, too. Oh, say, he has the bluest eyes.
All babies are born with blue eyes, but sometimes they change color.
Oh.
Maybe he'll have brown eyes like you. Darling, don't say a word. His lashes are beginning to flutter. Of utter and complete joy. Joy so intense that it was unbelievable to a couple who had given up hope of having a child. Every morning, Gil was late getting to the office. Every evening, he hurried home so that he could be there in time to see Junior take his bottle. 2 months of perfection, of ecstasy. And then one morning, Lorraine waked and glanced at the clock and shook her dead-to-the-world husband. Gil!
What's the matter?
Oh, good heavens, Gil, it's 8:30. We've overslept.
We had a big night. Our anniversary. You know, lucky we could get old Mrs. Trimble to babysit for us.
I wouldn't dare leave him with some squeezed-into jeans teenager. What's happened to his lungs, anyway?
I don't know. Normally, he has us up at 6. But this morning, there hasn't been a peep out of him.
Maybe he's getting to be the kind of a baby who sleeps until 9 o'clock every morning, bless him.
Oh, we're the lucky ones.
Oh, the very lucky ones. I'll go take a look at our son.
Wait. Put on your slippers and your robe, dear. If you catch cold, you'll give it to the baby.
Oh, you used to be worried for fear I'd catch a cold. Now all you worry about is me giving it to the baby.
You jealous?
Dreadfully jealous. Oh, Gil, it's a good world. And I've had such a wonderful sleep, and... Oh, he's so still, Gil. He looks like a little angel lying there. Darling, wake up for Mother. Wake up. Gil, come here!
Lorraine, what is it?
Gil, come here fast! Oh, Gil, something's happened! To the baby, something's happened!
In just a moment, Betty Davis will be back again. But first...
Now that Social Security taxes are being deducted from service pay, military time back to 1951 can be credited toward both military and Social Security retirement. This changes the old law that generally prevented the crediting of service time to more than one of these retirement systems. Military service back to 1951 can be credited both ways, even though servicemen didn't begin paying for Social Security until January of 57. That means the serviceman who's been on duty since 51 gets 6 years of free Social Security credit. There's one requirement, however. for getting Social Security credit for active service time in this free period. You must have put in some active duty since January of 1957. Thanks to this free Social Security credit, servicemen will find it easier to meet the requirements of becoming insured under Social Security. Have you investigated your Social Security benefits?
And now, back to our story with Betty Davis.
It was the end of laughter and delight for the Winthrops. The baby had died quietly in his sleep. The doctor explained it in medical language. Something had been wrong with a gland in the little throat. This happened once in 1,000,000 cases, in 5,000,000 cases. Dull and tearless, unaware of her husband's arm around her, Lorraine went through the baby's tragic funeral. And then one afternoon, sometime later, Gil's boss stopped at his desk.
Well, Gil, how are things going at your house?
Not so well, Mr. Pearson.
Oh?
No, I've been able to pull out of my grief and sorrow, at least to a certain extent, but Lorraine is still in shock.
I see. Well, perhaps she needs medical attention.
She won't see a doctor. Tried to do something about it, but she refuses.
Well, it's been several months, hasn't it?
Yes. 6 months since the baby died. Oh, you just wouldn't know Lorraine if you saw her, Mr. Pearson. Well, I guess I'm luckier than she is. I meet people away from the house. I have my work to do, but Lorraine still holds a little ghost in her arms and in her heart.
Look, Gil, I happen to have a couple of theater tickets for tonight, and I find that I'm unable to use them. They're for Chippewa, a hit show. Why don't you ask Lorraine if she'll go to the theater with you? Maybe it would relax her.
Oh, all right, I'll ask her, Mr. Pearson, but if she won't go...
Well, then, give the tickets to some friend. I do hope things straighten out for you before long, Gil. And for Lorraine. It's tough to be living in the past with a ghost.
Gil went home a little earlier than usual that evening and told Lorraine that his boss had given him a pair of theater tickets. But she sat staring straight ahead.
I couldn't possibly go to the theater, Gil.
But, honey, it's a comedy.
That would be too ghastly.
Lorraine, listen to me. You need to laugh. You need to see lights to be in the midst of gaiety.
I couldn't laugh, Gil. It would be an impossibility. Lights and gaiety would tear me apart. I'd be thinking of that little quiet face.
I think about Junior all the time, Lorraine. Whenever I see a baby, my heart turns over and almost stops beating. And believe me, I see plenty of them. Being wheeled down the streets in the city and in the mother's arms in the subway and... But there's nothing we can do, darling.
Nothing at all. Nothing.
There's no use dwelling in the past because it's profitless. It's unhealthy.
When you talk like this, Gil, I feel as if I don't know you.
Darling, you know how much I love you.
I don't think about it anymore. You're loving me, I mean.
I know you don't. That's another thing I want to talk to you about. The baby was us, dear. He was our love made permanent in flesh and blood.
Not permanent. Our baby's dead.
And you think our love is dead, too? Oh, Lorraine, darling, you can't talk that way.
I am talking that way.
If we had another baby...
Even if it were possible, I'd never feel safe. Think all the time that something was going to happen.
Listen to me. The doctor said the gland thing occurs only once in 5,000,000 cases. Well, Lorraine, lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot. Dearest, we have the baby's things up in the attic packed away. You wouldn't need to make any preparations or anything.
To say we could use our little son's things for another baby.
Not another baby. It would be our baby. Honey, listen. Junior wouldn't mind having a little brother or a sister using his things. Yes, I think somewhere up in heaven he'd be happy to know that.
Is that enough, Gil? I can't stand anymore.
Please.
I can't stand it. I again.
Lorraine, there, dear. Darling.
Don't take me in your arms. Don't hold me so tight.
But I must, dear, I must. Sweetheart, you haven't cried since that morning. Honey, it's good for you to cry like this. Go ahead. I'm just so glad you're able to cry. Don't you see, it's a release for you, dear. You'll feel better now that you've cried.
Lorraine had her cry out. When after a long while the violence of her grief had turned into the choked sobbing of a child, Gil carried her to bed. She fell asleep in his arms. She was still in his arms when she waked in the morning. She didn't know that Gil had been making plans in the stillness of the night. But when they were seated opposite each other at the breakfast table...
Lorraine, I feel as if our marriage has taken a new lease.
Don't say on life.
Well, I must. Look, darling, I have an idea.
What is it, Gil?
You know, I think we should sublet this house and move into the city for the rest of the winter.
Why?
Well, this commuting, it's an iron hard on me.
Never complained about it before.
Oh, well, I'm getting older every day, you know. I'd save hours of time and untold energy if I could hop from my office right into my home.
Where would you find a furnished apartment?
Oh, well, now, look. One of the partners has been married recently. Now, he's going to take his new wife abroad for an extended honeymoon. Well, I'm sure he'd sublet his place to me for the next 3 months.
But how about this house?
I'll tell you, we'll just turn the key in the lock. Then we'll come back here in the spring.
Gil, can we afford 2 places?
Honey, listen. I happen to know that my Christmas bonus will be unusually large. Oh, sure, we can afford it.
It's so full of memories everywhere I look. All right, Gil. We'll go to the city for 3 months.
Oh, darling, you're doing me a great favor. I just can't thank you enough. And you know, and with different furniture and different faces...
You think you're going to take me away from the memories of our baby?
No. I'm not, darling. Believe me, I'm not. You'll be with us there. Always.
In just a moment, Betty Davis will be back.
There are hundreds of children in Germany, as well as hundreds more in the United States, who believe that Sergeant Charles E. Davis was a year-round Santa Claus. The children's belief is well-founded, for Davis, a Tennessee-born orphan, became a sort of guardian angel for orphans when he spearheaded the organizing of the Hands Across the Ocean Committee, which provided assistance for the orphanages in West Germany. It all began when Davis, a military police veteran of over 30 years' service, was stationed near Pottsville, Pennsylvania in 1952. He discovered a down-at-the-heels orphanage housing over 100 children. A quick investigation convinced him that the institution needed help badly, and he decided to do something about it. So he hustled back to his MP company, enlisted the support of other soldiers, and began a building fund which was used to buy blankets, food, and toys for the children. Soon after helping put the Pennsylvania orphanage on its feet, Sergeant Davis was transferred to Germany. There he found children in even worse conditions than back home. Many of them still lived in the streets, dirty and destitute, because of overcrowded conditions in orphanages. The sergeant went right to work and organized a group of MPs to assist in improving conditions at the orphanages in towns near his base. They began by rounding up dozens of cots, boxes of clothes and blankets, and hundreds of colorful toys. Then Davis sent out appeals for help from many other sources. Soon so many gifts were pouring in that the Hands Across the Ocean Committee had to be formed to help Sergeant Davis and his assistants with their distribution. No wonder hundreds of unfortunate orphans still think of Sergeant Charles E. Davis as a year-round Santa Claus. As a result of his unselfish work, the sergeant has given us all a thought to remember. We are Americans. As we go, so goes America.
And now, back to our story with Betty Davis.
So Lorraine and Gil Winthrop went to the city and with only an apartment to manage, Lorraine had a great deal of time on her hands. After a couple of months, she told herself that she must be getting lazy. She wasn't doing enough work to make her feel so languid. She'd lie down afternoons and take a nap. The memories in the little house were still with her, but they weren't quite so oppressive. They were sweet ones. And then the 3 months were up, and Lorraine and Gil went back to the quiet town. And after another 2 months...
Gil, I feel strange these days.
Oh, really, darling? Well, what is it?
Well, I haven't wanted to tell you this, Gil, but I think I may have a tumor.
Huh?
I've been reading up in medical books. I've been so worried about how I'd tell you that I've scarcely thought of the past since I've been back. Well, I'm going to the doctor at 11 today, Gil. I've already made the appointment.
You should have told me before, dear. It just never occurred to me that anything could happen to you.
Well, you say I should have told you before. I say I shouldn't have told you until after I'd seen the doctor.
But we must share everything, darling. We mustn't have any secrets.
Well, we haven't any now. You run along to your office, Gil. I'll call you after I've come home.
Oh, the heck with the office. I'll take the day off and drive you to the doctor's.
What? Sort of wish you would, Gil. Suddenly I'm afraid. Suddenly I want you to be close.
Oh, dearest, the doctor will tell us that nothing's wrong. I'm sure of it.
Are you?
I'll tell you, we'll celebrate by going to the theater tonight, huh?
You're always talking about the theater. Gil, my appointment isn't for nearly 2 hours. I'm so full of jitters. If something happens to me...
Not so many months ago, you wouldn't have minded having something happen to you.
I don't know what it is, Gil, but all at once... I want to go on living. It's sort of an instinctive feeling.
Well, honey, tumors, they aren't so darned important. Tumors aren't much more important these days than tonsils or wisdom teeth.
I hope you're right, Gil. I hope terribly that you're right.
Well, Mr. Winthrop, it's a good thing your wife came to me today.
Well, yes, she didn't even tell me that she was worried until a couple of hours ago, Doctor.
Women are very close-mouthed at times.
Yes, I know. Well, Doctor, tell me, what have you discovered?
I certainly will.
Now, listen, she can enter the hospital at once, you know. I can take time away from the office. You see, I didn't take my regular vacation last summer.
Wait a minute. You're going too fast.
But, darling, I want him to know...
Doctor, tell him, will you? Don't keep him in suspense.
Very well, but I thought you'd want to tell him. Mr. Winthrop, you are to be congratulated.
Huh?
I'm going to have a baby. I can't believe it. We waited 11 years for the first one.
Second babies are more easily acquired than first ones. You and your wife are a pair of idiots, Mr. Winthrop. Why didn't you guess the truth?
You're right, know. Doctor. We're idiots. I was afraid to tell Gil that But I'm not afraid any longer. Of anything. It's strange, Gil, but when the doctor told me I was relaxed and eager at the same time, I never felt that way before. It was so new and wonderful.
Yes, darling. It's new and it's wonderful.
I should suggest you take your wife home now, Mr. Winthrop. Huh? I don't have to tell you I have a full office.
Oh. I have a full heart, Doctor.
Yes, I know you have, Mrs. Winthrop, and I could not be happier. You'd better come back to me in a couple of weeks, and after that, every week. I'll keep close check on you in the few months we have left.
The few months?
Mm-hmm.
You mean it'll be as soon as that?
Yes, Mr. Winthrop. This will be the shortest pregnancy on record. Now, run along, both of you, and learn a few of the facts of life. It is high time that you did.
From tragedy to divine comedy. Gil didn't go to the office at all that day, and when evening came, he and Lorraine went to dinner and the theater. And when they reached home, late, they went up to the attic that was filled with reminders of the little baby who'd gone on ahead. And suddenly Lorraine was in her husband's arms, but she wasn't crying this time.
You were right, Gil. Somewhere up in heaven, he'll be glad he's going to have a new brother or sister.
You're looking at his basket.
Mm-hmm. His basket with its blue quilted lining.
I remember when I brought Junior home from the hospital. I was so darn proud that day that
We were both so proud. And we'll be proud again. Life doesn't stop, dear. Life goes on.
I know.
I think I'll take out that blue lining, Gil, and put in a pink one.
Hey? You mean you think
I have an idea, darling, that Junior will have a little sister. I think I'm going to cry, Gil.
Oh, no, wait. You mustn't cry now, Lorraine. Crying will be bad for you, right?
I can't help crying, and you mustn't try to stop me. These tears are a different sort of tears. They're like spring rain. They'll be good for me. Oh, Gil, they're washing away the last shreds of pain and bitterness and despair.
There's always the future. Despite every sort of tragedy, be it personal or universal, there are always new babies coming along. And there's always another springtime. One afternoon when Gil Winthrop was sitting at his desk, Quinn Pearson, his boss, paused at his desk and asked him if he could use a pair of theater tickets. When Gil told him about the situation at home, Quinn said sympathetically that it was hard to live in the past with a ghost. Well, Quinn Pearson knew what he was talking about. He'd lived in the past with a ghost for a good many years.
And now here again is Betty Davis.
Yes, Quinn Pearson had been ghost-ridden. He dreamed of another woman, not only recurrently, but constantly, even though he had a charming and affectionate wife of his own. Well, you'll learn how Quinn faced this challenging problem when I bring you his story. Until then, this is Betty Davis saying goodbye from the Whispering Street.
Today's program was written by Margaret E. Sangster. Featured in the cast were Mary Lansing, Bill Boucher, and Lou Merrill. Whispering Streets was directed by Gordon T. Hughes and produced by Ted Lloyd. Your announcer is Dan Cubberly.
Whispering Streets has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What you see and what you believe are not always the same. Take the mysterious cults of mysticism, occultism, or spiritualism. Some people think such things are what they look like. Others say there is more to it. Some are drawn to it, others repulsed by it. The tale we're about to unfold concerns a man who thought belief in the unnatural showed a weakness of will, and it tells what happened to make him change his mind.
Charlie, my boy, there is no such thing as a house that is haunted.
I have stood at night below the cliffs on the beach, and I've seen all the windows suddenly light up, as though a ghost had lit a candle in each room.
Well, Charlie, maybe someday I'll go have a look at it.
Well, why not now? You're not afraid, are you?
Our mystery drama, The Haunted Mill, taken from that classic tale of the unseen world by Richard Donovan, was adapted especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Ralph Bell and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Doctors by nature are careful, cautious, scientific, and have inquiring minds. Alexis Carrel, the Nobel Prize doctor, once said, "A few observations and much reasoning leads to error. Many observations and a little reasoning leads to truth." Meet Dr. James Patmore, a man of reason who could not believe his senses when faced with the truth.
What I am about to relate is so weird and startling, especially for a man trained in science as I am, that I can only let the facts speak for themselves and have you who hear my voice reject my tale or accept it. I am a member of the Royal College of Physicians, author of a number of medical books, but it was my decision to take up practice in the small town of Brinton that changed my life and almost everything I believed in. One night at exactly midnight, there was a knock at my cottage door. Come in, come in. Oh, good Lord, man. You're bleeding. Here, let me help you to a chair.
I don't know what happened. I saw your light. I just managed to crawl here. You're the doctor, aren't you?
Now, don't talk. Yes, yes, I'm the doctor. Here, now. Press this against your forehead. Just a second now. I want to move this kerosene lamp a little closer to see. That doesn't look too bad. You were fortunate, young man.
I'm Charles Royce. We haven't met.
Just swabbing the cut. Cleaning it out. You've got some wood in there. What did you do? Run into a tree? Oh, I'm Dr. Patmore.
Oh, you're not a native, so I should say welcome. When I left Brinton 3 years ago, we didn't have a doctor for 50 miles. I've been away at sea all that time, Doctor.
Yes, that looks cleaner. Well, I've only taken up practice here last year. Charles Royce.
Yes, sir.
Are you is that your father and mother on Gorse Hill Farm about 2 miles south of town?
Oh, you know?
Oh, yes, very well. I've been treating your father's lumbago and your mother's arthritis. Yes, indeed. They told me about their wild son, and I expect that you are here.
Not as wild as they like to make out. It's just their way of explaining why I was shipped off to sea. But not that I'm sorry. I liked it.
There we are. I'll try to keep that bandage around your head. Would you like some tea?
Oh, I certainly would. You don't mind if I shed my boots and my jacket? They are so...
Put them over by the fire, huh?
Thank you, I will. It was really amazing. What happened to me? I was on my horse, I know that. It's the mystery of the whole thing. I really don't know.
Here we are. Drink this while it's hot, eh?
I was on my way to see Hannah. Oh, that's the girl I was hoping to marry, and I used to see a lot of her before. Well, I was riding along up by the haunted mill, and suddenly something seemed to lean down at me out of a tree branch over my head, and that's all I remember. was knocked right off my horse onto the ground. And when I came to, my horse had bolted. There was this blood streaming down over my eyes. Somehow I saw your cottage, the light, and managed to get here. That's all I remember.
Now, you didn't see anything when it happened?
Stars. That's about all. Oh, boy. This tea hits the spot.
Is there someone in town who doesn't like you?
Yes, I guess there is.
You think this person would have...
Well, I think he could have ambushed me in the dark, yes, but... Well, frankly, I don't think he has enough guts. It's like this, Dr. Patmore.
Why don't you call me Jim? I'll call you Charlie, if I may.
Oh, glad to. Well, 3 years ago, I wanted to marry Hannah Bliss, and I still want to marry her, but 3 years ago, I was 17, and I listened to my father and mother, and they said, "You're too young, you wait." So, I went to see. Well, actually, my father arranged that I was sent. And I got back last week. 3 years, almost to the day. My folks were glad to have me back, but all I really cared about was that they said, "All right, you still want to marry Hannah?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "That's too bad. She's met up with Silas Hart, and she's going to marry him." Doctor, I didn't even unpack my bag. I went right out the door to see her.
Charlie, it's not you. You're here.
Hello, Hannah. You didn't change much.
You have, Charlie. You look taller and stronger. I almost wouldn't know you.
You got prettier.
I can't believe it's you.
3 years, Hannah. I was only a boy then. Is it true about you and Silas?
Who told you?
Mom and Dad. In fact, at the moment I walked in the door, you're going to marry him?
Yes.
I don't understand. I went away believing you would wait. You told me you would.
3 years is a long time.
I would have waited 10 years for you.
How would I know when you'd come back, Charlie? If he'd come back.
What are you talking about? I wrote you from every single port we hit. I told you my plans.
What, Charlie? I didn't get any letters.
Oh, no.
Not one letter. That's the truth.
Not one?
So I gave up on you.
Why would they do that?
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. Your folks were just as much against our marrying as my folks. They took my letters. They must have.
Charlie.
For 3 years, not a day passed, but I was thinking of you. About the life we'd have together. And all along, I thought you felt the same way.
Yes. I know I did, but what can I do?
Do? About Silas?
We've posted the banns. We're getting married in 3 weeks.
Hannah, do you love him?
I thought so. Oh, Charlie, listen, that was before. That was when I thought I'd never see you again.
And now that you see me again?
I don't want you to go away.
I don't want to go away either, Hannah.
But what will we do?
Never mind. It'll work out. Like the old saying goes, love will find a way.
And did love find a way, Charles?
Well, I guess it did, Doctor. Jim. Ann and I have been seeing each other every day, every evening, that is, for the whole week. And tonight she was going to tell Silas she couldn't go through with the wedding.
So now Silas knows, eh?
Well, I think so, if he showed up there. He was supposed to see her at 8. I was on my way over about 10 to find out what happened, and that's when I got hit by whatever it was. Yeah, that's right. It was just as I was passing the haunted mill. I wonder...
What is it? You wonder what?
Maybe because I was so near the haunted mill, maybe that had something to do with it.
How put it?
You're new in town, Jim. That mill. Everyone here, we all know that place is haunted.
Charlie, you were knocked down by something solid, something made of wood, not by a ghost.
Shouldn't have taken that mill road.
Oh, come now, come. There's no such thing as a house that is haunted.
Have you ever been there, Doctor?
Hardly. I wouldn't waste my time.
I don't know. Sometimes I've seen... Well, not lately, but when I was a boy...
What have you seen?
Oh, I have stood at night on the beach below the cliffs, and I have seen the windows suddenly all light up like a ghost had lit a candle in each room.
All right. Well, maybe someday I'll have a look at it.
Well, why not now?
Now, it's past midnight.
You're not afraid, are you?
What are you talking about?
I've talked to people like you before. Now, maybe I haven't had the education, but I like to find out and see things for myself. You don't want to see for yourself. You get your learning from books.
All right. All right, I'll go. But does it have to be right now, this minute, in the dead of night?
Yes, I want to take you right now, Jim. Now, when it's dark. Now, when there's been a storm. Now, when all the elements have been riled up. And I think maybe there's some learning you have in store. Morning, Hannah. Well, you're up early feeding the chickens.
Charlie, where were you last night? I waited. Your head, what's happened to you?
Oh, don't worry. It's a big bandage over a small cut.
Oh, you had me so worried. Silas left at 9 o'clock, and I waited, and there was that terrible storm, and you never came.
Oh, not from choice, darling. I was riding by the haunted mill, and, well, something attacked me. I was on my way over to see you.
What do you mean something attacked you?
Knocked me right off my horse. This is Dr. Patmore's fault. He has two. I borrowed it till he could round up mine. It bolted and ran away.
Are you all right?
Well, of course I am. It's just a big bruise.
Charlie, it's Silas.
Oh. That's what I came to find out. How did he take it? What did you tell him?
Oh, he was so fierce. I told him it was all a mistake, that I'd become engaged to him because I thought you were never coming back. He was like a hunted animal, backing away. I said that you and I were going to get married. And he cursed you and said how he wished you'd never come back, how he wished your ship had been sunk at sea. I made him stop. I couldn't listen anymore.
No, don't worry. Silas won't do anything.
Oh, it's not me I'm worried about. His eyes went so funny. And I remember when he said goodbye, he said, if I can't marry you, Hannah, nobody else will.
An idle threat by a rejected suitor? A strange little town, Brinton by the sea. Strange inhabitants. The town and the townspeople are almost as though they hadn't been touched by the 20th century. And it is here that a modern doctor, James Patmore, has come to practice. How could he fit into a community that appeared to be in the grip of fear, fate, and fantasy? We shall learn more when I return shortly with Act Two. For centuries, astrologists, psychics, numerologists, and others have tried to probe into the unexplainable mysteries. This is what Dr. Jim Patmore is faced with. Reconciling scientific fact with forbidden knowledge. That dead-of-night visit to the haunted mill with Charlie Royce turned out to be impossible for him to forget or dismiss.
The haunted mill was forlorn and mournful looking, and in the clearing skies and moonlight, singularly weird. But I could see it for what it was, and I knew it was merely a disused, abandoned building. What I did not know was that this would be the last time I would see Charlie Royce alive.
How about we go inside?
I'm just standing here waiting for the windows to light up.
You are a disbelieving, stubborn man, aren't you? Now, come on, I'll push open this wooden bolt that fastens the door.
What's that?
Bats. They nest here. Well, how do you like it? Homey?
Oh, it doesn't frighten me.
Shine your lantern higher, Jim. Did you ever see such large spiders making webs?
Well, what else could you expect in an abandoned building? All right, Charlie, where's your ghost? I'm here. I'm waiting for some manifestation.
Just settle down. Wait and see. Look up there.
Well, all I can see is flying bats.
No, I mean, the roof has fallen in. I can see the moon.
Charlie, I have seen roofs fallen in before. What I came here for are your apparitions. If there is nothing to see but bats and spiders... What was that?
Something closed the front door. It's stuck. I can't get it open.
Let me bring the lantern over.
You see, there's no knob on this side. Jim, hold it a little lower. I want to take a look through the crack between the jamb and the door. Jim, the bolt is closed. The wooden bolt has been drawn across the door, locking us in here. See for yourself.
Oh, great heavens, you're right. It's been bolted shut. Oh, someone's playing games with us.
Or something.
Oh, this is ridiculous. All right, whoever is out there, open up this door. Open it up, I say, at once. What? Is that somebody?
It isn't a person, Jim. I've heard that crazy laughter since the first time I came up here when I was 10.
Oh, nonsense. That's just the wind. All right, you out there. Open this door. Now open it.
Jim, the door will open in its own time. Believe me. Just wait. Here. Take your lantern back and have a good look around.
I do hope, Charlie, that this isn't some practical joke of yours to impress me. I'll tell you right now, whatever is going on is not the work of any supernatural demons. And nothing will make me believe it is.
Jim, look out! Get out of the way!
Oh, that was a close call.
Oh, it's a miracle you weren't crushed. It just missed you by a hair.
All right, I've had enough. I think it's time to go.
You hear that? The bolt outside is opening itself.
Oh, stop now.
Do you see anyone out there? It opened of its own accord. What did I tell you? Those that haunt the mill are letting us go now.
Well, you can believe that if you want to.
Jim, I'll tell you something else that's strange, at least to me. This is the very first time I've been in the mill when I wasn't deathly afraid. Everything that's happened tonight, I could almost foresee it. It didn't frighten me. Do you think that finally I've been accepted by the spirits who live here?
Spirits? Frankly, Charlie, I don't know what to make of it, and I'm not going to pretend I do, but I can tell you this. I am sure there are physical reasons for everything that has happened here tonight. Physical, not metaphysical. A few days went by, and I heard no more from Charlie Royce. I was a little concerned over his head injury, so one night after office hours, I went over to Gorse Hill Farm. It was about 9 o'clock after dinner.
Oh, glad you stopped by, Doctor.
Mr. Royce, good evening.
I was going to come see you about my back.
How is that muscle tenderness?
Yeah.
On the whole, you've improved a great deal since last year, you know.
I have still.
I'll prescribe some new exercises for you to do. How's your son, Charlie, and Mrs. Royce?
We haven't seen Charlie since the night before last. Or was it the night before that? I don't know what that boy is up to.
I really came by to see how that cut was mending.
I'll tell you this. His mother's taken it pretty hard. He's away 3 years, back one day, and then out every day with that girl. I'll bet she knows where he is.
You haven't seen him? He hasn't been here for 2 nights?
3. And his mother's crying her eyes out. You know what I think? Of course, I haven't been over to Hannah's folks to ask them. But I think those 2 young'uns ran away. I haven't mentioned that to Mrs. Royce, but that's what I think.
But why would Charlie do a thing like that?
Well, lots of reasons. Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Bliss weren't, so all-fired happy about Charlie showing up. They were kind of keen on her marrying Silas, you know. The Harts have got more money than the rest of the town put together. His brother Ezra has the Burton Inn, one in Axminster. He runs a fleet of fishing boats. Silas's mother and father, well, I'd say they own half the town. He'd be a darn good catch.
What sort of work does Silas do?
He does nothing. He doesn't have to. If you were going to come into property stretching from the seacoast clear over to the mill and back, you wouldn't have to work it.
Well, I'm sorry Charlie is not here. I'd better start for home or I'll get blown off the road. You tell Charlie I stopped by, and I'll be seeing you, Mr. Royce, with those exercises for your back. Now, don't worry about Charlie. He'll be back. Goodbye now.
Doctor, will you close that front door? It's blowing out every candle in the room. Either go out and close the door or come back in.
I can't budge this door. It won't move. It's stuck open.
Doctor? Doctor? I can't see a darn thing in the dark. Doctor, are you still there?
I'm still here, Mr. Royce. Can you strike a match?
A match? Say, what happened to the fire? There was a fire in that fireplace. Why didn't you close that door?
I couldn't, Mr. Royce. I pushed it with all my might. It wouldn't give. Here, maybe I've got a match.
What's that, Doctor? Isn't there someone standing at the door?
There is someone.
Charlie. Charlie, is that you?
Charlie. It is you. You still got that bandage on. Here, let me have a look.
I'm not ready yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Where have you been, boy? Your mother's been frantic.
Tell Mother that I love her. And I always will.
Come on over to the fire. We were just going to light it. All the candles went out. Come on, sit down, boy.
I have a long way to go. But I'm not ready yet.
You're going away again? Charlie! I can't see you, Charlie.
I think he's gone, Mr. Royce.
What do you mean he's gone? He was just here. We were talking to him. Charlie! Where is that boy? I didn't see him go out the door, did you?
No. Here I found some matches. I'll light this candle.
You're right. He isn't here anymore. I could see him, you know, because... Did you notice he had a kind of greenish light all around him?
Yes, I noticed that.
Like when we fish at night. Phosphorescence, they call it. He didn't pass me to go upstairs. We didn't see the front door open. Maybe he got out somehow and is standing outside. I'll have a look. Charlie! Charlie! Hannah! What are you doing here? Come inside, child. Hannah, did you see Charlie out there?
No, I didn't, Mr. Royce. It's Charlie that I've come here about.
Here, take off your wet things, dear.
I can't stay. I promised Mother I'd be back as soon as I could.
Oh, Dr. Patmore, this is Hannah Bliss.
How do you do?
What is it, Hannah? What about Charlie? Did you two decide to come back?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Royce. Charlie and I didn't go anywhere. Is he here? Can I talk to him, please?
Charlie's not here. I mean, I thought he was just now. It's so hard to explain. I thought he was with you.
Hannah, these past few days, you mean to say that you have not seen Charlie?
No, not for 3 days. What's the matter? What do you mean he was here just now? Why won't he come to see me? What have I done?
Are you saying that you haven't seen him for 3 days?
I haven't, no. The last time was the morning after I told Silas we couldn't get married. Charlie had an accident, his head. That afternoon we were going to the church, change the old banns and ask the priest to post new ones. I've been waiting and nearly going crazy. And then I thought maybe he'd decided he didn't want to marry me after all, so... I put my pride in my pocket and came over here to find out, but you say he's not here. When will he be back?
We don't know.
Hannah, it's all right. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. He'll show up.
Do you think he's all right?
Oh, well, of course he is.
Now, you trot back home, dear, before more parents get worried about their children. All right?
Yes, sir, I will. And thank you, Dr. Patmore. And you, Mr. Royce, I'm sorry if I caused any trouble. I didn't mean to. I'll make Charlie a really good wife. I promise I will.
Oh, of course you will. Now, go on home.
Good night, Mr. Royce. Good night, Dr. Patmore.
Good night. Hannah hasn't seen my boy in all these days either. But we saw him, Doctor, didn't we? I mean, I'm not going crazy.
We saw him and we heard him. One possibility. A blow like he'd received could have caused temporary amnesia. Charlie may be wandering around not knowing who he is or where he is.
Well, if that's really him we saw, what did he mean he wasn't ready yet? Oh, Lord. What am I going to tell his mother?
That you saw him and he's all right, and he'll be back.
Do you honestly believe that, Doctor? It just isn't ordinary what happened. Do you know what I think, Doctor?
No.
I think Charlie is dead. And that wasn't Charlie who came here. It was his spirit.
Oh, now, nonsense. You can't believe that.
Oh, yes, I do. I feel it in my bones. I know it. Maybe we'll find Charlie somewhere. His body. But we'll never find him alive.
Could they have seen the ghost of Charlie Royce and not his living body? To appear like that and disappear. What human can do that? Or were both the doctor and the boy's father hypnotized somehow? But why was Charlie's father so positive he would never again see his son alive? If there are answers to these mysterious happenings, let's hope we find them when I return shortly with Act 3. The world of James Patmore, M.D., was being shaken. The science of cause and effect seemed no explanation of the mysterious occurrences in the little town of Brinton by the sea. And if scientific deduction failed Dr. Patmore, his destiny was somewhat less than controllable. That concerned him deeply. He knew he could not let himself be frightened or feel fated. He had to find out.
I had to find out. Where had Charlie Royce gone? Was he alive or dead? Hiding or killed? Days passed and still no sign of him. He had simply vanished. Some suspected Charlie's rival Silas, who said nothing, and said he knew nothing. One day, Silas's brother Ezra Hart, who ran the Brinton Inn, asked me to come see his wife, who was ill. I examined her and then joined him downstairs where he was working at the bar.
How is she, Doc?
It's a touch of flu, Ezra. There's nothing more. A lot of it going around.
How long will she be laid up?
It's hard to say. 2 weeks, about. Now, you keep her warm and quiet.
2 weeks? Well, what am I going to do about the inn? You can't get any help these days.
Oh, surely there's someone you can call on to help you out. What about your brother Silas?
Oh, you must be joking, Doctor. Silas? The worst thing my father ever did was to leave him money. He hasn't lifted a finger to do an honest day's work since he was 15. He's not ambitious like Charlie Royce was.
Was?
I mean, is. For all I know. I just haven't seen him lately.
Did Charlie Royce come to the inn, Ezra?
The chief of police asked me the same question.
Well, it's about time they started asking questions.
My guess is that Charlie went back to sea. Anyway, I told him Charlie was here the day after the big storm. He had a bandage around his head. Said he was going to see a priest later, but he was still kind of groggy from falling off his horse the night before. About 6 it was. He sat right where you are, Doctor, right there. Drank a pint of ale and started to get dark fast, real black outside. Another big storm blowing in off the sea. I turned around and suddenly it was gone.
Was he walking or riding, Ezra?
He was walking. His horse had bolted the night before, and he still hadn't found it. I said to the police chief, you have to cross the common to get to the rectory. There are several pools and treacherous hollows on the common. You ought to search there.
So I suppose they're looking there, eh?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. How much do I owe you for visiting Mrs. Hart?
Oh, I'll send you a bill, Ezra. Don't worry.
Oh, Charlie will turn up, I'm sure. Like a bad penny.
You know, I can understand you saying that. After all, Silas is your brother.
Well, even if he weren't, it was wrong of Charlie to come back and turn that girl's head. That wasn't right. No, sir. Charlie knew Hannah was spoken for. Why, even the bands had been posted. Them running around made Silas the joke of the town. You'll find lots of folks hereabouts not too all-fired sorry that Charlie is gone.
Charlie's disappearance lengthened into weeks, then months. Everyone for miles around had some theory. Finally, the police gave up their search. No one seemed to care anymore except his father and Hannah Bliss. Winter was upon us, roads almost impassable, but I had one patient I always managed to see, sick from disappointment and anxiety. A rather difficult illness to cure.
The 4th time this week, Doctor. You're spoiling me.
Oh, I had to pass this way anyway, Hannah.
I had a visitor this morning. Someone I hadn't seen in a long time. Do you remember Silas Hart?
Oh, yes, I certainly do. Where was your mother?
She was out at the market, and Silas walked in the door.
I hope he didn't upset you.
I'm afraid he did. I've never seen him looking like that. Rings around his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for weeks. He said, I've kept from seeing you as long as I could. I know you aren't well.
What did he want, Hannah?
He said, Charlie's been gone a long time now. What about us? And I said, Charlie was gone for 3 years, and I didn't wait for him. This time I'm going to.
And how long did he stay?
About an hour. He said, couldn't we try to make it like it was before Charlie came back? And I said to him, no, Silas, I'm going to wait for him. And then he got up and went to the door and said, well, that may be, Hannah, but if it's Charlie you want, I think you're going to have to wait a long, long time.
I calmed Hannah down. It was the uncertainty as much as the anxiety that made her ill. If only she could know what had happened to her fiancé, I felt that she could recover, even if the news was the worst. On the way home, late as it was, I could see the old mill. For some reason, I took the cliff road, the sea churning below me.
Doctor! Dr. Padmore!
Hello, Ezra. Doctor, what are you doing out there?
Doctor, quick! Come and help me.
What's the matter?
Can you climb down these rocks to the beach with me? There's trouble.
What is it?
It's Silas. He came to the inn an hour ago and he handed me the keys to his house and he said, here, I won't be needing these anymore. Then he walked out. I ran out and asked people and they said, try the cliff road. When I got here, Silas was standing out there on one of them rocks. I called to him. He didn't hear me. Then I saw you coming, Doctor, so I ran up to the road to get you.
I don't see him. I don't see anybody.
Silas! Silas! Where are you? Silas! Silas! It's that girl. I know it is. Silas! Come back!
There's nobody out there, Ezra. Not a soul. The sea, the rocks, seagulls. Now, come along. There's nothing we can do here. I bet when you went up the road to get me, Silas went on home. Come on now.
Stupid fool. Oh, for a girl to do that.
Now, why are you so convinced that he's taken his life? There was something very wrong, but I could not believe, as did Ezra, that it was Hannah's doing. If Silas had drowned himself, only a very guilty conscience could have driven him to it. We climbed back up the cliff road, and as I mounted my horse, it suddenly reared and almost threw me. For up on the hill stood the old mill, every single window ablaze with light. It was there, I felt, that the key to unlock this mystery lay. The only one person I could trust was Charlie Royce's father, John. So I went to see him and persuaded him to hitch up his cart with his favorite horse, Princess, and accompany me to the haunted mill.
I thought you said it was all superstition, Doctor. You didn't believe in all that.
Mr. Royce, if your journey should result in nothing, will you keep the matter a secret?
Certainly. But why?
All my adult life, I have taken with a great grain of salt the possibility of anything unnatural happening in our very natural world.
Well, then, why are you going to the mill?
One can always be wrong.
Princess! Princess! What's gotten into you?
She absolutely refuses to go on.
Stop that. Go on there. Come on.
Oh, wait. I see what it is. Up in the road ahead. You see it, Mr. Royce?
Good Lord. A body. A corpse.
As if I can see right through it.
It's got blood streaming out of its head.
Lying there like that. Mr. Royce, we're neither of us imagining this. Are we? Is it really there?
I think it's Charlie. It glows, that greenish light, the same way Charlie was when he came to see us.
It's gone.
Well, I'm afraid Princess won't move a step.
All right, tether your mare, Mr. Royce. The mill is hardly half a mile away. We'll each take a lantern.
You mean walk it?
Yes, now.
That door is bolted shut.
All I have to do is pull the wooden bolt back, and the door will open.
How did you know it could be opened?
I've been here before with Charlie. Now, don't be frightened. The bats won't harm you.
What's that?
It's only this old mill laughing at us.
Where do those steps lead? I've got to go up there.
I have the same feeling, Mr. Royce, as if
we were drawn up there. We have to go.
All right. One step at a time. I'll go first. Hold your lantern high. You see, there's a closed trap door at the top there.
I can't explain it, but I can't wait to get up these steps.
John Royce was one step right behind me. I reached the top and slowly pushed open a trap door. As I did, I am absolutely certain that I heard a sigh.
They must have kept the grain for threshing up here.
There's still a sack of it over there in the corner.
Yes. Well, let's have a look.
Oh, no.
What is it?
I touched it just now with my foot, and, Mr. Royce, there is neither corn nor chaff in this sack.
It's tied up at the top with a cord. Here, I have a knife.
Done. You ready? You want to open this sack?
We have to, Doctor. You know we have to.
All right, then. Let me cut the cord. Oh, good Lord. Mr. Royce, don't look. Don't look.
Charlie. Oh, my Charlie.
Yes, what was left of Charlie Royce. Murdered. A bullet hole in his skull. His throat cut. The coroner's verdict was murder by person or persons unknown. Whoever hid Charlie's body in the old mill knew that no one in this town would look there. I may have been wrong to doubt the spirit of that poor boy trying to tell us where to find his body. But was I wrong about Silas? Was it not guilt that impelled Silas to seek his own watery death? Who else had the motive? The very next day, the old mill collapsed into a pile of wood. It had given up its last ghost.
To Dr. Jim Patmore, the greatest mystery of all was that he should have been selected by some supernatural power to bring this crime to light. I shall return shortly. Those who make a study of the occult believe that anyone who has suffered a violent death cannot rest until that death has been avenged. That the spirit will keep reliving its final agony like a phonograph needle stuck in the last groove of a record. We trust fate will be kinder to you and that you may never meet up with a homeless, tortured, wandering spirit. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Russell Horton, Patricia Elliott, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.